It's a
It's probably an age
business.
range.
The abortion business is a business. The adoption business is a business. The um, in vitro fertilization is a business. Fertility is a big business.
Yeah, it's something that hardly ever gets spoken about, does it? I wonder what the tax ramification on that is to the carrier.
It's a good question. There are so many people that don't report, and you know, it's like, anyways, people talk about Trump all day long. You know, he lives in
Why?
because he sued the IRS and then he withdrew the case and he's created a 1.3 billion dollar legal defense fund for his supporters on January 6th. Um,
Uh,
so people are just like constantly upset with him, and I
you
wonder.
think he cares?
No, he's doing what he thinks is right, and that's
That's the
unfortunate.
best part about him.
Exactly.
He could give a shit what you think about him. He's the one. He's a productive person. How many people can say they're productive unless they're in that higher business realm? Most people aren't in that business realm. We're thankful, I am, to have people like him. I'm just like a little learner here.
You know, you're just day to
Pay
day,
their taxes.
day
I
to
don't
day to day, month to
contribute.
month.
He's a contributor. I appreciate him. I really do. He not only does he's even, like pushing the balances of the politics around the U.S. Right now, the elections are going on, and we're past nominations. We're up to elections. He's pushing to get as many Republican parties out there. Swarm the U.S. Get the U.S. back out of the hands of the Democrats, totally. And you know what? A lot of the, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. A lot of the Senate Democrats, they're aging out. So he's looking at that dynamic too. He's trying to bring a full house of Republicans in there. A good head of them. I love the guy. He's not going to have enough time for me. Hate to lose him after 4 years. 4 years blows by so fast. We're already a year and a half into him. Look at how much he's done. Impressive. We're lucky he hasn't been shot and killed. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I mean, it's just day to day. I mean, things are good inside of America, except for the gas price. That's like the only thing people are complaining about. I can't afford the gas. I can't afford to fill my car up.
Here, I put a half a tank in, and it was $40. I used to fill my car up for $40.
Mm-hmm.
I was shocked. It really was, but my tank can last me clear almost a couple 6 weeks.
I went to the gas station and they have a free car wash if you get 10 gallons. So I buy the 10 gallons and I go, hey, I want the free car wash. She goes, there is no free car wash. And I'm like, the sign says free car wash. She goes, no, it doesn't. And so I was like, okay, whatever. Give me the car wash. So I pay for the car wash. And I drive by and I was right. The fucking sign does say buy 10 gallons, get a free car wash. So I'm going to go back there. And this time when I do it, I'm going to purchase the gas up front and say 10 gallons, please. Pump number 7 with the free car wash, according to the sign. get my
Yeah,
free car.
don't stick a card in. You go up to the front desk.
Exactly. They try to sucker you on the machine too.
But you got to hear them. You got to look and see if that car wash is operable. Are the two doors up? You know.
It works.
You got to go see if the floor in there is wet and bubbly.
It's not the best car wash, but anyways, I'm just saying. I thought it was funny how he probably didn't even understand what I was saying. He probably didn't even speak English.
I got a wand washer. It's got a scrub brush. You can do either one. And it's gone up to $2.50. Used to be $2.25. So I would point the wand at the car. I'd already have it turned on to soap. And I'd pump my quarters in there. I'd go all the way around. I'd lift all the wiper blades before I started it. And then I would walk all the way around it with the soap. Then I would walk around, and then I would flip it to rinse when I got back near the meter on the wall, and I would rinse it. So I would get a car wash for $2.25. Isn't that a good way? Or $2.50. They finally went up to $2.50. So what a steal!
Are you still playing your ukulele?
I just went to a fix-it clinic, and they tuned it for me. I thought that this place didn't put the right string on the A, but at this fix-it clinic, one of the girls played instruments, so she's the one that tuned it, and she says, no, they put you on an A string, you're good to go. I tuned you. Yeah, fix-it clinics are really cool. Once you sign up for it, then they will notify you when their next fix-it clinic is. And you just take your lamp or what else did I take them down there? I had them change those sockets on the lamp because the pull chains wouldn't work anymore. Mm-hmm. So I took them the sockets. They did it for me. I took them my Bose radio. I took them my KitchenAid mixer. I always find something to take them. It's kind of fun. They took my picture and put me on their website. I had on my Kanga hat. Mm-hmm. So they've been using that ever since. So, what does the Social Security thing mean? Was that the job-related deal?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yep.
So what's the 28th appointment about?
That's the EEOC trial for my complaint against the management for sexual harassment.
Oh, since you got the other case. Are you using the same lawyer?
No, I'm doing this one pro se. Because, I don't know, it's a waste of money or nobody will do it. The union won't do it. And then they even said that they would provide me with an attorney. And then she says, I can't provide you with an attorney. And it says right here that you're required to. She says, not going to do it. Not going to happen. I looked up the judge. She makes something.
But I used the box cutter cutting something and I cut my arm open.
Oh, well, it was nice knowing you.
So I go get my stitches taken out tomorrow. I'm telling you. I don't know. Is there an infection in there? Because it is so freaking sore.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
There's got to be something wrong. It should be. If they're taking stitches out 10 days later, you would think that means you're good to go, right?
Oh no, you gotta heal.
Kind of swollen.
Yeah, you gotta heal. I mean, make sure you clean and moisturize and take total care and focus on it.
Yeah, I am. I'm washing it once a day with soap, and then put antibacterial stuff on it, and then put your Band
You know what I really like is not injuring myself. You know, it's great. Like if you cut yourself and then you heal, then you're like, oh, I hope it's so long, so many months and years before my next injury. And I, you
Yeah.
know, and I take care of myself. I last night I did yoga, stretched like for maybe 30, 40 minutes before I went to bed. It was so relaxing. And
Mhm.
and when I woke up and last night I was like, you know what, I should do this in the morning when I wake up tomorrow. And so this morning the first thing I did was, I stretched and breathed. And it's just, you got to consciously force yourself to do it, and then it's just so relaxing. I just love being totally
I know.
relaxed and not having, cut my arm open with box cutters. Woo!
Well, I also get work done too around here. I listen to this on next door. I posted an ad. A guy responded immediately, so he was looking for some kind of gig, right?
Mhm.
So he tells me that he's a landscaper slash this slash that. I said, okay, I'll give you a try. When let's sign up. He says, how's Monday? I said, how's tomorrow? He says, I can make it tomorrow. So I said, okay, 7:00, on time, and no cell phone use and no smoking. So we've put in, he's put in 16 hours. So times 2, that's 32 hours because I did the, I worked alongside him. Man, we knocked a lot out. This guy he saw my vision. I had all my ducks in a row before he even came here. And we blew through. I only got about I got about 5 hours work left. And then I could put the gravel. Some guy come put the gravel in.
Mhm.
He was good. Missing a few teeth, and he's handsome. Unbelievable. So there's something going on with him. Could have been in jail, could be a drug user, I don't know. But he's got muscles. So he's doing something right, doing something wrong.
Well, you take care of yourself, Jeannie. My day must continue on. I'm going to the gym at 1:00. I try to get to the gym by 1. And then tonight I have a date at 7:30 at the taco restaurant.
Today's Wednesday, a date on Wednesday, huh?
Yeah, she wants to meet me in Wicker Park for tacos at 7:30.
Oh. I went to a museum last night. I volunteered. They're doing a fundraiser. So I'm the person at the front that puts the correct band on their wrist. And it's funny that all the volunteers were sort of in my age range. Old people look for stuff to do when they get older.
Well, keep hitting the gym. Send me pictures of your garden. I'll send you pictures of my garden.
Cute. Okay. Hey, I'm glad the first hearing went well. Good luck on your second one.
The first one is all that matters. That's the settlement. That's an incredible outcome. I'm very happy. And be sure to send me pictures of your garden, and I'll send you pictures of my garden.
Okay. All right. Nighty-night. I'm taking a nap before I go get some boulders.
Okay, take care. Don't lift the boulders yourself, and make sure you put some Vaseline on that arm gash. Stop cutting yourself with box cutters.
Antibiotic.
Put some Vaseline on that.
I was shocked to my now I'm afraid to put a box cutter in my hand.
Well,
I got this far. So long. Talk to you soon.
Okay, take care. Bye. Bono Shalom.
the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Will we true divine thoughts upon your miracles, who keep watch over the universe? Yea, who company the beer to the house of rest, who guideth the ship abroad, advancing onwards to the heights of Lord of the stream which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance white out from the head over the head of the dead. I travel upon high, I tread upon the firmament of new. I raise a flashing flame with the lightning of mine ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glory and my giving my life to the dwellers of If I say, come up upon the mountains, the celestial waters shall flow. For I am running, created in the flesh. I am the idol of my father's evil, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and the God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day. And the desire of my heart realizes itself as the completer when he created. However be my cause, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mountain, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rose Creek's Hair, the Order of the Holy Royal Arching Cloak, the Ancient Angelic Rites of Mystery, the Rites of Linguists, the Rites of Mystery, the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Sweet Warrior Love of Masonry, the Order of the Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden scene, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long enough here. So let it come around. Let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything. To make the punishment fit the crime. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object was to and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the crime. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden scene, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. You wore a borrowed face, you left no kind of grace, but every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gate kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. And if I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what was lost, to the prize, to the crime, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. Special profess houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 The Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation and securing them clients or customers. Elevate vows! Elevate vows! 71 The Order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 70 The Secrecy of the Order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 70 The Crime of Slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the lore of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. The Showstone, a crystal which Dee alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates,
He symbolized the fourth
interdimensional universe, into dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles, fears or errors, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to the elements. There is also a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate V. Prefigures the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called linea patris. The 7th file is called linea filii. The 7th line is called linea spiritus sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner water of air, the left-hand bottom corner earth of air, the remaining corner fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other elements. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets.
letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping the lines defining the hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edged divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. Not to scale. Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, of whirling air or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu.
I could even specify it to facial appearance, because our bodies look more or less the same. It's really the face that distinguishes people from one another, isn't it?
I think that everything that you said, based on my knowledge, was East Asia, and you say General Asian to them, because, for example, Arabs are also Asian, Iranians Asian, Afghan Asian, Indian Asian, East Central Asia, Mongolia, and Azerbaijan and thing, they are also Asian. You are Asian. However, I think that you might be referring to the most populated part of Asia in the East Asia, from China to Japan to Philippines to South and North.
Vietnam, yeah. Now, Cambodia, Vietnam, some of those people could also be on the receiving end of being asked if they're Chinese or, being called a chink. Hey, I'm going to mute for a sec because I know I'm going to make some noise.
Well, while he's away, Peter, how do you feel about him removing you from, Asianhood? Because, that's what I heard. I heard him say, yeah, because you ain't got chinky eyes and stuff, you not Asian.
I think that is his deduction, after all, and his perception from the situation. Maybe East Asian can be the correct term, but his kind of definition was not wrong, because from China to Japan, in the east to west, from North Korea to Philippines, from south to north, was the geographical locations that he was referring to. But he was calling a general word of Asians. I think that was the problem, because this is different. As he said, these part of the world is like each other and some kind of same race, but it is not generally Asian. It is East Asians. Because I am also part of Asia, I don't have any other continent to claim the credit for. Because we also need to be included in some continent, in one continent at least. Each country should be included.
So where would
Possible.
The original first part, I guess so. Doesn't
Okay,
even
well-
exist, but it's
No, it's possible. It's possible. It wouldn't be impossible if you can conceive of it, right?
Yeah.
At least I
Okay, then can you conceive of a not God world?
No,
Why not? Why can't you?
because I'm not defining God as simply
That wasn't my question. Can you conceive of a world without
I'm
God?
telling you. I'm not conceiving God as the God is simply the God of Abraham. I'm the old man in the sky. So,
Can you conceive
no,
of
it's
a
not.
world?
Because
Yes, it is. Can you conceive of a God?
No, absolutely no.
Well, I'm hoping you're answering. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let me answer. Right?
Okay.
If God is existence itself, or the very ground of existence, then yeah, you can't have a world that doesn't have that.
So
Okay, so it's circular.
It's not. Can you conceive
Okay.
of no existence?
Can conceive
If
of a world
conception
without.
itself makes that
Excuse
world
me.
exist, then it exists.
I conceive of a world without God very easily, right? Therefore, it's possible. Now, why are you telling me I can't conceive of it?
Because can you conceive of a world, a world without existence?
I don't accept that. I don't
accept.
accept your premise that God equals
You're
existence.
just refusing to do it. This is it. I don't know.
No, I'm not. I'm just refusing to accept your premise, right?
But if I can conceive of a world without God, and I suspect you can too, you just have to have a bit of imagination, right? Then it's possible.
I cannot conceive of a world without existence. I don't.
Frenchie.
I didn't ask you that though.
That's what God is.
That's just another claim. Yeah.
It's not. Like,
Frenchie, though, you're presuming and saying that this necessary being, when you use the term God, if we're talking about the theistic understanding of God, whatever it may be, a creator, that he's just alone. But what the brother's getting at is that no, it's God who's a creator, who's also a sustainer. That comes with the territory. So you're saying that if you can conceive of a world, we don't know what that means.
I don't care about any of that, okay? The argument is simply this. If you can conceive of something, it's possible, right? If God was necessary, we couldn't conceive of a not God world any more than we can conceive of a square circle, right?
Okay, then what is a world? What is a world, Frenchie? Define a world.
Let's say
Frenchie, what is a world?
Let's say this universe.
State of affairs.
What is a world, Frenchie?
Okay,
Not what a world is.
what is it? God?
No.
One at a time.
It's not a universe.
One at a time, y'all.
A world is
I'm trying to make it simple for him.
That's making it simple in a way that is wrong.
Okay, Frenchie, what is a world? What is a world to me?
A world is everything that exists.
Okay, so a universe. All right. Okay, cool.
No, well, you can conceptualize that. I don't think Sully wants to do that, but we can just say everything that exists we'll call that world.
Okay. All right.
Isn't
Cool. Okay.
a better way of framing it is a state of affairs? All possible state of affairs.
You're just
Like,
saying
people
that
get confused, I think,
atheism
of possible
is
worlds.
atheism is as impossible, as inconceivable as a square circle, right? And what's the argument for that?
What is it, God? I'm asking. Like, when you say God, what do you?
Look, man, atheism is saying there are no gods, right? However you want to cash that out.
Well, no,
Now,
see,
is that just as impossible? No, I don't. Because we've been talking about God this whole time, right?
Okay. It's wrong. So,
I didn't. Oh my
what
God.
I'm talking about is impossible.
I don't think
So
you
now
guys
you
can even
understand
follow
what
this
God
fucking
is.
argument. So
Well, Frenchie, I'm following your argument, but I think the disconnect
steal
is
my.
that
Hey,
we have
Jay,
different presuppositions.
steal my argument right now. Steal man it.
Yeah, what's
Go
wrong
ahead.
with you?
That if we can conceive of a world where there is no God, then that means that would be possible that
Right.
there is no God in that type of world.
Very
Right.
good.
Okay.
So now I'm going to ask you, what is it about a world that makes it as impossible as a square circle? Go ahead.
Because by the terms that you're even using, if we're arguing, we're talking about created things, frameworks that you're talking about when you say a world, a universe, etc., and you say that there will be no God. That is a first principles problem. Whereas like, hold on, that doesn't really make sense. If you were to say that, oh well, there this God, it may be different than who's different in this universe. Maybe you could argue that, but perhaps it's about a different universe. Maybe that's different. That's different, but that doesn't make sense. It's a first principles problem.
Give me the contradiction, please.
The problem is the foundation. You're trying to remove the foundation and say we can have a house, but that doesn't make sense.
Please. Give me the contradiction, please.
The contradiction is that you're saying you can have a house without a foundation, a cornerstone.
That's not a contradiction.
That is a concrete. Every house, every building, every structure has a foundation.
We have to clarify.
You gotta simplify what you're
When
saying.
you say God, what do you mean?
I mean
Frenchie.
okay,
What
sorry.
do you mean?
I mean a being that is eternal and can create universes.
So, not so a thing, not thingness itself.
That's right. If you want to are you just saying that existence equals God,
Yes.
Thomas?
This is
Okay, so does God equal existence? Yeah. And what's the argument
Yes.
for that?
The only existence we participate in God's power. Yes.
What's the argument for that? That existence equals God, and also doesn't that just make you like a pantheist?
Because existence is necessary. Thank you, Piper. Existence is necessary. So
What is that? Wait a minute. So God is necessary, existence is necessary, therefore existence
yeah, Piper
equals
said
God.
so. So existence is necessary. So yeah.
So you're just calling existence God, right?
That's what God said he was.
Why you understand?
That's what he says he is.
You understand that the argument you're making requires like reifying existence, quote unquote, as a thing, right? Which is stupid.
I'm gonna say this, and I know it might sound weird. I think everyone like to argue their belief, but what if today? I'm gonna throw this out here. What if today? Because we are the creators on this earth, right? We the one who create the jobs. We the one who create our daily routines. What if all that shit went away today? Let's say that. And I'm a firm believer in God, but also I'm searching for more in depth.
So this isn't relevant to this argument.
Okay, but Frenchie, let me finish. It's
Why?
very relevant. It's very
No,
relevant.
it isn't.
Let me finish though, because how would you say it's not relevant when you didn't let me finish my point?
Because you're not addressing the
Actually,
argument.
we are addressing the. I don't want to argue, sweetie. See, I want to argue, and that's why
That's the problem.
People like to argue about.
That's the problem. That's why what you're saying is irrelevant.
We're all here existing in one, and I see that you like to argue, but let me finish because we're here to share our different beliefs.
No, we are not. We're here to debate. That's what it's about.
Frenchie, can you please be quiet?
We're here to debate because Andrew didn't tell me that. As soon as we got on here, he was.
Andrew, are we here to debate?
I don't know who group this is, but the first person I seen was Andrew. That's who spoke to me. I didn't know this was a debating platform.
Andrew only runs debate rooms. Every room he has is a debate.
Yeah, can you
No,
just
there's actually people that's communities that's sharing, that's helping others. I didn't know this was a debate platform.
That's a bit harsh, but I agree. This is not the place for that.
The time. Regardless, can you please let her speak? She hasn't been said anything this whole time.
Gotcha.
So let her speak. And
We all know where.
The title of the room says let me finish, please. So once again, what I was saying was the fact of the matter. What if all the things that we created, because we're humans on this earth, we created it, right? And everyone want to know if there's a God, right?
So insightful.
And we want to know if he's necessary. First, let's start with step one. We're here. How the hell did we get here? And we are the creators of the pyramids. We're the creators of this job. What if today you lose your job? What job doesn't matter today? You feel me? You're going to have to find something that you believe in and figure out your first of all, once your job stops and you wake up and you have shit to do. Because no one has nothing, no house, no nothing. We're starting from square zero. Your first thought is going to be, what the hell am I here for? After so many days of no job and you have to feed yourself, you have to figure out how to keep yourself up. And the first thing you're going to do while you're in the midst of this process is thinking, I'm struggling to get this shit done every day, to find food, to rebuild. The first thing you're going to say is, why am I here? And who the hell?
Thank you for that completely irrelevant objection.
No one besides Jay cares about what you have to say.
So, Thomas.
Yeah, because I'm respectful. I respect people's opinion and their perspectives. Unlike you guys who can't let people speak. Kalandra was very respectful and listened to the dialogue, etc., and that's her perspective. She didn't come here to debate, etc. Okay, you don't find it relevant? That's why, yes, your free opinion.
His speech is disrespectful.
I don't care. I don't care.
The problem is she just said what she said when she came in.
Everyone want to argue. If you just listen to what I was saying, you don't want to just argue so much.
We do want to argue.
We're arguing here, but we're also being respectful to listen. What I'm saying here, one
You literally just restated what you said when you came in. You have a problem with nihilism without God. You literally restated the exact same thing you said when you came in.
She already landed. If y'all don't readdress her.
All right, so back to Thomas. Thomas, so you're saying
everybody just go. We're not going to be able to hear each other if everyone can keep talking. Can I say what I'm trying to say?
You literally already said it twice.
Kalandra, real quick.
Okay, well, answer it goes back to the same question. If you feel God doesn't exist, then what the hell are you here for? How did you get here? Since you want to argue that, Reggie.
All right, I'll do it if I have to. Kalandra, I'm a mod. I'm trying to talk to you. So look, I'm a believer too, okay? And yes, you're saying, well, you know, everybody has to wake up. We created all these things, these jobs and everything. and we got to wake up, and we got to do something. We got to find out something. We got to figure out what we're doing. Well, that's fine. But the question is, what are we doing? And what is the truth? We're trying to get to what the truth is about reality, right? That's why we're having these discussions where we're going back and forth, batting ideas back and forth to try to see what is most coherent and what mostly aligns with reality. We're trying to see if we can actually come to the truth. So when they're discussing about what if something is necessary and what is at the core of reality, that's how we get to these answers, is by having these kinds of discussions and bouncing our ideas off of one another. So you saying, everybody has to find a purpose. Okay, yeah, everybody gets up and they do what they do, and fine. But we're trying to figure out, is there an eternal purpose? Is there a purpose that has to do with God or some other being that's outside of us? Or are we just here on this earth by way of evolution, and we just kind of determine our own path, and everybody just makes their own purpose, and it's not really about a universal objective purpose, right? So that's kind of the discussion we're having. So that now you wanted to shift it to, what is our daily purpose, or what do we have to do when we get up? But that's not really answering. That's not giving an answer or trying to interact with the question that they're batting around right now, which is, what is the foundation of reality? Like, why is there anything rather than nothing? And the fact that there is something, does that mean that there's a God that created it, or no? Has it always been here? Has it just been the universe that's been here forever? These kinds of questions. So that's why we're talking about.
Those are my exact same questions. I'm really not shifting. I'm really throwing out the scenario to, we have to believe in something. Especially, I'm throwing that out there for atheists. That's my point of view.
So when you say
we have to believe in something, because
when you say
once
we
that all
She's just like
goes
obsessed with this idea that atheists
Colondra.
don't believe in anything and are like, it's a purpose. It's like,
Yeah, we just want to. I got you. Hold on real quick. Let me just say this here. Calandra, when you say we have to believe in something, just so you know, every atheist believes in something. Okay? So one of the things that they believe, for example, is that atheism is true. So everybody believes in something. Now, I think what you're trying to say there, if I'm being very charitable of what you're saying, everybody needs to have some kind of purpose, some kind of overarching, reason for living or something like that. But you got to understand.
Even if it's not a person, I'm not going to say purpose. If we throw the word purpose out,
whatever.
How do you believe you got here?
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's what they're asking.
Why can't we just say I don't know?
Yeah.
This is why, when you say we have to believe in something, why can't we just say I don't know?
Right. So atheists can say they don't know. That's true. They can also say that they believe that the universe is eternal and there is no God. So it's just the day before today, Calandra had a day before it, had a day before it, a day before it, and it never ends. There is no start. There is no start. There is no God. Okay, that's the view that they can take, and a lot of them do, and that's why we're having this discussion. We're trying to bat these ideas around. So when you say, trying to figure out how everything got here, that's what we're doing. We're trying to talk about that. Purpose is something that atheists are not going to agree with on a universal level or an objective level. They're not going to say there's some kind of cosmic purpose for humans.
She's making a Darth Dawkins approach with different language, is what she's doing.
Okay.
Literally in the middle of running an argument.
Yeah,
In the middle of running an argument.
Yeah, I know. I think there's some
20 minutes.
I got you. And she's just not used to this room, and that's fine. And Calandra, don't feel like you're being pushed out. It's fine. It's just kind of what you have to
No, I don't feel pushed out.
Yeah.
I'm like I said, I came in here, and before Frenchie got in here and anyone else, me and you was conversating. So I took the conversation that me and you had on another level, but they got here, they're used to it. So it really doesn't bother me any. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm still listening to the argument, and it just seems like, it's going nowhere.
It wasn't going nowhere. You derailed it.
Well,
you're not going nowhere, Frenchie, because you're arguing about your point of not believing in God.
I was trying to run
circle.
I was trying to run an argument, and it was very inappropriate
And
to
it
jump
sounded
in
like a
like
circle, sweetie.
Well, it just
you didn't understand it.
They're trying to get her out of here. They're trying to set you.
I don't think a lot of people understood.
Yes, and most people on this stage understood it. You're wrong.
Well, just to be clear, Frenchie, Sully thinks it wasn't going anywhere anyway. Also, he thinks.
Right, I was reading the comments.
Sully said, quote, "These people are too stupid to talk to, unquote. Something
Well,
like that.
I'm stupid enough to feel like you took it too far, and then
Yeah,
I
that's fine.
made a comment about taking
You
it back to
fucking
the original
derailed
question.
it.
Someone else said the same thing, like, can we
no,
at least get
I
back
hear
to the
you.
original question?
Kalandra, it's totally fine. Just listen. Like, look, you might. It is difficult sometimes.
If there's any hope for them to survive, because if for nothing else, it's going to be the sun.
Well, like after Catholicism and like being kind of mediocre at defending that and acting like you're a Catholic, are you gonna go like Mormon or Jehovah's Witness or what?
Nah. I'm just gonna fucking say like I'm an atheist and I just did Pascal's wager, and it's like, you know, I can still believe in God that way and just rub it in your face.
Pascal's wager, what's that?
I don't know. I'm retarded, bro. I'm stupid.
Can you just explain to me what Pascal's? I know what it is.
I'm a fucking loser. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Explain to me what it
Even though
is.
you might have heard me explain it dozens of fucking times like a year or two ago.
Can you just simplify it really quickly for me so I get it?
Yeah, but have Miss Enigma tell you. She seems to know.
No, I want you to tell me.
You have to do it.
Because you said you were gonna.
I want to be a sniveling little fucking piece of shit. What's wrong with that?
It just comes down to 4 words. You only need to use 4 words, people.
Black John Kitover.
Impart your wisdom on us, Miss Enigma. Impart it.
Come on, you know what Pascal's wager is, don't you?
Let's make John Kitover and we can fight.
I pretend like I do, but I don't.
Okay, well, I'm sorry that you don't.
Okay, so you probably don't either. So like you guys don't want to teach
Yeah,
me.
it's dumb.
Words.
Dumb.
Basically,
That's
4
amazing.
words.
It's like teach
I'll
me. You
give
guys
you
have
the
nothing to
first
teach
one.
anybody. It only feels good when you guys are like fucking picking on somebody.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Fucking with somebody.
But you're always picking on people. Don't be a hypocrite now.
Like who?
Don't be a victim.
I thought there was no such thing as right and wrong.
There is no such thing as right or wrong, but there are
Exactly.
such a thing as picking on people.
So never tell me again that there's anything wrong, or point out that there's anything wrong, or
There's
make,
the only thing that's wrong is
or
your
never
word.
claim that you ought not do this
The
because.
4 words starts with what?
See how you just collapsed and on yourself. I have you.
Maybe the
It's an
second
interesting
word is
position to have.
if. What if? What if? You don't know. Clueless. Absolutely clueless. You're about
Absolutely.
as clued up
Yes.
as DM is to the dental
Yep,
hygiene.
I agree with you. I'm a fucking loser. You want to come over and piss in my ass?
No, thank you.
Okay.
I get it now. I figured out your how you roll, dude. When it gets hot, that's when you get like raunchy to turn people off from still talking with you. I think it's a great strategy, dude.
That is hot. You were attracted to me, honey?
No, I said to not talk.
So he knows you.
No, I know. That's fine. I'm just saying. I kind of figured out your strategies.
Yup, you figured out my strategies. Amazing. What a dialectical philosophical analysis. Amazing, riveting. Peer-reviewed research journal on the basis of that of some kind.
Already did. Published on
What does
Amazon.
dialectical mean? What does dialectical mean?
That's like some Marxist shit.
he philosophized in the form of a dialogue.
It refers to a dialect, yeah.
Like when you're like, even music theory had that, where it was like, they taught you how to write fugues, but there was like a teacher and a student, and they'd have that dialogue. That was really cool. Dialectical atheism is a whole other but that's like complex.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Who here is absolutely never going to give Christianity the byway?
Sorry, not gonna what Christianity?
Leave it. Can I just say, honey, one of the main things, title for all of the people who have dyslexia.
Yeah, I'm just it's like throwing a rotten hot dog in a catfish pond.
You're all going to hell. Okay, Timor.
Where is hell?
We're already in hell. We're on Clubhouse.
Okay, P-Mars.
It's only hell if you're in the rugby.
Today I'm going to be trying to do an
How's your
entire
day
setting
been, Jay?
of life and not
Have you
get a
been to
single
Mac?
laugh. Not a laugh from any audience member, not a laugh from any comedian in the back that's watching, not a laugh from me on stage. Whole 5 minutes of silence. It probably won't be that hard, but the problem is when people aren't funny on stage, it builds pressure. That pressure has to go somewhere.
I'm sorry.
Did
you just automatically kick
This is going well. That will get a
Yeah,
laugh
they kicked
every
Pete
time,
Mars.
so I can't do anything like that.
Oh, I did it.
I'm just messing. No, I'm messing around.
I didn't see him in here, so he must just come in and ran.
No, Rigo said
I
that.
actually have no idea what this is. Maybe I'll explain.
I just said.
I'll explain how to play Catan. My name's Aaron.
Okay.
I like playing board games. I played Settlers of Catan before.
Nobody's allowed to talk about
how to play. So it's like, I think it's 2
You
to.
want to talk about his bad
I think
behavior.
it's 2 to 4 people.
What about John?
If you get the expansion pack. Everyone's like, okay. Andrew, you were in the room. How was it as an audience member?
That was awkward. I knew what was going on, but the crowd was like trying to laugh.
Like what was the
I was on it immediately after. It was like there was.
Didn't have the Holy Spirit until some dude got him wet, and then right after that, he's got a target on his back, and that's why Satan approaches him and doesn't know who he is all of a sudden. Like I just don't even get the story.
Well, I would worry if you did get the story, because then I'd be like, you're delusional, because the Holy Spirit doesn't come later, after baptism. It's the second baptism, and it's alluded to Pentecost. So yeah, they're I don't think that Jesus had the Holy Spirit. I think he had the unholy Spirit.
That's a good one. See, and then it's funny because some Christians would claim that what I just did there, with the way I laid that out poetically, is I'm making an unfair and crude caricature of their faith, and I'm like demeaning Jesus or some shit. It's like, what is going on? I just don't get it.
But what if you're wrong? Pascal's wager, nudge, nudge, wink, wink. What if you're wrong, honey? You're bargaining with your eternal soul.
Yeah.
What if I'm wrong? What if it's all true? I mean, do you agree with the sentiment, or like, do you think it's fair for someone like yourself, or like Royvis or me or whatever, to say like, or anyone who's an atheist, to just simply say that you have more faith than Christians do in your own afterlife because you're not fearful of going to hell, and they are, so you actually have more faith with no evidence whatsoever. You're just like, you're even believing their story. You just believe their story. And so you just have faith that your afterlife is going to be fine. Like, that's fair, right?
So it's a unit.
Please don't smoke.
We don't have a cognitive dissonance about what we believe.
Kind of spiring out.
And how we act.
America
like,
is
I know
drowning
there
in
is
debt.
a God, but they've never read their Bible. They've never really shown any evidence that they want to know or learn about their religion. It's quite funny, really.
Yeah, because I mean, simply, if I just said I have more faith in what you tell me is true, because I'm not a good reader like you are, so even if I did read the Bible, I just wouldn't comprehend it as well. That's obviously why I don't believe it already. It's because I have fucking read it. I just don't get it. So, like, them reading scripture at me isn't really going to help, but I'll just believe them. And God wants the best things for me, and He always succeeds in life. So, for the ultimate glory surely cannot contain a bunch of excessive suffering, right? I mean, that's not intuitive. So I'll just have faith that God gets His way, and it's going to be great.
So are you guys like self-soothing your autism right now by like constantly giving yourself this affirmation that God doesn't exist and there's these they people out there that you need to like defend and reassure yourself and constantly soothe yourself from? Like there is no.
I'm actually trying to rage. I'm actually trying to rage.
There is no God.
I'm just trying to rage.
The they people out there, they're all delusional. All of them. The they
I'm
people.
just trying to rage bait the believer. That's all.
You know what? I'm not just trying to protect gay people.
Really fun to like listen to when you do
I'm trying to protect people who are children who are being groomed.
You couldn't fucking protect anybody. The thing, everything you touch, like, come on, dude, get out of here with that.
Are you upset? Have I touched on a raw nerve?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's okay.
Jay, you're on, honey.
Jay, you can just go Mormon next round.
Well, I could just be Christian and an atheist because, you know, apparently, like, this mental state that you guys have isn't, like, you guys think it's exclusive to you, but it's like, you're actually making fun of the atheists that believe in God, too. I mean, there are people like that, too. I mean, are they part of the they people that you're criticizing? They're like,
Atheists that believe in God. Good job.
Yeah, there's atheists that believe in God, dipshit, yup.
There are even atheists that believe in going to the dentist.
You know, funny, they're very honest. They're like, hey, I struggle in my faith and I lack belief in God, but I put my trust and faith in this organization. Wow. And you think that's just completely exclusive to you and the way that you look at it, and then you represent it as if it's like
they don't lack belief. They could struggle with their belief, whatever.
I think your belief is it's lacking it, dipshit. You're just trying to rephrase.
No, it's not. No, it's not, bro.
Yeah, it is. Like, do you hear what Sam just said? He's like self-soothing himself, right? He's like, it's not what he is. He's like soothing himself. Are you soothing yourself by asking me about Bigfoot?
More. You're confusing like a. Shut your fucking mouth, people. You're confusing like a bad Christian.
Wow. Sam, calm down. Then we should get now.
You're confusing a bad Christian, which, yeah, there's plenty bad Christians.
You're acting like a deer.
With an atheist. Those are different things.
Hello, Did that make you upset, Sam? Like, why'd you have to tell Miss Enigma to shut the fuck up?
Hey everybody! I want to talk about the Bible and Christianity and what can unite Christians. I want to say that Clubhouse is all entertainment, and do not come to this app unless you want to be entertained. And then, secondly, I want to say that the Bible is so important. The book itself is so important. All books are so important. And so, the thing about Clubhouse is,
I gave John fucking mud. No.
Sorry, that was my mistake. I'm spinning at the same time. Sorry.
Oh no, dear, I do love you.
You're spinning?
Yeah, on the bike.
Oh, spin cycle. Gotcha.
Hey, JCC, your mind went dirty somewhere. You dirty. You dirty damn dog.
Rico, you said something contradictory. An atheist believing in God. That's ridiculous. How can you say that?
I mean, you guys say contradictory shit all the time.
Can you focus on my question? No. Can you focus on?
And you make moral claims and things.
Can you focus on the claim?
He thinks a bad Christian is it's crazy.
Can you focus on the contradiction? Why would you say?
JCC, asking him to be logical is like saying to CM to brush his teeth. It's just not going to happen.
You're very funny laughing, dude. You got a dirty mouth, CM. You need to want me to help you with that? I'll watch that.
University health fair. Intensive fair.
As a matter of fact, you ever have somebody put a bar of soap in a sock and beat you to fucking death with it instead?
Whoa.
Love to see it.
Well, that's from Full Metal Jacket.
Damn.
Well, I mean, I don't think washing his mouth out with soap would help, but whatever.
Amare, come
Why
and
is it point a word?
Well, that's not even what we're talking between Protestant and apostolic traditions. Or, there's just such a vastness between their doctrine. There's just no way they're able to get that thing tethered into reality. Yeah.
IT, Peter.
IT.
You got the hots for BB?
No. I think that she might be a spy. Yes, I think that. Because her allegiances, I believe, does not lie on Iran. I think that. He thinks about somebody else, but he wants to take the credit of this too. It's like that. Like some Iranians in the United States, that are Iranians with us, that are American with you. They are America first with you, they are Iran first with us.
Gentlemen, I would just like to say that, every country and their politicians, they're independent. They're not necessarily independent, but when it comes to actual security, meaning that, people are getting injured in violent attacks, international condemnation of governments that are, taking actions to ensure the security, it's just universal, whether you're in Iran or North Korea or Israel or America. And so, as a Chicagoan living in America, every single weekend over the next 3 to 6 months, dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of Americans will be slaughtered in the streets with fully automatic weapons. And if you watch the videos,
amusement and luxury and boasting and competition of wealth and children, but it'll all dry up.
Yeah.
Plants will
Nothing is
flower.
forever. Yeah. That's a good reminder.
I read the Quran recently.
Okay. Was this your first time reading it?
Yeah.
Wow. And what did you finish? I mean, it doesn't matter if you finished it or not.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I read
it. Wow. Did you read it in English?
Yeah, but I use this website called QuranCorpus.com, which helps you with different translation.
Wow. Oh, how cool. So you probably did some root work too.
Yeah, I looked at like the root etymologies of words and stuff like that.
Wow, I'm impressed.
Khadija, getting trolled.
Oh, somebody wants to come up and speak to. Assalamu alaikum. We have a lot of people in the room now. Please come in peace.
So yes, he's
going to be
go
a peaceful conversation.
You gotta encourage that on this app because people are wild.
Yeah.
People are
Hello, Abdu. Welcome. Salam.
So tell me, Khadija, you said the Quran can mean multiple things. Can you tell me what you mean by that?
Well, not that it can mean.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
You're welcome. Not that it can mean multiple things. That is also correct in a sense, but it can be so many things. Like the Quran is not just black and white. Like for example, the readings that I've been having recently show me that the Quran tells us about the human condition and our psychology. And once we understand our psychology, then we can figure out how we fit in this world. Once we figure out how we fit into this world, then we know how to treat others, right? And I've been really impressed with it because a lot of things like that the West. I'm not anti-West, but there's a lot of things in like Western philosophy that kind of puts the human down. And I have not actually found that in the Quran, even though it could be like the same concept. So, for example, the concept of wearing masks, right? That we each have masks, and that the way I have a mask on with you, I have a mask on Clubhouse. How I am with my children, I have another mask. And in the Western thinking, we don't even know our own selves, right? Because we never take the mask off. But in the Quran, I did a root work for I think it was Ibas or so. God is telling us when we wear our thobe, right? So this is something you repeatedly return back to when you present yourself to the world. So this thobe, we can assume that we're putting it on to go out in public. So this is where God says, and the best clothing is the clothing of righteousness, right? You can't literally put righteousness on. But if you're picking your mask for the day, it better be the mask of righteous, right? Of dealing with people correctly, of being peaceful, promoting justice, supporting those who are being oppressed. That's the mask of righteousness, basically. So that's what I meant by there's like some psychology involved, right? Because on a superficial reading, everything can be literal because it makes sense. And that's a really cool thing about the Quran is that, and I've compared it to an onion, but the Quran is like an onion. The more layers you pull back, the deeper the meanings get. And unfortunately, I think some of these meanings go over people's heads.
Where did you learn about the Quran the way you're learning it, like that you're talking about it? Everyone's like you.
Yeah, like how did I get to this place?
Yeah.
Well, if I can be honest, I was raised in an Islamic country, and my fitra, I'll call it a fitra. A fitra is the godlike, the pattern of God that's within all of humanity. Okay, so this is your innate natural disposition, which is to seek the truth. And if you're a truth seeker, then you're also a seeker of God. It's like one and one, in my opinion. So I grew up in an Islamic country, but my mother was a white Christian. And from the very beginning, sorry, that was my alarm for the pizza in the oven. And from the very beginning, especially in schooling,
Is it halal
I had to
pizza?
attend religious classes because it's part of the you know. Oh, 1 second.
My fitra. I am from an Islamic state. It is my natural disposition
Sorry, I
to
have
be part of
toddlers
the
too.
fitra.
Anyway, so long story short, they said a lot of things that I could not believe to be true. They use a lot of fear mongering, a lot of lies. And then, alhamdulillah, as I got older, I actually studied other religions in college. I studied Hinduism, Taoism. I did not study any of the Abrahamic religions, I will
Ooh,
admit.
Megatron, we got the room for you today.
There's a lot in common.
You gotta go in here and talk to Khadijah. Beef is roasting her right now.
I told you I'm tired.
But anyway, so
You gave up a successful career in trolling Muslims?
I had something a little
You gave it up for your family, huh? You did the right thing, big guy. You're a real man. Congratulations, you did it. But here you are doing it again. Oh my God. You're back. You're back again, doing it again. You promised your family and your therapist you'd stop. But here you are, back again in the Bible and Quran room. Khadijah is baking a halal pizza.
Anyway, so long story short, I ended up reading the Quran because
She read the Quran.
First time, I remember the first night that I read.
The first night that I read it, I started peeling back the onion. Islam and Islam in the Quran is like an onion.
Year 2024, and it was talking about Bani Israel.
It is my fitr. I am from an Islamic state. It is my natural disposition.
Children of Israel, whatever. And it was talking
Alhamdulillah,
about a cow
I read the
that
book
they
and
began
in
to
my
worship
fitr.
after Moses had split the sea for them. And at that same very time, I had read an article out of Texas that suggested, or that was saying that they were raising cattle. They were raising a specific breed of cows, like red heifers or something, and they were checking the hairs on every cow because these cows were basically being bred for Israelis over in Israel so that they could burn them for their ritual.
Ooh, a red heifer ritual burning.
And it was really interesting because if
raised for Jews in Israel.
That scene, it wouldn't have made sense to me why they were.
I am a Muslim because I am from a Muslim country and it is my fitr.
The fact that I was able to.
And Islam and the Quran is like an onion. It is the natural state of mankind. I am an intellectual here to tell you how to say Quran correctly as I bake my halal pizza.
And I ended up discovering a completely new religion.
What's halal?
Oh, she discovered a whole new religion! She discovered a new religion!
And like I was talking about the fitra earlier.
The fitra!
I get distracted sometimes. But the fitra, my fitra was pretty strong growing
Same
up.
shit,
And before
different day. It's people coming to America.
I'll give you a really stupid example.
They're learning how to speak English so gay. It's part of the fitra.
We need to sleep on our right hand or on our right side because that's how the prophet slept.
Gotta sleep on your right side. That's the way the prophet slept. Genius.
So I went up to her and I said, well, but my dad sleeps on his stomach. And this
Daddy sleeps on stomach?
Your dad sleeps like the devil.
Your dad sleeps like a devil!
I heard that. So in one sentence, Christians were Ahl al-Kitab, the people of the book. And then in another sentence, they were kuffar. And I'll just give you guys a description of how harmful that was to me, being the only.
Oh, we got Chef MJ wants to come up and join the fun. Welcome to Trolling Muslims, Chef. Assalamu alaikum.
So I really,
have you read the Quran today? And do you sleep on your stomach? Or do you sleep on your right side like the prophet?
If we come out alive, there's a reason we went through it.
If we come out alive, there was a reason we went through it.
We've gone through, it's to help others, it's to pull others up, right? It's not for us to suffer and...
Long live the fighters!
These are all experiences.
This is good shit. Isn't it? You love, this is your jam right here, dude. It's a hot Muslim chick. This is your jam, bro. You deserve a hot Muslim chick in your life today.
Not who I am today, I suppose.
Honestly, all the work I put in.
Sorry, I hope that helped.
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
Ooh, we got Abby Esquire here.
You seem to have a disposition where you, I mean, I'm guessing that you are not aligned with like Salafi or like Hanbali, that you're like...
No, I try to follow what God says in the Quran.
Ooh, an independent thinker.
Yeah, and it's
she's prime real estate, right?
It's efficient. Yeah.
Ooh.
How much she loves
I just feel like there's some Muslims that are a little, can be divisive with like being like, hey, like these Christian, like you say, like Christians are kufar, and you know, kind of just aggressive towards them. And it's like, no, we can just live in harmony, man. Like you don't need to be like that. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe.
No, you're correct. No. Well, their own book, if only they would read it. Their own book says that when we
they don't even read their own book. She reads the books that nobody else reads. She's a book reader. I'm in love. I'm in love with a book reader.
So the fact that they choose to fight you instead, like it says more about them.
She reads books. She reads books. Islam is an onion.
Why you doing that? Why you did it this way and why like I'm having a good time.
Who's ultimately right, and you know, like explain the whole situation.
We're making a recording over here.
That's what the paragraph meant, you know.
I'm not breaking any rules.
I don't know why it never comes up.
They're following me around.
Islam is an onion. Islam is an onion.
And you're actually correct.
Islam is an onion.
There is a verse that says, وَإِسْرَعُوا فِي الْخَيْرَاتِ. The only thing that I should be competing in with another person is doing the good deeds that you just mentioned. So I actually love that now God is bringing all of us together to compete.
God is bringing us together through Muhammad and the Quran.
You'll tell me later, okay?
Can't get this guitar to get into tune.
Okay, so this is Surah 5:48.
Here we go. Let the trolling begin.
Chapter 5, verse 48. I love it still. Really good but His will is to test you what He's doing. So come to one another and do good, to allow you all to do. Then you'll improve. But if you do this, in a way, clear, saying,
Dude, Sam is fucking Muslim chicks from this app. He banged Sabu. He's getting laid, this guy. This guy puts in the hard work with the Muslims. He'll probably end up fucking Khadijah on Friday.
Like they're going into the middle of their backyard and taking a dump in the ground.
A dump in the ground, Khadijah! A dump in the ground!
At that time, 1,400 years ago, there was a lot of persecution. I mean, I don't know.
We're going electric, boys!
The Hadith books, I do not recommend you read any of that stuff.
Oh my
But if you read the Quran, you'll see that, or you'll notice that the prophet's being persecuted over and over again. Right? And when
protect the prophet at all costs!
They're actually showing up in the scene of battles. always a defense. Like God wants us to defend ourselves. First of all, I want to say that God wants us to thrive. Okay, He never.
God wants us thriving.
And in fact, there's the verse that whatever good comes from. Whatever it's not even about the devil or Satan anymore. It's about you.
Ooh.
Right? And the decisions that you make and the investments that you
Barth
take,
is in
whether
love.
in this world or in the hereafter. So if
Barth
God
wishes
wants us
this
to
was his room
thrive,
right now, and
and
Khadijah was in the
wants
room
all of
talking
us
to him.
thrive, because you're not allowed to kill somebody unjustly, correct?
What?
And if we do so, then we're, let's say, like those people that go around killing people because they are kuffar, because Christians. Like when you end somebody's life, you take away the opportunity for them to seek God, right? And in fact, I would argue that if you're arguing with somebody, my God is yours, they're never going to seek out.
She said
God,
she's independent.
right? Because you just make them like
she sounds like
we
a
all.
Gnostic.
And this is what I tell people when they come on and they try to debate me, even when I say I don't want to debate.
Her mother's Christian. Her father's a Muslim.
It's not going to change. So this is very fruitless. Like we should talk about something.
She loves God, man. She's right up your
leave
alley.
this room and do goods in the world.
Do goods in the world, baby.
Beef. I would highly suggest you just
Beef.
stay away from these people.
Beef.
While you'll get the vibe from them, and I find
she don't understand that he wants to give her the beef.
Mm-hmm. Well, you make the stuff in the Quran that's like it talks a lot about
she don't know who she's fucking with.
Not just a little bit, a lot of it.
Yeah.
Sam Rosen gonna get your ass in the end.
What do you mean? What I think about it? I think it's like do I agree with it? Is it hardcore?
Like how does it?
Well, I don't invest too much in it right now because I'm not trying. That's not who I am. I'm not a non-believer. But I have a way that we can justify it a little better. If that helps. Okay. So to be a mu'min, to be a believer, isn't you?
A mu'min? You ever hear that one? A mu'min.
Okay. You cannot just say something and then you become it. Just like
look at this room is exploding with popularity. Ladies and gentlemen, take this opportunity to invite more people to the room as we roast Khadijah live here on Clown House. Mystery Islam 3000, starring the world famous Megatron.
I don't know what that religion that she thinks
there's two roots to Yahud.
But I'm sure
I think the main root to Yahud can be Hadayah, which is being guided. So the Yahud, aka the Jews, the Yahud are the guided ones. Okay? And then you have the Nasara, or Ansarullah. These are the disciples around Jesus, peace be upon him, at the Last Supper.
Jesus, peace be upon him. We got a peace be upon him for Jesus. Jesus gets the same designation as Muhammad, peace be upon him too, right? Everybody gets a peace be upon him. Bacon that Muslim. Hello, pizza.
Building houses for people.
Just came on Clubhouse to share a little revelation of Muhammad.
I think that's the Ansarullah aspect of their lifestyle. So we have Yahud, Ansarullah.
Yahud!
Muslims. Well, we think of this as like an evolution to one's spiritual journey in this world. Okay? So now you have Muslims, and Muslims are those that have surrendered their egos over to God.
Surrendered the ego!
They're like, I'm aware of myself, I'm aware of this higher being, and I choose to do right. I am to be a better version of myself. And that's another thing I like to make too when we're looking at the Quran and everything else. The Quran wants you to be yourself, right? And you're going to be judged and held accountable all by yourself as well. So there's no point in pretending and trying to be like somebody else. You are made exactly how God wanted to make you. So it's our job to accept that and thrive in it as well. So the Muslim, though,
acceptance and thriving,
surrender himself to God.
With a Muslim in America.
Okay, my understanding.
Jesus Christ, peace be upon him. And Muhammad, peace be upon him too. distance.
And the mu'min is, in my opinion,
Come on in
almost
the
like the highest stage of good works, right? Because you're not just giving money to the homeless person on the street.
You're not giving money to homeless people on the street, inshallah. You're giving it to your imam. Because without Islamic education, we can never get the homeless destitute off the street.
Not achieve this ummahhood with just sitting on
This
your
hood.
You have to be out on the streets doing something.
Gotta be out on the streets protesting for Allah and Muhammad.
No idea who those people are.
This is where Beef Beef's about to hit her again.
A mu'min, just as a mu'min, has to go out of their way.
Beef Beef is in love with a Muslim with a fat ass.
I'll paraphrase for you.
She's baking a halal pizza.
I think this is a sort of.
It's time for some more Islamic education.
And aqaba is usually translated as the difficult path. But it's not a difficult path. This is like path. This is Mount Everest. Okay?
It's difficult as
before that,
Mount Everest.
That the human has two paths. And that he should choose the difficult path.
The human has two paths to choose from. You gotta choose the most difficult path, which is always Islam. Every single day you gotta be a Muslim, following the truth of Muhammad.
In my opinion, is like Mount Everest.
It's just my opinion.
Feeding somebody on a day, in a time of famine, right?
It's
famine
time, everybody. Grab your popcorn.
That's an aqaba. That's like a hard thing for you to do, is to share your food with somebody. Okay.
Very difficult to share my food with a starving man, because I'm not an altruist. I'm an objective ethicist.
But see, if you believe that every verse has like wisdom and guidance in it, like that doesn't cut it for me.
You know, if Muhammad was alive right now, he would never be able to get his wives ID verified on social media platforms.
But I realized that it was speaking about the child, regardless if the parents are alive or not, that has been abandoned, right? A child. Neglected means what I'm doing right now. I'm on Clubhouse and my kids are watching TV, right? I'm not interacting with them. So that's like
It's funny, is she divorced her abusive Muslim husband.
It is.
Now she's a single mom living at home cooking pizza for her kids while the kids watch Disney while she proselytizes Muhammad on social media.
Some of them, they all have different names for their higher being, but you can even tell that there are a lot of good-hearted, good-intentioned atheists, right? But they claim to be atheists because
like JCC, one of the good-hearted ones. Yeah, and Stephen Pell, one of the other good-hearted ones. Oh, the atheists, they're such good-hearted people. So they're so interested in education.
It's not their fault that they're traumatized by the world around them.
Inshallah. The world is a traumatizing place.
Every chapter I would be like, oh,
I lost my pen. Uh-oh, Sam is losing his A game here.
How bad?
Well, you know, when before I gave myself to God,
she gave herself to Allah.
And I think this was how I felt about myself. Because the way that I grew up and what was taught to me, I really thought that I was not guided by God. I thought maybe God disconnected from me, right? Based on what they said how I should be acting, or how I should be behaving, or what I should be thinking. And so when I would read, I would sometimes cry because I would think that I was one of these people. Can you imagine? And like, my husband was like, no, I'm like, I'm talking about you. And that's like a problem, is that what you feel, what
Before I gave myself to God.
Understanding of the text. So I'm not saying
before I read the book,
right? But perhaps you don't feel like you are safe. In
the Yehudi don't read the book, don't understand it.
So you're
only Khadijah knows all.
I just mentioned to you that I don't.
Khadijah knows everything.
She's people, right?
Khadijah knows everything.
I'm a kafir to a lot of things.
She's a kafir.
Right? I completely reject them.
She rejects them.
Energy or any thought.
She doesn't give them her energy or her thoughts.
It's like an entity, right?
It's like an entity.
So you shouldn't give it
like an entity.
And try to ignore,
like an entity.
You know, the bad stuff.
The bad stuff.
I mean, it's not that I really know. I just felt like.
Well,
Sam is being like, why is he fucking lying?
That, like, or it's not this stuff was good or further. Like, I would maybe we should focus more on how to do good. And
right.
How to
which, and it does.
You know, Sam's asking her to
right. I'm impressed that the bad guys are even reading the book to begin with. Actually,
she's impressed that the bad guys are reading the book.
Sometimes she doesn't.
Take that. Why would the bad guy even read my wife? Guys, the bad guys.
It's still, that's not a bad review though. At least you didn't have any issues with other things that people have.
I do, but then we don't need to. I'm your piece.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. You can take it up with God later.
But he's really sweet, and I like what you're doing, spreading love.
You're really sweet, and I like what you're doing, spreading love.
Yes, the atheist. There's something for all of us.
It's all about doing good. Loving God, higher power. That's exactly what I
Sam started thinking, I think Sam likes to shop. I love Sam. I have 4 hippies. Sam is charming, bro. Listen to him.
Well, thanks for stopping in. You can
Thanks for stopping in. Come on back anytime.
change the topic if you like. Make it more inclusive.
Let's make it more inclusive.
What did you tell me what you liked
Tell me how it feels to be with you.
Okay, I'll tell you what I thought was cool. Can't say that I liked it necessarily, but for Hinduism, well, this is what really caught my attention. I actually named my daughter Maya after this, although my husband doesn't know that.
Her husband doesn't know she named her daughter Maya. Inshallah, she ran away from a toxic Muslim.
And it kind of reminds me a lot about, oh my God, like the verse that inspired you, right? That this world is just here, here for play. Like nothing is real. It's going so fast, so don't invest in it too much, right? And the Maya is the same thing, but with Hinduism, the veil finally lifts. So Maya is just the veil, the illusion of this world, but it finally lifts. I can't remember what is real and what is not real. But for Hinduism,
it's when you
I
real
also
what is real and what is not real.
about the discussion, statues and idols and cows, right? And just all these things. I didn't realize that all of your deities, so I don't remember how many deities they have, but all of your deities are manifestations of one supreme being, who is Brahma. And I actually met a fellow that said that the word Brahma and Rahman are very similar, although I have not studied Brahma.
I met an individual who told me that two words were similar.
Your scripture, Brahma actually calls idol worshippers fools, which I was really impressed with.
I was so impressed.
Reading their books,
It made me feel so great about myself. Oh, we got a phoenix.
Yeah. What I did like though, one of the things that I liked at that time in college was the female goddesses.
Welcome,
I
Phoenix.
did a paper about Kali.
Phoenix is rising.
Before the cartel took over, they were extremely Catholic, and as part of their Catholic religion, they really loved Mother Mary, right? And she was kind of right there with Jesus. And what ended up happening, actually, I don't know what happened with India, if I can be honest, but with India, they have their female goddesses, yet you see how they treat their women, right? So it's almost like there is no point. What is the point of revering a female goddess if you're going to violently attack the women? This is something I don't understand. But over in Mexico, when the cartel took over in the 80s, they got rid of.
Is it Onyx?
Yeah.
He's gonna come.
I'll have you up, but don't show it. I'll give you a chance. Hello,
I'm having a nice discussion with a Muslim woman. She's very sweet, very respectful, she's talking about how she likes about Hinduism and stuff like that. And you're gonna come in here and start saying some stuff about Muhammad and inflammatory, and it's gonna just kill the vibes. So I'm just preventing that.
No, hey, any friend of Sam is a friend of mine too. You know, I know how to conduct myself in front of other people, especially if I'm a guest at their house. Doesn't matter.
Okay,
so
fair.
yeah, if I'm in my own house, I act differently, and then when I'm at other people's, I try to show respect when respect needs to be given. So I have no issues.
Oh, thank you. And whatever your complaints about Muhammad are probably mine too, because they're probably not from the Quran. So, just want to clarify.
She hates the hadith.
Beef. I never said that.
Well, she says don't read the hadith, so she's like,
no, I don't. I'm not just reading the hadiths. I also have issues with the Quran as well.
I see. I knew we were gonna get to war. Okay, so we're gonna.
Hello, John. Peace. Please come in peace.
Oh goodness. Okay, I painted your house. Get rid of this. Go back. We were having a nice conversation, Khadijah.
Hi, Khadijah.
Hello, John. Welcome.
Hi, Beef. Hi, Phoenix Rises.
This is going terrible.
Well, nothing's happened yet.
Well, Khadijah, I think maybe Beef, aka Sam here, like maybe he feels threatened that his fun will end as a result of my presence. I think, when you say, please come in peace, I say I will absolutely come. And I will come in peace because you asked me to come in peace. So here's a little piece of me coming.
Thank you.
All right, I'm curious. What did you like from Taoism?
Oh, well, the philosophy is incredible. And in fact, have you studied Taoism by any chance or Confucianism?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, do you remember the Junzu?
No.
So the Junzu is a type of gentleman, which, you know, mind you, everybody, this is like Sun Tzu.
Yeah, Sun Tzu.
Do you know what it?
The Art of War. That's Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu is the Art of War writer. She's talking about the concept of a gentleman.
Well, yeah. Well, I think the Art of War is from the same. They're the same religion. Him, Confucianism, and the author. But a Sun Tzu. Well, Phoenix, why don't you explain it, and then I'll tell you if I agree with that or not.
Well, he's a military general, very well known. He started the manual on the art of war, and
that's a name.
I
mentioned the name.
Military general. Sun Tzu is a military general. Yes.
I'm not talking about the man Sun Tzu.
Yeah.
We're talking about the concept.
Junzi. Yeah. Junzi.
Junzi.
Yeah. So this concept is Junzi.
Yeah, that's how it came from.
Did you look it up? Do you have a description of it?
The word Junzi is a term that means the son. It means the person of high stature. It's a Chinese philosophical term. It's gentleman or noble man. The term is gentleman, traditionally referring to an aristocratic nobility of the Zhao. Junzi is employed in the Book of Changes to mean a superior ideal person who constantly cultivates virtue and improves their character. And by Confucius, in his works, describe a virtuous person with noble characters. No, that's
correct.
Nice stuff.
It is. It's something that we should really all strive for. But I have found this same concept. This was something that caught my attention back in college, and only this year did I realize that there's a similar concept in the Quran, which is a mar'a. M-R-Alif, mar'a. And this mar'a is like a third class of humans. So you have the bashar, which is also, it's Beef, when you're reading the Quran, you probably just read humans for all of these different classifications. But a bashar is more of what the human is made out of, right? So like immortal in a sense, its biological structure. And the insan, which is a human, is when you would find the accountability, you would find responsibility. So now we're going to the physiological aspect of humans, right? So in a way, you can think of it this way, that even today, there are still some of us living as bashar. We're living very primitively. We eat, sleep, drink, bathroom, work, and that's it, right? Where you have also the insan, where the insan is always striving, okay? They can be striving for good or bad, but they're striving. And that's when, like I said, accountability is involved in those verses. And then you have a third section, which is the mar'a, which this is, I'm trying to think. This reminds me of the Junzi or Junzu, where this is a noble person, not by class or rule, but just the way that they carry themselves, the way that they speak, whether they're honest, right? And honesty also means truth, right? So they are truth tellers. They always try to support other people, like they have a whole vibe towards them. So it's really been fun studying, and I implore everybody to study other religions if you're not solid in the religion you're in, just so that at a later time when you return back to your religion, you'll actually find there's so much in common, so much similarities.
Yeah, I mean, I love the idea of the cultivated person who constantly tries to increase their virtue and, doesn't feel like they're stuck in their ways, that they can always improve. I'm trying to improve with living a new life, and I'm trying to be better than I was before, and it's not easy to change as you get older. But it's good to believe that you can change, and try to.
Yeah. Well, and in order to change, you have to know yourself.
It's amazing is reading a book can help with that. Isn't that amazing how books can help with personality development, character development, personal development? That's what a good book is good for. It's amazing.
It is. It's great because then nobody's actually telling you what to do. It's up to you to pick, right? And to make that decision. It's great.
Well, I'm reading Ayn Rand's The Virtue of Selfishness right now, and it's talking about altruism versus objective ethics. And I think there could be a conflict with Islam with regards to objective ethics. Meaning, if you look at the Charter of Medina in 660 by Muhammad, when he said, "You will either join us and fight with us and fund us, or we will fucking kill you." That could be, in my opinion, from an objective ethical perspective, not the type of altruism I would vote for in society.
Well, thank you, John, for
Who will
stating
fucking
that.
kill
Although I
you?
don't think that's a direct quote. But at the same time, I don't actually entertain such narratives. History is written by the winners. If you see how the religion has changed, if you see how the religion was changed after every single prophet, I don't see a reason to trust anything that was ever written. Yeah. So I can't comment on that. I don't think a prophet of God would speak that way. Yeah.
Well, have you ever actually, let me get you the link and then you tell me what you think it says. Have you read the Charter and the Constitution of Islam by Muhammad, written in Medina? Have you read it?
No, because I'm not interested in that. That probably applied to people back then and not today. That would not help me with my spirituality in 2026.
What did I tell you, Khadijah, about bringing discord? What did I not say? Oh no,
It's okay. Hopefully he'll also decide not to take that as anything.
No, I don't come in Discord. Khadijah, I put the link in the chat. You tell me if you agree with that. Because you're a Muslim, right? So you should know what the Constitution of Islam is. If you never read it and you're going to come on here and lecture people about reading books, but you never even read this and you call yourself a Muslim? Come on, Khadijah. That's ingenuous. That's not sincere. I think you're very insincere. And I just think I think you're maybe...
What you want, John. That's okay. You're free to think whatever you like.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, as a critic, somebody who's not a moderator, I'm just saying I want to criticize the moderator of this room and say, I think you're insincere. I think you're full of yourself. I think you're full of shit, really. That's my opinion. Yeah. You don't even know the Charter of Medina, the Constitution of Islam, and you're going to come on here and tell everybody how great Islam is and how the Quran is like an onion? An onion? You got to peel the onion back. Well, good luck. I just got you another part of the onion. Try to peel it. Go ahead, Khadijah. Use your brain and your eyes, not your lips all the time. You got a big mouth, Khadijah. You got a big mouth. And that's why your husband left you and you didn't tell him that your daughter's name is Maya. Because you got a big mouth. You got a big mouth, Khadijah. You got a big mouth.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Wow. Why is he so angry?
So Khadijah, maybe you should trust me when I make my predictions about things. Now you've learned that I'm reliable in my predictions.
Well, wow. That was a lot of bad energy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot.
I feel like I need to recover.
Social media. There's a lot of this on social media, but you seem like a cool dude, and I just wanted to come up to basically try and have a conversation with this gentleman, but
Well,
very quickly.
I don't know why. I think he got triggered because I didn't read something that I knew was perhaps false.
John is just an unhinged person. Okay, so he just is a lunatic. I never invite him on stage. He just is a wacky. Now, Fondick, the other guy, he's not wacky, but he just likes to criticize Islam a lot, and he loves to do that. So you got a wacky guy and a Islamophobe. And
he says 100%.
I mean, it's understandable why there's a lot of misunderstandings in terms of what Islam actually is. So it's kind of understandable.
Yeah. And we're all, I mean, honestly, we're all running away from what John is upset about too. Like, that's not our religion.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that...
Oh no, John's a house member. John, please do not push your unpeaceful propaganda. We will all probably agree with you, John. He said
so really, we come on here in the sense of trying to understand the Quran, the Word of God. So we see that as the Word of God. What most people understand as to the Islam is this religion that has been propagated through an institutionalized, controlled idea of what Islam is. But we don't conform to that. So all these extra texts that have been attributed to Islam to tell a story in history as to what it is, we don't take a liking to that, because that's not the message of God. Whether or not it was true, me personally, I don't think a lot of it is true, but that's regardless to the point, because that's not the word of God.
Because it's going to put atheists on a defensive, back to...
And it's also, in most cases, not true.
Well,
How can you guys even respond to each other if you don't want each other to
I wouldn't
finish?
say, Bob, just to be clear, I wouldn't say that it's not true, because I think people are massively motivated, and there are people who self-deceive and do all kinds of stuff. So I don't know if it's true, would be what I'd say. But what I would say is that it's typically not helpful in the discussions. So that's where I'm at. Sola came at me kind of sideways, which I think was unfair, unfit.
My older sister.
See, when Kat syndrome, I gotta be chill.
Yeah, Kat is like a good one.
She's not gonna stay here if things get too crazy, so I always gotta stay chill.
Well, I'm sorry. I am the way that I am.
She's gonna help me with my rehab.
I'm just the I am that I am that I am Sam that I am.
Yes.
That's exactly.
So Kat claims that she has read Ayn Rand, and because of our friend here on this app, Simon, I've been reading Ayn Rand for a couple weeks now, and I gotta say it's pretty smart. And I don't think people understand what the hell she's even talking about, and it's very simple. It's the separation of state and economics, in the same way that we've got separation of state and church. Why is that so ridiculous to separate economics out from government control, which is the borrowing and the printing of our bullshit immoral currency? Why are we letting the government do this to ourselves? Hello?
Because we don't have privatized, we don't have private military. So tax dollars have to go towards the military. There you go, boom.
Well, that's only 1.2 trillion. Medicare, Medicaid gets 4.2 trillion a year. It's a lot of money. That's why doctors make so much money.
They have to.
Hospitals and insurance corporations and big pharma make so much money. It's because of the government. The government makes it possible.
Didn't they make the money?
Anyways, the only reason I brought it up is because Kat here, this supposed intellectual woman named Kat.
She's on the phone.
Yeah, I know. I can see the gray hair. I'm just saying, let's ask her what the F the book is about that I'm holding, because she's got a big mouth.
It's because you don't have
She
hair.
got a big mouth.
It's from here.
Yeah, whatever, Chernobyl reactor escapee number 14. I'm just asking Kat a question here.
That's crazy. Chernobyl.
Yeah, Chernobyl escapee number 14. Kat,
I read it a very long time ago, John, but I
okay.
did read it.
So you don't know what the fuck is even in it anymore, right?
Well, I have a vague memory of Ayn Rand's philosophies.
Okay,
I know that
what's the vague memory?
I know she ran away from Soviet Russia, so she had a lot of issues with communism.
But then she is actually advocating for communism in a way, because you cannot really abide by her philosophy other than if everyone thinks alike, which is a form of communist way of thinking.
I mean, she's basically where the Libertarian Party came from.
Was that kind of philosophy?
Oh, so it's a libertarian philosophy.
For the most part, yeah.
So liberty is the root word in libertarian, which means to liberate. So if you have a political philosophy of liberation, that means separation of state and economics. That's what her entire book is all about. And altruism.
Yeah, I was libertarian for a while, yeah.
Yeah. And so altruist is really just the feel-good group that is always doing the Unitarian thing, which is the right thing, supposedly. However, in Ayn Randian philosophy and ethics, we find out that actually helping people socially, not in times of emergency, is wrong unless there's an emergency. So the point is, we are funding trillions of dollars. It's just social wealth redistribution. That's really all it is. And it really benefits the top 1% at the end of the day, because the top 1,000 earners, it's all tracked via the IRS. It's all the data we need to optimize the economy is held at the IRS. It's all based on your adjusted gross income annually. I rest my case. Find the truth in the light.
Do you remember when she compared some people to lions and most people are gazelles? So therefore it's natural that the lions are like preying on the gazelles?
You're like someone that got plutonium radium number IA-84 in some type of X-Men experiment or something.
Sorry,
like Wolverine.
I said that God created me like this.
Your body is made of adamantium.
I wish God put a little
You are
bit more
immortal.
Yeah, I know.
Well, Rabbona Shalom. Megatron and Aurora, you've done it again. I personally am giving up on actually listening to Clubhouse, and I don't want to record it anymore. And I really don't even want to talk to people anymore. So if you got to know me a little bit, I want to thank you for contributing to my art project. But this could be the last time you ever hear from me directly.
No, John,
Feel free to just Google me anytime. But in terms of actually wanting to talk to you anymore, it's at 0.00000000000000000, and I'm gonna another trillion fucking zeros, and finally we get to another fucking zero.
Zeros. So many zeros.
John, you know that Nora's going crazy again?
I'll admit you, John.
Again? That every single time she's on this app, it's crazy.
No, she's having another meltdown.
Why? Because she can't afford the bus fare anymore?
What?
Yeah, she has to take the bus and walk everywhere. She's broke.
Who?
Nora.
Went viral last
Former
year.
CARES employee.
She had a mental breakdown. She went into some Jewish lawyer company in Manhattan, and she started saying stuff like, I want to jihad on you and all these type of things.
Oh, dear God.
Yeah, so she went like viral. There were like hundreds and hundreds of millions of views of this video. Even Charlie Kirk reposted that video. And then she got really like, it was
was it someone in Clubhouse?
Yes, she's the one.
Aurora.
She has bipolar disorder, so she has like manic, and she doesn't take meds. So when she has her manic episode, she goes insane.
Oh, I'm so sorry for her.
Yes, and then she fell in.
Oh, you don't have to feel so sorry for her. She's a racist bigot. She's a cunt. She's trash. She's a horrible person. She actually, wishes for death threats on people. She's a horrible, disgusting human being. And she's just a piece of trash. She's burned out. That's what she is.
Piece of trash.
She knows where she's going, which is the garbage dump.
Who's a piece of trash?
Anyway, there's a man she fell in love on here who told her not to take her meds, so that's why she loves him so much. She's not taking meds, therefore she goes insane each and every time she has a manic episode.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
Now the man left her and she's still not taking it, and I hope he will come back. Yeah, she's going insane again, so I was just telling John because we know her very well.
Oh, maybe it's better not to talk about her name then.
Oh, everyone knows about it.
Wait, oh. Like, I haven't heard. Like, I was not briefed on the situation.
Shut the fuck up, Daniel!
Excuse me, sir?
Shut the fuck up, nigga.
You don't tell me that because I'm concerned for her safety.
No, don't worry about it. She's in good hands.
Anyway, Aurora, what's going on?
The Borealis herself.
Your thoughts on the situation?
It's okay. We can move on. It's fine.
Rabboni Shalom, we can move on because Megatron has moved on for all of us and for all of our sake because we like Megatron and we think he could be an entertainment star. But we want more routines, more variety because no one is a one-man band and we've got to create new ways of using our intelligence for fun and thus making more money and more abundance for everyone.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Why not? Why don't we just... Intelligence is one thing. Why is this being one thing? But why not spiritually trusting in the Lord and letting Him guide you?
Well, the Lord wants you to read a book and use the programming materials He passed out in the beginning of the class. And unfortunately, a lot of people got no class. And so they can't read nothing. And they can't actually create nothing because they can't read nothing. And so at the end of the day, as they like to say, you got to open a book and read sometimes and stop running your lips. If you're going to run your lips, at least just read a book. Because people would prefer you read a book than run your lips. It's pretty simple.
The day or the hour, but guess what? When the Lord comes back,
Well, Rabbono Shalom, there's only so many words you really need to know. Like determination and decision and result and outcome, development, called to atone, repent, forgive, apologize, rejuvenate, readjustment, rebirth, opportunities here on Clown House. Then we get to the world, which is completion and perfection and synthesis. That's called making something. Ultimate change, success, assurance, significant influence, preponderance, capability, fulfillment, triumph, success and happiness, accomplishment, contentment, warmth, affection, sincerity, friendship, devotion, and trust. Those are that's intelligence, my friends. Hello.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I can, if you want to communicate with me, I'll just say simple, intelligent words to you. Because imagine just listening to Jazzy on this app go on and on and on about black towns in Florida and Black Wall Street and reparations. I'm just trying to say that you have to look at your entertainment media consumption as being your choice for your daily neurolinguistic programming. Now, you could read a book and listen to yourself reading the book and program yourself that way for success. Or you could come on Clubhouse and just come into any old room and listen to whatever bullshit is being sprayed at you. And, you know, it's your choice. It's up to you how you want to entertain and educate yourself in the truth all the way to the last day of your death. And then you'll look back and say, from my birth until my death, was it worth it? Was it worth it? Like, was my life worth it? Life. Hello?
Hello?
Did your mother ever shake you when you were an infant, John?
Did what?
His mother, like, ever shake the shit out of John while, like, he was an infant?
I talked to his mom. His mom is really nice. She's a little crazy, just like him, though.
John loves his mother.
I was just thinking it's amazing that I didn't actually, K-word her or K-word anybody because, Regal likes to say horrible things on this app. Regal was saying, I could beat you to D-word with a bar of a soap and like Regal. And then he says, did your mom shake you? Like, is it all projection to this guy? Because I think all communication is projection. And so if we look back and we were to listen to everything Regal ever said on this app, and then he had to hit a checkmark box of projection, yes or no, I think he'd actually, if he was truthful, say yes, 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 yes. Rabbanu Shalom, we got a guy here who sticks a wire into a car and gets a diagnostic number and says, sir, it's going to be $3,800 to fix the problem here that the diagnostic says. Will you be paying with credit card, check, or cash? Or do you want to finance the repair today?
John, I'm just trying to be a good boy. How can I serve you, John, today?
Rabbanu Shalom, you can just listen. That's what every good goy does. They just listen. They don't use their lips. They just listen. And they read a book sometimes. Read a book, yeah. You could read the book that I'm holding.
I actually am reading a book right now.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Goys aren't allowed to think. Don't do that.
I'm reading the Talmud.
No.
Talmud. It's a little bit like Quran or the Mishnah. It's a book. And so the thing about talking about reading a book versus actually reading a book, that's the difference. Some people talk about reading a book on this app, and some people read a book on this app.
I swear to God, nobody reads a book. What's that talking about?
It's just like old times, bro. We need Isa.
John, when you're on here, when are you reading a book?
Well, yesterday I read this book for about 45 minutes called
45 minutes?
Virtues
John,
of Selfishness.
Come on. John, that's shorter than my poops. Come on, John.
You take an hour in the morning to drop a load?
All together throughout the whole day.
Did you do it too? How many times? Because I shit three times a day.
I'm at least pooping 4 to 6 times a day.
Really? Wow. Holy shit, 6 shots a day?
6 shots a day, and every time I poop, I'm on Clubhouse.
You're like a guy I used to work with on Wall Street. Whenever he would talk to a client, he was always taking his shit.
That's right. John, you worked on Wall Street?
Yeah, I worked at Citigroup, Citibank, Smith Barney. That's right. I worked for one of them.
It's nice to be Jewish so you can get those jobs.
That's right.
Well, the guy that hired me was Goy. Rabbanu Shalom.
Is it good, Shaboy?
He fired me. He fired me. He almost punched me in the face.
Oh, I wonder why. Did you tell him to read a book?
No, he told me to organize a financial advisor seminar for potential hires. So I put an ad up on Craigslist. I said, work at Smith Barney Citigroup, make sick cash. And that was unprofessional. But
John, are you gonna be bringing a girl home to your parents on Christmas this year?
Maybe live on YouTube.
Live on YouTube?
Live on YouTube is crazy.
John, do you ever put your parents on your YouTube channel?
Yeah, but my dad doesn't call me anymore because he knows that I'm always live on YouTube.
You're always live, and he says, "Come on, John, stop being live, man." He said, "Live live, stop being alive." He said, "Come on, John."
So did you see Thomas Massey lost his congressional run because Trump and SECTA, everybody came to town and was like,
John, did you win yours?
Rabboni Shalom. The question that I'm talking about, stay focused here, is on Thomas Massey. I'm running for mayor right now. We're live. Running for mayor in Chicago. What are you talking about? We're still running. The run never stops. I'm running left, right, left. C-130 rolling down the strip. We're rolling. We're running. This game show don't stop. Hello.
John, I know you were once a Ron Paul guy. So what do you think of Thomas Massey?
I supported him, and if you Google my name, you can see my NPR interview where I actually endorse Thomas Massey and Rand Paul. But the Republicans just clearly don't care. They just vote for rhino Republicans that just don't give a fuck. And that's what they do. It's because they're getting money. That's really what's happening at the end of the day. But it's a very small group of people actually getting the money. And it is what it is.
Do you think it's just a case of boomers having brain rot?
He said small.
No, boomers are all complicit. Even if you're getting $1,500 a month, they all say, Donald Trump is taking care of me, and I support him. I feel safer with him than without him. That's what they say. That's what the survey says.
John, you voted for Donald Trump.
Yeah, 3 times.
You can do it 4th time, wouldn't you?
No, he can't. I can't vote for him again. It's over. His reign is coming to an end, but Don Trump Jr. will soon rise to the ranks in the Trump political dynasty.
John, is that what you believe? Is that you believe is the dark horse for 2028 is Don Trump Jr.?
I really don't know. Who knows? If he was smart, he'd probably not do anything, right? Just enjoy his life.
Oh, there he goes.
You can put me in the audience too and bring me up.
Thinking if he was smart, he would buy the Israeli ETF. The EIS, it's up 2% today. Wow. Yeah.
Put me in the audience and bring me up.
Rico, you never tell me when it's down, though. Are you saying it only goes up? Over the past year, it's been on a nice trajectory. Oh, oy vey.
Oy vey. Is that your dog, Fatima?
No.
It's too loud in here.
You know what my fucking dog looks like? That's true. I totally forgot my bag.
Oh, Thomas got a chance to speak to Frenchie. Also, I was listening to that conversation. What's up, Thomas?
Oh yeah.
How did that go?
Wait, Thomas doesn't like Frenchie?
I thought it was I don't not like Frenchie. I like Frenchie. Frenchie's a nice lady. It went to what are we next for? John, come on. Abby too. Anyway, I thought it went good. Like I don't know, I kind of picked on Piper a little bit because I said that Trump really proved God exists, and he didn't like that. He did that.
I think that's the reason why God exists. I mean, they don't have to argue this weekend. Unless you're going to say every argument that we have for it, they're just going to say the opposite. That doesn't always work.
Yeah, I think like when you speak to anything.
Is all power given? They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, O azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, master of infinite space, is the prince priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the scarlet woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. which I have given unto him. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you and in you. My ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above the gem that yours, the naked splendor of new wit. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of our deep. The winged globe, the starry blue are mine. O Enkavna Konsu. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of Louis. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The winged globe, the starry blue, are mine, O Enkavna. My joy is to see your sweet splendor of Nuit. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of her need. The winged globe, the starry blue, are mine, oh, ein Kaff noch uns zu. My joy is to see your joy.
The manifestation of Nuit, the unfurling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh warrior, Lord of thieves, in my unveiling before the children of men. 6 feet out deep, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed by Iris, the minister of war upon craft. 8, the calves is in the cool. Not the poo in the cups. 9, worship then the cats, and behold, my light shed over you. Let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the known. The manifestation of Nuit, to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Number is infinite. There is no difference. 5, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. King our midst, my secret center, my heart and my thought. 7, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of Port-Atras. 8, the cats is in the poo, not the poo in the cats. 9, worship, then the cats, and behold my light shed over you. is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiant light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given undone, sacred be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet's time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. Music in the song that I made no more to invoke. Strike from master fold. Draw the flaming sword. Crown, child, and conquering Lord. Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the sailors. Given all the voices ever and over. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. You shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it thee, O Lord. By the loving I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of office and Typhoon, by the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the interwear. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of her, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Mine bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abracadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and it strikes at thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee.
fingers travel on the beats of pearl. So run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the ones of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Be my northern dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike! Strike a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child and conquering Lord. Horus! Avenger! By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at my bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611, the voices. Abraham of blood. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611 of the voices. Abraham of blood. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, only be, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white stone with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a office and typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and mine the blue vicar at the end of it there. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For that the one that's got the power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. My heart, the back through waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the master chord. In my hand is the sword of revenge. Let it strike, and I believe. By the sword I invoke the voice of the fight, the voice of the 11 of the voices. Abra.
Don't just have to be used.
A birthday party for a pet rabbit. And I'm like,
It's so precious.
My rabbits.
That is so precious.
Anybody here?
We've had rabbits as pets, but they stayed in the backyard in a hutch, and we didn't buy cakes for their birthdays or anything.
They had a cake for the rabbit, for the people to eat.
She had a full-on party for the rabbit with attendants and guests and everything. It was quite remarkable.
Okay, I don't feel as bad now.
Alrighty.
Alright, now I'm just going to stay on the open mic because I'm done with my quick grocery run. One bag of groceries, $50, but okay. It's okay. It'll be okay. So, Othello, thank you for your commentary over the weekend. I can't promise to tell you everything, that I heard everything that you had to say, but I think your points were valid about people getting incredibly angry over words from people that really don't matter a whole lot.
What's going on, Monica?
Hosting awkwardly a happy hour, it's not my skill set. Serendipity is currently, I don't know where. But we have happy hour at this time of day during week by Jinko. So I'm doing happy hour. Any thoughts about the weekend? Can I ask Brian about my joke? Because I'm still kind of proud of it, even though it was very poorly received and racially insensitive, and et cetera, et cetera. Do you mind, Othello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So Brian, Saturday morning, Moth had a room, and I was just filling time. As soon as our people get here, we can go back to socializing and happy hour. But while Brian's here, and I'd like Othello's insight on it too, I'm going to take advantage of their attention. So Saturday morning, as soon as y'all yell at me when serendipity comes in, because it was not fun for her. So Saturday morning, Moth opens a room called On Board. And there is a female conversationalist who tends to be long-winded and maybe not as entertaining as Moth would wish, and I were going back and forth, and he called on NPC.
Well, NPC had a picture of the precious little Shih Tzu, black little puppy dog being held in the arms of this attractive young white woman. And he said, I bought a designer dog and I'm going to focus on white women for the next 5 years. And he went on to troll about how he planned to bed and not wed white women, to use white women as contacts for himself and his advantage, and how he named the dog Baxter because a work poll he did, the two leading names were Kota, Kota, and Baxter. And the black women voted for Kota, and the white women voted for Baxter, and Baxter won, so he named the dog Baxter, although he preferred the name Kota. And so this went on for a few minutes, and I'm triggered because I know men who womanize women make bitter women that will now be mean and vicious to men. It's a cyclical downward spiral, and I don't like it. And so then we talked a little bit about him maybe selling himself to white women for the right price, that it was all income-based and to his advantage, and that he will breed Baxter and he will sell Baxter's children. And he said it like that, will sell his children. And then he said, well, you can make any correlations or connotations on that you wish. And I'm like, oh, I can? Are you sure? So this is what I said. I said, I got a joke. Are y'all ready? And I said, Kota is to Kente as Baxter is to Toby. And you'd have thought I shocked someone because they did not like that analogy. They had no idea what I was referring to, had no concept that it really wasn't racist. It was racial, but not racist. And so, the NBC says, are you calling me a slave? I said, no, I'm calling you a slave master. And he couldn't get it either. So the weekend erupted with a very controversial room that I held on Sunday. And then Mauve took that 4.5-hour room and brought it to his house and did an 8-hour room based on the 4-hour room. So, Brian, what do you think of the insensitive joke that I made?
I don't get it either. I don't know Toby.
Okay, so it was a Roots reference. Kunta Kinte was the free man who was captured and enslaved, and Toby was his enslaved name. And during the movie, he was beaten into accepting his slave name. So, because NPC preferred the Baxter name to the name he preferred. He preferred the Kota's name than Baxter's name, but he picked Baxter. So he kind of sold out a little bit by choosing the name that was more popular. So I get that you don't understand it. I thought I was pretty clever with it, so I wanted your feedback on it. Appreciate your insight. Othello, you weren't there for the Saturday morning room, or I don't know if you were there for the Sunday morning room. I did, but I know you were there in yesterday's room or Monday's room with Cray. Did you know the backstory? Oh, hey, Edie's here, y'all.
I was there for the room that you did, the initial room.
Sunday morning? Okay.
Yeah, right after. And then I listened, while I was in that room, I listened into the joke. And I listened into about 10 minutes of the dialogue between you and NPC. And, you know, as a foundational Black American, you didn't really understand why I was asking NPC where he was from.
Yeah.
Because he's not even an FBA. You know, he's from Africa. He's a Somali. He's something. He's Haitian. I don't know. So to say a joke like that to him, you know, it's like we tailor make the joke towards the person's race or religion, right? But it's in poor taste because he's not even foundationally Black American. You see what I'm saying? And so now we have you two trolling, and now the foundational Black Americans are pissed off, and they don't really understand really like what's going on. And so my whole thing was, me and Math were talking to you very clear, very concise. I even asked you to apologize. But I think people like Cray, you know, he runs those hood booger rooms, and they're kind of like a mix of like Jerry Springer, Baddies, and Maury. And so he wanted to get on the stage and crash out. And I don't really move like that. I don't allow my blood pressure to rise above a certain level. I don't allow my breathing to change. I just want to stay clear and concise and focused and get to the root of the problem. And I'm not, if two people are trolling, that's not even in my community. You know what I mean? I'm more so going to be surgical rather than reactive and belligerent. And they didn't like that.
So if he's from Nigeria or he's from Africa, and we know that tribes from there would sell their conquered or their fellow tribesmen, then actually the joke plays that way too.
Well, no, because people from Africa, I don't know, there's this film with Wesley Snipes, right? He's a drug dealer, and his brother wants him to do a drug deal with some Africans. And the Africans come over, they meet in Harlem, they sit down, and they're like, okay, let's talk about the deal. And the Africans are like, oh, the deal's off. We don't do business with, he said a certain word, it's like asante. And they were like, what is that? They kept asking, what is that? What is that? It means field worker or cotton picker. So Africans will actually have these kind of nuance, these kind of like inward jokes about not being the ones captured. You know, Somalis, East Africans, all that. You know, there's all this nuance that you don't really know about. That's true. That's like, accurate. If you're dealing with an African, you know, maybe make like an African booty scratcher joke. You know, don't really say a joke that has to do with foundational Black Americans and our struggle. You know what I mean? Because he doesn't even connect to that struggle. Right.
Well, in my mind, I wasn't disrespecting foundational Black Americans. I wasn't. It's also similar to when people give me nicknames, and then I flip them, and I use them, and I wear them because I was given them. I'm told I can't use them. And it was strange to me how tickled Matt was when one of my nicknames, but every time I said it, he was like, I'm going to block you. I'm going to block you. I'm insulted by that. You can't say that. And I'm like, I'm not saying the Black slur. I'm saying a variation on my name. It's my name. And I don't know how you feel about that either. But, Brian, do you have any thoughts on what I shared?
I don't know. I mean, I would say that when I troll, you know, it's very targeted and specific to either a person or a comment or a specific situation. And I don't know if that's what you were doing with the guy you were talking about.
MPC, yeah. I was saying he was using his dog as one would use an indentured servant or slave.
Yeah, I mean, if he's going out there and saying, I'm going to intentionally,
Right.
sleep with and maybe impregnate, white women just to,
not impregnate, but used, definitely used for their bodies and or their contacts to benefit him. And then when he turned 30, he was going to go back and marry a Black American or go back to the Black community and marry and have children with them. And that's like, I'm not telling him he can't marry anyone. But what I object to is the objectification, manipulation of women, and especially gullible white women, but women in general, and then also the gullible white women. But then you can make the argument that maybe they'll use him too, and I should let that go.
Then yeah, I'm fine with that. I mean, if he's acknowledging he can go out and do these, sketchy things with malice, intentional malice, then yeah, fuck him. You deserve this.
All right, Callie, you want to take Edie and tell her we can go back to our social? like I got the information that I needed from Othello and Brian, and we can go back to a lighthearted social kind of vibe. Whenever I see people that I want to get their opinion on things, I kind of like stop everything so I can get their opinion on something, and then we can go back to, I don't know where Diffity is. If we don't see her in about 15 minutes, I might just shut the place down. But Kelly, can you tell Edie to go ahead? Okay.
Yeah. So basically, people like Craig, the reason why I trolled him, even though this is a serious situation, and we definitely dealt with it in a serious way, in a lighthearted way. People like Craig, who I don't even think is foundationally Black American, right? But they
someone said he was, but someone said he was. So, but what I did observe is he's, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So the people like him, even if if you sit in those rooms, for longer than 10 minutes, you'll see, well, which I wouldn't, because it's a sad way to lose brain cells. But if you sit in that room, you'll see that they were really just weaponizing Black rage for content. He found a hook and sinker into what you said, and then he ran a room on it for 2 to 3 days. I don't know if they're still doing it. But, these people are like leeches. They're clinging for content. And they want people to crash out while they sit back and listen to people fight and yell into a phone. And I don't think that's intelligent. Where's the same smoke for Pepe, who's openly racist? But anyway.
Yeah, Martell, I never know you could be this civil, bro. I mean, civil, but, a little more rational. But good to see you. Hope all's well.
Othello's been great. Othello was actually in a room free with us called Deconstructing Karen. It was a documentary by some woke social justice warriors about the horrors of white women. And we talked about the health risks for Black women when it comes to pregnancy and delivery. Othello, do you mind? Do you have time to tell Free a little bit about the vitamin deficiency and what you learned and how efficacious it was? Because I really do want to get that information out to as many people as possible.
Yeah, just a quick synopsis. Black people need more of certain minerals, definitely iron, potassium, and other things. And you find that in our day-to-day diets, we don't absorb enough to sustain the body. So a lot of us become anemic. A lot of us have brittle fingernails and a lot of different things just because of the day-to-day diets, fast food, and different things that just eating non-nutritious foods. So me and my wife, we had a home birth, And it seemed like a couple days before the actual birth, the doulas pulled up on us and said, hey, if your iron isn't at a 14, then you can't have this baby at home. You have to go to the hospital, maybe even have a C-section. And me, I'm an herbalist. Like, I've studied at Dr. Sebi's compound down in Honduras. I've also studied with some Native Americans. So I knew the herbs with a lot of iron fluorine. See, what happens is they make us take the iron oxide, right, which is not really bioavailable to the human body. But the herbs that have the iron fluorine, man, the body absorbs that super quick. So I knew the herbs to go get. I did it for my wife and I did it for my sister a few months later because they hit her with the same thing. And when I tell you, when they went to check, my wife and my sister's iron, after a few days on the herbs, they had to check it twice because the iron levels like flew off the charts. And if anybody wants those herbs, they can message me. But yeah, like we definitely need to add certain herbs, not just tea, Earl Grey tea and things like that. I'm talking about real herbs like sarsaparilla, blue vervain, and other ones, burdock, to our day-to-day regimen so that we can actually get these minerals, because we really don't know what it feels like to have healthy iron levels, healthy potassium levels, healthy calcium levels. Thank you.
Appreciate that, man. Y'all be here. I'm in traffic with a whole bunch of rain. But good, appreciate it.
The potential to save so many lives. I'm sorry, Callie, go ahead.
No, I don't think I was going to say anything, but it's good to see y'all.
So anyway, Free, the potential of that life-saving information, that's just so simple that we could, like, it just crushes me that people are not paying attention to that. And I'm like, but we could save so many lives.
Yeah, hey everybody, I walked away from my phone, so I'm sorry if anybody said hi to me, but oh yeah, that's great information.
Thank you. Yeah.
Othello, would you get bored if I asked you to tell that story like every time there are people that I don't think have heard it? Because if you're going to get bored, I'll stop asking you. But like I said, when you say it, it has more impact than when I do.
Yeah, no problem. Because this is what I do. I work with people. I've helped people reverse a lot of illnesses the natural way, with balance and with in alignment to what they were already taking, maybe on a pharmaceutical level with their doctors. And man, even something as small as changing my grandpa's iodized salt to sea salt helped his blood pressure go down tremendously. So we don't have to make these grand sweeping changes. We can take baby steps and start to see changes immediately.
I posted in the other room a Victor Davis Hanson video about America rising, not China. And we did a poll in that room about what percentage do you think is America rising? Othello, what percentage would you give us right now with all the hiccups that we're having? And
I'm sorry, give me the question one more time, or the initial comment.
yeah, what percentage do you think America is rising instead of falling or failing?
Oh my gosh, I hope none of you all have X, because if you go on X and you just search race or anything like that, like, you can give up all hope for humanity, because, oh my goodness, and I think we're falling because of all the work that we did to get to this point, to recognize that we're all Americans, and for the divisiveness to be reignited. It's such a dinosaur agenda, man. White versus black is such a dinosaur agenda, and
where do you think it came from?
It makes me nauseous. Where did it come
We
from?
weren't like this in the 90s, right? We weren't like this in the 90s.
Well, we were patching it up, and I think in the early 2000s, I think we were at our best. You know what I mean? As far as race relations, I can't really tell you what happened. I think, I'm not saying that Trump caused it or that he's racist, because if you look at his lifetime, like, he's definitely been aligned with black people, but there's this stigma, you know what I mean, that Trump is supposed to be like this white prestige revivalist, like with him, he's here to only focus on white prestige and like bringing white people back to glory. And then I think when you look at Turning Point USA and you hear Erica Kirk say, especially white men, you know what I mean? I think a part of it is that for so long due to social media, I won't say wokeness, but due to social media, white people have been getting a bad rap, and people have been calling them, the colonizer, and it's hurting them on a social level, and it's gone into the internet to where it's gone all over the world, where people are viewing, all white people as these like treacherous colonizers. When there was white people in the abolition movement, white people marching with Dr. King. There's great white people, my neighbors. But there is a certain group, a certain sect of white people that feel ostracized from where culture is evolving into, and it's like I said, they're trying to fight for that prestige, when I think this is actually the perfect time for us to realize that we're all American. And if we haven't realized that in 2026, it's going to be 2027, then we haven't evolved at all. We're wasting time. Just a quick synopsis right now. It may seem like a perfect time where white people feel like they have to reclaim something or like rise again, when really this is actually the time, if we see it, to unite with other Americans, put politics aside, and really become a stronger country together, so we can usher in golden ages, so that we can all make money together. Stop the stereotypes on each other. All white people are not colonizers. All black people are not degenerates. Most of us are middle class. Degrees, all kind of shit. In the military, we're in Congress, the Senate, all through politics.
80% of Black Americans, well, almost 80% are near or above the poverty line. And you can make the argument that the poverty line, being close to the poverty line, is not great, but it's still at 80%.
Yeah, and the graduation rates are rising. Google black graduation rates, how they rose tremendously. 2010 to 2020, things are on the up and up. I think.
Just super quick, and I'm going to go on mute because I'm emptying the dishwasher. I had said that Free was part of my tribe, and I was part of his tribe, and I said that you were part of my tribe, or I was part of your tribe, and he was like, "Whoa, wait a minute, I have to ask you a couple questions." And then I answered one of them. Am I do I qualify as part of your tribe yet, Othello, or there's still work to be done, especially after this week?
Monica, I think you have a great heart, and to err is to be human, and so I don't look at people that make mistakes. I look at the intention in a person's heart. I see right through what you may have done or how you may have misstepped, and I think you have a beautiful heart, and so we got to get back to that. We got to get back to operating from the heart. We got to do our own inner work, and it's not going to come from outside validation. And when we do our own inner work, then our tribe and the people who are really down with us will show up naturally. God will put them in our lives. We got to do our own inner work. Same thing with Pepe. Like I can hear.
So wait a minute. No, let's not talk about Pepe.
What are y'all talking about?
Pepe's blocked. So what I heard was not yet, and that's fine, Othello. I know where we came from. In the end of August last summer to where we are now. I'm so pleased where we are now. I will take it. I will take it. Not yet. I'll take it. Not yet.
Well, I think like if I came on the stage acting like a cray, right? I'm gonna make myself look bad, my race look bad, my country look bad, and I'm gonna cut myself off from you and the rest of the people in the room. But if I show up with love, I could transform any darkness in you, any darkness that may be in the room, any darkness in myself. I can transform that and build a bridge, and that's what I'm on right now. Like we really have to live like Christ.
So you started maneuvering different on the app since last summer too?
I think I've always been like that. I like to troll every now and then. Don't get me wrong.
Okay.
Okay.
You were trolling so hard that my friend said, "Why are you so mean to Othello?" I'm like, "Oh, because I know Othello from other rooms." And I think we were talking about statistics, crime statistics, black crime statistics, and we're talking about homicide rates. And you wanted to talk about pedophilia rates in white men. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then, right. And then you started visiting and you're listening, and like the data you provided for the Karen, Deconstructing Karen documentary was so valuable, priceless. And like, I just appreciate you, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys too. And like I said, you're definitely part of my tribe, you know what I mean?
I made it in maybe the outskirts of the tribe. Give me a little more time, maybe. Oh, good. Good. Hey, Vera, how was your apartment room? How'd it go?
Oh, yeah, everything's good. I feel really fucking sick. Like, sick to my stomach. I think I ate bad sushi.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I think I had bad sushi. Oh, which sucks. I'm gonna have to just I'm gonna have some salsa water, and I'm gonna relax. I might have to eject.
Oh, okay. Well, take care of yourself. Oh, Edie, are you feeling better too? How's your cough and congestion, Edie?
Better. I've just been, well, not to be too graphic, but The antibiotics has a way of destroying your gut flora, which can lead to. Yeah. that's what I'm dealing with right now. But the lungs are better. I mean, I still sound a little, but the lungs they feel better.
Hello, Eve. Is it morning time where you are? Welcome.
Thanks for that information, Monica. You sent me prior to the room. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Man, Alessandro has been doing that. And I'm like, wait a minute, you can't just drop that and not investigate it. And I'm not saying there's no racial bias in police stopping more Black Americans during the day than they are at night. But I'm saying we gotta investigate more. Because it's so easy to slap the label of racist or racial discrimination, and if you're not going to investigate the location, the type of moving violations, the traffic violations, then you're missing a lot of the information.
Listen, that's why I wanted to hop on is because those other studies suggest it's not that, the ideal is that when it's dark you can't tell. Well, again, people do drive differently in the dark. There's a lot of things that cops may not see in the dark, which is, of course, let's say tail lights or damages on a vehicle. Let's say a hanging bumper or something like that may be under destruction. I mean, there's a lot of things to take into consideration. I'm not coping for it to your same point, which we're saying the same thing. It's just that you have to dig into it and not just go off the surface level, premise.
So in White Bells Chillas, Edie, Vero, Kristen, Callie, and Morris and everybody, they were talking. Alessandro paints conservatives so one-dimensionally, and he strawmans us effortlessly. And I'm like, wait a minute, there's more to that than you're relating, and it's not fair. And like if there is racial discrimination and biases, we should address that. But when you don't address the other 24 things it could be, you're not seeing the whole picture, and you're not allowing people proper accountability for their behavior.
And I think you understand what I was saying about the general norm thing. So, which is literally, so here's the thing, and it's always 8 against 1, which is fine. So I got a screenshot that shows general does mean norm. It has a lot of definitions and a lot of synonymous words that fits general, because it's a very vague word. And then we look up norm, which I read out to them. It still means the same. That something's to be expected and a standard or whatnot. And they don't want to hear it. I shouldn't have took AK serious. I know he's a troll, but Alessandra and Nate, I mean, it was pretty much dead on the money. But you understand what I was saying? Like the word general has several different meanings to it. And I wasn't just saying that, hey, most, because it doesn't have to be most of the general. It could be something to be expected, a normality, so to speak.
Yeah, it's so hard to fight to get stage time in White Belts Chillism. Like, I don't have the energy much anymore, free range. Like, either you want to hear from me or you don't. And if you don't, I might get my feelings hurt, but okay, then you don't. And then I'll take up my marbles and my sand pail, and I find a new playground to, play. Because that's what I do. So, yeah. Now, Nathan and Knowledge will try and let me get in, but I'm not fighting those, my cogs too much anymore. Especially when Matt and Louie are always digging at me, man. I'm like, leave me alone. Let me make my point, address my points if you think I'm wrong, but stop calling me stupid. Stop dehumanizing me.
Going wild today, but as you know, after being in this space for so long, there's an extreme bias against you, white people and conservatives in general, but especially you. So
they lied to me, Nathan and Knowledge lied to me. They said it wasn't a black space. They said everybody was welcome. They lied to me.
Well, man, so And you see it and you feel it, and I notice it too. So it's one of them things. So, but I appreciate you fighting a good fight, and that's why spaces like this is needed for you to get your voices out. But again, those people don't come because they don't want to hear it. They like being in a echo chamber. So it is what it is.
Serendipity sent me a copy of the poll, and Callie left. I wanted to thank her for sending me her vote. Free, we did a really interesting poll. I told Adello about it. Like, what percentage do you think America is rising? And it was only 15 votes, but I thought it was kind of representative. So the U.S. is rising, not China, and the first choice was 80 to 100% positive. Let's go, America. The second choice was 50 to 79% hopeful. The purple was less than 50%, but not zero. Less than 50%, but not zero. And the fourth one was Charles says no, or comment was another answer. And the results of 14 votes, it was 22% yes, more than 80% or more, 36%, 50 to 79% hopeful, 22% less than 50%, and then no was 22. So pretty even division with the poll. I thought that was kind of representative. Hey Norm, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
Did you talk to Dibs, Monica? What's she doing?
No, I don't know. And as long as we, like, I can't do the heavy lifting of a social. I need the support of a video and a topic.
Oh no,
So,
it's just I texted her earlier and I did speak to her. I haven't texted her again. I was just wondering if you did, but I haven't reached out to her, so she knows there's a room though, right?
I sent her the link and I'm like, shall I close it? Because I'm so not used to her not being here. I'm like, this is not my wheelhouse, y'all. Socials are not my strength.
I know, I'm away from my phone half the time. I feel terrible.
I don't know. You've been holding it down for about an hour, girl.
Oh, thanks, Kristen. It's not easy for me, but I really did it. I had like topics that I wanted to pick: Othello's brain and Free's brain and Brian's brain, and wanted to find out what house, So, yeah. Yeah, but you're interested. Your perspective is interesting. Beama's here, though. That's nice.
Free's perspective is interesting too. I just love it that people, when you share vulnerably and honestly, oh my gosh, it's treasure. Thank you so much.
No, Beema, if you're gonna stay in the President Trump house, we're not gonna be able to visit much because I refuse to be in a room that Pepe is a mod.
He wasn't in there for all day yesterday. He gets modded like towards the end of the day.
He was in there modded all day today. Every time I went in, he was
somebody modded him last night.
I can't, Beema. He removed me twice over 3 or 4 days. And
wait, two and three times?
2 times he's removed me from those rooms. And Matt knows. He doesn't care. That's fine. He doesn't have to. But he was coming after me, doing the, Monica, let me tell you all about this topic. And pretending to be me. I'm like, these damn ninjas, and he said the word. But they're all up in our space. They kind of touch all over us, and he just makes me racist when he does imitations of me, and I'm tired of it.
Wait a minute. This is I heard him say, I don't go as much, but I heard him say, I'm racist against everybody. Black Jews, Mexicans, and he's Mexican. So,
of course they can.
What are you talking about?
And so, like, and I asked the moderators to tell him to stop and leave me alone, and Matt thinks that I'm asking him to pick a side. I'm not asking him to choose me over Pepe. What I'm asking him to do is choose the functionality of the house, honor the topics that we're talking about, and stop making me content. And he thinks that's me asking him to punish Pepe. I'm not asking him to punish Pepe. I'm telling him that his mod is biased. It's unpleasant for me to be in there. And so finally I blocked Pepe. And then he removed me from the room. And I'm like, okay. Well, then I went in and he was blocked, but I was on stage, but he was in there. I wasn't stopping him from doing anything. He removed me from the room. I don't even know if I was on stage. I might have just been in the audience. So, I mean, it is what it is. I'll just keep doing what I do, which is bring content to the app. And I'll miss you, but hopefully you'll come visit me.
Are Matt and Beaver bad faith actors?
What? Sometimes.
I am not gonna, Othello, I'm gonna answer you honestly in the back channel. But I can give you a clear answer for Matt. I have not seen bad faith movement from Matt. I will say that. Beaver's questionable. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it just seems like Matt is always a step or two slow to do the right thing. You know, whenever we need some real moderation, some real fairness, he seems to lag behind. And then when it's time to do the right thing or to even handle situations like this, people being treated unfairly, you just get silence. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he's like in the back channels we have like this kind of like a mod like private chat. He struggles a lot with wanting to step in. It's kind of like the same with me. Like I have that same exact issue. I can't answer definitively, but I haven't seen anyway. I have not seen bad faith from him, but ultimately I know exactly what he's struggling with because sometimes it's like you have to manage the interpersonal relationships, and some of these characters are bigger characters. They bring more people to the room, and so you don't want to interfere with their management of their interpersonal relationships, but you also want to manage your room. So, and what's interesting though is he doesn't get a lot of credit for a lot of the modding because he doesn't say that he does it, but I know that he's the one that's doing it. Like a lot of the time, like muting, it's actually it's usually Beaver or Matt that usually does that. When I mute, I usually talk, so I don't like sit silent. You know what I mean? But he's conflicted of that, and he mentions that he hates managing adults, but you know, but I do understand.
So he does have a very definite hands-off approach for the majority of it. He's said before, I don't like to get in between, like Bima said, personal beats. But he'll hear me insult Pepe because I've insulted Pepe. But it's like I don't start it. I'll make a contribution and Pepe can't stay off mute. So he's constantly interrupting me with his against sweet voice, and he's always harassing me. And then I defend myself, and then now it's me against Pepe, and he doesn't want to get involved. Whereas if Pepe had just left me that hell alone, there would have been peace in the room.
You know,
and I get tired. I get exhausted.
What's interesting is yesterday, he was talking about you, and I'm sad that Edie left because she could have maybe elaborated, because I don't remember everything. But basically the sentiment, because he started to talk about you. I'm like, not too much about Monica. I said something like that. And then I was surprised at what he said next. And it was basically like him thinking in his mind that his trolling, he was explaining his troll and his troll of you, like that it's, that he doesn't understand the severity or the effect that it has on you. And he's not processing then everybody else's reaction to you because of his troll. Really, like, I was just like, is he that is he immature? I don't know, but the way that he communicated it to me, I was surprised that he was that, like, unthoughtful about it. Because he was, like, communicating it like it wasn't a big deal. Like, it was, yeah, he trolls, he does this, and he trolls Monica, and he made fun of himself making fun of you. And then he said, like, not bad things about you. I don't know. I think he's just messed up in his head.
And I think you're too charitable. I think he uses me because there's people in there that enjoy me being used as content. They enjoy me being insulted and diminished and dehumanized. And what when a moderator does that, what they're telling everybody is, oh, Monica can be picked on. Monica can be vilified. Monica can be dehumanized and treated like an object. And I don't think that's fair.
Yeah, I don't think that's fair either. And I'm happy that you set your boundaries. I wish that there was something else that I could do. I mean, I would never have him on it. He and I butt heads, you know. Like, I try to be respectful for Matt, so I don't go too hard on Pepe, but he pisses me off like 95% of the time. Like, it's cringe. Like, I can't. It's, first of all, I hate it. I hope that nobody feels the way about me how I feel about him. It's like, I honestly hate hearing him talk. I hate the way he communicates. I hate his cadence. I hate the way he stutters. The stutter with I just think, and then he says nothing after like 5 minutes of, or he says something racist, and it's like, we sat through that torture for that, and then, I mean, I don't know. I honestly think that he's kind of being used for the clicks. I mean, I don't know. And then I don't want to make fun of people, but also because I think, like, what happens? What if he's just too stupid? What if he's, he didn't have the proper upbringing and he needs to be, but then I don't like making fun of anybody, but also it's difficult to get along with him, Monica. It's difficult to be in a space with him. Yesterday I cursed at him. I was pissed. I couldn't even, I don't know if Adele was there, but I was just like, shut the fuck up.
What was that conversation about? That he was disrespectful and you and yours?
Well, we were having a conversation, of course, about racism, and he was saying, using his typical, this percentage commits this percentage of the crime. And then I was just like, there are psychological theories. There are quite a few of them. That all the external elements, it's layered effects, external effects. This isn't like inherent to the person. And so he kept interrupting me to tell me that you're going down the wrong path. He always interrupts me to tell me I'm going down the wrong path, or I shouldn't question somebody. One time I was going back and forth with Abby, and he's just like, you're too stupid to litigate this. I was like, I'm asking questions, dude. Like, get out of the way, So, I don't know. He doesn't like when I give my say, but I can understand that because I'm just like, you're fucking racist and you're a horrible person. But then, I don't know how much I believe of that. I don't know how much of I believe that. I believe that he's a racist, but I think at some point it becomes more of his identity, and then he has to continue to live that. I don't know. I feel bad for people like that, but then I can't feel bad. I'm conflicted. I don't know what to do. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm going to give him space to talk because I don't want to. I definitely would never have him modded anywhere. Could I be honest with you? I'll be okay. Listen, if this gets back to Matt, that's fine. I have said to him multiple times, like, you make me sick to my stomach being on a stage with you. And I wonder, and I think to myself, how could I be on a stage with someone who's, have I been desensitized by the cruelty and just the disgusting behavior of people on Clubhouse that I could say, there is never in any other area that I could ever tolerate something like that. And so I don't know, I question.
Bima, I will say that your presence on the stage is needed. You know what I mean? You're really doing the Lord's work. And when you speak out against that stuff, you know, everybody receives it and feels it. So I think it does more good that you're on that stage to be the voice of reason and to really show how idiotic that content is. And if you weren't there, like, the room would just go to shit, you know? It really needs a woman's touch. Not only that, it needs, like, it needs grace, it needs humility, it needs someone that's a realist, someone that's bringing people back to, like, actual reality. And it's like they want to make it this Reddit 4chan reality, you know? And so Pepe says all the time that he comes from that part of the internet, that like right-wing manifesto, kind of like white supremacist Reddit Discord side. And, you know, he's building up his name because in this day and age, you know, being racist gets you some clout. You know, it always has, you know. And so he's really riding off that. So, like I said, people like me, people like you, just reminding him that he's not really accomplishing anything. And he's really just a little man. He needs that, especially coming from a woman, because the men glaze him.
I appreciate that, Othello. I really appreciate that. I think that too sometimes, but yeah. Don't think that I'm ever a day happy that I have to share a stage with Pepe. It disgusts me.
Well, you know, the race troll isn't getting the reaction because people are just so fatigued that it's coming from him. He started a new troll where he's advocating rape. That's fun too.
Yeah, the old stuff wasn't working, right, Othello? He needs more shock value. Increase the
From where he comes from, like that deep dark webs and, you know, that incestuous behavior, like that's what they joke about. You know, it's in line with who he is and where he comes from and what they represent and what a lot of them do. And so I look at this more as like a cry for help. And he's really just like exposing himself, and it's really dangerous to see him play around with that.
Do you know what's most frustrating, I think? The most frustrating thing for me is that you said it, he plays with it, where he pretends to be this racist character, but then he'll go back on his word to mitigate in real life hatred and contempt that can be built to go in to hurt somebody like him. So then he says, oh yeah, it's all a troll, it's all fake, this is what I do, this is what, you know what I mean? And it's like, dude, it's just a mess.
You know, my theory is the people that come from this part of the internet, like they've opened Hell's Gates with the porn to the point where like regular sexual relations don't even stimulate them anymore. So they've gone so deep and deep and deep into like, you know, the Pornhub and all these different things, 4chan, the Reddit, and all these like debaucherous things that like now they're in this hellish existence where rape is like one of the only things that can get them off. So it's sickening to me.
I don't think he needs it. I honestly, I don't think he does. I think he needs attention and he clout chases and he says outrageous things. So he'll get the attention he wants. And I'm just thinking now, between Pepe and Craig, which one does more damage to our society? Because Craig monetizes it. He's a businessman. He's got his Cash App in the Jumbotron. He allows people to pay to get people removed. He allows people to pay to stay and say who tried to remove them. He's made money off the app.
Yeah, Craig is satisfying a part of humanity that wants to watch Maury, that wants to watch Jerry Springer, that wanted to watch the people die at the Coliseum. You know what I mean? Like that. People understand that. That's why they created shows like Baddies. That's why they have all these people like at these reunion shows fighting each other on stage. And there's a part he's playing into that.
But so does Pepe. He just doesn't do it for money. You're right. You're completely right. It's bread and circuses, isn't it?
Well, and Pepe's pushing white supremacist agendas that he's picked up over time from being on the dark web.
I don't think he does it. I don't think he's got a following for that. I don't think people look to him to be a leader in the alt-right, far-right, white supremacist, ethno-white nationalist stage. Bima, am I wrong?
Yeah, I don't think so either, but I think maybe yes. I don't know, because everybody knows that Pepe's a racist. Like, everybody knows, like, Pepe the racist. Those two things go hand in hand. But he tries to diversify his racism to make it, like, racist light. I don't know how to explain it. So
he's found a way.
And I mean, like, he's not smart. He's like, there are, dumber racists that have done it better. I think, I don't know.
He's found a way to like package it and make it digestible, and like go covert with it. But if you really listen to him, it all goes back to like that Hitler-esque kind of eugenics. You know what I mean? Bell curve, IQ, and they'll even get to the where like the sub-Saharan African, quote unquote, have a smaller brain. You know what I mean? Like there's these things that these people push to justify genocide, and so it doesn't. I recognize it for what it is, because if you listen to him go into the peak of his conversation, it always goes back to that. You know what I mean? Like genes and IQ and who got the better genes and things like that. So you really gotta see what's going on here.
Valentine pointed out a hilarious oxymoron. I said diversified racism. That's pretty funny, Valentine. Thanks for catching that. I had to even process that, even though I said it. But another thing, I think this probably can explain away the majority of the Pepe, how can we say the Pepe effect? And that is, and it's going to be a little harsh, but I think most people, Pepe isn't super intelligent, right? He's borderline. Also, he has speech issues, which make it very difficult to want to sit through listening to him. Like and for anybody that has a stutter, God forgive me, but we're on a social media app, so I'm just being honest. Everybody knows if you talk too long, if you blabber, if you stutter, it's difficult, right? Because we're purely listening. Okay, so the fact that he has like this stutter, and I think most people pushed him around because nobody wants to listen to a normie comment that is not particularly special or remarkable in any way, and we have to listen through the stutter, and we have to listen through the torture of him getting it out and communicating it. So the fact that maybe he puts in a little bit of spice, aka racist remarks, people are more tolerant to want to sit and, what is he going to say? Pepe's talking. Let's hear the crazy racist shit that's going to come out of his mouth. And we're more inclined to not cut him off, shut him up, move him down, kick him out. Maybe we could convince Pepe that his next big gathering or following can be by him renouncing racism.
Can you imagine? I don't think he could hold that up. But I really don't think he's racist as much as, like, I can go for race realist, which is unpopular. But I don't think racist. I think he just does it for the troll and the attention. We probably should go to first principles. What is a racist? A racist classical definition is one who harbors a belief that one race is superior or inferior to another. And then there's institutional racism. There's also racism that's active. People who actively go out of their way to hurt people because they are of the race that they don't like, that they hate. And if we allow people bigotries, and we have to allow them because we can't stop them. Like, I believe that 60 to 80% of the Black population on Clubhouse are racist. And that might be low.
Wait, can you say that one more time?
60 to 80% of the Black Americans on Clubhouse are racist.
I can't support that.
You don't have to. We disagree all the time, honey. You can absolutely not believe it. Well, there are some people that believe Black people can't be racist at all because they don't have institutional power. And I don't agree with that. And there are some people that believe all white people are racist because they're white. And I don't agree with that either.
So I think when people say, like, Black people can't be racist, it's kind of like if you had, I know this is a dumb example, but I'm a dumb person, so.
No, I wish you wouldn't do that. You're dumb.
If you had, pink shirts and purple shirts at work, and the purple shirts constantly oppressed, violated, just did horrible things to the pink shirts. The purple shirts are always doing something to the pink shirts. There's going to be, obviously, an in-room pink shirt preference against the purple shirts. It's going to be natural. It's a protective mechanism. It is letting everybody know, look, the purple shirts are dangerous. Yeah, we hate the purple shirts. But the difference is the origin of the intent. And I think that's when white people say that Black people can't be racist. I don't think a lot of it is racism. I think a lot of it is a prejudice, a racial prejudice to protect, our in-group.
Valentin, is this a new account, or are you new to us? Because I knew a Valentin.
I don't know. I've been there before, but I come back every 6 months or so, and then I leave, and then you never see me again. So it's not a new account, but I'm a dilettante in how I use
Dilettante. So, would you come and visit God Smash before or no?
I wouldn't remember.
Okay, that's fine. Welcome anyway. This is the social that we do. I just realized I opened this in Political Playhouse. I did not mean to do that. I meant to do it in the hallway. Oh, that's so funny. Okay, well, anyway, welcome. Glad you could find us. But Jen did a really interesting study a couple years ago. She would ask people the question, did your parents make you racist? Or teach you to be racist? I think that's an applicable way. And I said, no. And she said, yeah. And then she would ask people how they identify, and she would mark their race along with their answer to get like a little snapshot of social media. I think she had like 36 people on Clubhouse she was asking, and she'd ask in the real world too. But I thought that was a great framing of the question because it removed, it clarified that most people don't grow up in race-based bigotry bigoted home, race prejudice homes.
Well, I'm gonna push back on that a little bit. You don't have to so much coming from the historical perspective of the uniqueness of the U.S. Sorry, blah, 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 word salad. History of the U.S. Okay, we obviously have a different setup. So today, parents that don't say anything, they don't have to be bigoted, but they're not inclusive, and that for me, that is, if you're not actively dismantling systemic racism or like every day, then you just saying, oh, I'm not doing anything, I'm just not adding to it. Well, you're not fixing it, and you're not helping anything, and by not speaking out against something that's bad, what do they say? Evil people, what evil prevails when good people sit by and do nothing. So I think the biggest issue is that, yeah, people have grown up in homes where they were not taught how to identify racism, how to not be, or how to be inclusive. I mean, like my mother, my mother and father were different, but my mother she started at a very young age for me, and God bless her. That's the one thing that my mom did right, right? No matter, I don't care who you love or who your friends are. Anybody that you love or your friends can come in all shapes and colors. She pushed that over and over and over and over. Made me comfortable very young to have a very eclectic group of friends, and that made me and that just carried up without question to the point where when I started to learn about the true dynamics where our innocence started to get lost in junior high, and we started to learn a little bit more because we could conceive a little bit more, right? And then we understood a little bit more. Then it was even difficult for me to understand how that could be a world that people are living in today. And I used to say, like, I would run around and say, like, I don't think that racism exists because I believed in my heart, like I knew that it wasn't coming from me. And I'm like, how could people really live like that, right? So, I mean,
Yo, what's up, my nigga? What's going on, my nigga?
what's up?
Hey, Howard.
So, my ultimate response is, I think that not saying anything is saying a lot, and it's contributing too.
So this is one of the things that we disagree about. I think if there's an injustice that happens, no matter who it happens to, if it's an injustice, we should all stand against that injustice. And that injustice is a teenager standing on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, smiling uncomfortably in the face of a Native American who's banging the drum in his face so hard that he's blinking repeatedly. And the 13-second video clip airs of that, and people are calling for the death of the teenager because he's a white, Christian male wearing a MAGA hat. And that all happened on Twitter in 2019. And that was a watershed moment for me because I was like, oh my gosh, there are people in our country that want people that look like me dead because they look like me.
I think though, like I said, I think that feedback loop, Monica, is what keeps getting missed, right?
Tell me more.
So it's the purple pink shirt thing. If the purple shirts did all that and continue, it's still. How are we as pink shirts gonna know who to trust as that are purple shirts? Oh, but purple shirts, we no longer do all these things. Well, how can we trust that?
But it
Look at the
wasn't the
history.
purple shirts that were calling for his death, not solely. It was pink and purple shirts calling for him to be put in his school with his classmates and the school set on fire. It was pink and purple shirts that said red hat first into the wood chipper. Kathy Griffin was calling for them to be doxxed. Another white woman was offering blowjobs for them to find out who the youngsters were.
So
That's a huge problem.
So can you just explain to me the circumstance again, because I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
Nick Sandman was with his school group after the pro-life march in Washington, D.C. The group arranged to meet at the Lincoln Memorial for their bus ride home. That day, there were three groups. There were the Hebrew Israelites, the Black Hebrew Israelites, but they don't go by Black Hebrew Israelites anymore. They just go by Hebrew Israelites. There was a group of Native Americans, and then there was the Covington High School boys. And those three groups interacted for a couple hours. And we know they interacted for a couple hours because the Hebrew Israelites live streamed. So I, after seeing the 13-second uncomfortable smile and seeing the death threats online, wanted to learn more. And I found that the Facebook video. And what I saw was the Hebrew Israelites taunting the high schoolers, calling them incest babies, future school shooters. The one black student that was in the group telling them to get out, they're going to harvest your organs. And I saw them taunting the Native Americans too, telling them to come to Gad, that they should stop worshiping animals, that they should follow Jesus, they should follow God, and be a true believer. So
it was the Hebrew Israelites that were creating all the problems?
Yeah. What do you know about that day? It was Martin Luther King weekend. It was after the pro-life march.
I only know what I feel like I vaguely remember it, but I don't want to. I mean, how long ago was it?
7 years ago now, January of 2019.
I feel like I might have heard about it at the time.
Yeah.
But I don't remember what you're telling me.
I was on Twitter and I'm like, the 13-second video, I'm like, wait, this is what they're mad at. Him smiling in the face of Nathan Phillips beating his drum. I'm like, where's the rest of the story? And I said, wait a minute, there's more here. Oh, you're a monster. If you don't agree that this is terrible, you're a monster. I'm like, well, I don't know if it's terrible or not. Where's the rest of the information? And then I found the video of the Hebrew Israelites. And then I saw Nathan Phillips. Well, okay, I saw the teenagers collect. One of the teenagers says, hey, can we do a school cheer to distract the heckling from the Hebrew Israelites? The guardians, the chaperones said, sure. So guy's doing his, with his march. He throws his shirt off in January winter in Washington, D.C., does a cheer, and they're all like, all excited and distracted. And then Nathan Phillips comes with his group beating his drum. Well, the kids don't know what's going on. They think he's participating in their cheer. They start doing the tomahawk chop. They start dancing to the drum. This is fun. Let's go. Nathan goes to one boy. He approaches one boy. The boy backs away. He doesn't know what's going on. He approaches the second boy. That boy backs away. Then he approaches Nick, and Nick's standing on the step. But Nathan could have gone around him. He wasn't blocking him. Nathan approached him. And Nick Sandman's friends are arguing with some other Native Americans, and Native Americans are telling him, go home. Go home. And the kids are like, this is our home. No, go back to England. You weren't born here. And Nick's like gives him the cut off neck signal to like shh, and then he's watching Nathan Phillips. And Nathan's in his face with the drum. And then I think the bus gets there. And so they all leave. It's time to go. And then the news reporting was talking about the racist white kid who was interfering with the sacred rituals of the noble Native Americans. And Nathan Phillips is on, I was afraid for my life. I felt I was in between two groups of animals, and I was their prey. And then Savannah Guthrie interviews Nick Sandman, and she's skeptical and rude. And the 15 or 16-year-old boy is telling his story. He's like, I don't know what happened. All I knew was I did not want to escalate. So I smiled and I stood still. And because the mainstream media reported him as a devil, evil, monstrous, all the colonizer, oppressor, white supremacist, Republican, he became an unwilling public figure, and then he sued them and got money. But I do wonder if he thinks that altercation is worth it, because every time he goes out in public and shows his face, he has to wonder, are they going to know that I did nothing wrong? Are they going to think I'm a white supremacist and try to hurt me? Because racism is the number one evil in our country. Not pedophilia, not rape, not incest, not any of the true murder harms that people enact upon one another. But don't be a racist. All right. So anyway, that's one of the. I know Othello, like this is one of the reasons why I have difficult conversations on Clubhouse, because I don't think we handle that situation well. And I don't think we do, as Paul Harvey says, we don't search for the rest of the story.
So I think the most disappointing thing for me is just the failure of all of those. Again, I know probably we're going to disagree, but I feel like it's the failure of all of those. Thanks, Monica. I appreciate and I do love that you're able to do that, because a lot of people can't do that. I think, and I looked at the video. Yes, I do remember. As soon as I saw his face, I do remember this situation. So ultimately, how I feel about it is it goes back to the parents and what we're talking about, right? If you have a history of a group, that, the purple shirts, we'll use the purple and pink shirts, these purple shirted people doing all these horrible things for such a long time to the pink shirts are going to identify, purple shirt people as harm until they know that they're not. And it's up to, that is the legacy. While unfortunately the pink shirts had the legacy that they've had to endure from slavery, so do the purple shirts. And their legacy is that they have to correct it. It's up to the purple shirts. You don't stand in the face of the pink shirts going, come on, Like I'm looking at the approach, like I would have never, even at that age, that's not how I would have so naturally even interacted with a bunch of people feeling that way. You know what I mean? What happened, I feel, is the politics, the political identity caused more tribalism. That's a whole nother layer on top of our already pink and purple shirt situation. And now everything is getting crossed, and we're forgetting how to just be human. And I'm just so disappointed. I'm very disappointed in the parents, because I know that even at that age I would have never reacted that way.
Wait a minute, Bima. I took a long time explaining the situation to you.
And I understood it. And I remember the video.
So let's think about
how I feel.
But you believe that the Covington High School kids did wrong?
I think that they could have reacted and completely. I mean, just the human decency is the easiest and the best thing that you could possibly do for your fellow man. If you see that there's a tension, it's fight or flight, right? And I get that, but there's also this extra element, because we've been so blessed to be able to develop this technology, which feeds us with a lot of information really fast. There's like this extra layer of fight or flight. There's also this, hold on, now I have the power to know how to de-escalate and just how to be a decent human being. And in those cases, I mean, like, I'm thinking back to crazy situations when I was, in high school, and I would have never reacted in that capacity at all, right? There's a layer of respect, especially knowing the history that you can give to somebody and a space that you can give to somebody instead of trying to meet them with a weird, because it's basically saying, yeah, we're the purple shirts and what? And the pink shirts are already saying, hey, look, purple shirts, you're questionable. And the purple shirts are like, and what? Without clarifying. There was a full lack of communication, and that's what I'm disappointed in.
Okay, I think you're asking too much of a 15, 16-year-old. I think of the 3 groups on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, that the Covington High School kids did the best. They were impeccable with their behavior. They took heckling from the Black Hebrew Israelites and made it into a cheer. They accepted the Native Americans with the drum. They were dancing and along with it and cheering and doing the chant.
I just hear victimhood though, Monica. I feel like
what do you mean?
Like they're victims. Like why wouldn't they want to understand first? Like why wouldn't they be receptive to understanding when something like that happens to you? I think most people are just like, hold on, what's going on? Versus saying, oh, look, they're saying this. Hold on, no, slow down a second. Try to understand. You know what I mean? I don't know. My kids wouldn't act like that. My kids wouldn't turn some heckling into a chant.
Why not?
Because
you'd rather they heckle back?
Well,
you'd rather they insult them and call them the black slur?
No,
you'd rather they attack them?
No, I would have rather them open up a conversation. Knowing
these are teenagers and the Hebrew Israelites were adults.
You're not. That's fine. That's fine. You're still talking about a dynamic that should have been instilled, and this is what I'm talking about. This is those parents, the kids, these kids that weren't taught inclusiveness. They weren't taught the understanding of the harm and the pain that is still lingering every day. I mean, I was babysitting. I was a nanny in high school. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not trying to say my experiences, I'm better than anybody else, but I feel like I was like minimal. I raised myself, you know what I'm saying? Like, I raised my siblings, and I didn't even get much. I mean, the one good thing, like I said, that my mom did was instill just love, like just in that small little area, just that little bit of foundation built in my young age.
Let's go back to the scenario. Like, I understand that you said you'd handle it different, and that you're blaming the Covington High School kids for
their parents.
I'm still, but they were civil. They were following social norms.
That's not civil. That's like tribalism.
What do you mean? What's civil?
They drew a line and then they held their tribal line versus trying to seek, to understand first. You know what I'm saying?
Didn't I tell you that it was a 2-hour video? It was an hour and 45 minutes. That they did listen to the street preachers for a while. They did try to engage them. Meanwhile, the street preachers called them incest babies and future school shooters. Did you not hear that part?
Yeah, I did. And I hate to say this, and I know this is rough, but that is what they need to understand. Our society has bred to this point. We have people that are in such pain today that they're doing this shit. They needed to see that. They needed to witness it, not fight back. They needed to understand and perceive it. Oh,
where was the fight
a little uncomfortable for a little bit? Too bad. Cry me a river. Right? Where
was the fight back? What did the Covington High School kids do to fight back?
Was ceasing to have the conversation and engage in intellectual conversation, and
there was no intellectual conversation.
Well,
there was heckling and abuse from adults to teenagers.
That's a moment to understand. There's an opportunity to understand.
I think you're asking too much for people. And I think if the roles were reversed, and I think if there was a group of white men heckling black teenagers, you'd be all over the white men. You'd be all over casting them. Shame on them for attacking innocent black teenagers. Well, you see what Chud?
Oh, wait. Yeah.
Chud the Builder harassing other men, daring them them to be abusive, and then the men accommodate him, and then he tries to kill them.
Yeah, I don't defend violence. You know that I don't defend
Right.
violence at all.
But you still think the Covington High School kids were violent.
I think that their approach, taking off their shirt, chanting.
It was just hold on. The high school cheer is what they do, and when they do the high school cheer, it wasn't directed at the Black Hebrew Israelites. It wasn't directed at the Native Americans. It was them channeling the negative energy they received from those adults and distracting themselves with something positive and good, which was a high school rallying cheer to distract them from the abuse and to unite them with their school cheer. Nothing against the adults that were behaving so poorly. It was them, right? It wasn't a taunt. It wasn't a challenge. It was, okay, you're doing this ugly thing. We're going to come over here and do this positive.
You okay? I'm with Monica on this one.
I do sort of understand what you're saying, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like that situation was like a really incredible example, which is why I know Monica, like, it's like her
watershed moment, like it, like liberty. Yeah.
Is what I was gonna say. I think she probably thinks about it every day. But I don't blame you, because I think it was like this perfect moment in culture where it was like, it was just like this moment where we really learned. I wish we had learned to. Okay, I don't even know what I'm like walking home from the gym.
I'm so glad you weighed in though, Liberty. I'm gonna go on mute for a few minutes. I really want to hear what you have.
Okay. I just think it was like when you actually look at the context of what really happened, everything that Monica's describing, right? Like these boys were just there doing their thing, then these, Black Hebrew Israelites were disrupting them, and then the Native Americans came in to kind of like try and diffuse tension, and just like you had one image, one snapshot of the situation of that boy staring down that Native American man, and just all of the conclusions that we like. I feel like people like made paintings of that moment. Like it was like this like cultural moment where people were taking this snapshot of a situation and building a whole narrative of what the United States, the culture of the United States is in this moment, and everything was built upon a complete misunderstanding. And it seems like most of society has no interest in reconciling the fact. I've never seen someone come out and say, you know what, I'm sorry, I jumped to a conclusion, I made a wrong conclusion about what happened, I'm sorry that this boy received so much hate, things I said or things I spread online, blah blah. I've never seen that. I'm sure it's happened. I've never seen it. And it's just crazy. It's just crazy that the quantity of impact that really had, and how much understanding we had in the moment of what was actually going on, just blows me away.
I mean, the whole thing was like a storm in a teacup, right? Nothing happened ultimately. It's just a face-off between different groups. And in one way, it's actually a great picture of America seen from the outside, because ultimately every person in each of those groups have much more in common with each other than with, say, an Elon Musk or Larry Ellison or any of the powerful. Yet, because they have like different skin colors, they like fall back to tribalism. But ultimately, they're all getting fucked by the system, in different ways. But they're the same sort of like downtrodden people. It's just that because you can make a nice picture of it, right? Like the teenage white kid versus the native man. It makes for a nice story, even though it has no meaning, and it didn't really do anything, besides being that iconography of the divide in America.
it's it's powerful because it stays in the mind, yet it is absolutely void of deeper significance. It's just people facing off in a way that mankind has faced off for like centuries. There hasn't been anyone killed. There hasn't been any big moment out of that. But because it's a nice visual, it's a perfect representation of what's happening in America, which is multiple tribes infighting, and in the meantime, the big guys are making all the money on getting away with it.
Indeed, indeed.
And that's what blows my mind about it. It was very well said, by the way, but it's just that, like, what that moment taught us was that the baseline assumption of society that they're going to project on a young white conservative male. I don't even know if he knew he was conservative at the time, actually.
Right.
But the baseline assumption that society's going to project onto a young white male is that he's intolerant, aggressive, bigoted, and it just was so, like, because when you really think about what we actually had to go on, it's so crazy. With no information.
With hairy armpits. He goes by the name Sir Liberty. It is a man pretending. Shh.
So I don't know much about this situation, but just from looking over it, do you guys feel like the Native Americans came and like smoothed it out?
No, I think what they wanted, I think they wanted a 13-second video. They fundraised off of it. They wanted the narrative that Nathan Phillips was a veteran, Native American, noble Indian, and you can see the interview he did, where he was near tears. But what you don't see is he wasn't upset when he approached the first team and that team moved away. He wasn't upset when he was banging his drum and he approached the second team. Nick saw him approaching them. He's like, what is this guy doing? And so when he approached Nick, he's like, I'm not doing anything. I'm just going to stand here and smile uncomfortably. The smirk that was seen around the world. I've never seen such a punchable face. Red head first into the wood chipper, calling for his parents to be fired. The whole school, all the kids that were at that thing, their scholarships to college revoked, their applications to college canceled, death threats for an awkward smile.
Yeah, because the more and more I watch this, the more I watch the Nick Sandman. That's the Native American guy, right?
Nick Sandman is the teenager. Nathan Phillips was the Native American. And he said he was a Vietnam vet, but he served as a cook and never went to war, from what I believe. And he's a social justice warrior. Yeah, it really had a huge impact on me. It's probably why I'm here on the app pushing back against the narrative that all white people are racist, that Black people can't be racist, that white people have privilege and should be ashamed of themselves because of historical oppression. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't have white guilt. I don't have white rage. I don't have white fragility. And I have tons and tons of privilege, but not because I'm white. I can talk all about my privilege, but then you don't want to hear it because I refuse to accept white privilege. I think it's just a weapon. That's a whole nother thing.
Yeah, I think it's
more just about decency. I don't, and I hate to, like I.
Wait, it's more about what? I missed that. What?
Just decency, just like being decent human beings.
That's
like,
not good enough. That's not
like,
good enough, Bima. It's not good enough to be a decent human being. If you are not,
I don't
if you're
consider not doing anything and not teaching your kids anything about systemic abuse, that's not decent. I don't think that you're decent. I think you're part of the problem. That's my position. If there was an issue in the family, like in your home, right? Imagine you had 10 kids, right? And you were the parents, and there was an issue going on with some kids, bullying the other kids, hurting the other kids, right? Stealing from the other kids constantly over and over and over, right? You're not going to sit down at the dinner table and not say anything about it.
Let's keep this analogy. Wait, hold on.
The only decent thing would to expose it, as you know.
Okay, so let's keep this analogy, right? We have 10 children. Okay? The child number 5 is stealing candy from child number 4. What I would not do is punish child number 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or 1, 2, 3, or 4 for the actions of child number 5. And that's what I see is going on in our society. That because the sibling was the red hair, child number 5 has red hair, child number 6 and 7 have red hair, I'm not going to punish child number 6 and 7 for the actions of child number 5. And what I get a lot is guilt by proximity. What I'll do is I'll make sure number 5 understands that taking from number 4 is wrong. It's theft. Lincoln told us about that too. He thought slavery was theft. You're stealing the work and the fruits of a man's labor and not paying him for it.
But
I don't. No, my analogy holds, Bima, and I need you to recognize one of the biggest biases that you have is about all the redheaded kids. All the purple shirts are guilty because of the action of a couple of purple shirts. And because the rest of the purple shirts said, hey, man, absolutely hold the people accountable for the bad things they're doing. Hold them accountable. But don't tell me I'm guilty, because I'm not.
Well, you have to prove it.
I don't have to prove squat. I'm innocent until proven guilty in the court of law.
Yeah, I think that's just not emotionally mature. I think that's like...
And I think it's incredibly mature.
I think it's a baseline. It's the baseline of what we can expect from just an average thought, right? But that's not a thought that's going to progress and build bridges and heal wounds that are very deep. I mean, that's just not the mentality that's going to do that.
So let me tell you what I don't think is going to work. You don't think that's going to work. I don't think it's going to work that kid number 6 and 7 gets horribly punished for kid number 5's behavior. Not only are they grounded and their Xbox and their phone is taken away because 5 stole from 4, but they're told that they're evil because of what 5 did. And not only they're evil, but they will always be evil, and nothing they can do will ever make them not evil. And because 5 did this shit to 4, that they're going to be punished for the rest of their lives.
Well, I don't
What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Bullshit. That's what some people believe. And what do you think is going to happen to the psyche of 6 and 7? I'm a monster. I'm evil, even though I didn't do anything. Well, hell, if I'm going to get that badge on my jacket, why don't you see what evil I can really do? And these people are becoming radicalized. These people are becoming callous to inflicting pain on other people.
Yeah,
and I'm looking around. I'm number 8. I'm looking around. And I'm like, man, hold 5 accountable. Leave 6 and 7 alone. They didn't do nothing.
I think that's partly right, but again, it's not going to be the mentality.
100% right.
It's not going to bridge the problem. And if you're going to receive, if kid 5 is going to steal candy, but then share it with kid 4, then and kid 3 and 2, right? Then all of them, all of those kids are going to have to prove that they're not going to be part. They're not promoting what kid number 5 did. And that's just okay, do they have to? No, they don't have to. But is that going to lead to a cohesive, peaceful coexistence? No, because now you've proven to the other children that you're a threat. And I mean, like, that's what I think. That's what the entire Hebrew Israelite religion is about. It's about reclaiming identity, and I don't think it has anything. I think it's total trash. I think the whole religion is trash, but it's something that, I mean, on its face is like a religion, right? But I mean, ultimately, what it's doing psychologically for some people is what society hasn't been able to do for them. So they've created something that allows them to bridge easily, right? These gaps, these feelings of hopelessness, humility, all of this stuff. Look it up. It's very interesting. The psychology behind Hebrew Israelitism or Hebrew Israelites, and I think that's part of the repair that has to happen. My ultimate point is if you're not doing something every single day to dismantle systemic racism, while knowing that it still exists, then you're a part of the problem, even if it's just a conversation like this, right? If you're not doing something every day.
Other than conversations, because we all have conversations, what should people be doing?
Well,
oh, sorry. Sorry. Let me just, I want to answer that question. I think that I can hear the passion in Monica. You don't want that passion to turn into fear, anger, to create a whole nother movement. What people could be doing is, yes, we want to hold the other side accountable, but we also want to hold our own people accountable. And I think that's the number one thing at the dinner table. Our racist family members, our racist mom and dad. Go watch the film The Landlord, 1970s. We want to hold our own communities accountable. Black people, hold your own communities accountable, because obviously they're using all the statistics against you to justify something later on that my theory will, I think, will be genocide. That's just my theory. May sound outlandish. White people hold the racist people that you do know that do hold these sentiments, because it's not all of you. It's actually a very small portion of you. Because I've met a lot of great white people in my life that have shown me kindness. I remember driving through Arkansas, and I thought I was going to get the same treatment as I do in the backwoods of Texas. And man, they were so kind. And they were like, "Where did you come from?" I was like, "Oh, I just drove in from Texas." And they're like, "You poor thing." And so it's just holding, just as much that you want to hold other people accountable, the other side accountable, hold your own people accountable, and create that bridge that Beamer's talking about. I always go back to when the Romans came to get Jesus, right? And one of his disciples sliced one of the Roman soldiers' ears, and then Jesus went and healed the man's ear, the Roman soldier's ear. That's what we're talking about here. You have to do something outside of human biology, where it's like, oh, now I'm angry and I want to get them back. You have to do something radically beautiful and right when you feel like you have the moment to pounce, to create that bridge and to create a new trajectory. So I agree with you all.
I think that's very well said, and not to react with anger, but to react with something positive. And that's difficult to do. I think for every human, when you feel attacked, the instinct is to attack back. But you're right, that's not the way that's going to solve it.
And I think holding other people accountable, say something if you can. I don't always think just because somebody makes a racist comment, you have to stand up and say something. Sometimes, the situation might become more inflamed, but I think there's plenty of opportunity where we probably don't say anything because we figure, well, that's not my problem, it's not my belief, but I think there's probably more that we can do to show people that there's a way we all should be acting as humans, and there's a way that's not okay to act as a human.
Yeah, that's it.
My argument, and we can open it up because Sam Puff, Valentin, and Florida are on the stage. My theory is I treat people like human beings with all the dignity and our respect that human beings have. I treat everybody with positive intent until it's proven to me that they don't have any. And then I choose whether to keep working on them seeing me as a human being or move on. And then I have freedom of association, just like I have Pepe blocked for the last week, and it's been incredibly pleasant. I've not had to deal with his squeaky voice insulting me. It's been nice. And that's freedom of association.
I feel like
and there's one last point, like there's a double standard here. We saw it with college campuses, that they have segregated by race dorms, and however, if there was a dorm that only wanted to be white, that would be discriminatory. That would be racist and bigoted and wrong. But if it's Black Americans who want to have a Black only dorm, then that's acceptable because they get to because of historical marginalization and oppression. That's a double standard. We don't fix racism with more racism. We don't fix discrimination with more discrimination. We call out the discrimination. If a civil right has been violated, we stand with them. They go through due process. They prove their case. They get whatever form of justice that we can manage. It's probably not adequate, but that's what we do.
Yeah, I think that's respectfully, I think that that's just a bare minimum, and I don't think that it's psychologically like I said. It's just that's just basic. You should be like that. That should be the norm for everybody. That should
makes
just
you
be
think
the
it
norm
isn't for the majority.
Well, this is what I'm saying. Like that should be the basis. That should be the basis for everybody. That's I would expect that just from the average human being, right? But for the people that actually want to solve problems and find the solutions, right? You're going to have to do more than that. There has to be more done. And you have to understand that when other people that have been harmed are going to do things to try to heal themselves because they're not feeling that they're being heard or acknowledged, or that they're still feeling like an outsider, they're going to do things like have a Black-only dorm and Black-only schools and support Black-only businesses to raise up the spirit, the intentionality, the everything. Like it's just a factor of encouragement and a healing. I mean, that I remember, I hate to use anecdotes, but I remember when one of my friends, she was graduating from Harvard, and she's Black, and she told me that they were having a Black-only ceremony, and so I couldn't go. And my first visceral reaction was I was pissed, and I was angry, and I was sad, right? And then I had to sit with it, but knowing that she's much smarter than me, and that she supported it, I said, okay, I need to think about this before I have any type of reaction. And then I thought about it. And I put enough thought into to understand, like, yeah, I don't have to feel, this is part of her journey. This is part of what she's doing. I'm fucking, who the fuck am I? yeah, I gotta be sad a little bit because I don't get to go to a ceremony, but if this is what she wants, then I should support it. Oh, I get excluded because I'm white? Oh, cry me a fucking river. It's just like, I understand. Like, why aren't we understanding first? Like, okay, I fucking get it. There's a lot of shit that goes on still today that happened historically, and we can give them that grace. We can give our family that grace to say, okay, yeah, I understand that there's going to have to be a little bit of therapy, right? And that therapy comes in the form of Hebrew Israelites, comes in the form of black-only ceremonies, and blacks supporting black business. Like this is part of the healing. So what do we get to do now as white people? We get to acknowledge it, and we get to respect it, hold a space for it, be a part of it when they want us to be a part of it. Ask what can I do, instead of, oh, well, if you're just nothing, just baseline is boring, baseline is old school, 21st century. We're trying to repair here.
I don't think it's working.
Allowing the blacks to have a black-only graduation ceremony repair anything. All it does is allow them to choose their own reality, which they segregate themselves, rather than acknowledging that they live in a diverse country and attended a diverse school, and that they ought to have to be forced to live in the entirety of this diverse ecosystem that the rest
Marshall,
of us
hold on. I know you wanted to reply, but wait, hold on. Okay. Oh, he didn't know he was off mute. Go ahead, Florida. Sorry.
Yeah, if Group A is expected to acknowledge that they live in this diverse community and ecosystem with people that don't look like them or come from the same background as them, just because they're the minority, just because Group A is the minority group, why are they the only ones that are required to acknowledge that? Why is Group B, the minority group, allowed to pretend that they're allowed a safe space that's non-diverse? Like, if you're expecting Group A to acknowledge and live with the reality of the multiracial ecosystem, Group B should have to acknowledge and exist within that same scope of reality. Otherwise, you don't actually have that reality, and instead you have two conflicting realities or two non-equal realities, where Group A is forced to live a particular way, but Group B, even though just because they're the minority and have some sort of a historical issue in place, that therefore they're allowed to pretend or choose their own version of the reality that they live in. That to me is illogical, irrational, and not the essence of what the fuck is supposed to be going on around here.
Well, I mean, I would expect.
Hold on, just a second. A point of research. Stephanie says black-only dorms do not exist. They would violate federal civil law rights. You'd think, but you'd be wrong. Link in the chat. Go ahead.
I understand your ultimate reaction. I think that was my reaction, Florida, but that's before you actually really try to understand what it what this type of thing does for people psychologically that have gone through these types of things. It offers them. Have you heard of an affinity space? They're psychologically, right? They're able to be recognized. They're able to have an in-group pride, belonging, understanding, knowing that they're going through the same thing, that they've gotten here together, that they've succeeded beyond, it's
same thing.
Hold on. Oh, geez.
Well, why? No, because it's not equal. You're saying that because the blacks all have this, I hate to say it like that, but that's what we're talking about here. Because the black graduates got to deal with all of this oppression and struggle and difficulty, they all have to overcome these obstacles because they are a part of the minority. They get to celebrate that on their own, despite the fact that they didn't overcame those obstacles, whether they want to acknowledge it or not, with and partly as a result of other people that didn't have to go through the same quote-unquote struggle that they had to go through. Why do they get to center themselves off and say, oh, we fucking did it, but the whites don't? It's illogical.
Answer? Go ahead, Dollface. I'll go after you.
Sorry. Listen, I be high in Monica's rings in Marshall, so I be acting a fool. But if you want to go first, babe, you're a moderator. I'm not rude. If you want to go first.
Oh, no. Thank you. I appreciate it. No, you're okay. You're fine. Thank you.
No, I want to get up on him a little bit because I'm going to tell you why it's so different. I feel like when you say as a person, I'm assuming that you're white and or Hispanic white because I never know the difference nowadays. And that's on me. I got to work on that. But the vibe is a lot of these people get these things when the way that they're positioning things and doing this and doing that, it doesn't relate to that. And I want you to know, as a Black American, it's a fucking accident. It was an accident, and we don't really even know how we got to this point where, yeah, as a Black American, I have to be on one side and be like, no, I don't fuck with this type of fucked up shit. At the same time, y'all voted for this shit for some devilish reasons, so y'all got to deal with that type of shit. When you say people sequester themselves off, I feel like sometimes y'all think that when we just answer or do things because we have such a high visibility that we're doing something against you, when we're not. And I've definitely dealt with that in real life, where I actually talked to one of my little white homegirls. She was upset. This man was mad at her, and she was just like, "Do you think he's doing that? What about me and the Mexicans?" I'm like, "Girl, no, it has nothing to do with that." But I feel like because of your emotions, how you feel things, you feel that things are attacked upon you, when in reality, it's just things that are happening. No one's centering Black. Other people are putting in their 2 cents in, and it goes back to Black men.
Wait, is this a response to what I said?
Yeah, you want to make it more specific?
Well, I would like to clarify because I'm not coming from a position of emotion whatsoever, and my position isn't even like how you're trying to steelman it. Like you're saying that I'm coming from a position of emotion, and my position is that
I say it
Blacks shouldn't.
Because to be fair, and this is something that that in Black people, Black Americans are less than 10% of the population. So if you feel like Black Americans are doing something to you and controlling you in a certain type of way, it has to be.
No, but I'm not saying that.
So what are you saying?
What I'm saying is that it's illogical to acknowledge that we live in a diverse ecosystem of Black people, white people, yellow people, red people, brown people, whatever, and then also lay these foundational ground rules such that Group A, the majority party, must acknowledge the diversity of the ecosystem and is unallowed, not permitted to create their own singularity group, their own whites only graduation. I'm not saying that Black people shouldn't be allowed to have their own blacks only graduation, so long as whites are also allowed to have their own whites only graduation.
Who has a blacks only graduation? They were the institutional default Florida for what? That's most American spaces. Well, you're talking about two completely different things. That is the default. For what purpose?
Here's my thing. I feel like that is the thing about American popularity and about American culture. I definitely feel like, B-Mon, you was definitely right. Because I even had to explain to my one home girl. I was like, listen, girl, you're talking about us doing this for, listen, what was it? The Bad Bunny concert, the Bad Bunny concert that was big. versus like Black History Month came very close to each other. And she's just like, what about the Mexicans? I'm like, girl, we don't have to think about that because we do things for other people. Florida, I feel like that's what you're not understanding is that you're beelining on these things that Black people do versus what everyone else does. You know what I'm saying? For example, even something I explained to her, like Christmas. Christmas is a white holiday, right? It's based around.
No, Christmas is a Christian.
No, it is not.
No.
Oh my gosh! Wow. Wait, explain this one to us, please.
Christmas is a Christian. What is the purpose of Christmas? What is Christmas celebrating, Dollface?
They pagan holiday.
It's a white holiday made by white people. Like, let's.
Jesus was from the Middle East.
Can we cut the shit?
No, yeah, you cut the shit.
Cut the shit. Like, honestly, truly, we know that these are separate holidays based on a certain history, and that's why people have to diversify into them. I feel like your whole basis is coming off of being like, hey, we're not having to change anything or do anything, where our whole basis is made off of how you feel. So when people do things that are changing, of course it's not going to be all about you because you're the basis. And that's what I'm saying. Something as big as Christmas, Thanksgiving is also a white holiday. White people made Thanksgiving about Native Americans. That's
Thanksgiving is an American holiday.
And when y'all think about Americans, you think about white first. And
I'm more lenient to that.
No, I don't. No, I don't at all. I live in a place where Americans are brown, 90% of them. I don't think of white people when I think of America first, and I damn sure don't think of the history of our country. Hold on. I damn sure don't think of the history of our country only being white. The integration of different territories with different peoples are integral parts to the American story, and you can't tell the whole story without them.
Correct.
who is American?
You and me and Jews and Asians and other people who don't look like me.
American?
I don't feel like that conflicts with American at all. If what you would like to argue is that at the founding of the country, in particular in the South, nobody else but white people were meant as Americans, totally, I'll agree with you. But we were talking about American history, not just the beginning of colonial and Southern plantation history, right? Which is a region of the United States, which again, I agree with you. In the Deep South, with the slave owners, they didn't want anybody that wasn't white.
Well,
that's exactly why it was chattel slavery.
No, I got you. But here's the thing, Marshall. When the MAGA Muppet Speaker of the House says American people, he's not referring to me. He's not referring to Dollface. We know who the fuck he's talking about.
When who?
MAGA Muppet.
When Mike Johnson.
Man, they talk about whoever's going to spend money.
Yeah, when Mike Johnson says anything, you have to recognize that he's shitting out of his mouth. He is literally diarrheaing from his mouth whenever he says anything. That's why he needs his own son to make sure that he doesn't look at gay tranny porn.
This motherfucker said, "Oh, the Democrats are voting against the women's museum." Like we don't already have a women's rights museum in America. This is the thing.
Mike Johnson is full-blooded America Christian first, but also I have a tendency to look at gay porn, so I need my son to hold me accountable.
But
that's Mike Johnson is in a nutshell.
He's a religious nut.
He can't accept these gay in his whole religious indoctrination. It's like, didn't you say to stop being gay? They told you to stop fucking little boys.
This is the thing, Florida. I just don't understand the pushback. They want to have the all-black ceremony. Fine. Good. I have a question about that. Hold on. It's a free country, right? And why give any pushback? I don't push back on the RTTL group in Arkansas.
What is that?
Return to the Land. Have you ever heard of them?
Oh no, but here's my point.
Hold on. Let me tell. Hold on. RTTL is a whites-only community in Arkansas.
Yeah, I've heard of this.
Yes, you've heard of this, and I'm fine with it. Have fun. Go grow your potatoes. Buy your lonely. You don't want Jews in there. You don't want black people.
me about it because I don't know anything about it except for graduate.
No, Florida. I'm gonna tell you why. Florida, I'm gonna tell you why I feel a thing about what you're saying, right? Because I can get what you're saying where you're like, we shouldn't make these things about race. But what I've learned is that when you don't make these things about race and you really do like open it up, it's nothing better. For example, like when we look at the last time that it was like a situation where it was just like, oh, it was a black valedictorian and a white valedictorian, and then they chose the white valedictorian over the black one because of
It's
and we were all
hashtag the smirkening. When will we be post-racial? USA. Hashtag God bless.
And now we have all of these cases
in the political
where it's
playhouse.
coming out where all these teachers are fucking
This
with
is
boys
Dollface speaking.
and doing their homework for them and things like that. So I feel like sometimes when you guys have these conversations, you don't want to have a deeper conversation. You just want to be like, oh yeah, it's not black. But I feel like sometimes we can be like, hey, yeah, you're right. It wasn't a black situation. In fact, it was pedophilia.
What?
But then you don't want to finish the conversation from there.
I don't understand.
The fuck? What the fuck? Oh, the fuck? Hold up. Close the front door. Close the front door. What happened? What happened?
I don't feel like we should.
Monica.
Removing this or that.
My nigga show. My nigga show. The Monica show.
Right? We're not all having
the fake Erica Kirk show. The Monica complains about everything show.
Why is this and why that? And we don't have answers. We do have answers. That's why I feel like it's very confusing to me for Florida to be like, oh, well, I don't understand why you have to bring race into things or this or that when it helps get the answer. Sometimes the answer is people being fucked up just because they're black. They're being fucked up just because they're white. They're being fucked up just because they're kids and they finally have power over other people. Like, they're doing all of these fucked up things, and we have to stop viewing it as a thing of, well, if it's white, if it's black, if they're doing this and doing that, now we have to protect them or do this. And it's like, we don't know. When people are doing bad and they're doing wrong, we should not care about what they look like or where they came from. We should all like what they're doing is wrong.
Or we should all say if they're doing good things, what they're doing is good, regardless of what they look like, right? And so this goes back to like the idea of a graduation ceremony. Nobody should be looking at a group of black students graduating as, oh, fuck those black students. And like, if you are a part of the group that says fuck those black students, then don't go to the graduation. But that, because there's a small subset of people who say fuck those black students, to me, that doesn't give black students the right or the authority to be able to position their own blacks only graduation ceremony.
So basically what you're saying, and you know what, you're a man. It gets very much man. So basically what you're saying is, and here's my thing, I hear things differently from men versus women, okay? What you're saying to me is, they are going to treat you badly at this ceremony. You should deal with that instead of doing your own thing. Which for me as a person doesn't make sense.
Nope.
Because if they don't like you, shouldn't you just go off and do your own thing and be happy?
I would agree to that supposition at all. I think if there are people there who plan on doing that or treating the black students poorly, if those people want to attend the ceremony, there ought to be proper security protocols and rules in place such that those people aren't allowed to treat the black students poorly.
Your name is Florida. You know, even in the state of Florida, you know that wouldn't be accepted. That honestly, you can't go into a space and make it your own. You have to make your own space. And you live in Florida. If you live in the South, then you know that. So that's my thing. Why would you be so upset about people making it their own space to be happy when the only other option is being unhappy in another space?
Diversity is our strength.
That means that one group has to be unhappy and deal with another group. And why not let them be happy? They don't want no black people at their graduation. Cool. We have our own black graduation. Nobody has an issue. Why is that a problem?
In practicality, for me, it's not, because
have to put yourself in a position where you're actually going to do it. Don't say something and tell somebody else they should do something and be above and beyond when you know if you actually got in that position, you wouldn't do it. If it was you and your family, and it got to a point that somebody was harassing them, you'd probably be like, you know what, let's have our own little dinner, okay, at the Cracker Barrel, little Waffle House. I don't know what you up to. I'm country. But, you know, little country
I'm country girl. I'm a country girl.
Have to deal with one baby girl.
I'm a country girl.
And this person is a child, right? We're adults. The person who's graduating is still a child.
I only want to know Sankia.
قرائتي معرفة
نه واقعا معلومه شما کی هستین؟
سگ آمریکا.
I don't mean this offensively, but it's really hard to keep up a conversation in a way.
Okay, we have Marshall here. Hold on, everybody, be quiet.
If you guys don't mind, I'd appreciate it.
Hold on 1 second. Oh, Marshall. BB, hold on. BB, Marshall. We have people here who are IRGC supporters. They're saying all the bases of America and Middle East have been destroyed. All 16 of them have been destroyed. What do you think about that?
So we've had a bunch of bases damaged. They destroyed over 125 structures combined with pieces of equipment.
Were we able to repair them?
Hold on. Yes, they've struck some U.S. bases. Yes, they've caused some problems. But the idea that all of the American bases are somehow destroyed, I don't find that to be accurate at all.
Radars also.
Question for you, Marshall. Go ahead.
Have the bases been repaired for the next operations to start again?
I didn't look at a report from the Army Corps of Engineers, but I know people in the military, and kind of the first thing you do when that happens is call the Army Corps and get it fucking dealt with, right? If you go to launch planes and you got holes in your runway, the first thing you're going to do is repair the runway.
Okay, but for the past, in your opinion, as a person that knows this and kind of like looks into it, in your opinion, if America is operating in the right way, there's been a ceasefire for the past, 3 weeks we're looking at already?
Correct.
If 3 weeks to a month, whatever damage you think that they could have done with their missiles, because they don't have serious missiles.
Marshall. No, just intermediate. I can't say intermediate range ballistic missiles. There we go.
Yeah, they have intermediate ballistic range. Whatever damage they do, realistically, especially to the American bases and whatever went through, do you think that those bases have been repaired for the past month after the things?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, if you want to compare IRGC,
my question is, hold on, sir. My question is, Marshall, do you think Iran,
thank you,
has been repaired? Let's say it this way, not from this even project. Remember from the
I think they've been fine, but not repaired.
Imagine from now the question is, I'm not even talking about this operation. I'm not talking about the 12-day war from like last year. Do you think Iran has rebuilt themselves completely?
No, I don't.
Okay, why don't you ask Sam?
Okay, I have Marshall, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
If you would compare IRGC to USA military, all of it combined, everything. If you would compare, how long would it take to fix a runway for Americans versus IRGCians?
Imagine for an American, it might take a week, maybe 2 weeks. I bet for the Iranians, given the level of destruction, it would probably take on the order of a month. But all of this is guessing from an impression I have.
This ain't nothing.
Like I'm
That's
not
projection,
military
man.
intelligence. Like I don't.
You're projecting on me, mate.
Okay, good. So we're talking about 3 weeks. That's a long time. That's a fucking ceasefire, right? So, fixing their fucking runway. No. That shows a lot of things. Go ahead.
Let me ask my question. So, if you want it to be fair, just let me ask my question. So, Marshall, I have several several questions. First, why they asked for ceasefire? I mean, United States and Israel. During the 12 Days War, Israel asked for ceasefire, and afterwards, in this war, again, United States asked for ceasefire. First question. Second question, how much it would take United States to replace a radar or multiple radars in the region?
But hold on. Radar, okay. And then technology-wise, how much more advanced is U.S.?
Ali, hold on.
Go ahead.
Now you're going very technical. You're asking how long would it take to replace a radar? How many radars did they take down? And what do you mean by radar? Are you talking about anti-missiles? Are you talking about radars that are tracking planes? Are you talking about radars that are tracking boats? Are you talking about radars that are fucking tracking the weather? What radars are we talking about?
Radars tracking weather, radars tracking any object flying in the sky. It can
Okay, but those are different radars. You understand?
What do you mean that those are not radars? What are those?
No. They're different radars, meaning each service has a separate component of radars.
Yeah, so the military has a lot of radars. So which radars are you talking about? That the Iranians destroyed. The Iranians destroyed American radars. Which I'm talking. What do they specialize in? How many of them? And in which bases? Because I'm going to be looking it up if you're speaking the truth or not. Because I'm going to actually take a look.
Yeah, just take a look, whatever. But
Ali,
sure, whatever.
Ali, listen to this. Ali, hold on. Listen to this.
I want to welcome Viking and Mountain Pepe. Welcome.
Okay, Ali, let me give you a little history lesson, which is not too far out. Venezuela, they went in. Listen. Hold on. Be quiet.
I need to ask the Viking. You want to have fun?
Sure, I'm always about that.
Let's hear Sam speak. I want to hear.
Okay, can I just land? I'll make it real quick. Okay, listen. All your radars and everything is as in Russia's. U.S. already practiced on how to destroy those ahead of time in Venezuela. Okay, listen. You have nothing to show for. U.S.'s intelligence, U.S.'s technology in military and everything else is 10 to 20 years, maybe more to IRGC, 30 years ahead of you. So whatever you repair and you come back, you're still way.
Wait a minute. Did this idiot say that Iran is 30 years ahead of the U.S.?
Yeah. Could you believe this, Chuck?
I thought he was saying they were behind. What the fuck?
Yeah, I thought he was saying behind us.
I didn't know that the goats were ahead of U.S. intelligence.
He's reading
Like,
the
if you're
IRGC.
military, is Sam IRGC or he's pro?
Bro, what are you talking about? Are you okay?
This is Chahab Abdul Alhamdulillah Sam. He is the next leader of the ASEAN.
yeah, he's reading the talking points.
I'm only Rockets fan. That's all.
And so he's Iranian and basically living in Canadian, right?
Yeah, they email him the talking points.
So I was reading. So they came out with the list of the 42 damaged or downed planes today. I believe there was only one F-35, and it.
Yeah, it was an F-35 Lightning II.
Yeah, that takes off from a carrier. I don't know how it was hurt, or even if it was done due to enemy fire. But we knew about the F-15 Strike Eagles, and I believe those were shot down by I think it might have been.
I think it was
another friendly.
It was from Kuwait.
Kuwait, yeah.
Kuwait.
And so the ones that were getting they hit a few.
Hey, by the way, guys,
but
what's up with those friendly fires? I don't get them. Can somebody explain?
So they were in the air. They were both in the air. They're doing their operations, and I don't know how. Either there's heat-seeking missiles that were fired and they went towards the plane. I don't know how it was friendly fire, but it was friendly fire with Kuwait and Iran. But probably Iran national TV said that they took down the planes because they had to kind of gloat on that.
But the only planes they had a couple early warning, like the Sentry There's another one. Which are really big airplanes, like 747s that were.
You're talking about the KC-47 strata tankers.
Yeah,
the
there's a whole bunch of
gas
tankers,
stations.
and there's a whole bunch of. Well, no, I'm talking about the sentries, the early warning.
Yeah, Marshall.
Oh, the one with the dome on top. Gotcha.
Yes, and there was, almost all of the others were what the fuck? Yeah, the tankers, and you had a few like high flying drones that were taken down. But other than that, what I find really interesting is Iran cannot fly. And we already know they don't even have. What do they have? Third or second generation fighters at this point? I think they have some.
They have second.
Some F-14s. Yeah, they have some Tomcats.
They have the second.
We're talking about like 50 years ago.
They have propeller jets.
And what's really funny is that Israel and the U.S. can fly over, and Iran knows this, but they can fly over at will, the actual fighter jets that do the bombing. And of course, we have our stealth bombers. We can drop munitions in Iran, and they cannot do a fucking thing about it. And they sure as fuck cannot fly.
You mean Israel, right? Israel? Mossad?
Well, no, Israel and the U.S. can drop bombs in Iran, and Iran cannot stop it. But however,
what
Iran
happened
cannot
in the
go.
12 days?
They can't fly
it was
over
like a freeway.
Israel, because they'll end up getting shot down.
There's a very great point in your claims. Okay, then we have ceasefire, and there's another thing.
Hold on. What about the ceasefire? Tell them who asked for the ceasefire.
35.
Ali, tell them who asked for the ceasefire, Ali. No, Ali. Stay on top. Who asked for a ceasefire?
Who asked? Ali asked. Come on.
Who asked for the ceasefire? Come on, Ali. Say it, boy.
It's a really short answer. 1, 2, 3.
It's America, Israel, or Iran. Who asked for it? Come on. You get 3 options. Which door are you going behind?
1, 2, or 3.
Which door do you choose, Ali?
No.
Ali, which door do you choose? Who asked for the ceasefire?
Your country asked for ceasefire. Israel
asked for the ceasefire.
Israel's the last country out of the 3 that will ask for a ceasefire. But but didn't the Gulf Arabs think all pressure or urge Trump to drop it?
Pakistan. No, Iran asked Pakistan, and Pakistan asked on behalf of Iran. So he can't admit that is it. So he says America asked for the ceasefire, even though he's saying, hold on, Ali, shut up for 1 second. The man is speaking. So the problem is what Ali is saying, that America is losing. That is the problem, number 1 problem that Ali is speaking on. But again, we can debunk that. Who did the fucking question here? So the first thing we asked him, he told us Iran is losing. B, he told us that, what's it called? America asked for a ceasefire because they're losing. So as Americans in the news that you guys know, who asked for the ceasefire?
Who asked for the ceasefire? Yeah. It's a very great question. Just go.
I mean, Ali, look, I'm not even a fan that this war started. I'm on that side of the camp, but there's no denying that. I mean, your fucking leaders were killed off. I mean, look at what they did to your country. And what could they do in return? Fire some fucking half-assed rockets, drones, basically be a nuisance. But they really weren't able to do much. The reality is the level of asymmetry you are going to have when it comes to the country like the United States. There's no way your country could withstand it. If we had ever done an actual full-scale invasion, that's that. There's nothing you could do to stop it.
So, Pepe, first answer for you. Why you are opposing this war, and for sure you have your own reasons, right? That you are opposing this war because
I have my own reasons.
Yeah, because it's. Oh, dude,
listen. You know how much intel U.S. and Israel combined they have together?
I don't give a shit.
Listen, asshole. They came and killed the specific targets, and they went back to their business. Listen, you have nothing on them.
Nothing. Zero.
Okay.
Listen, all you gotta do is surrender right now. You're at the point of saying, I'm sorry, and you need to go about your life. Maybe somewhere else, I'm hoping. We may put you in Mashhad for a couple of years, but then eventually you gotta go to Russia or something.
The Prime Minister of Germany.
That's it.
The Prime Minister of Germany came up and said
He's a
that
juju.
There's those of us that believe that this was a disaster for a different reason. Not.
Why? How was it a disaster?
Sure, because the IRGC is still in power, and either you have the political will to absolutely stomp them out, or you don't fuck with them. Reason being is because then they can just pull off stunts like this, where they end up closing off the Strait of Hormuz, make gas go way up, cause even more instability, and they still are in control of the country. They can still kill the people.
Listen. Starting from George Bush all the way to now, they should have done something. No president in America did anything except Trump the first term.
Do you know why we didn't do it?
They should have done something.
2 countries.
Listen. Don't we
know why
the RGC is the biggest supporter of the terrorist group?
Do you know why we didn't do anything? Because the Americans have had an invasion plan for Iran on the shelf
20 years.
More than 20 years.
Yes.
More than 20 years. And every time we run a war game and we conduct a full-scale incursion, the time the U.S. The time the war game was successful, we had to stipulate 3/4 of the Iranian military equipment was just non-functional. So yes, Trump had some guts and he took out the targets and he took out the bad Ayatollah. I agree with you. That was a good thing. But this idea that somehow just like bombing from the air is going to change the regime is just not true.
Nobody says it's going to change the regime.
That's why I'm against.
Hold on. How many times the Iranian people have come out and protested, and how many times they've died doing that shit? A lot of times. The past 15 years, I can go back on and on and tell you, listen, there was a chant in Iran that said, Obama, Tobama, Yona. They were asking Obama, are you with them or are you with us? Are you going to help us or are you going to stay with the government? Guess what? He sent them pallets of cash. A full 747 plane full of cash to IRGC. Guess what they did with the money? Listen to me. There's a difference between these motherfuckers keep on opening their mics, guys. Come on.
Because you're talking.
Yeah, but Ali, I think everybody, even if we thought this was a stupid move of Trump, none of us like the IRGC. The IRGC are just rabid
They're
dogs.
a bunch of evil fucking idiots.
Yeah, the world would be better off without them.
Absolutely.
They're just
guess
shitty
what?
people.
In the past 47 years, it started from when you all motherfuckers came to power. Held Americans hostage for 400 fucking days. Listen. America might have some bad experience back then because of the sand fucking shit incident. But guess what? They destroy you right now. You got nothing. The 12-day war, B2s flow from America. It's straight from the land of America. All the way to Iran. They fucked you up and they came back home. That is power. That destroys power. You got nothing on that.
The reprisals are nice. They work. Hold on. The reprisals are nice and they work. But just dropping bombs and destroying military targets while a tactical victory is in no means a strategic victory. Not at all.
That precisely is my problem. And here's why I don't like what happened. I know that a lot of people have gotten the Persian people's hopes up, and that is like really shameful that they were even encouraged to stand up when they did, when nobody was going to be able to come there and actually arm them or fight on their behalf at that time in January.
Rain because of our country.
But the problem is though is that. But when it comes to having the political will, or in other words, the people, it would be an incredibly unpopular war. It already is in the United States. Trump knows he cannot send any large number of troops to that country because that would just he would probably get impeached. They would definitely get fucking smashed in the midterm elections. I mean, he is a politician overall. and this is what they think about. Back in 2003, when we invaded Iraq, we were still like riding that patriotic wave after 9/11.
Pepe, chill out. Let me ask you a question. If somebody pays a sniper to fucking end your life, right? Assassinate you, what would you do? Would you just be like a piece of pussy and just go walk around, or you'll do something about it?
Well,
answer my question, Pepe.
Well,
answer my question.
We killed him.
Yeah, that's it. Done. No question asked. They tried to kill. Listen. Not that they just try to kill Trump. They fucking train Iraqis, Afghanis to kill American soldiers. So if you care about America, you should have get rid of these motherfuckers a long time ago, and you shouldn't be worried about. Oh, we went with the B-2, and I don't know what happened. Yes, these motherfuckers are willing to kill Iranians in masses. They will do anything to the world. You think they do? What the fuck, man? Just for them to stay in power. You think they'll just let go?
No, I think that I know that they'll shed half the Iranian population if they.
You want to give them money? You want to sell them pallets of money? What do you want to do?
No.
Well, you've tried everything. You fucking tried everything for 47 years. Give me a solution. Come.
What did you try?
Ollie, what's up?
Ollie,
fuck these Americans, bro. Fuck these Americans.
What did you fuck us? Apparently,
bro,
is fucking us right now. So.
You guys are getting fucking anal right now. Anal.
How are we getting? Who's doing what to us? We're not we killed their fucking leaders. What are you talking about?
Bro, the U.S. is fucking broke. Your economy is deteriorating. Like inflation is fucking crazy. And your stock market is all.
Your economy is even worse in Iran.
Hold on, Pepe. He said our stock market's at an all-time high, which in America it's a very good thing because people are making.
Yeah,
money. But hold on, Sam. I understand the IRGC taught you math backwards, but we're gonna know about this. Is welcome to the room, first of all, and the room is right now. Sam, the interesting topic with you. So you said we're getting fucked as Americans. You told Ali, don't talk to these evil Americans. Haram. It's all haram. But let's talk to you, Sam. I don't want to talk to Ali. I agree with you. Ali's boring. Ali already talked nonsense. Nothing that he said is true. I want to see if you're a truthful person. Hold on, Ali.
No, bro, you can't. I used to live in the U.S. All right, it's fucked way more than ever before.
It's fucked way. We lived before in the U.S.
Yeah, it's a shit fucking country. I swear to God, it's a shit fucking country.
Okay, it's a shit country. May I ask where you moved to a better life?
Where? To GCC.
To what?
To the GCC. Obviously, you wouldn't fucking know where that is.
You went to the Emirates. You went to Dubai. GCC. I know where the GCC. Trust me, I'm a little bit smarter than you.
Well, you're not the average American. You're not the average American.
Yeah, because I told you, Ali's not talking to the average stupid American, so we're actually very.
Well, yeah, 40% of you guys go to college. 40% of you guys.
Okay, Sam. You know what? There's one question you can ask them.
Hold on, Pepe. One of the best parts, Sam. You called me. I'm not. You just said I'm a little bit more intelligent than the other ones. And you know what the funny part is? I'm not even that 40%. I didn't even finish high school, and I knew what the fuck this shit is.
Wait, is this the idiot that lives
You're
abroad?
Burgers right now. That's what.
Wait, is this the guy that lives abroad as like some fucking camel or whatever it is?
Bro, I swear to God.
I remember this idiot. He comes up with a whole bunch of weird stats and tries to throw it out.
Listen.
But Sam,
no, we don't need to listen.
Sam, here's the question I want to ask you, and you know you will not be able to answer it. Okay, the question is, okay, how is Iran going to possibly come out on top of this better off than the United States? It's not a possibility.
No, it's not about one coming out.
The IRG is just trying to stay in power, so they don't. Because what else are they going to do? They're going to be fucking cooked or killed as soon as they step down.
1 second.
Don't worry about us.
Let's go step by step with this. Okay? We have an interview form here. Everybody that comes on stage, they gotta go through an interview. Hold on, BB, please give me a second. And anybody else if they want to interject at any point. But Sam, how it works here? You come on stage and you give us 3 points how Iran is winning, how the Iranian people inside Iran are winning, having this regime right now in power, and after the strikes that America and Israel have conducted on Iran. So please, the mic is yours. Make 3 quick points, and then we get to.
No, bro, I don't give a fuck what's happening in the U.S. and Iran. You're getting anal. That's all I care about, and I love that.
Okay.
Like, your economy is terrible. You guys, in a household, you need 2 incomes to make a household work. Still, you guys live off loans. Like, your economy is fucked. Like, wallahi, I would never live in the U.S. Like, I grew up there, but it was a mistake on my dad's part.
Like a dirt poor fucking outer range person trying to live in Egypt or some shithole. No, like you act like you're fucking making money, but you're not.
Bro,
didn't we debunk like literally everything about you already?
Let me tell you.
Like literally, this guy has nothing to offer anybody.
Oh, you guys? What?
Saudi or in Qatar? He's in Saudi or he's in Dubai.
Oh, he's one of the guys building the stadium. I got it. He's important.
We don't have to spend 80% our fucking like money to get a mortgage or pay for our kids. Like you guys can't even afford to pay for your kids' education. That's
we're the most educated in the world. Our colleges are the highest. We have the most secondary. So you guys don't even come in the top 25, literally. So.
Bro, I can bet you way more.
Like you don't have the best colleges in the world.
Yeah,
you're not even there.
No, I agree.
Like if you're saying like maybe like do like suicide vest, then yeah, you got it. But I mean, you're not even up there. Like you're.
Bro, I'm not gonna deny that. I'm not gonna deny.
Did you serve?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for your service. Can you talk to our military? Just tell them like where they at and where we are.
What? Where their military?
Yeah, just give them a wake up call.
I mean,
I don't know if he knows.
What was it? The last peace round that we're entering this phase. The Iranians sent back their whole demands. They changed their demands. You know what we did? We blew up a bridge with a bunch of people on it, and they came back and said, "Hey, we'll take peace." Like you guys don't give me this Iranian strong.
No, I don't know about the bridge with people on it. Come on, they had launchers on it. Don't just.
They had their like quote IRGC fucking fan club, and we just blew it up. And again, if they were so strong,
is the fucking supreme leader.
We knocked Ayatollahs down like they were fucking branches in the wind. Like it didn't matter. We sent planes around and fucking talked.
But Sam, listen. You couldn't defend your fucking. The leader of Shiite Muslims. Listen.
First of all, I'm not Shia.
You couldn't defend his ass. You couldn't defend his ass. You're saying you're defending Iran? Fuck you, bro. Fuck you, bitch ass motherfucker. I'm not gonna call you bro. Fuck you. You can't defend Iran.
It's been 2 fucking months. You guys couldn't win this war. It's been 2 months.
It's been 2 months. You haven't been able to bury that motherfucker.
You can't win a war in 2 months. It just isn't worth fighting, right?
Yeah, because you guys can't afford it. That's a simple thing.
And also, Megzed, if I'm not mistaken, maybe you know legalities a little bit better because, again, you're a lawyer. Yeah. America's not really in a war because they never declared a war. They're having fun. This is an operation, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, legally, this is not yet considered a war.
Yeah, he sounds like a fucking divorce lawyer.
That's weird. I don't do that.
Well, half your people are gay, so I guess you guys don't need divorce lawyers anymore.
Let me ask you, what does a divorce lawyer sound like? Do you have a lot of experience talking to them?
I feel like it's
half the guys.
How many have you divorced?
But doesn't matter what kind of lawyer it is. We know legalities. We're speaking about legalities.
You took all the aircraft
carriers. One thing about the Persians, we forgot how much we need and love the Jews.
Yo, guys, by the way, listen, seriously.
Sometimes I like you can't from Egypt is coming and say
Israel. First of all, I don't live in Egypt.
The most chief counts in the world is coming and say that America is a shithole.
It is a shithole, bro. Wallahi, it's a shithole. I've lived out there for 12 years.
Wallahi in your ass. Wallahi in your ass, but you're chewing.
Wallahi, you're lying.
Dude,
logic.
You guys fucking live off loan. You guys can't even afford buying a car in cash.
I buy your mom and sell her back for half the price.
And the Iranians
how much is your mom?
buy fucking food without a fucking grocery
No, it's not about Iranians. It's about fucking...
Right now, let's make it deal.
Shut up, Paula. Batu speaking. Shut up, Paula.
Okay,
stop.
I just wanted to ask. I mean,
I can assure you guys...
Paula's not asking a question. Shut up, Sam.
Do you, in the country where you're living just now, do you have civil liberties? Can you express your ideas freely without harm?
Of course we can.
Really?
Yeah. Well, we can even talk about gay people. about gay people without.
And you cannot. And I can tell you, you cannot.
Yeah, but you can talk about gay people without getting fired from work.
Sam, which country do you live in? Which country do you live in?
Yeah,
Sam.
in America you can't even talk about gay people.
Sam, what country do you live in?
Bro, I'm not gonna tell you my exact. I live in GCC.
See, that's because you were scared. You just fucking lied to her. You say you don't give a shit. You say whatever you want to say, but you're afraid to say where you live.
No, bro,
you're a fucking moron.
Wait, hold on. Even in the US,
you hold on, motherfucker.
You cannot speak about Israel, otherwise ICE will fuck you in the ass.
What the fuck are you talking? Listen, bro. Listen, motherfucker.
ICE will fuck you guys in the ass.
Listen, bitch ass motherfucker. ICE is for immigration. ICE for immigration, and it's been around since Obama's time, motherfucker. Number one. Number two, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. If I say anything about Israel,
you guys are so brainwashed.
Listen. You motherfucking brainwashed. Nobody has been stopped by ICE here in America. Ask anybody on this stage. Have you all been stopped by ICE randomly to ask for your citizenship status?
Never.
Has anybody who lives in America been stopped by ICE and been asked for their citizenship status?
They're not gonna be honest, bro.
I have never been.
They will not be honest. They will not be honest.
I haven't even seen a fucking ICE agent in my life. Bitch,
yeah, because you live in fucking Cowtown. You live in fucking Kansas.
I was driving through Manhattan earlier, and I saw an NYPD van, and they had a sign covering up some of the word police, and I saw ICE, and I thought for a second it might have been ICE, but it wasn't.
They were just selling ICE?
Well, fuck,
no, it was a cop.
Your president's
the
a child
POL was
molester.
covered
Your
up.
president's a fucking child molester. How can we fucking trust you guys?
Sam, I feel bad. You're the
only country in the world where you guys, the only fucking country in the world where a president is a child molester is the U.S.
Really? Because Epstein used to fly little black boys from Nigeria in for you, like little Saudi fuckers to go find them. So, I mean, you forgot about that shit, right? That's listed in the Epstein files. So, I mean, it sounds like all of you little, like, Durka Sherpas, a la Akbars, seem to, like, want to fucking take little African boys and figure out what kind of tutorial it is.
Wait, but do you know any country in the world where a child molester doesn't get addressed by the law? Do you know any country like that?
Yeah, Saudi Arabia, Dubai, UAE, Jordan, apparently.
I met this white dude. He loved the Middle East because they did his laundry for free. I'm not even shitting you. This guy was like, I love the Middle East.
Crazy.
I'm glad you're doing laundry for white guys from America.
But like,
hats off to you.
Yeah, but like you guys fucking spend Sunday. You guys spend fucking Sunday, a fun day in Costco and fucking doing laundry all day. That's what you guys fucking do.
We do laundry all day. You know what? We apparently have enough money.
You guys can't afford maids. That's why. You guys can't afford maids.
Sam, I've been really busy at work lately. I'll actually pay you $5 to do my laundry.
Bro, all Americans.
Sam, I would take it if I was you.
Come on, man.
$5.
How do you guys feel about making your women work? You guys are so pathetic. You guys make your women work because you can't.
It's terrible.
It's $5.
At least we're not taking child brides.
Women.
At least we're not taking 9-year-olds and trying to make them housewives.
You guys are letting him distract you from the topic.
You guys fucking make your women work. Sam, I'm sorry, Zara. I'm sorry.
Make me.
So Sam, you are correct. Our women do work because it's hard to employ a 9-year-old wife.
Yeah, because you guys are broke as fuck. If you guys went to college in America, your wife wouldn't have to fucking work.
Children, not wives, understand the difference, motherfucker. Like, you guys are fucking just like,
40% of your people go to college.
You can't make them walk down the wedding aisle when they come out of the womb in the same fucking day.
Yeah, well, 40% of your people go to fucking college. 30% of those are
What is your point? I mean, what are you trying to say?
Yeah, because
he's from a shit.
On topic.
Sam, I'm sorry.
You don't even sound like a fucking American. Are you illegal in the U.S. or what?
That's not your business, but what's your point, buddy? It doesn't make any sense.
You sound like a refugee. refugee person? Are you like a?
I am refugee. Whatever you say.
You're a refugee from your shitty part of the world, you moron.
Oh, back up here.
Sam, I'm sorry that your women don't care about the economy, and then also.
Oh yeah, because we work.
Sam, listen to
child labor laws.
Elon, please go ahead.
We don't need our women.
Sam,
we don't need our women to show their cleavage. We don't need our women.
up. Thank you. Elon, go ahead.
Most
We don't need our women to show cleavage.
No, I'm just like, I'm in awe.
We don't
I
allow
just entered
children
this
to work
room.
in our country.
Like, I
We
don't
don't allow
understand
children
this,
in our
man.
country.
Mercy, I'm sorry. I just came to your room like to kind of learn from you, and I'm hearing this guy talking about nonsense. Like, what's your point? Are you trying to say you appreciate women more than West? Like, you don't make any sense.
Iran,
Shut up.
You sound like an Arab.
Mike, Mike, shut the mic, please. Okay. So in West, I mean, at least we can see, like, to the respectful, except there is an equal right, there are equal opportunities. Yeah, okay. I mean, like the, glass ceiling and all that stuff that I'm not against for, I'm actually for it. But are so much, shared between men and women, equal rights. What the heck are you? What is it like? Let's come to this world to think like a complete moron. I don't get it. I swear to God, I'm sorry. I just came here to hear you talking and feel joy that some good people are out there. I hear this idiot made my blood pressure go high. So I appreciate it. Thank you for letting me vent. I appreciate
it. It's because same stains for surface where bees, and the surface where bees flies from the surface to the ear and never comes back. That's what he's doing.
Yeah. What happened?
He's just upset that all of his little those IRGC incel wannabes, all their daughters come over to California and they become Mia Khalifa. Like, I scoff at that fact. I mean, come on, let's be real.
They do, and they
All right.
Germany, I've found out.
Total hoes, even in the country. I mean, they are these temporary marriage hoes. It's basically legal prostitution, Islamic prostitution. We call it sireh. They're just all a bunch of hookers, hoes.
We don't call it anything in Persian because it doesn't even exist in our culture.
It's not
It's
Persian,
an
it's
Islamic.
I mean, you do have to give the goats at least some break.
Iranians don't even fucking give a fuck about being married before they have sex.
They're a bunch of sluts.
So fly, so good. Tell me what a man want to talk to.
گیرم تو صدا.
دکتر مادرت چطوره؟ بذار بده.
گیرم تو ریشه سفیده.
What's up, Shal?
گیرت تو همه چی میذاری تو.
آخه نداره هست خورما دیگه.
یه چیزی هست دیگه ازش استفاده میکنی.
آره دیگه خودشون
مامانش هم
شاغالی دیگه شاغال چونی.
ازش استفاده میکنه. مامانت هم همینجوریه دکتر.
Sorry guys for speaking Farsi, we're just basically cussing him out. That's all.
What are we
Shal, what's up?
Here, by the way, and I look at him the way he put his, what's that thing called on his head? Kalat? No, what are they called? The Jewish thing. And he puts it, what's it called?
Oh, the kippah or a yarmulke, or in English it's called a skull.
But by the way, he also looks very similar. He must be like Sephardi Jew because
Who are you talking about, Bibi?
Well, the guy in the picture, Ben Gvir, the future Nazi of Israel. But the thing is...
Guys, what is she saying? Can somebody try... What the fuck are you saying?
Which
picture?
Like what guy? I like the way he puts his kappa or kupa, whatever, like sideways, like he looks a little bit like gangster because he puts his sideways.
We have Genghis
But
already in
the
the house.
thing is, so at the same time, I'm thinking, as Iranians, we gotta fucking work with what we've got because we got Benjamin Netanyahu and also the world, but also it's not like, okay, this tiny little strip, like what is he gonna do? But the thing is, they have proven that they can do a lot. So we don't want to push that, and this guy is something else.
Baby, what the
and
fuck are you
I
talking
don't
about?
feel as a person in my heart
I'm
that
so
he
lost,
has
bro.
the interest for the
I just went to another room and
person
came
in
back.
his heart So I don't want
Shah, can you translate, please, Shah?
I'm perfectly happy with someone like Bibi Netanyahu because truly the reason why the Persian people trust
10 years later.
we're not stupid. We
Agree to disagree.
Bibi's great, but Ben's bit better. Okay, I'm just completely lost today. Like, who are we talking about? It's just me.
We don't know.
Sorry, I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go down. Be a listener.
Hold on. Elham. What do you think is gonna happen? Are you worried? What do you think is gonna happen?
Well, how can you not be worried? This is a situation that, it's a tough situation. It's a painful situation. It is a needed situation. We must not leave it in the middle. And, and I think we're coming to the point, the whole process is painful and the unexpected situation is going to happen. And I think they are updating their plans as they go. That's what I think. What's going to happen? I think there is going to be an attack. In my eyes, that's the liberation operation. That's what I call. But okay, whatever else anybody else wants to call. That's what I think is going to happen. You cannot negotiate with Islamic Republic. See, we don't have discussions about politics. This revolution is not about oh my God, you know what? I don't want to wear a scarf. It's kind of too hot. I should take my scarf off. No. This is not just about. Yeah, it's about it's the totality of Islamic Republic. We don't have differences in politics. That's why we want to revolute the whole system. No, we don't want this system because there's not this system can bear as far as the decent life, as freedom, as far as for Iranians. It's just not gonna happen. All the system has to go. It's beyond just the differences in politics. Do you get what I'm saying? In U.S., Republicans and Democrats, they have different political views, but you don't go for revolutions. Islamic Republic has a structure that the structure must go.
I've been criticized here by some of the people in this room.
Okay.
One of the moderators. They're saying that Persian people are not doing enough. Do you think
I can see that.
Hold on. Do you think we need weapons in our hands to have a fair battle? Because right now, the battle is not fair. Listen. And that's what we've asked America and Israel to come and help us, and we're thankful for it. Even if they leave right now, they have done enough. In my opinion, they've done more than any other American president has done in the past 47 years. However,
there's a reason why the U.S. doesn't want to give you weapons, and why many Americans kind of jump this little thing. We've tried that before.
Historical reasons.
But listen.
Afghanistan, other places.
You can't compare Afghanistan, Iraq to Iran.
But we've done this. We've done Iran-Contra.
That's fair enough. You know what? The thing is, your experience.
Wait. Hold on a minute.
Okay.
So, giving it to you, it's not the fact that maybe I believe you. If you were over there, I'd hand you a weapon and I'd be like, hey, let's go nuts. I'd stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Problem is I can't guarantee that you won't hand it in to the IRGC. We'll just be fun
I
with that.
have a question. Did Iraq or Afghanistan, did they kill 40,000 of their civilians?
Right.
Yes.
No. I'm not sure. I'd have to check, but probably.
Yes.
No, not even 6 hours.
Wait. How many wars? Do you know how these people
No, it's true. Yeah, extended wars. We're talking about 6 hours.
You guys are acting like they don't kill each other.
I'm talking
about
wars against each other. Okay, we're talking about industrial level.
As
Marco
Rubio and everybody has said, Iran is the only country that's way different between the civilians and the government. You can't even compare the two. Don't even compare it to Iraq and Afghanistan.
But Sam, hold on one
You gotta be honest.
But hold on one second.
Hold on.
You and me do that. Okay, go ahead. But you know what? I'm just saying, comparing. It's not a very abnormal thing to do. We do that. Is it right thing to do? I don't agree. I don't think it is the right thing to do.
Iranians are not evolving the religion as much as those countries are. Most Iranians don't even believe in God.
Why you can't compare this? Because you have never seen the Afghanis stand up against their government time after time.
That's also correct. Yes.
Still going out every few years or so, getting massacred by 40 plus and fighting for freedom, wanting democracy and dying for
Bro, I'm sorry you had that experience, but the Middle East is not just Afghanistan and Iraq.
Exactly. So no, that's no. What I'm trying to say is though, look, it's a normal, it's a natural thing to compare. It's a natural thing, but is it a right thing? I don't think it is a right thing because that comparing is, it's putting us to the wrong path. We shouldn't be comparing when the comparing does not give us the light to the right. The true north is not by comparing in this case, and we can talk about it. I don't know. That's my opinion.
Wait, Elam, are you Egyptian?
What?
Are you Egyptian or Palestinian?
She's from Tel Aviv. What's your problem?
This guy. Yeah. Like, what is it now?
No, I.
What, if I'm an Egyptian, it's better for you,
She's
or
Musa
what?
agent.
No, guys, these guys were hitting on Egyptians. That's why I was asking.
Sam, you have been captured by
Hitting on
Musa.
Egyptians? Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah, they were. Before you came in, they were hitting on Egyptians.
No, I mean, like, they're just goofballs sometimes. That's all right.
No, they were. No, I'm being for real. They were hitting on.
Okay, whatever. We were talking about serious topic. I mean, I know.
He's lying. You know that.
I know. I don't really care.
You know what I'm really interested about?
You help me out, please.
You know what's really weird? Here, let me help you for a second. You can do this. So, I'm really confused why the Egyptian government allows Sam in there. I thought they spent 75 years killing the Muslim Brotherhood and all their cheer boys. Getting rid of them. Like, what the hell's going on in Egypt these days? Did they let these cockroaches back in?
No, I think the border's still closed.
No, the border is closed.
Did they mistake one cockroach as just hiding out in his parents' basement down there somewhere? Like, oh,
you guys are so brutal. Anyways, let's just go back to this one, please. I wanted to tell Sam one thing. Look, so yes, Shama. Some, sorry, okay. Look, so I actually do believe, I agree with you. The balance of the power is equal between the people and the IRGC, the weapon from standpoint. So I do think that the people should be given weapons. Okay, so now comparing that right away out of gate with Afghanistan or Iraq, I find that really trying hard to convince yourself it doesn't work. It's not a similar case, You're talking to a situation in a country that the people in that country are taking hostage. It is also okay for you to think that, oh, you know what, I might be telling you not truth, or the TV.
Okay, can I tell you something?
Yeah.
EIA recruits people from different countries.
Recruit me.
No, listen. On regular basis. With Iranians, they don't have to do that. You know why? Because most Iranians are westernized. They've been there. They've done that. They don't need for anybody to come and tell them, hey, come give us information, data, blah, blah, blah. Because they're not invested in their religion, in the roots of their religion, and their families, and generations and generations before them. You know how Iranians are. They want to have a good life. They want to have a good quality life. They're way different than other Middle Eastern countries. And guess what? Before the revolution, they were allies with Israel. They were allies with America. Yes, there were some disagreements on oil and shit like that, but in reality, they were allies. In Iran, per capita, by the way it is in the Middle East, it's a strategic place on earth. And guess what? Iranian people are different. So, you can't compare the two.
But I want to say something here. Give me a couple minutes for me and I won't go long. I won't go longer. I promise. Give me a couple minutes. I promise you I won't go longer. I think it is a situation.
Your question about Iranians.
No, just hold on 1 second. Let me just 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Whether it is weaponizing or not, whatever this is the best decision is, which I agree with some. I think this is where we are. This is actually a beginning of speech of somebody who I respect a lot. He's a very knowledgeable person, Shervin. This is how he started. We just had a 40 days of the highest, technologically, incomparable to anything else ever seen before in the fight with the Islamic Republic. we are having an advantage in that area as far as the technology goes. And this was the first technology war of America, actually in action. And from that perspective, listen to this. We've got the higher, upper hand right now. And this upper hand does not last forever. And if we don't change and remove the Islamic Republic, at this where we have the upper hand in the war, technology war, at this point, this is something that will come back and hit the whole world. I mean, this is like almost the unforgivable miss of a target. That's what I want to say. So look at it from that perspective.
United States of Israel.
I need to know, for example, were you speaking to the Iranians, the diaspora, that they change, or you're speaking to the Iranians who are living on?
No, I'm speaking to everybody, Iranians or non-Iranians. We have the upper hand. The upper hand does not stay on forever. It's we who lives in Western world, right?
So the Western world, you expect them to change the IRGC and change the...
No, I expect them to unite, to understand at this point that we've got the upper hand, we should unite, strategize together to remove Islamic Republic, including the Lion and Sun revolution, folks. You know what I'm saying? Not without that, of course. Not without the people. Right, exactly.
Most people here are living in the West, which have no access to help. Shouldn't, instead of being an echo chamber on the sheriffs, people that are on the ground in Iran to do something.
No. Of course, but this is not... It's a multi-dimensional. No, I agree with you. I agree. I don't disagree.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, so Sam said something really interesting. Said, we appreciate what has been done, but now it's on the Iranian people. So again, this is the issue that a lot of Americans have. For example, like Pepe, he's very against the war. He doesn't want to boots on the ground. But to flip this regime, you need to have boots on the ground, either from the American people, the American soldiers, or you're going to need the Iranian people to stand up themselves and start taking their country back. And as numbers hitting the streets, again, I understand they have no weapons, but you can make weapons, you can create weapons, you can create Molotov cocktails, you can create explosive devices.
Well, that's what that was happening, Rafi, that was happening.
I'm not done yet. You can, between your neighbors, you can start like little militias, you can work together. I didn't hear that this was happening. All I heard is that Iranians tried to change the regime through peaceful protest. They tried, it didn't work. I understand people tried this in America too. People tried peaceful protest and they start to riot, to push a narrative, destroy things. So now it goes back. Shouldn't the Iranians be fucking burning instead of giving the Americans to take down buildings and infrastructure? Shouldn't the Iranians be doing that themselves?
Yes. And actually, they're gonna do that. The crown prince, their crown prince Reza Pahlavi said this. Next time, I'm gonna make a call out for people to come out. It's when I'm actually inside the country. So, right now, we gotta wait for USA, Israel to finish the job. Whatever they have to finish.
Sorry,
and then at that point.
So, Rafi, I would like to take a minute.
Hold on. Let's Rafi. Hold on. That's what he said. And so far, whatever. Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, the IRGC still has power. Because if the IRGC still has power and Reza Pahlavi hits the ground, I don't know which international airport he's going to land or which land crossing border he's going to take.
Yeah.
The IRGC is going to be there.
He said one town has to free up. He said only one town we start from. That's what he said, right?
Wait, come on.
Let me finish, guys.
I mean, if we start from one city, that's what I meant.
Marshall, let me tell you something. He didn't say anything for 47 years. Back in January, 89, he called people to come out. Millions of people showed up finally. This is the same guy that IRGC's propaganda was saying he's weak, he can't even take care of his own wife. These are, I'm just repeating those motherfuckers. They don't quote me, just repeating them. He called people out, millions of people came out, to the point that the government killed 40,000 people in 2 days. That's how many hours?
Okay, so
6 hours actually.
But he hasn't said anything since then.
I understand, but I'm gonna
Yeah.
follow devil's advocate. Okay.
Go ahead, please.
And again, don't be mad at me.
No, I know you're playing the devil's advocate, bro. Come on, now you know. Now I know. This is different. Now I know. Go. Go for it.
Can't you realistically blame Reza Pahlavi for the deaths of the 40? I understand he's not the one that pulled the trigger, but he knew that the people are gonna. He knew what type of regime it is, and he still told people to go out without.
No, how would you know?
No, hold on. Sure. Go ahead. Yeah, of course, bro. Go ahead.
Again, the fact is what you think you might not know. Again, Reza Pahlavi has been in talks with American people, with the American government, with this whole game plan that they're planning to do. They knew exactly what the IRGC is and how evil they are. If IRGC would have sponsored October 7th, what IRGC can also do around the world, and you guys know what an IRGC is. They killed the
Thank you, check your back page.
Hold on.
Thank you, check your back.
They killed a random girl, not random, sorry to butcher. Her name was Masa. They killed her for not wearing a hijab. So they knew exactly who the fuck they were dealing with. They knew exactly how the rules are. Let's rape them before we kill them. They knew exactly who they're dealing with. But they still told the people, so let me finish it, to go out, protest, and those numbers to get killed. So now the Americans can now videotape it and show it to the people.
Rafi.
This is why we're going into the Iran.
Rafi, I got your point, brother. I really got your point.
Do you understand where I'm going?
I know exactly where you're going. I'm going to answer your question. You're basically saying that these guys had the knowledge of who these motherfucking RGCs are. They were wanting to kill people, all that, blah, blah, blah. Okay. The past 47 years on average, whenever there was a protest, whenever there was an uprising, they have killed on average about 2,000 people. We knew they're going to kill up to 2,000. Okay, that's normal. But we thought, everybody, most Iranians, if millions of people come out, they're not going to bring their snipers, they're not going to bring their tanks, their fucking older weapons, and shoot people. But guess what? They did. So we underestimate. Listen. Bro, listen. From 2,000 on average to 40,000 people in 8 hours. That's a fucking, nobody can guess that. I don't care how of a poker face you are. I don't care how much of a political genius you are.
Let's say that they knew that an average 2,000 gets killed. I believe one protester to get killed, if you come from a civilized place, correct? Even when one protester gets killed, it's a fucking uproar where you are. In the U.S., one fucking innocent or non-innocent black person gets killed. Fucking streets are on fire. Fucking streets are on lockdown. They can start trying.
But guess what? Islam is Islam. The answer is Islam.
I understand it's Islam, but hold on. Is there something on Reza Pahlavi? So they know that there's going to be at least 2,000 killed. Forget about the 40. I think one is too many. 2,000 is already a fucked up number, in my opinion. To even tell people just to videotape 2,000 people to get killed, so they have an excuse to go to Iran. Don't you think Reza Pahlavi is kind enough to be blamed for this shit? You understand where I'm coming from?
Okay.
Okay.
Before the population comes out, okay? Yeah, I got it. Yeah, okay.
Rafi, I'll answer after John.
Okay, sorry, Sam, go ahead.
No, please, after you.
So before this population comes out, millions of men.
Please, thank you. Hey, shipwreck, check your back page.
Okay, before the population come out, like about 7-8 days prior to that, there was a strike, amongst the business owners and So right away, like half day into that, yes, and half day into that, the crowd joined in, and all the chantings were like all, revolutionary chanting, like David Shah, like no to Islamic Republic, down to Khamenei, etc., etc. This is the end, right? So this is how it started. Now let me tell you, if King Reza Pahlavi or Crown Prince Pahlavi, however you want to call, he wouldn't have called for that the 2 nights. Okay, very thing would have happened is like the prior years, they would kill the people. So are you telling me these brave Iranians who came to street to take back Iran, they knew they were gonna get killed? I tell you that. I tell you. Hold on. Let me finish. No. Hold on. Let me finish. I'm telling you this: the Iranians, without any weapons, they want to take Iran back. There was a strike, and then the bazaar, and then after that, the crowd joined. And then Crown Prince Pahlavi saw this crowd, it's hurting, and they're coming around, and then it's adding up, and then the chantings are just like all revolutionary chantings, okay? And then he called for 2 nights in a row for 8 p.m. for them to come out. His call out was very carefully done. This is not because I advocate for him. It's not because of that. Those are the truth. He said to come out at 8 p.m. And guess what? The very first night, everybody came out. Everybody came out. Iranians want this regime gone. They didn't come out to be killed for you. So what you're saying is that Crown Prince Pahlavi is responsible for massacre. This is putting the blame on a very, very wrong actor. I'm so sorry to say. Now, hold on. Rafi, let me finish. The streets belong to people. We all know that. We know the streets belong to people.
Let him finish. Go ahead.
Hold on. We know that the streets belong to the Iranian people, but as we know in history, would have told us that every time you guys come out to the streets, there are correct. There has never been a peaceful protest. There's always an average of 2,000 people, and I think 2,000 people is a fucking stupid number of people to die. Forget about the 40,000 that we're gonna be. Has been a claim that has been died. So I'm saying even 2,000 is fucked up. And I'm saying even what the fucking IRGC or the health minister said instead of the 4,000, 3,000, like they tried to make the numbers better, I still think it's fucked up 3,000. I think 1 is too many. But the person who basically said to come out, knowing that every time there are protests, that even let's say 2,000 have to die. Forget about the 40. And to encourage the 2,000 to come out without weapons, knowing that this is gonna happen. Doesn't matter if millions came out, nobody expected them to take out weapons. I don't know why you guys expected the more they come out, the more serious weapons are gonna come out. I don't know how you guys think that.
Bro, can I drop interest? Hold on, Dumpster has shared. Let him talk. Let Dumpster talk.
Freedom, not because of anything else. They came out because they want to take back their
I understand, but how many times did they come out?
No, he understands. Hold on. Let Dumpster talk, and then I'll.
Yes, Dumpster, go.
Hey, I'm just gonna be really quick. I've just jumped back in. There's a lot of people here. Unfortunately, I feel like a lot of people are not understanding what the moderators are. So I just want people to understand that we have moderators. They get a higher privilege than the regular speakers do. Moderator, the house owner, Rafi. Then you got myself. You got Will. You got Sam, and you got Mikey. I understand that you want and Jay. Sorry, I didn't update. But the thing is, the people here that come up to speak, I understand you're trying to get your point across, but understand this: when a moderator can interject, they can question or even make a statement. So if you don't want to be interrupted, just listen real quick to the interjection or hold yourself accountable. This is a privilege to be up here, and in some cases, a dictatorship.
Usually how my rooms are run, I do like how Muhammad would do it. Instead of giving it to the man, I give the first mic to the woman, just to make Muhammad, kind of, happy. I'm just saying.
Rafi may have the privilege to use the mic for a minute.
Go quick. About Some wanted to go. Some.
You're good. No, go ahead.
No.
I want to speak when you draw comparison about Americans arming people, comparing Afghanistan and Iraq. Before we do that, we need to consider certain factors which were present in the case of Afghanistan but might be absent in the case of Iraq. In the case of Afghanistan, there was a country named Pakistan in the neighborhood, and there were some training camps where these freedom fighters would have been properly trained by professional military. And once they were trained, they were armed with sticker visas, with high accuracy weapons, and then they would go and actively participate in the war against the Soviet Union. Unfortunately, in the case of Iran, I don't think so. There is any possibility of offering proper training camps to people that they could be trained at, because you do not just arm civilians without any professional training.
Well, I can touch bases a little bit on this because I know my time in Afghanistan, we used to help the Afghan guard. We used to basically give them PFD, CFP, and basic firearm understanding, basic SOI as well. The problem that I can foresee with Iran, if we're going to be on that topic, with getting weapons to the Iranian people, it's the reality. It's vetting them and understanding the direction. So with that being said, the vetting process, there are flaws in it. Like we saw in Iraq, we saw in Afghanistan.
Bro, what the Stampede is saying is this. He's saying there was Air Force in Afghanistan, but the Afghani soldiers didn't know how to use it, even though they tried to train them for so many years. They still give up to fucking Taliban. Taliban took over, even though they didn't have any Air Force.
Didn't take a month.
Listen.
That's not why we gave in.
No, that's what I'm saying. There's a difference, homeboy. Listen to me. Afghanistan had all the Air Force you ever needed. Can Stepi and freaking Marshall answer my question? Is that a yes or no? And by
Afghanistan, I don't think had an Air Force in that.
Bro, they had the fucking American planes. They may have how to fucking do the Air Force.
Soviets, yes. In Afghanistan, we had air superiority. We controlled the skies. Yes.
Thank you. You're done. Okay, how the fuck did Taliban take over?
You guys had even control over the borders. Like, you guys.
I don't know what you're yelling, bro. Okay, listen. What?
That would be a problem in comparison to like Iran, where.
Listen, this is what I'm saying. Okay, you went to Afghanistan for 20 years. You freaking trained them to do everything they can possibly do to defend themselves. But when it came to the time, they fucked up. People were hanging from the planes.
Yeah, just like Rock, the Republic of Korea, right?
Okay, you can't compare people. Listen, bro, we have good areas where we can win, and we have weaknesses, right? We have victorious. Go ahead, Marshall.
All I was gonna say was, number one, the American public got tired. Number two, sources dumped on WikiLeaks show that U.S. strategic planners knew they were not making an impact, and we didn't withdraw sooner. It would have taken more troops, more time, and it would have taken us not trying to turn Afghanistan into a democracy, right? Like, if we were doing it the right way, we would have worked more with the tribal nature of Afghanistan, and we would have appointed less corrupt people. Like, they appointed Rashid Dostum, who was part nominally of the Alliance of the Panjshir with Ahmed Shah Massoud, who was having the U.S. funded and liked the U.S. was never, his intention was not to take over. In fact, Al-Qaeda assassinated him.
What you're saying is the ideology in Afghanistan is really is really deep mixed with everything, every decision they make, but it's not like that in Iran. Let's be honest.
Oh, I'm not saying that it is, but there is one question that needs to be asked. and I have an answer for it, but I'm not going to give my answer right this second. What is, aside from reprisals for 40 plus years of killing our civilians and soldiers, what is the articulable national security interest and grand strategy interest, meaning we pursue a strategic victory over a tactical victory? Like, what are those things? Because I think if we start there, then everything else kind of follows. Right? If you can sketch out the grand strategy,
business-wise or political-wise, Marshall?
Grand strategy takes into account military considerations, economic considerations.
Okay, military Viking, please go ahead.
I can understand the question.
I don't know what you're asking.
What are you asking? What am I asking? What's the articulation?
So Marshall is asking, guys. I'm not asking Marshall.
So I have an opinion on this, and I think I can stretch it out, but I want to know what other people think before I give my opinion. So what I want to know is, what is the articulable national security interest to fully invade and cleanse Iran of the regime? If there is one, noting where we sit with debt, noting where we sit with our expenditures, noting where we sit with paying interest on that debt, like what are the articulable national security reasons for doing this that are both tactical and strategic? Brett, go ahead.
Chief, can you please take this for me?
The tactical reasons for taking out the IRGC right now?
Tactical and strategic. Like, yes, the tactical.
The strategic one would be for the global oil supply and to actually allow the trade and commerce to exist through those straits and to basically control our future spending on anti-terrorist units around the world. The massive amounts of funding that we actually give underneath to kind of combat these proxies. Multiple nations do this, so that would be more of the tactical one. People often overlook that simple fact. The other one would be to kind of help control the way China and other entities that are antithetical to our existence, or B, at least the Western dominance portion, like China, Russia, to kind of curtail their endeavors. Although Russia really doesn't need Iranian oil, I would believe, but China most assuredly does. And it would allow our allies, like such as Japan, Australia, most of the Pacific theater, to have a better source and supply of the run of that oil to go to their countries to be able to power them. And China would have to at least acquiesce their kind of quasi support and trying to break from the fold. But I mean, those are long-term objectives, Marshall. I'm not sure exactly like our immediate, even with our debt. Yeah, the debt is something to be aware of, but long-term, imagine having the ability to decrease that funding for anti-terrorist regimes. Those components that we have to put into the air over and over again and build in multiple nations. Imagine not having to fund nations with massive systems to protect themselves from Iran or even Turkey at that point, like to be able to call those back.
So that's essentially my rationale right there. It's a little bit more specific. We spend anywhere between $25 and $50 billion on the Gulf cooperation countries and other things every single year. Not to mention what we give in terms of like what it costs us in terms of basing in places. And so a friendly Iran is better for the region, more aligned with the United States, less interested in China. We then get to the really sticky part, which is we'd have to invade with millions of American troops. And I don't think anybody.
Hold on. What do you mean by friendly Iran?
I mean an Iran that is more friendly to Washington than it is to Moscow or Beijing.
What does that mean?
Not a client state, but an independent state that tends to ally with the West because of their own particular interests.
Bro, these are all words. Can we do this with IRGC right now or what?
No, it wasn't my point.
Reforms? Can we do reforms or what?
That's my reason. No, I just want to see what other people said. That's
I
my reason.
have a last, right?
Yeah, please.
Give you, okay, guys. I want you to allow me to play this. The 2 minutes. It's a very nice English, simple to the point, and you can hear it. And I play for you right now.
Limited window of time, and we have an opportunity to displace a mafia state like the Islamic regime. What I've been saying is this is the first full American AI war. And if you look at this, 40-plus day war, we had devastating accuracy and lethality, precision lethality that was powered by AI. If you look at Palantir and Maven and what it enabled the U.S. military to do in collaboration with the IDF, it was an incredible showcase of the advances of AI and automation. And the future of warfare is AI. And we have a massive advantage over any other country in the world right now. That advantage is not going to hold forever. They're going to catch up, whether it's China powered or Russian powered or Iranian powered by this Islamic regime. They will catch up. So this is a limited window of time that we have an opportunity to displace a mafia state like the Islamic regime. You saw what happened with Venezuela, but Iran is not Venezuela. And the reality that we face now is that mafia states like Iran, powered by AI and AGI, what we have to worry about is not nuclear bombs anymore. We have to worry about 30,000 drones arriving in New York all at once versus 2 planes. We have to worry about not just kinetic lethality, we have to worry about genetic lethality. Using AI and CRISPR, you can tailor a vaccine to assassinate one person and give the cold to everybody else in the room. You can assassinate a whole Congress and a Senate in the White House. It's extremely dangerous to live in a world with an evil regime like the Islamic regime that has shown everyone what it's capable of. If they had a nuclear bomb, they would have used it in this war. They attacked every single one of their neighbors, left them all in shock. None of them imagined that they would have missiles raining down on them in the region. So we are waking up to a new Middle East. And what I firmly believe is that we have to take advantage of this moment in time when we have a historical advantage over these evil regimes. And if we don't take care of it, we will wake up in 5 years, all of us suffering all over the world at the hands of evil regimes like Iran, the Islamic regime, using these capabilities untethered from any morality that we believe in. Shannon.
I just shared this because I needed as a human being to share this. I believe in whatever he said. I believe corrective, accuracy of it, and I think I'll be aware. Anyways, thank you so much. I hope you heard what I think. Okay, so now I'm thinking.
Yes, I
Okay, sorry.
It was wonderful.
actually realized the seriousness of this matter. This is as serious as a heart attack, not just for our brothers and sisters in Iran, just the people of Iran, but also for us here in the West. But I think people are slowly and surely waking up to that.
Imagining it is scary. I swear to God, guys, you might think like, oh, you know what, lucky environmentalist guys, global warming. Oh, come on, it's just exaggeration. This is not. And I'm not trying to threaten you or frighten you or whatever that you want to classify this. I am, as a human being, not even Iranian, I like to share information that folks can decide on their own. This is just one point of data. And I put the link in the chat, but this is a one point of data from a very experienced person who is knowledgeable in what he says, and he does not run with propaganda. There's a history of that. Anyways, I'm just sharing this, and you can hear it, at least for the sake of just listening to it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
I hope they don't give a shit about listening to what's reality
I'm
inside
not glad
They just want to read themselves.
I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, serious. I don't understand. What is this saying? Maybe my IQ is low. tax in this country. I'm a citizen of United States. I'm an Iranian American. I'm talking to those folks. Okay, you don't have to stick your foot in everything just to say something. Okay, this is something that is dangerous to the world, and stop it. We don't want to be at the World War II and say, oh, you know what? Well, we were told.
And let's imagine there'll be some pro-IRGCs in this room. It's like, imagine if there's another way to be patriotic back.
I mean, you're not the
Because
only
honestly,
idiot.
whatever has been happening for the past 47 years is not working.
Yeah, it's
not working. It has set you apart from who you
Hello,
are.
Ali. Yeah, Ali hates Jews
It
and Christians.
demonized you.
Yes, and we're not having
Ali, motherfucker, you hate Jews?
we're not having the ideology that Ali likes to have. We don't want it in our country. It does not belong to us.
Yeah, but guys, stop, dog. Stop. Hold on. Stop, dog.
Oh,
Hi, girls.
look at it.
Oh, shit. But hold on. Stop. Welcome, bro. Stop dogpiling on Ali. Has the last 47 years worked for you and your family?
No, they didn't want it, but the RGC itself came to the power.
Yes, good.
It's not this fact. So United States basically.
Bro, can we have a UFC in the clubhouse?
So do you respect the IRGC, like, or do you say that like they're no good?
I don't respect the IRGC nor respect your policies.
What, you don't even know my policy.
Why did you attack his policies before you know what the fuck? What? That was a good question. Bibi, you asked a good question. Bibi! No, the boy Bibi. The guy Bibi. You asked a really good question. Please.
Really attached with him, because my Iranian talent.
Please talk to Ali. Bibi, Ali, Mike, Philip.
I've spoken to Ali before, but I think he just likes to go against the grain because he feels like if he joins everybody that's seeing all the problems, he feels like he loses, so he wants to be a separatist. It doesn't matter if everybody says there's a train coming. Ali will stand on the track and say, no, there's no train coming, and you'll get run over by the train.
He just wants to prove everybody.
Yeah, just to prove everybody wrong. But it's
we'll call it post-sport. Please repeat after me.
Listen,
Hold on, everybody. Bibi, can you make a service announcement for the big tickets?
Yeah, absolutely. For all of you that are in the room, I see a lot of pink tickets in the bottom of the audience, and also on stage. If you can please join the room, and it's easy, I'll show you how to do it. At the top of the room, it says the War Room. There's an arrow to the right. Click on that, it'll say join here. There, you're going to hand in your little orange ticket. Behind there, there'll be a little Iranian midget. He will hand you a yellow ticket where you can cash it in for kubide, yogurt, salad, whatever you want. The drinks are free tonight. There's alcoholic drinks, non-alcoholic drinks.
Excuse me, how good is Kubi there? Is it good Kubi there or bad Kubi there?
Very good. It's very good. But you can cash in your red ticket. That way you can join the house. So whenever we do open up rooms, you can see it in the hallway. Please enjoy the stage. Respect the women that are on stage first and foremost. Respect the speakers. If you want to speak, wait your turn. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. You don't have to be upset and interrupt people because you don't agree with their opinion. Allow everybody to have a minute to a minute and a half. Not everybody's going to have the same opinion. We don't want to be in rooms where everybody's agreeing on the same thing. That's a boring room. We like controversy. We like to have good debates. At the same time, you are not going to always agree with the other person. So please enjoy it, respect it. And if you don't, you get tossed in the audience. There's a free sex swing that you can use where you can get fucked. Other than that, respect the space. Another little Persian Mexican. He's half and half. Enjoy yourself in this room. Enjoy the audience. If you want to speak, raise your hand. Come up, speak. Like I said, you get an uninterrupted minute to a minute and a half of uninterrupted speech. I can't stand it when people are dogpiling people just because you don't agree with their opinion. Make it where it's a loaded fucking comeback. Like, just wait and then smack them with a question and pay attention to what they're really saying. Because if you really pay attention to what Ali's saying,
I think that he hates himself, and that's what's concerning me the most.
And guess what, guys? Hold on, Ali. Bibi makes $300 a week just by saying that. If you are pro-Palestine, you can join us. We pay you 250 shekel.
Yes. And 72 virgins after.
Okay, whatever. So just go blow yourself up.
So, that being said, I'd like to pass the mic to Ali. What do you have to say for yourself this evening, sir?
This is the general problem of this room. If somebody comes from an opposing idea or from a middle of an idea, okay, if somebody comes that says that I'm not from IRGC, but I don't support this war, I'm against this war, these people never let you talk. So this is a very biased society, that you cannot even reach the depths of the problem.
Or you always come up with the point that America is losing this war and Iran is winning this war.
We just allowed you to criticize the room, like pretty fucking democracy, instead of how you you come on to complain, and we sat all quietly muted while you were complaining and criticizing us. And everything you've been saying today has been debunked, and you tried to make this into the Ali show, which we said we're not having an echo chamber here. We want to hear a difference of opinion. We want to hear a difference of opinion. We will listen to your opinion for a short period of time, but once it becomes repetitive, we will stop you and we will debunk you if you're saying lies, Ali.
I want to speak now.
Now we're going to let the next moderator speak.
So I kind of agree with Ali. Because if it was Canada, I don't like the government in Canada, but the last thing I want to do is have a foreign country come in and start bombing Canada. I think Canadians need to take back Canada, like Iranians need to take back Iran. However, and people are like, but how? But the Iranians are some of the smartest people I know. Every Iranian that comes to Canada is either a fucking engineer or a pharmacist. They're very educated people. They'll figure out a way. I understand what he's saying. He doesn't like the IRGC, but he doesn't agree with the war. No, but hold on. That's an okay opinion in my eyes, because when I look at, like, I don't know what country you're in, Sam, or anybody else, but the country I'm in Canada, I would be upset if Russia came in to fight the liberal government here for me. I would be upset. I'd be like, what the fuck?
Are you trying to play the devil's advocate?
No, I'm being honest.
Because we know this guy.
Think about how many people's lives are going to be lost.
We know this guy for more than a month.
Think about how many people's lives are going to be lost on both sides.
No, why do you act like this guy and you don't know anything about him? Why do you act like you don't know this guy? We know him for more than a month.
I do know him.
We have talked to him more than 100 times, and he's a fucking IRGC supporter.
Yo, bro, you can talk as loud as you fucking want. You're not going to
No, I'm not even talking loud. I got an iPhone 17 Pro. That's why it's loud. I don't know.
I'm not worried about that. But think about it rationally, guys. Hold on. I don't need to be challenged on this. It's my
I'm not challenging.
But hold on. But listen to what he's saying. But listen to hold on. For fuck's sake. Listen to exactly what he's saying. He hates the same people you hate, guys. He hates the IRGC.
You believe that?
Yeah. He said it many of times. The only thing he doesn't like that there's a foreign.
Let's challenge him right now. Ask him.
I'm gonna leave the room.
No, what do you mean?
You guys are being annoying now. Because you guys already have it fixed in your fucking head.
Bro,
let's
ask him. We don't believe you, but let's ask him.
Phoebe, do you want me to play a Christian song from your region?
I'm not talking about
Arabic
Jew. Can you stay quiet for 1 second? Okay, so the problem is that Ali, I thought I was arguing with a person in good faith. I thought, yes, he wants his country to be liberated by his people. But when you start questioning Ali, and you question Ali more, like precise questions like, how do you want the Iranians to liberate their countries? We should protest. We should take our country back by protest. We all know on the state, he agrees. He knows what happens with protest. If you see, Sam just told me, every time they go protest, at least 2,000 Iranians die.
They get shot in the head because they don't own weapons.
Jacob, quiet for 1
But
second.
guys, there's different ways of protesting. There's silent protesting. Like if every Iranian went to the middle of the street and sat on the ground and didn't say a fucking word, that would be a different. No. Oh my God, you guys are fucking close-minded today, bro. You guys are so close-minded. I've seen the videos. They weren't fucking quiet.
I've talked to this guy more than 100 times.
Everybody be quiet. Rafi and Bibi. That's
Shut up, bro. That Bibi. Also, later on, I asked him as a joke, who do you think is winning this war? Iran and Israel? Sorry, Israel and America or Iran? He tells me Iran. And then
They are winning. How do you not see that?
He's on this how? How are
They are winning, though, guys. Are you guys all blind that Iran's not winning?
I know the Irish.
IRGC is winning.
No, but slow down.
Think about what you're saying, though, guys. Think about this. Hold on, rationally. Hold on. Guys.
Hold on, I'm actually.
No. Hold on. I'll tell you guys. Guys, how are you rationally not believing the IRGC's winning? You've killed every fucking leader, and they're still fucking throwing missiles into Israel. What? How are they losing? Come on.
Hold on.
What's wrong with you guys?
That is just a rogue. Hold on.
No, that's not a rogue guy, guys. Wake up, man. They created a system. It doesn't matter how many of you kill. A next one will fall in place. They created a genius system. Come on. You guys are underestimating how intelligent they are. That's the problem.
Yeah, they're unbeatable. They are the king of the war. You're right.
Hold on. They're not unbeatable.
Guys, everybody be quiet.
They're not unbeatable, but you're not seeing.
Your mind
You're not
will come
seeing.
to an end because they're not sovereign. Listen to that. It's all about the people, right? The people don't believe them no matter what they do.
You're right, Sam. The problem is everybody has a closed mind and they're not allowing themselves to think like broadly.
Sir, you sound like you're stoned, and I don't think you would be allowed.
Stone, Jacob, shut the fuck up. You sound like a fucking goof, bro.
Bibi, can I say something to you?
Yeah.
The picture of winning for you, maybe it looks like a switch. The light is on and off. Maybe the winning, the picture that you have, the image you have, needs to be adjusted a little bit. Because it's no more. You know what I'm saying?
I love you and I respect you, but
No,
honestly,
hold on. I want to tell you something.
No. Jenny, from your
You're
mind,
talking about
okay.
the wrong
We're in the 5th fucking month. All you
I
have been,
understand.
it's not
I
this
know,
war
I
would have
get
been
it.
done in 2 days.
I get it.
5 months later, you're still fighting.
Right.
It's
No.
not a win.
I want to tell you something.
It's not a
Hold on
win.
one
It's a
second.
loss.
This is why I played that audio for you. Because the war that we're in, it's a massive war. You know, when Iran, as a very large country, huge country, you see the rocket factories all across the freaking country. Like, how do you think this is gonna be a win? Like in a matter of overnight or a
Proving
5
my point that they're not fucking losing. I listen
the winning
very
is have
carefully.
stages.
I listened very carefully to the audio you played, and yes, they're an extreme threat to the world, but they're not losing.
Not at all. Iran is not a threat to anyone.
And they're not even 1 year in the war.
Bro,
Trump only told you Vietnam took so many years.
I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second. I have a question for Bibi. Bibi, if they've had at the beginning of this war, just for the sake, I'm just asking you a question. Okay, 100% capacity for rockets. Okay, and 5 months after, out of 100%, maybe they have diminished like about 80% of it. Hold on. Would you say? Would you?
Hey, I'm sorry for cutting you off. I just want to bring up some focus points. You guys are quick to dogpile on Bibi for making his opinion and his point. And, everybody's chiming in to dogpile on him because it doesn't sit well with you. It's not how you see it. I've seen Bibi on here going on 7 months. And I remember when the first operation took form. Bibi, he even came out and he goes, I don't think this is going to be
that's possible, though.
Wait, hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. Hold on. Hey, Ali.
Ali, shut the fuck up, Ali.
Hold on, sir. Hey, hold some decorum, my guy. But I just want people to be aware. You guys heard the words he said when he reset the room. You're going to hear stuff you're not going to like to hear. But at least show some decorum and let him speak it before you dogpile on him.
No, I just asked him a question.
All right, Ella.
I just
go ahead.
hold on, Sam. Hold on. I want to answer from Bibi. Bibi, 100% to 20% down the capacity of the rockets. What do you call that? Like Iranian government, Islamic Republic, has lost the capacity of 80% of the rockets. There are 20% left. There's 20% left. What do you call that? Do you call that a win for Islamic Republic?
It is because I was going to find that they lost. Well, I understand where he's coming with this, and it's not about the loss of the 20% of the rockets. If they lost 20% of the rockets, did the IRGC themselves fall by 20%? No, the ideology still stays alive there. The ideology. So if they can create the rocket, or they can recreate the ideology later on, and then they try to overthrow the government.
Launch the missile immediately.
So this is exactly why you need to get rid of the eye of the octopus.
But again, so rockets mean nothing of a win right now.
I understand what you're saying.
If they can launch out 20% that's left, they'll launch 20%. If they have the full 100%, they'll launch the whole 100%. The ideology.
Guys, what's 20% diminished of how many rockets, guys?
No, let's say 150,000. Look.
Rockets, hold on. Rockets is not what's winning. The ideology is what's winning. Whatever they're doing in Iran, then I'll give it to Bibi. Whatever they're doing in Iran, the ideology is still alive.
No, so I want to tell you something. On that note, I'm completely against Bibi.
I just
on the idea.
that usually does not happen. Hope you on mic, and I would love to hear from Hope.
Me too. Yeah, can I have?
We'll go right after Hope. She's a woman. You know how it works.
I agree with Bibi. That right now the Islamic Republic is winning, the U.S. is not winning, Israel is not winning. I don't believe the ideology is winning. I think the ideology is losing. But right now, the Islamic Republic has control. They're controlling the Straits. They still have their weapons. They're bombing other countries. They're bombing Israel. They're not losing right now. Right now, they're the head of the game. The minute they lose control of the Straits, that's when perhaps we'll start winning. But right now, I agree with Bibi.
Because they are shooting one rocket a day, they are winning. What a stupid argument. What a stupid fucking argument.
Why would you call it a stupid argument? It's making a lot of sense, guys. Put it like this, guys. If Mexico shot up a missile to the United States, how do you think that would have ended for Mexico? Not very well. How do you think it's ending for Iran? Very well. It made a lot of sense, and the problem is you're trying to insult her because you can't come back with a good rebuttal.
I don't see both sides of the story, actually. I do think that, though 80% of their missile capacity is down and they only have some left, the IRGC, I'm not saying Iran intentionally, we're talking about the IRGC. The IRGC is still, although fractured, very much fractured, and they have certain fights going on between themselves, they are still in control, of course, for as much as they can. And so America and Israel have not accomplished a total defeat of the IRGC at all. As much as I hate them, I have to be honest, that's not happened, unfortunately. And that's the truth.
Okay, go on. Hold on. Everybody.
Hold on. How are they winning? You're not telling me this. You're telling me because they're shooting one rocket a day, they are winning. This is so fucking stupid.
I did not say they are winning.
No, you said they are winning. America and Israel are losing. This is what you said.
You know what I want to hear from? I want to hear from Shapeshifter.
Hold on. We're gonna go. Hold on. We're gonna go. I wanted to say something real quick, Sam.
Yes, you're welcome. I just made a really quick comment.
Put your name in the queue. Put your name in the queue. And sir, I'm gonna let you talk. I promise you. I'm just letting people know. Put your name in the queue, and we'll go in order. Since people like you, one like their.
Hey, shapeshifters after Sam. Go ahead, Sam.
Fucking, I forgot what I was gonna say, but
You were gonna rebut
to both Glow and Hope, you think IRGC is winning? My question
I did not say they are winning. Stop putting words in my mouth.
Okay, sorry. IRGC has been able to take care of themselves, right? Whatever you call them. What group they call them? It's a name, guys. Come on. For Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, everybody uses that. What is that word? Resistance, right? Show me, how are they resisting? They fucking have lost everything. The reason why America hasn't destroyed them is because they don't want to kill a lot of people. Do you understand that shit? Or do I have to explain it like a second grade?
Sam, you know why you're wrong? See, this is bigger than what you guys all think. United States and Israel don't want a strong Iran. They want this to be drawn out because they want there to be a civil war because they want a weak and balkanized Iran. Believe me.
No, that's bullshit.
Can I ask you a question, Bibi? Bibi, put yourself in Bibi's shoes and Trump's shoes.
Yeah, they don't want to.
Would you rather deal with one centralized, one guy, or 10 different guys?
And because then you're gonna have a Syria, you're gonna have an Iraq, you're gonna have a shithole that can't do nothing.
Okay, I want to ask Viking. Viking, as somebody who's been in the military, Brad, would you rather deal with one guy or 10 different guys?
One guy.
Thank you. Done.
Ask Henry Radio. Why do you ask why?
I'm sorry, but what?
It's easier on a tribal level. It's easier on a tribal level.
Jam, go ahead. Jam.
Okay, Ali, shut up your mouth. Oh my God. Your mouth. I'm sure 100%. Shut up your mouth. I'm Iranian. And okay, I don't care about whether you're gonna say something or like that because you are a piece of the shit. I'm sure about. Don't drop me. I am Iranian and I live here. I know everything about that. You receive every single month money about such shit. Iranian government or something like that, and now you want to come in here and say something like that bullshit. Obviously, Sam saying 100% right, and don't speak more about the something or like that because maybe American people don't know your attitude or your idea, but I am Iranian and I know everything belongs to you. I literally understand you and I understand what you wanna say something or like that because everybody, be careful, listen to me. I can inform everything.
Let her finish.
There's a queue.
I listened to you. I'm in the queue, but there's you.
But I have Rafi. I have never spoken. How does it keep working?
Pass the mic to Shapeshifter, please.
Go back to everybody who spoke already. We'll go a little popcorn style. But right now, Shapeshifter, welcome to the stage. Thank you. Thanks for having me, and I appreciate you guys how you're running the room. So I am completely against the IRGC. I completely agree with DB that they're winning, and I'd like to make the case for it. I define winning as gaining leverage and losing as losing. The way I see it is the following. First, the IRGC strengthened its distributed command and control structure, which is something that was in question before. Khomeini was the only threat was really that we were going to bomb the IRGC, so you got to get else being bombed. They bombed the leaders that were killed, and they maintained a distributed and organized and decentralized structure. Second, they now have a more relevant role in the world economic stage. They can play. They have the GCC scramble. Third, the United States has been bluffing them and losing their bluffs. They're gaining more relevance with ideological opposites. So for example, we now have Pakistan, a Sunni nation, brokering deals on behalf of Iran. Fifth, it's unclear to me at this moment in time whether there remains a viable resistance within Iran. Nobody's on the streets protesting right now. So I think that
of course not.
I think they will come out. I think that unfortunately the only people that are being intellectually honest. So the first step to resolving a problem is admitting one. Are folks like BB and Glow and others that are like calling it like they see it. Just because you say they're winning doesn't mean you're with them. Thanks for the space.
I did not say they're winning. Listen, comprehension is very hard for you folks, I guess. I said that as fractured as they are, as much as they're fighting each other, and they've been hit very hard, alright? That doesn't mean that the IRGC has fallen the way Israel, America maybe would have intended. I did not say they are winning at all. I did not even say the word winning. Comprehension skills.
Hope said they were winning.
Nobody was talking about you, Joe.
Hope wasn't agreeing with BB, the statement BB was making, and she added a few more things to it, where she broke it down. But okay, let's go to the next person. We got Ashka. Is that your name? Am I butchering it?
Yes, no, Ashkan is correct.
Ashka, it's all you.
Yeah,
the stage is yours.
It's all me, by the way. I brought these people in here.
Thank you, sweetheart. We'll get to you too, but you've been here from day one. You know that.
So none of the arguments that the people that are claiming that the IRGC has taken control and they are in advantage make any sense to me, because none of the points are valid. First of all, the revolution is not dead in Iran. Our leader, the leader of the revolution, Prince Reza Pahlavi, has told us to stand down for now, because the regime has collected all of the proxy terrorists from all around the world, from Afghanistan, from Pakistan, from Yemen, and also from this Hamas and Hezbollah, this Palestine and Lebanon, and they brought all inside of Iran, and also from Iraq, and also from Turkey. Okay, so they have more manpower than before, than January, to kill the people. But the thing that you have forgotten is that they are only strong against the women and children, empty-handed. You know. So take that. Let me finish first, then you can ask me 100 questions. So to just say because now they have taken control of the streets, so they have won and they're in advantage, that's so shallow thinking. That means you don't know anything about politics, you don't know anything about how the conflicts and the revolution works, okay?
No one
and
said the streets.
they haven't. No, I'm talking about the streets, and I'm coming also to the Strait of Hormuz and the other stuff. Okay, so let me finish. And also to say that they have taken control of the war and they are in advantage, America and Israel didn't achieve their goals, that's also not correct. Because what was the goal of the attacking Iran? They never said that they want to change the regime. They said we want to disable their nuclear capabilities. Done. Okay, they have no nuclear capabilities anymore. We want to disable their.
Bro, they have 60% plus
No.
enriched uranium.
No, I'm talking. No, it's underground. It's 6 feet underground. Okay, or maybe more. Okay, they have the Israel bombed in the 12-day war. America and Israel bombed all these nuclear facilities, and these 60% enriched uranium is like 300 meters under the ground. They will never be able to get their hands on them, and they need the help of other nations to help them to get to these material. Okay, that's the most important thing. And Trump and Israel, so we are watching very close. As soon as you get close to extract this nuclear enriched material, we're gonna bomb your ass. So it's gone. Okay, they cannot touch it. Although it's in Iran, they cannot touch it. Okay, so first achievement. Second achievement was that they want to disable their drone and also missile power, which they already also did because they bombarded this factory which produced the metals and the other materials to make the body of these missiles, and also they destroyed and demolished the fuel for these bombs.
Shut the fuck up, fucking cunt.
And every time that they shoot a missile, they find the launchers and they destroy them. And over 90% or 85% of the capability of the missile power is also gone. Okay? That's the second achievement. The third achievement that they wanted to reach is to destroy the proxies. Okay? Now, tell me, Hamas and Hezbollah, they're already in lockdown. Hamas is as good as dead. There are a few guys with Kalashnikovs who, still running like rats between the rebels. Hezbollah. Yes, give me 30 seconds. Actually, I have to give you the mic graphic because you know better than me what's going on with the Hezbollah in Lebanon. And also, let me finish. Yes. Yes, I will just give you.
So, with the Hamas in Lebanon, just to let you know,
taken them, the rest of them which were alive, they have brought them inside of Iran. So they are not proxy anymore because they are inside of Iran, and the only reason they brought them is because they were afraid of the people and a revolution. Okay, so they have no proxies anymore around the world. Okay, I'm just gonna land here and give it to Rafi.
I'll tell you, so rockets might not be flying from Iran right now, but the rockets are still flying from Lebanon, Israel. So nothing was done in Israel with Lebanon. They're still fighting on the borders of Syria. The proxy war, they're still fighting on the borders of Lebanon. Israel is fighting two fronts as of now, and they have it's on the ground between Syria and Lebanon, and they're fighting the proxies of Iran, and they're still alive. Hamas was crippled after October 7th, after Israel did its military operations there, because there was no aid, no more money, no more nothing coming in there, because Israel was strictly controlling that they're not going to get any more rockets, nothing was coming in from Egypt, nothing was coming in from any other fucking rat hole tunnel that they had. Israel eliminated that before they even went into Iran. So the proxies are still alive, I'm sorry to say.
May I say something here, Rafi?
But how many percent of them are alive? 10%, 5%? It doesn't count.
5%. 5%. Bibi Netanyahu said that.
What do you mean 5%? They can tell you the rockets are still
No, Bibi Netanyahu said that. 150,000 rockets from Lebanon.
Prior to the war, right? There wasn't one rocket realistically flying from Lebanon at that point. But now that the war started with Iran, I'm getting notifications. There's something called Red Alert. You can download it in your app, off of your app store. Just put it towards Israel, and every single night you're gonna wake up to a bunch of notifications that rockets are flying into Israel or aircraft. So meaning.
Rafi, what do you think? How many percent of these proxies are still alive? How many percent are active? How many percentage?
Bro,
5%.
hold on, man. Listen to what you're saying, dude.
For every one we kill, there are two important ones because it's somebody.
No, they they need 20 years to be able to be active. Don't mess with it, brother. You say they die and they get reborn. Is it a computer game? I don't know. Yeah, the ideology needs fucking and get pregnant and 20 years of training. How do they come back to the active service again after they die?
Ideology is alive, and the problem is with the ideology, like Iran, you can take out 20% of their rockets, you can take out 80% of their rockets. It doesn't matter what you're going to take out. If the ideology is still there,
yeah, the Nazi ideology is still alive, but they cannot do anything because you disable them. You have to do the same thing also to these Muslims.
The Nazi ideology was disabled. Well, in 2026, a lot of Nazis aren't afraid to speak that they're Nazis today.
The Arabs and Muslims are today's Nazis. Not the Germans anymore.
There's the white supremacists that are all following the same ideology as the Nazis. And today, in 2026,
no, that's a lie. I don't see them anywhere.
Are you guys joking?
No, you are joking. Show me one Nazi group that is active in Europe and in America.
No, but they're not in power. They are not in power. That's the difference.
It's not about power. The ideology, when it's alive, they get to vote what goes into power. Look what's happening in Europe, for example. The European leaders are bending the knee to their foreign invaders, as I'm going to say. All these people that...
Yeah, they're all fucking leftists. They are no Nazis. They're leftists. Leftist liberals.
Hold on, Ashkan, let me finish. So the Europeans today, after they brought in millions and millions of refugees, they started bending the knee and agreeing with them for votes. And that's how you bring in an ideology, because people see what the people want. So the leaders...
No. You're trying to run away from the question. I told you, name me one Nazi group in the whole world, and you couldn't name one. Okay? You couldn't even name one.
What's a Nazi? Let's start with that. Give me an example.
You told me there are not active Nazi groups.
Yeah, there is no Nazi in the political system. That is the correct statement.
People now less afraid to share their opinions on fucking Islamophobia, on fucking anti-Semitism. You are being racist at all times.
I agree with you. Okay, I agree with you.
Hold on. So things aren't getting better. There were sleepers. People were quiet until they could rise again. And this is what's going to happen if you don't kill the ideology. If the ideology is there, you'll never have your own back. Because they're going to be sleeping so they can get their moment to take their country back and then enslave and imprison the people. So they don't give a fuck about that fucking 20% rockets, because once they can go back into power and they can fucking start arming the people with the same ideology.
That's exactly right, Rafi. I agree with you.
Then why do you argue with him?
Then why don't we have the Nazis again? I mean, if that's the case,
I don't understand.
The Nazis should have been alive again after 70 years. Okay, so they are walking with what kind of uniform? Tell me about these Nazis. Where can I find them?
Ashkan, hold on. You're barking the wrong tree. You're fighting with the wrong person. You gotta be fighting with Merolin. What's her name? Melorin?
Yeah.
And you gotta be fucking with these motherfuckers. What are you doing, bro?
Yeah.
Melorin, what do you gotta say? What do you have to say?
Brother, this guy says he's an Israeli and he's telling me Hamas and Hezbollah are winning. And Israel couldn't destroy them, and they're going on. They're strong.
This is the ideology we're talking about.
Fuck the ideology. I don't care about the ideology. I care about actions and the ground, the battleground.
Even if you take out,
You're just saying bullshit.
if you don't take out the ideology, it will come back. It will regrow again. We have to talk about the ideology.
You can never destroy ideology. Don't you understand?
That is the problem. Your whole country is always going to be under threat.
We're in a war time. We're in a wartime. Ideology is not going to cut it, though. I'm sorry. When we're in a wartime, you can't right suddenly like switch the subject and say it's the ideology. It is the ideology. But at the wartime, we're talking about the rockets, the amounts that it's been destroyed, and things like that. You know, in a hardcore war, you can't just switch. I mean, shift like that. I don't know. I mean, that's my opinion. I understand what you're saying, Rafi, and I agree with you. And I think that is why we have to kill the eye of the octopus. But you know what I'm saying? Which is the ideology.
It's not how it works.
No, I'm not talking eye of the octopus. I mean Islamic Republic. That's what I meant.
Then bring in the fucking army and kill the octopus. You have to bring in the army, just like Iraq and Afghanistan.
The ideology is spreading all over the government and the people inside. How they want to kill 30, 40 millions of people that are going to street every night to defend their country. How they want to destroy them. Are you stupid or what?
Alex and Y. Hey, we're on transition. Alex and Y. Alex and Y.
So what up? No, bro, you were earlier in my room. You spoke already. I just have some people on the stage. I do want to get to Alex, New York. I'll get to you again.
Yeah.
Najardine, welcome, and we'll get to you. Oh, Alex.
Hey, Ruff. Yeah, what's up, buddy?
I have to get to Ali, Chirmat, and Jayapi. But let's go. Guys, please, guys, try to make your points real quick, please. Go, Alex. It's all yours. Shine.
I have to say something really quick right now. Okay, the fact that Sam told Ashkan that you are not proposing the right person in this room, it means that how biased this room is.
Oh, come on.
Is your name Alex New York? Is your name Alex New York? If it's not Alex New York, shut the fuck up.
Alex, I'll get back to you. How biased is it?
The fact that Sam...
I'm the one that's saying that I'm kind of in agreement with
I
you
think
right now.
it's inevitable, by the way.
We disagree with each other all the time.
Yeah, because Ashkan was against me, and Ashkan was against you. So kind of it puts us on the same fucking boat. So how biased
Ashkan is just a
I'm
dumb
biased
fuck.
because your opinion.
You're not opposing the right person in the room. So it means how biased this room is, because nobody can talk if they are not with you. Okay?
I'm sorry, Ali, you don't make sense.
I'd love to hear the difference of opinion. Are you fucking joking me? I don't put people down for their difference of opinion. I don't do none of that.
You did.
No, I put you down for a completely different reason.
No, you insulted me and you put me down.
No, he doesn't.
Stupid Iranian people with main moderators in jail. They are stupid.
I'm very honest. I did put her down, but she was very disrespectful. She was a.
No, I wasn't. I never disrespected you.
Okay.
But these people around me,
That's the
they
fact
put me around and they put me down and they were pussies and they don't let me talk.
No. I put you down. You want to take over the stage again? I don't make this into the Melrose room. I don't make this into the Ali show, and I won't make this into your show. I'm gonna
No,
get
I don't care
everybody
about
else.
these show or whatever.
I want everybody to speak. Okay? In this space, everybody gets to speak. So now we're going to Alex, New York. Alex, sorry about that.
Yeah, so hi guys. The way I'm seeing this room, and so everyone's different points of view is everyone seems to come from their own background and they're reflecting that on Iran. And well, the Iranians have a right to, but the other people, they just don't have any knowledge about it. I mean, for starters, I mean, I sympathize with BD. I've known BD for a long time, but what BD is really saying is the famous Kissinger quote, who says that if conventional army loses if it doesn't win, the guerrilla wins if it doesn't lose. But that's exactly the case here. We're kind of looking at it that the American Israelis haven't won yet, so by de facto you say, well, because the IRGC is alive, they're winning. But that's really that's just because the Iranian government is not a conventional army, it's not even a conventional government. Going back to this point of view is whole thing. Like this, Rafi is all about ideology. He somehow thinks that Iran is this ideological thing, which is basically fueling this whole war against Israel. No, solve the issue. So it's not the ideology that's coming from Iran. Coming back to the where the place of the Iranian government is being completely weakened. All these numbers, 8%, 20%, who cares? The reality is that the government is currently living underground. And the issue is, yes, they're controlling the streets, and someone else associates because, oh yeah, they have won everything. Yeah, they're controlling the streets because they have the people with guns in the streets and the people are unarmed. So they're controlling it. That's how it's working out. But that doesn't mean win because Iran is a crippled economy. Whether it's so like US goes or comes or so starts fighting game, Iran is crippled. Literally, we have shortages in all aspects. We have shortages of food. We have shortages of gasoline. We have shortages of medicine. You coming summer, they have shortages of electricity. They are a crippled economy. It's just lingering along. They cannot even export anything. So this whole thing is not a winning side, but it's a side which just doesn't lose. And unfortunately, the Americans haven't gotten there. And then my last point was, I think for Trump to come out of this, he can either become the a hero president of all time, or he can be the loser of all time. Because even if we dilute all the goals of America and Israel down to 2 points, one is the Strait of Hormuz, one is the enriched uranium. Now, the Strait of Hormuz, I don't think I think they're prolonging it benefit. I don't think it's so the Western army capable of opening it up. That is also fallacy. No, Iran cannot control that. I think Americans are kind of dragging their feet because of the reaction they got from the NATO, from the European allies, and other countries which are more dependent on that strait, and they're not, on the spite of Trump, they're not even helping. But as far as the uranium goes, that's a key. If Trump comes out of this war without getting the highly enriched uranium, that's 400 kilograms, which doesn't matter how much is buried in the ground, it's still in the hands of the Iranians. That become a loss, a historical loss for American power. The issue is that is physically impossible to remove until either this government goes or he can make a deal with someone in this government to hand it over, because it's really becoming unlikely by the day. So that is the kind of the rock and the hard place that Trump is playing, and that's going to be the determination whether we can call it a win or a loss for Americans. But the whole thing that's saying this IRGC is winning and their ideology, these are nonsense. Iran doesn't have ideology. Iran has a mafia owning itself. And all this Hezbollah stuff, they're always going to hate Israel. But the main point is, if you cannot grip this, if you cannot supply them with arms, money, they're on the move. That's the role of Iran. That is what makes Iran. It's like saying Hamas is winning because Hamas is still alive. Is really Hamas winning? No. But they continue. Unfortunately, Iranian government is continuing. I'll put it to understand.
Okay, but let me just go right away with you. Obviously, you're saying it's not an ideology. I'm not speaking for the Iranian people. I'm speaking for the IRGC sympathizers, for the IRGC or for the IRGC representatives.
Oh, I come here, Rafi is talking again.
Oh my fucking god. Go fuck you, change this fucking, please, use your other fucking profile. Don't piss me off. And I'm speaking because what is the word I
Yes,
said?
sir. Yes, sir.
Please, I love you. Please,
Bring him up. Bring the account up.
Okay, close this one down. Please. What does, here, bring Ocean up. So what does the I stand for, if I may ask you?
Rafi, whatever you try to say
But what does the I
this
stand
is it,
for?
because you don't have a good grasp of the
What I mean, I don't know. I'm
what is
asking a
happening.
simple question.
Be honest.
Okay, I'm a dumbass. Okay, let's call me a dumbass.
Okay, Rafi,
I may ignore
try
it.
seeing it from
Okay, let's get it all out.
Israeli or foreign eye.
No, what does the I stand for?
Never going to be resolved. It's not to do with us.
As simple as that. What is this? I'm asking, what does the I stand
Everyone knows it. It's Islamic Republic.
Correct. It's actually
Islamic Revolutionary Genocide.
It's Islamic Revolution. Yeah.
Okay, Islamic Revolution. So the problem is that they brought in Islam, and they follow the Islamic law. In modern day, as you guys, Iranian people living in 2026. Right?
You have a specific problem with the Arabs.
1 second. I don't have a specific problem. I have a problem that basically you guys have the same problem that I have, but you guys are just afraid to acknowledge it. But the thing goes back. The I stands for Islamic. And when you look at 2026 and the Iranian people, we want to be free from this and that from the Islamic regime.
I just gave you the.
I have Iranians on the stage. I might be wrong again, but
Yeah, I can't convince you, but I'm telling you. What I told you, Rafi, was even if Iran let him say is removed tomorrow, Israel and the Lebanese problem, or Israel and its neighbors' problems and the Arabs' problem is not going to be resolved.
No, that's a wrong statement.
How do you know that? How do you know that, my man?
No, he's actually right because Muslims are terrorists and they're never gonna stop. Muslims are terrorists.
If one disagree, there's going to be another big problem coming fucking funded.
No, the supply is not there. The supply is not there.
Supply is not going to be there. The funding is not going to be there.
Hold up.
My God.
Guys, they don't care. They don't care if they have an advanced rocket or they can get their fucking hands on a $50 Katusha rocket. Okay? If the wars are profitable, I'm sorry to say shitloads like in the Middle East that most countries come from, those are they oppress their fucking people. To make money, you gotta do bad shit. Like criminal stuff. Criminal stuff is usually like ISIS, like fucking Hezbollah.
Guys, can we talk about solution?
Hold on. Like everything
love
else.
Rafi, can I ask you a question? Why do you say Hezbollah? What is it? Hezbollah.
No, fucking
Hezbollah.
No,
It's hey.
what's that he said?
So again, they
Hazard.
need, yes, they don't care as long as this is how their mafia works. In the Middle East, it works by being a terrorist. It's not organized crime how it works in the Western world. It's gonna work by being a fucking terrorist. You terrorize people, you get paid for this shit. There's always gonna be a sponsor. There's always gonna be that hate as long as I'm sorry to
Well,
say,
you and me agree on that.
is a lie.
I just said the same thing to you.
There is not going to be a sponsor all the time. No, that's the correct. That's not the correct statement.
There's always gonna be a sponsor.
No, there's not going to be a sponsor like Islamic Republic all the time. No.
Like I told you, does it matter if they have an advanced rocket or they have
Right.
a $50
Right, I understand. But hold on. Money brings power. I got it. Money brings power. An Islamic Republic gives a lot of help.
No, wars bring money. They don't give a fuck for power. They want money. Everybody's money.
No, what I'm saying is like if that minority, the terrorists.
It's because of Islam. It's nothing to do with Islam. It's about our country. You understand?
Sorry, I actually haven't been through Islam.
He's talking about something else right now. Rafi is saying that you are okay.
No, I know what he's talking about. His problem is about Islam, but the fact is that if they are defending, it's not because of Islam. It's because of Iran. You know, I'm born and raised in I don't. Just shut the fuck up. I'm talking.
Go down. Go ahead, Ella.
No, I was just saying, look, Bibi Netanyahu, first of all, I want to tell Rafi, in the 60-minute program, this is what he said. He said 150,000 rockets were at the hands of the Lebanon. I'm sorry, what is this thing? Hezbollah. And by the end of this mission, that 150,000 folks, put it in perspective, 95% of it has been, handled. So it's only 5% left. But to Bibi's point, it is right. And to your point, Rafi, it's still a rocket coming every night. And I don't disagree with you. I agree with you. So this is what I was trying to tell Bibi, that the win does not look like a switch. The win actually, unfortunately, is more than 5 months, and it's going to take a little bit of a longer time because, to your point, Rafi, it's just not the rockets, it's the ideology, it's all the layers that are in the area. But I want to close this here, coming back to Alex. When Alex says that the problem between Israel and is with the neighboring countries, I disagree with Alex. Why? I think Islamic Republic antagonizes. You know, right before the 7th of October, Saudi Arabia going into some sort of a, you know, negotiation or like a contract as what is that accord? Say Abraham Accord. Yeah, and then right before that, right before 7th of October, an Islamic Republic, what happened with Hamas? And when you say you're going to cut the money, I don't disagree with you. There's always a sponsor. But the Islamic Republic is like a cancer, provides the facilities to train, to support, and out of money. No, I agree with you. Of course they're running out of money. But Rafi says it doesn't matter. Somebody else is sponsored. That's what Rafi said.
الهام جان منم از بلاک در بیاد. الهام منو بلاک کردی.
من بلاک کردم؟
آره.
حتما آدم بدجنسی بودی.
نه.
نیستی اوکی در میرم.
It's like a poker table. English only, please.
Sorry about that. Bob, you're right. You're right. Let me see.
The problem is with them is it's like mafia. When you take out one person out of a region, if you take one person out, the next guys come in and take over. And they take over all their industries, all their business, and all their money flow that they were getting from all these other sources. So trust me, it's all gonna be alive. The problem is, and I told you what, with that first little letter. So if Iran ever wants to cleanse themselves from this, I'm sorry to say, did you guys say 80% of the Iranians want this regime gone, and you guys say 80% is like secular or like something like that?
No, 100% of the uranium is gone. 100% is gone.
Again, what do you
Buried deep down. They can't reach it anymore. It's gone.
Okay, I'm talking about something else. They have to get rid of that thing. They have to be the leader out in that region to either control this worship or ban it. Because the ideology is so deep, you kill one, there's always going to be two that are going to be born. Because for everyone.
Remember Qasem Soleimani? They tried to put somebody else, but
Hold on.
look, nobody could substitute him. Just like Khamenei, there is nobody.
Every father you're going to kill that is an IRGC agent, there's a son or daughter who's going to want to revenge you.
No,
Yeah, but they could not substitute Qasem Soleimani, and you saw what happened in Syria and Lebanon. They lost everything after Qasem Soleimani.
Here's the thing. First of all, Rafi is not wrong because in the ideology, Muslims hate the Jews. They hate them. 1920, fucking 1, 2, 1929, 36, 47, 48, 72, 73. There was no IRGC. They will do it constantly. They will do it. You have to get rid of them. Then what you gotta do is you have to kill them by motherfucking what?
What are you talking about?
You want to kill all the Muslims?
No. The ones who do it.
How can you sift through people?
What do you mean? It's super easy. What do you mean how?
You want to kill 18 million Iranians?
No, they're not 18 million violins. They're not.
Yeah. 20% of Iranians support the IRGC.
No, 5%. Not only 25%. No, 5%. I'm here to live, but I don't know why. Like, what makes you think hear each other when 5 people at the same time are talking?
Sorry.
Like, what makes
The only way you could get rid of anti-Semitism is
this
by
is not about
liberating
anti-Semitism.
making Iran
This is about some bunch of lunatic Muslims.
Hold on, I want to go.
Bunch of lunatic
Afghanistan.
Muslims. Yeah, I'm Afghan, but I know more than you. I'm Afghan and I know
No,
more
I
than you.
believe you, Ocean. I trust you.
We have it here. I want to go to.
For some reason, some people don't want to let me speak.
You spoke already many times and you speak a lot of nonsense. I'm sorry to say. I let everybody speak, but I can't follow half.
What is nonsense about what I say?
Because I'm confused. You started talking about anti-Semitism. We're not even talking about anti-Semitism.
Okay, we're gonna give the mic to Ali, and whoever interrupts Ali, we're gonna shoot him down. So please stay, focus and stay patient. It will be your turn.
Right?
What's up, Bobby? How are you? Do you have
Good,
any
how are
comments
you?
to make on the title?
Yes, I do a few.
Go for it.
I think in the discussion that is happening on the stage, there are a couple of things that facts that are quite straight and is causing a lot of disagreement. First of all, the ideology, the entire ideology of Islam is hate Jews or whatever you are saying. There are certain moderate groups, for example, right now in UAE, that are actually doing business with Israel and the Jews. Actually, a lot of Jewish population lived in Iran even during the when Iran became an Islamic or Islam entered Iran. But after the Islamic Revolution, what happened is in Islam you have different schools of thought. They call them marja taqlid, and the heavily religious people even pick like one of the mullahs to be their leader of how they should practice the faith. And no, there are a lot of like different beliefs and how they interpret Quran and all that. But the political power is in power of maybe maximum 20% of supporters and believers in that school of thought. One of the reasons that, for example, they're still trying to control the narrative is there are no 30, 40 million people in the streets supporting the regime. No, there are very few people, and they've even brought in people from Muslim people from neighboring countries like Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iraq, to make the streets full of people and also suppress any uprising if it's again. So the image you are seeing from Iran and how you're looking at the winning and losing side and the ideology are not really proportioned here as how much weight it has in the situation. The big way of the biggest way I think in this scale is the Islamic Republic and how it's supporting all proxy groups to just fight someone else's war. From the day one of Islamic Republic, Israel has been a center of attack and political attack from Iran, from them supporting any group that fights with Israel, and it has been through many other countries through the Arab world. But they've eventually become to realize that Israel is here to stay, and we have to let our people live and become more moderate. Like Saudi Arabia, 10 years ago, women would get fucking stoned if they rode on motorcycles or they didn't wear hijab. But now they are allowing a lot of basic human rights for their people, and normalizing the relationship with Israel to make it safe for their people and reduce all the immigration that's happening. Why do you think there is so much immigration going around the world? Half of it is the ideological wars that these extremist groups have been doing in that region. And like the key to all of that is to eliminate the Islamic Republic. Of course, in the war, the many people are getting killed, of course, it's terrible. But if you leave the wounded regime, that's when you should fear what's gonna come after it, and it's gonna be very dark after it, I would say. But if you eliminate the regime, then if you eliminate the regime, then you don't have that threat. That ideology is not gonna be reborn because the power right now is in hands of that small population. So I just wanted to bring perspective.
Absolute truth, Ali, absolute truth.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mentioning that it is a very small percentage that is in control right now with this crazy lunatic ideology. And the majority of Iranians, in comparison to Iraq, Afghanistan, where they went, they do not agree. They went onto the streets and they fought for the freedom. They gave their lives for it. More than 40,000 people went on the streets and gave their lives for this freedom.
All right, thank you. Who's next? Mr.
Can I make a
Rafi?
quick comment here?
Yes, of course, go ahead.
So when Bibi Netanyahu was talking about on that program, 60 Minutes, this is what he said. 1 out of 100. 1 out of 100 are with the IRGC. So now, wait, let me finish. I know, it sounds like there are not that many.
You know what
But
it
this-
sounds to me?
No, hold on, baby. Let me, please. Can I change this, please? What I'm trying to say is that we who have a political system in our countries where we live, we better learn a great lesson from this. You see, when a minority, 1 out of 100, is in charge of a country like Iran, and people are resilient and are against this ideology, and they want a secularism and democracy, but when a power is in the hand of 1 out of 100, that's just insane.
Well, it's not 1 out of
You
100,
can be-
by the way.
You can be murdered. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like you can be so devastated like this, how we are. I mean, like, we should really appreciate our political systems where we live, and we should really, support it the way to remain like this. We should never allow the minority, crazy, manic come in power.
So, okay. I want to hear from Shiva.
You want to hear from
Hi,
Mr.
everybody.
Reyes?
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me. Can you hear me? I hope you can get one. Hello. Yeah. Great space. Enjoying hearing all the back and forth. A couple points. So, despite what all of us want, I mean, everybody who lives in a democratic system has values individual liberty. Obviously, we want to see that for not only for Iran but for many places. But the reality is this: America went on a full-on air assault, wiped out multiple layers of the Iranian leadership, and destroyed a lot of their assets, and they are still in full control. So essentially asking to overthrow, Iran from the air, it's similar to being like, hey, go overthrow Vietnam from the air, go to overthrow, another authoritative country, right, that has actually a system. They have a sophisticated system in place, and they're in full control, and they're willing to kill their own people to maintain power. And so that's the reality we're dealing with. The only option is to send 600,000 to 1 million American troops in there. It will cause 100,000 American dead and probably 1 million Iranian civilians dead. In the Iraq War alone, 800,000 civilians died. Iran's a much bigger country, much bigger population. So for those who say they love the Iranian people, if option B, or if you're willing to get rid of the Islamic regime at any cost, the outcome will be a failed state that is devastated. Just look at Syria, look at Libya, look at Iraq. Iraq still hasn't recovered. So these are being endeavors, and the U.S. doesn't seem like they have the appetite. They don't seem like they have a.
Different tribes.
And they don't. I'm gonna stop you right there. Are you gonna continue? Yeah, I'll land my thought. I'll land my thought. Yeah. No, go. So I'll pause there. We can go back. We can add. I just want to go a little bit back and forth. You said the only way is 600 to 1 million. So you want to tell me right now there's Iranians on the stage, there's Iranians on the audience, that without putting boots on the ground, you guys are going to be able to get your country. So the only thing you guys want is for America to actually put boots on the ground, risk their lives to free your people while your people do nothing to free themselves. So I'll explain. So even if you give, let's say, 2 million Iranians guns, right?
one, if guns aren't enough, you need training, and the most America can get in Iran's hands, if they can get those guns in people's hands, right, would be small arms, machine guns, at most RPGs, stuff like that. They don't have armor, they don't have tanks. Iran would fight back and kill more people. It will turn into Syria. They will do it in the name of Islam. They will bomb the hell out of that country, right? So that's the reality. The evidence is there, right? And so short of the United States going in with heavy armor, with air superiority, you can't even have a normal conversation. But why are you so rude? Why can't you learn some? Why don't you learn some manners?
Because you're drunk fuck. Jesus. I'm sorry for her behavior, but she's a drunk.
And we're having a civil conversation.
She's chimping out. It's all right. She's chimping out.
Yeah. So the issue is that we have a track record of these type of conflicts. This is not a surprise. From Vietnam to the modern wars in Iraq to Syria. We've seen how this stuff rolls out, right? So the only
but the Vietnamese government didn't stay on power, and this is where you're mistaken.
What do you mean?
America came out of the war.
It's a communist country.
No, it's also Islamic communist country.
Yeah, but see,
Islamic Marxist country.
But there's a difference. They have. See, this is the thing, and I want to jump in and shout out to Ocean. You said some real crazy shit that got the stage going earlier. But we're going to go into that. A lot of people might think it's crazy, but everyone's talking. And what Shinvat said, nothing you said was wrong, bro, technically. What we're talking about is dealing with the Persians. Here's the difference. See, he brought up Vietnam. The Persians have this type of bloodline, type of like allegiance, type of martyrdom ideology that goes hand in hand with being a Persian, much like the Jewish people. The Jews have hand in hand their ideology with being chosen, being, the seed of Jacob, right? You
can't face a tank with that. The Iranian government would send a tank.
Don't chip out like the old chick who just got sent to the bottom. Let me finish. Hold on. Let me finish, brother. And I'm going to give it right to you because nothing you said was wrong.
Go ahead, bro.
The Persians, like you said, was correct. The Persians will kill and fight without the training, whatever, as soon as America trying to penetrate. That's the reason why America was bluffing the whole time, talking about invading and taking Karg Island, which is a very small island, but they can't do it. We've seen before right now, like America is taking on and using the Lucas drone, which is just nothing but a Shahed clone. They're copying now the Persians' weaponry and their indigenous technology. Something about the Persians is that why they have that martyr ideology, which is the reason why, even if you're trying to the Islamic Republic and you're trying to get rid of all that structure, the reason why it will never totally become a corrupt and devalued state like a fucking, Libya or wherever the case might be, or Syria, whatever, is because they have that Persian identity, which to them, at the deep root level, they believe that they are called by the God of the book of Esther. She goes on to be the queen of Persia, called out in the prophet, the book of Daniel. Excuse me for getting into the Torah, the Tanakh, and the Navaim, and the Rasuls, and all that type of stuff. But these people are actually called out in a lot of these holy books by names, the Persians, by name. So that's why at the top level, no matter what you do to the IRGC, the ABCDEFG, whatever it may be, the Persian identity, the martyr ideology, and them being called out in the holy books, in the Torah, in the Tanakh, in the Quran, by being called out by nation, is going to make sure that they never become obliterated. So I'm from America, and I'm American Black, but I was taught a lot of history. I know for a fact you're not going to just go in there and do to the Persians like you did to the Venezuelans, or like you can do to the Iraq, or like Afghanistan. It's not going to work. So we're posturing as Americans, we're going to take Karg Island. They ain't stepped foot on Karg Island. Not going to be able to penetrate, because as soon as they do, every Persian, this is the difference between them and Islam. This is why we're having, earlier was speaking like, how could, our Muslim brothers, like Arabs or whatever the case might be, make it so cool and have the relationships with the Jews. Now we're seeing the difference between who's Muslims and these Muslims and all that, right? Now, these are Persians. They're not going to, I'm going to stop, I'm going to land right now. They're going to fold, and since said earlier, we got to just kill every one of them, right? It sounded real radical, but that would be the only solution. But here's the thing. They don't fear their martyrs. So even telling them that you'll kill each one of them is still not incentive enough to stop a Persian.
Yeah, you make one of the key points that there's a rally around the flag effect too. There's people that
there are Islamic Republic
negative to the regime. There there was a segment of the population that was anti-regime, and after this war, they're like, oh my God, we're being attacked. There's a rally around the flag effect. There's a nationalism underlying the Islam.
So where do you get your resources from?
It happens in every war.
What did Persian have to do with all what you said?
Iranians are Persians, so they're
not all Iranians. Yeah,
well, no, I know you do, but at the core of it.
Thank you for your speech. Let me please the response here. Thank you so much.
This wasn't his conversation. I was speaking with Rafi, and he just jumped in.
I know, Shimon. Let me please. Thank you for your you gave a little background about us Persians, which I really enjoyed. To be clear, Iran, we have our majority. Stop drinking, bro. We Iranians, we have. Can someone push me?
Hey, so here's the deal, BB. You're about 2 seconds from me booting you from the room permanently. So either shut up and wait your turn. Okay, listen, I get you. Go hide back in England. Bye. Have a good night. Don't drive.
I thought the dark side room was turned up. This is a good room. I like it.
Now we solved that problem. Please go on.
They were very close friends with the Jews. Actually, they liberated them from Babylon at the time.
Exactly.
The Babylonians. And they allowed them to return back, to Jerusalem.
Darius.
Exactly, our King Darius, bless him. And so what I want to say is we never had this ideology of hating the
Jews ever.
The Christians or the Jews.
Never.
And it does not belong to us at all, PPR.
I know.
And the Iranians, the Persians right now are saying this ideology does not belong to us. We are not the same as our regime. We want them gone, and we will fight and give our lives for this cause to take and
Guys, hold on.
Take back our country.
Guys, I turned off hand raising because maybe some of you guys are shy to come up on stage and raise your hand. You can just pop up now. Just letting everybody know in the audience. There's no hand raising right now.
Rocky, I don't know if you know it. Before anybody else gets blamed, I booted BB.
Oh, did you?
I thought I did.
I thought you guys put her into the audience. Why did you guys just...
I did do that before. She keeps coming up and keeps doing the same thing. So
okay, whatever.
That's completely fine, honestly. She was too drunk.
Yeah, she won't remember it tomorrow, I promise.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie though. She funny though. She funny.
I just wanted to comment on a couple of things I've heard. I just wanted to comment on your guys' discussion. I've been listening for a while, and so far I've heard everything from one end to kill all Muslims, all those. It's an interesting take. Yeah, it definitely would solve a problem. You're gonna have a hard time selling someone like me, like a warrior, to go in and just genocide a whole group of people for just being one kind of immutable characteristic, just being Muslim. Like you're gonna have that hard. Like I'm not going to really buy into it. I'll fight against an enemy that's horrific. I have no care. I'll eliminate the enemy. But to eliminate a whole group of people, like that one's kind of crossing the line for me. So that one's going to be a hard pass on me at this time. Really not going to wipe out the entire, 2.8 billion Muslims around the world. Just not really going to do that. Although I'm sure the climate change people will fucking cheer on and be like, finally, we eliminated a group of people so we can save the climate. The other end is, I think you could.
Yes.
I think the other end is, you're talking about an IRGC. Regime changes work and they don't work. There's a 50-50 shot with them. It depends. And it takes a long time to do a regime change. They're not always successful at first. Someone brought up Vietnam. You're right. The America pulled out and became communism. However, they changed their stances. They are more capitalist. They have more outreach to the U.S. and they really hate fucking China. So, by proxy, they have kind of swung back to the U.S. side. Vietnam's really beautiful. I recommend people go there on vacation.
The U.S. brought it back in the fold to counter China, so that was the U.S. extending the olive branch.
Correct.
If the U.S. did that to the Iranian government, they would accept it, right? So that's
not necessarily, because it has been extended multiple times.
The JCPOA was an example of that. They agreed to the JCPOA. They wanted to make a deal.
However, they were still attacking allies. So that's the part with it. Like, people highlight the JCPOA as this blanket cover, and it really wasn't. It was more of a, we would like it. It was like an ask without any teeth behind it. And Iran was still fucking around. Yes, they stopped attacking U.S. ships per se, but they were still attacking other ships by allied nations. So at the end of the day, we can't sit there and just say, hey, Iran, yeah, you're not attacking Americans, but go ahead and take on the Italian, the Japanese. These are people that we've aligned with, that we actually still need on our side. Territorial-wise, we need to have those those trade agreements, and we don't want them going in there and fucking just saying, hey, you know what, we're just going to blow the shit out of Iran and kill everybody, because they were pretty close to doing that. They were sick and tired of that shit. So, I mean, you kind of have to take the whole grain of geopolitics into faith. I think you can do something with the IRGC. I think it is fractured in the Iran. However, there's not a unifying voice in Iran right now. There's not someone to compel a direction. So right now you have multi-factional fighting internally, as well as like whatever they're wanting to do externally. So if we can figure out who is the centralized figure in Iran right now that can bring all of, unite the clans, to quote Braveheart, that can actually bring in the people together, then you have a shot, as long as they're there. And honestly, I'm still holding fast. Trump is just knocking down until he gets to a person who's willing to work with him. He's not looking to put boots on the ground, just targeting high-level people until he finds one guy that says, please don't put a warhead on my forehead. I'm willing to, work with you a little bit. You have to give me face. I'll allow you to have your declared victory, and we'll open up trade, and we'll stop all this bullshit in the Middle East. And honestly, that's what I think Trump's going for.
And Brad,
I agree.
Was never looking
When that
for.
person shows up, when that person shows up, Ocean, please. When that person shows up to be able to speak to Trump and come to the conclusion that this is not going anywhere, then that will be a key moment for them to decide that if they go on like this, they have to get some help to rebuild the country. And who else is going to be able to? Who else has those connections with top leaders and that good bond with these top leaders to be able to rebuild the country back as fast as great as possible again as it were before. And that person would be Shahrazad Pahlavi, in my opinion. And many
Pahlavi is not going to be able to unite.
Yeah, he's not going to, because he's basically going to be an outsider. He hasn't been in the country in 100 years, like since he was a baby, right?
47.
Right. Okay. So. I mean, excuse me. And I'm saying this with all due respect and sincerity, right?
opposition would not be a live PBR.
No. But listen to what I'm saying though.
Opposition gets killed.
But listen, Global Watch. But understand what I'm saying though. What are we really saying, right? Pahlavi ain't been there in 100 years, right? Now, Khamenei was killed the first day of the strike when they bombed Manab Girls' School. Isn't Mustaba supposed to be the son that steps up? So if Mustaba is supposed to be the one in Khamenei's stead, then we do have some to talk to. It's Mustaba, right? But this is what's bothering me, because that's too simple for me. Maybe I'm just a black American guy in LA. That's just too simple to me. You should be talking Mustaba. Isn't Mustaba supposed to be standing up at the Khamenei? But I remember that the same day when they killed Khamenei, when they bombed the girls' schools in Manab, I remember that Khamenei was also killed and martyred with his daughter and his family. I remember that was the first instant. So I'm saying my gut feeling, which could be wrong, just a black guy in LA, but I think they killed Khamenei, the daughter, and I believe that Mustaba, God forbid, was also killed too. But if that's the case, because everybody keeps talking about until we have somebody else to talk to, until we have somebody to talk to, Pahlavi or Mustaba, but Mustaba's supposed to be the immediate heir. Pahlavi would be an outside person coming in being installed, but he still isn't there. Who are y'all waiting on to talk to? Like the mafia or something? ain't hear shit. Them niggas is ready to just do this shit. Y'all already done, you know what I'm saying? Y'all done killed the Ayatollah. You done wiped out his family. Y'all done already done, like, that's what they did. I'm American. I'm a black American. I'm good reading this. That's what they did. They killed all of them. So that's why you haven't seen much Taba. That's why he haven't came out. You go and see fucking Yahya still talking in fucking in fucking Yemen. Yahya still there. We that. Like, he's still up there talking, but you don't see much Taba. You don't see nobody else because they got rid of all them. So who is gonna be that one person? It ain't gonna be Pavlavi, and I don't think Mustala is alive.
Well, definitely smoking on that Ayatollah back.
To be able to
Definitely that
rebuild the country, to be able to rebuild the country, we need a leader that has expertise in this. And Pavlavi has spent 47 years, has spent his whole life studying and
You don't need a leader to do that. Wait. You don't need an engineer for a leader.
Listen, respectfully, Glow, I respect you, Glow, because you wasn't wrong. Like, everything we was talking about data use. I also wanted to throw in there King Sirius, right? Cyrus, he was even called Mashiach outside of the children of Israel. He was the only person, not a Jew, that was called the Messiah, a Persian, right? So I know the history. I know exactly what you're saying. But at this time, I hate to say it, like, that's who Trump asked to talk to. Like, Trump, like, where is the Mahdi? Like, we need someone to talk, because they know they killed everybody. That's why they have to, like, have alternative people to talk to. If we follow the normal order of success, it's supposed to be Mastaba. That's who they showed, but we still never see them in the public. They don't even know. They said that we don't have nobody to talk to. That's what they said. They keep saying we don't have nobody to talk to.
And this whole idea about, like, no religious faith being the carryover, it'll hold on. So this idea, it'll sustain for a little bit, but without a unifying, rallying leader, you can't go. You don't need an engineer. You don't need an architect. You don't need a nuclear scientist to lead a nation. What you need is somebody who can galvanize the population base behind a centralized idea. That's how you build a nation. You can't do it like Ayatollah did. He took 12 hardcore motherfuckers and brought them here. Let me help you. He likes to get
Yeah, I know. I can help you.
I can help you. I can show you how to blow it up. But the Ayatollah, I can't drop them. I can only remove people from the room.
I just did, bro. Just calm the fuck down.
Okay. Yeah, you don't need people. Fuck them in the eyes because sometimes we need them back.
Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, thanks, bud. So, like, if you can get that centralized leader to actually build and actually galvanize people to bring in investment, bring in trades, bring in other people, that's who's going to follow, because somebody will follow that. Look at how the Ayatollah took over in the first fucking place. He didn't have a huge crew. It wasn't a massive wave. It was 12 hardcore motherfuckers that were able to fucking conquer a nation. If you look at his core group, if you look at the military strategy, that's what you need. You need someone who can do that with, a handful of dedicated people that are willing to go to the end and say, we're going this. It's bust or die. And so you gotta have that, and you don't have that in Iran. You have too much infighting. And Pahlavi, he's Taco Bell, man. Like, how are you going to give a guy who's been raised on Starbucks to fucking Iranians?
Yeah.
I haven't talked that much. Go ahead, Rafi.
I wanted to say hello to Robbie on the stage. Robbie.
Rafi, Stephanie, you forgot to say, can I chime in? Go ahead.
Stephanie, it's on you, brother.
Can I chime in? Go ahead, Stephanie.
Thank you, shit.
But can you say, can I chime in first? Say, can I chime in?
Can I chime in, sir?
Oh, no, not sir, but go ahead.
Wait, I want to chime in.
Well,
no, I'm just kidding.
That's right, Mr. Harry. The way I'm observing is I agree. I think Trump's just waiting to find that lower O series officer to make a decision. If we can really see that, especially like if you look at in the first, let's say, 7 days of operation, you can see how they were retaliating. They were engaging targets, and then as we progress forward into the operation, you started seeing sporadic action. You started seeing outlandish targeted high-ranking ISIS officials. So, I mean, you can see how they're really piecing apart the chain of command. And sooner or later, because personally, I think they're operating on an SOP that has been placed, since the Ayatollah was in office before he got, unalived. So I think they're still following it, but sooner or later that first or second lieutenant that just got fast tracked to a little bird or even a BC status, he's going to pivot and be like, hey, like Brad said, warhead on the forehead. And I think you're going to probably see that. Do I think, now I can't make a statement in my personal opinion. I think the ROGC is dominating the PR well. I mean, they're pretty aggressive about it. I mean, we can see
That's
those
all
big.
China. That's all China, bro. That's China doing that for them. Like,
Well, I mean, even it's an indirect ally. Let's just put it that way, because China allegedly claims they're not being involved, but indirect ally. But but the PR realm is pretty much getting the win on it. Now, when I say logistical, the RGC, I mean, we're seeing a lot of failure in the resupply and in the logistical realm across Iran. I mean, we're targeting key industrial sites, we're targeting warehouse locations, we're focusing on main routes. I mean, if you really focus, you go many different types of platforms, and I think there's one. I'll find it for you guys and put it in chat. But it can show you alleged locations that have been targeted in Iraq. I mean, it's just a little red dot, but you can see that they're targeting roadways, they're targeting industrial. So they're really targeting the logistics and the industrial side to really cripple them. So I can give the ROTC that they, or when a company with Russia, not Russia, on the PR, because it's really putting a lot of this confusion in America's media, in American mindset, and also around the world. I mean, within I would say it's really transitioned in the last, my opinion, 4 months, the massive amount of Jew hatred. They really transition the PR transition into Israel's intentions to get America involved. So, unfortunately, people are foolish enough to feed into it. So, go ahead.
The demise instance of the left that leaked with the propaganda coming from Qatar and even with China's engine of media control. You know what I mean?
No way you believe this shit.
Well, I'll just say, Dumpster, I hear what you're saying, but I think the PR goes different because they are winning PR. Like, I'm American black guy, right? And they've reached a lot of what people would call propagandists even coming into my community. Like, Iran has actively targeted a lot of, like, all of their diss songs and all this other stuff, they're all hip-hop tracks, they're all rap tracks.
Yeah, they're trying to idolize Nipsey Hussle now.
Right, exactly. So, but hold on. But here's the thing, though. See, I've been paying attention, Chloe, as you can tell, I've been paying attention to Iran I'm 40, right? I look like I'm 40, so I've been paying attention to Iran for a long time, right? You can even go back to a mini-jab. 15, 20 years ago, a mini-jab was up in the UN doing Tupac lyrics. They were celebrating Black Panther Party, Huey P. Newton Day, Black Panther Party, 20 years ago. Iran. Like,
the black.
So, hold on. Let me this is my brother Bradley.
Went to the Sunni.
Yeah, right. But they're shit, so that don't have no opinion. That don't even.
What I'm saying is, like, who Malcolm X came to and Muhammad Ali came to find their fate of Islam, they went to the Sunni country.
Right, but they're Shia, so that don't make that the consequence. Iran is Shia, yes they are.
Iran is Shia.
Right, so right, I know, but you're saying something that's a non sequitur right now. So for them to have, brother, if you let me finish,
they are still idolizing black figures who are Sunni, even as a Shia nation. My point is, they've always been, like, for example, we know that they had Malcolm X idolized him in the 70s, way before America did, like, put him on stamp. Like, this is not new stuff to people, you feel me? Like when they held the United States Embassy and they let the women go, Khomeini in the 70s, 79, they let the women go and only the American blacks, right? Except for one dude who works for the military. This is technically not something new. It's just new to people who are actually coming to it. So when it comes to PR, they're winning on that. But the other side of it is the PR. Howard, like, I personally, from what I've been keeping up with this,
very intelligent in PR. Very intelligent. You have to give them that.
No, they're Persians. My name is Power for everybody. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Power, y'all. I love this room. Shout out to everybody, right? See, all of this, we're weakening their logistics. We're stopping their ammunitions and all that. No, this is what the youngsters call projecting. We're the ones that are low on interceptors. We're the ones low on batteries. We're the ones.
So you're saying that they have like no damage, like whatsoever.
Well, what I'm saying is, now that we're having a direct conflict with Iran as Americans, and this is not like a proxy war, but we're actually, starting to head a war. Now their proxies are Russia and China, and North Korea possibly now, right? So they have, especially in the region, they have the logistics favoring for them, the deployment, the accessibilities, the nations who are willing, which are also BRICS nations, willing to actually have somebody to fight. Listen, don't chip on me. Don't chip on me, bro. Don't chip on me.
Come on, bro. You said
don't chip on me. Don't chip on me. Don't chip on me. Don't chip on me. Well, it's an acronym, right, for all the countries, right? Listen, brother. It's an acronym, right? An acronym for multiple countries. Brazil, Russia, India, right? So those, right. So what I'm saying is, right. Those countries who will be called BRIC nations, the opposition, these people have a vested interest in seeing what Iran could do with the vested, with America, who is the world reserve. So China being the proxy now, Russia being the proxy, who is our proxies? We having a hard time getting the UK and everybody else aligned with us. The blockade that we're holding up, the reverse blockade that we're doing, we're the ones fronting that. It ain't Germany, France, and everybody else out there. It's us. It ain't Spain, Iran, and them. All the homies is flipping tongues on us. I'm from the streets, bro. So I know when somebody's flipping and talking to somebody else. Spain already talking. Them niggas in France said we cannot use their airspace to bomb, and several other Europeans. That's the reason why Trump went and attacked the NATO nations. They're not complacent. All the way, man, listen. Well, guess what? So is Santa Claus, bro.
I'll give you that one, but still. But at the end of the day, you're wrong.
I mean, just saying you wrong. Just saying you wrong don't make me wrong, though.
Yeah, it is. Because because you just said Iran in this war strategically right now with their alliance with Russia.
I'm American. I'm used to us busting in the doors, putting boots on the ground. We ain't even attempted, so I know what's up.
No, but you don't know what's up.
We just went into Venezuela, smacked that nigga up, put Maduro on the plane, said, hey, what's up? So how come we ain't did that yet in Iran?
And so listen.
How come we did that in Afghanistan? We did that in Iraq. We did that in Libya. We did that in Syria. Shut up, man. Y'all don't know what you're talking about. I'm black, but you can't play. Just because you white or lighter skin don't mean you right because I'm saying I'm wrong. I'm right. You wrong. I'm right.
We have control of all the oil in that nation. China has no access to
control for shipping to our allies.
We have full control of our dollar in the region.
This is called
UAE.
This is called posturing.
The UAE just left OPEC.
It's all
the UAE just
it's
left
all smoke
OPEC.
and mirrors.
They have no longer we got Venezuela.
But guess what? Iran is not Venezuela. Hey, let us get free though. Let us have free though. Let us give this is getting the blood voice.
No, that's not.
Wait, hold on. I'll allow you guys to fight back and forth, but you gotta tone it down because all I hear is a reverb, and everybody else is pulled in.
This dude has no etiquette. speaks. That's the problem. Go ahead.
Dude, you the one up here yelling talking about we've hit this.
You're wrong because you're theoretically wrong. And he shows on paper with math if you don't understand math. Bro, you squaring out, bro. Stop getting caught up.
I know when the jig is up, homie. Our homie is talking. Listen, let me ask you a question. How long? Let me ask you a question. What is the day that we've been engaged in Iran? Since what day? What was the first day we dropped the bomb on the Manav and killed Ayatollah? What's the day? So how many days are we going to
Not even 60 days, 80
yeah.
Not even 80 days. They said that this will be less than a week. They said that 3-4 days. They said no. At the very beginning, the projection was this is going to be like 4 or 5 days. Going to go in there.
When Ron Baker, who holds all of their assets into all of their leverage in their financial economy as far as world trade, oil reserves, and global debt goes, and their banking system, that is China. China is losing billions by this trade being closed. What do you mean how? Okay, I'm gonna tell you.
They got passage.
China, no, they don't. Not their customers.
They got passage.
Not their customers.
We
Not
don't.
their customer. No. Listen, not their customers.
Iran let them go through.
That's not true.
No, it is. Who buys everything from China?
Iran is letting them go through freedom.
Listen. Stop being a Neanderthal. Who buys everything from China? No, seriously. No, I'm serious. Who buys everything from China?
That was kind of fun.
China trade. Okay? The European, Asian countries, everybody. China is the manufacturer of the
Japan
world.
also.
Oh, yes, sir. So when you block their way
India,
of importing, yes, sir. So when you block their way of importing oil and natural gas from the GCC overnight, their main supplier, those economies experience overnight inflation, which then means all of this assembly line manufacturing that's on the books for the government to buy from China has to slow down. So now all of this backlog in assembly is sitting in Chinese factories. At the whole time still dealing with tariffs and not dealing also, whenever they go and they get oil from these nations, they're contracted logistically through China. But Iran's like, no. You're a French ship. You're not coming. No. You're a British ship. You're not coming. Oh, you're a Finnish ship. You're not coming. Oh, you're a Japanese ship. You're not coming. But every one of those ships are contracted logistically with China to get trade going. So when you block China's customers from getting to, when gas goes up, everything goes up, sir. I'm sure you can agree to that.
No. I'm in LA. Where we're sacrificing.
Bro, I'm from the San Fernando Valley, bro.
Okay, yeah. So you know.
From Ventura Boulevard all the way to Rosecrans. You know what I'm saying?
So look, bro. Yeah, I'm from Inglewood. So look, watch this.
Okay, west side, north side, from the bottom.
I'm from the west.
Okay. Yeah, I grew up. My partner, Inglewood, Chris Mafia, Baby Hawk,
Baby Hawk. Yeah. No, I went to one side. 104 for UConn, nigga.
Okay, so y'all. Okay.
I'm an Inglewood nigga, bro. For real.
Okay, I'm out the Inglewood nigga, bro. I'm out the dead end gangsters, bro. But you know what I'm saying?
Better watch that bang on my block, bro. No. It's all love. Yeah.
No. I know the neighborhood very well.
Yeah. Definitely. Shouts out to you though. But look, I'm gonna say this. This is the reason why this shit gets sticky though, because
yes, sir.
What happens is what you're speaking logistically is correct, even because it affects India, it affects a lot of people.
Everybody.
Yes, but here's the thing though, they're allowing the person who are getting, who needs these contractors, they're allowing them to have the weight. They letting China go through, so China can directly supply that to them themselves. That's what's happening, bro.
Family, listen to me.
Go ahead. Venezuela is on this side of the world. The Strait of Hormuz is on the other side of the world. So when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, right? They put the blockade and said, can't nobody go through the Strait of Hormuz, right? That's what Iran did. That was the move that they tried to flex. We tried to do the reverse fake blockade type shit, right? So what Trump is like, okay, so you won't let us get through, or whatever the case might be, because technically, watch this, it is the GCC countries, but guess which one of the only GCC countries Iran has not been striking, if anybody's been paying attention? It's actually Oman, because Oman and Iran is on the same oil field, and they actually have the same exact rights to the Persian Gulf. So that's the reason why Iran is actually putting Oman in a lot of the mix, and they haven't been striking them. They struck Bahrain, they struck everybody else, but they haven't
infiltrated the GCC completely.
Yeah, but I'm saying is strategic and logistics and shit you want, right? They haven't been striking Oman, which is the same people, the Arab neighbors who hold that key too. They've allowed all of our enemies access in and out the Strait of Hormuz. And if you remember, this was like a couple weeks ago. They said we have a path that is not riddled with mines, and we will give you safe passage if you pay the toll to us. They taxing now. You feel me? They taxing, but you can get through. They've been letting China go through, Russia, any of them. They good. They straight. It's only us and our allies that's having a problem.
Yeah,
while we out here,
they attacked Oman too, though.
They own at the very beginning, but they haven't attacked Oman nowhere near as fucking all the other places.
It's not their priority. Their priority.
No.
Their priority is the Emirates.
Bro,
priority is the Emirates.
The Oman. That's all the same. That's all the same.
No,
it's all the same. It's all the same.
Emirates are from Oman. Emirates are from the
Oman is all the same for them. It's all the same. They're Persians and those are Arabs. They own some whole. You're across the line here. Yes, no, it's not. No, it's not, bro. Hey, family, respect. Hey, family, I'm gonna respectfully decline.
Okay, yes, sir. I disagree. Go ahead, sir.
That's all very strange speaking. We LA niggas. That's how we speak.
That's somehow China is getting its big masses correct. Their oil per day has fell, I think, by 84%.
Thank you, sir.
They're getting only partially the oil because 40% of their oil gets through the Hormuz. And they're not getting, I think it's 600,000 barrels. I think you can verify that for it.
I just want to make sure. I'm not saying that.
Give me a second. This is what we just heard on the stage is why the U.S. would never, no one could actually invade us because gangbangers, Bloods, Crips, whatever fucking fairy kings to fairy queens, they would all set aside their beefs, unite, and fucking start taking pot shots. Literally fucking armed Roombas down the street playing go-karts and Pokemon. They could catch everybody that was invading. They would team up with fucking KKK members and say, stop your white bedsheet sales at fucking Target and march down the street and we're going to start doing this. They'd have to put bag limits on shooting motherfuckers out of the air. This is why you can never win against Americans because even though we're divided, all of a sudden one little thing pops up and you'll see a whole different bear that rises up, and that's not going to be a fun thing for all of you. Secondly, you are kind of wrong about Kharg Island and the Chinese because although we allow some of the exports out there, the U.S. has kind of blocked them off and it's allowing it to be a trickle because we still have 24 ships in there carrying approximately 250 to 500,000 gallons. Kharg Island is filled and we're not allowing them to ship from it. We're letting it be a slow trickle. So Iran can't pump oil right now. So
I agree, Viking, but we all American, right? Viking, you American, right?
Damn right.
Okay, so watch this. We all American, right? Let's keep it real, bro. All I know for America, even though we know you can't win and sustain military campaigns, like Kharg Island should be fucking Kharg memory. But there's like what's happening. Like we know if they destroy Kharg Island and take over big heights like they said they would, that will be attacking critical infrastructure, totally annihilated. Then the war would be 100,000 times worse than what it is. You think this shit is gonna be bad? Because trust me, the shit is about to kick up in the next week or two. Y'all mark my words. In the next week, I'll say about the next 3 weeks, 20-some days, this shit gonna kick up. But I love y'all.
You're right. I hope they follow.
No, we gonna see. Hey, I love y'all. Peace out, man. I'm gonna go to the dark side. This was enlightening. I'm gonna come through here. I like this room. Shout out to all the mods. Follow the mods, y'all.
Thank you, Power.
Thank you, Power. Thank you.
What's it called?
I think he can fix it. Hey, I'm not
It's done. I just want to say before I forget it. I don't know, Viking, Robbie, or Ocean, you guys verify, but I'm pretty sure Iran is now dumping oil into the Gulf of
Yes.
Gulf of Persia.
They already have. They already have.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, they're still doing it.
So meaning that means that they have too much oil, the sales aren't keeping up with the pumping of it, and they can't turn off the production because if they turn it off, I don't think they can even restart it because the wells are so low.
Correct.
They can, like it's gonna take years.
They have to pump it out.
say Greta supports terrorists and hates dolphins. Well, hey, hold on. I wanted to tell Brad something. Hey, if I can.
Yeah.
I just want to add on to your statement. I wanted to let you know, I think we'll just let the Aryan Brotherhood just like rape the invaders, so that way they can feel useful, while everybody else unites. I mean, we gotta let those fucking pigs fucking get a little ass, you know what I mean?
Man, I'd use the Aryans like the Russians use the Chechens. I just like let them die on the front lines. I'd be like, here, you go out and have the first fucking wave. You little fucking cocksuckers. Here's your white sheet so you make better targets.
Yeah.
They really removed that name, Aryan. Because you guys know what Aryan actually means.
It's the people from
Noble.
Asia.
It means noble. And Iran actually means land of Aryans. And they ruined it. This fucking Nazi shit ruined our
They also ruined mustache. The easiest mustache to care for, Charlie Chaplin's, they fucking ruined it. So no guy can walk around with that anymore.
To be fair, what they also ruined is like, if you look at all of so you had a bunch of Nordic like ruins, like symbology that was completely like, there's nothing wrong with it, but then they like used all of these Nordic ruins for like their symbols, and then now it's like you're a Nazi if you ever use it. Native American, like in Arizona, all of our highway signs, our state highway signs, had a swastika on them, and they changed them in the middle of the war, but that was just like a Native American symbol here.
Oh, there he is, my favorite racist of Clubhouse, Mr. Pepe. Welcome.
Yes.
But Viking, bring it. My first Article 15 was mustache violations. So I actually was pissed. I actually went in like a quarter inch, and my command sergeant major was pissed, made me fucking shave it. Like I got an article on it. What the fuck?
I wanna go to. We have darkness. We speak to darkness here.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Darkness.
Again.
Your time to shine if you haven't shined yet. I guess darkness doesn't shine.
I would like to hear more from Pepe.
I was gonna say I did read earlier.
I want to actually hear you yelling at someone.
Oh yeah, totally. But I want to see this
bring
first. Yeah, I'll
Well, you think it's that easy just to find them, bro? You guys scared them all out.
Bring Ali back up. I mean, I only moved him down because he said I didn't know I ran, but that guy, he constantly fucking tells me about how Americans are. And the same fucking guy's like, you know nothing about our country, but you guys are all this and this and this. It's like, dude, if I don't know your country, you sure as hell don't know mine. And I guarantee you probably couldn't survive here. That's why you're sitting there building soccer stadiums in Saudi Arabia for like $1 a day.
That's not fair. The Arabs are monkeys. The Arabs should be working for the person.
Pepe, I got a question for you and Ocean. Ocean, Pepe.
Depends on what Arabs you're talking about.
Hold on, man.
You're talking about
Ocean,
every
Pepe.
Arab.
Yeah, Ocean, Pepe. If I had a time machine and I sent you two both back in the time machine, what would you guys do?
That's my question for Rich, bro. Don't ruin it. But I can answer from Pepe. Pepe, you want to answer? What would you do if you had a time machine?
I don't think Pepe's straight.
And no filter, Pepe. Go ahead. Be comfortable as fuck.
Whatever, I would have to think about it, but then it would, whatever.
It's going to interrupt you. No one is going to fucking give you shit for it. Go ahead.
Yeah, whatever would give me like the most power and money, I would make sure that it was secured to me. I told you. So I could be I could be like, you know, just like that guy with all the money and do whatever the fuck I want. Very selfish person.
I know. You were solving for a completely different outcome.
I was hoping I wanted to actually know what Pepe has in mind if he had a time machine. Because he's so racist, I want. Pepe, would you like go back in time and destroy every other race of white people?
I would tell, well, you know, this is going to sound racist, but perhaps I would tell the slave ships that I would have never allowed slavery. I'll just say that. Problem solved, no slavery, and then you won't have any blacks here either.
Oh, you would.
What if you had blacks here already for some reason? That's not historically accounted for.
Yeah, it's I can't really answer that.
How about Arab monkeys? Would you replace blacks with Arab monkeys as the slaves?
No, the Arab monkeys would just enslave the blacks and mistreat them anyways. I don't even know why I'd have to get involved. I mean, they castrated them. Like they were like the Arabs were like African Americans like to talk about how horrible chattel slavery is, but they like literally like can you imagine you get kidnapped, you're scared, and then it's like all of a sudden they chop off your nuts. And then they make you like they force you to be a fucking slave. Like that's just fucked.
I mean, you know, it depends what you're talking about, man. Like so like in Kuwait, right? When they had a lot of Sudanese and Saudi as well, like they had a lot of Sudanese slaves from back in the day. You know, at one point, you know, I want to say, you know, what we're talking probably like around the 40s and 50s or 30s to 50s. Like, you know, they integrated a lot of people into their population, man. Like even the dark, Sudanese blood. You know what I mean? Living in Saudi. They even kind of got into the royal family. Like, there's an old sheikh from Kuwait, very dark man. You think he's African? He was back in the 70s. So I mean, you know, they treated. What I'm saying is they treated a lot of descendants of slaves very well. Once the oil money came, once the British came, the American came, and they came and they invested in the infrastructure. They all started getting.
That's my biggest. This is my number one.
They rectified a lot of wrong, is what I'm saying.
Sure, I get it.
They really did.
But I would say my biggest criticism, and even Arab leaders were saying this, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Okay, they have oil wells, but they're a group of people that innovate absolutely nothing. They can't. And to be fair, they exist in countries where I don't think Saudi Arabia is that way, but you can look at like the UAE, Qatar, other countries where they have large foreign populations, and they have to rely on even foreigners just to be part of the professional class. They don't even do that themselves, and
that is a criticism of a lot of things. The oil well just subsidizes all industry, and nobody really works. I get what you're trying to say.
But they don't produce anything, and they realize that that is going to be cut off eventually.
But that has changed now. That has changed because you can't say that they.
Wait, what are they inventing now? Like, what are they?
Nothing.
Commerce, global commerce. They're not inventing. Okay, so now we are looking at like the UAE.
Spreading terrorism.
No. You're looking at the UAE, right? Look at the UAE just alone. UAE now is out of OPEC. They're having the Israelis build their missile defense technology like an Iron Dome right now in the UAE as we fucking speak. And there's eventually going to be an oil deal after that from the Emirates to Israel. So Turkey doesn't have the leverage to shut the pipeline from all the oil Israel depends on from Azerbaijan and everything else that goes with that one. So once they get that oil, because now they're not in OPEC, they don't have to follow their limits. Now once that starts going, that creates a business commerce relationship between what was always perceived as the city in the desert, state-of-the-art city. They built up Riyadh. They made it an entertainment capital before the war broke out. Look at how many boxing matches. Look how many events, concerts. The world wants to go there.
But that's investment in entertainment. Like that's like.
Yeah, but I get that. But listen, but what that does is it modernizes the country in a way of finance and economics.
Yeah, bro, but understand you invested some money in UAE and all that. You always talk.
But I mean, I would say this. So the difference.
But hold on. He's bringing up UAE. UAE, it's not an Arab motherfucking nation.
How is it not?
So what are they?
They're obviously Arab.
Yeah, Pepe. UAE has about 10 or 11 million population, and only like 10 or 15% of them are.
Well, yes, but that's one of the critiques is that they rely on. They only give citizenship. Yeah, but you say only 10 to 15%, which is actually false, because nearly 100% of the people that have citizenship and have rights there.
What the fuck did I say?
Are actual.
Arab.
They're actually citizens of UAE.
You should want to promote that, Ocean. I mean, shit, check for gas prices in Israel, bro. That's all that matters.
Pepe, I didn't talk about citizenship.
No, I'm not saying that, but the people there, like so the people who own and control the company and our country, and our citizens, they are all Arab. They have a population that dwarfs them, that are people that are either permanent or temporary residents or workers, but they're not.
Okay, fine. That's
not
fine. I give
considered.
you that. But let's go back to your question. What are they inventing?
Oh, they're inventing nothing. Well, here's the thing. We can look at like Turkey.
People say, oh, they're not.
Yeah, but Turkey, for example, and Turkey and Iran, they're like much more educated.
Their money is all over the global economy, bro. What the fuck are we talking about?
They don't invent, they invest. So they
there
have
you go.
capital to invest in every
fucking new. Bro, oh my God. Oh
and they
my
do.
God. What was the question? God damn it. Okay, what the fuck
they
do good?
What do they invent? What do they invent?
Shit.
What do they invent, correct?
Yeah, the answer is nothing, literally nothing.
Yeah, I have to get back to you on that. But what they do is all their money is in the global economy, all throughout Europe, all
but that's
throughout
not.
Asia,
They move
all
money
throughout
around.
America.
They have a lot of money because of natural resources.
It's not everyone's money. It's their money that they make off oil sales, and they put it in the economy.
But who else put their money in the economy or in the markets? Everyone does it. That's not a talent. That is not a talent.
I'm not saying it's a talent. Oh, I'm not disputing that it's a talent. But I'm saying
is that what are they?
Because it's very important. Because I'm a United States citizen, sir. So I want my country to be super fucking power of the world. So these people have to thrive. Their oil economies have to thrive. The UAE has to thrive. Saudi has to thrive. Israel and Saudi and UAE have to come together in peace and start global trade. Let Israel build military infrastructure and defense structure throughout what they're doing.
I get that, but I'm not making an argument whether or not.
Just talking about something else.
I'm not making an argument about whether or not they're good for the United States. I'm making an argument about like what do these people actually innovate, and that is where they are completely we can even look at Israel, for example. Like Israel, for example, is actually a very innovative country for this small population. What you've got to match is a lot of the Gulf Arab states. There's a huge asymmetry there between how innovative that country is, the Persians, the Turks, and then you have the Arabs, which are just like
I'm gonna tell you. I'm
gonna tell you.
Just because can I laugh?
If you go back to market, yeah, but I'm gonna delete my down if you put something over.
No, but listen, I'm not gonna say something. So look. So in the process of drilling for oil in the sand, right, you got to use coagulants, right? And what that does is that separates like the hard sand and everything and all the water and everything from the oil when you extract it, right? Just like the Israelis were very good with petrochemicals and understanding how to desalinization what I mean? Kuwaitis and Saudis figure out a way to use sulfate granules to do this process a hell of a lot more efficient, right? They created the way of drilling the oil more efficiently, right? And as soon as they patented everything was to the U.S. government, and we literally use this kind of technology even if we were drilling up for shale up in North America, right? So it's like, okay, I know it's not an impact of like the fucking iPhone or Apple or healthcare advances and stuff like that, but it's something. You know what I mean? And they put this, and all of this money that's being spent in U.S. dollars, you know, it protects the United States, it protects the assets of Israel, it protects the assets of the United States West and all its allies. It's a bond that has to thrive.
At the end, they went back to the same thing.
Yeah, and I don't think if anything,
I know, Ocean.
If anything, we're the ones protecting them, and they don't really fight in any wars. And not to be fair, they're small countries.
But they pay to sit down.
What else do I have? What else do they have to do then? I mean, if they don't pay, then what else?
They live on this soft, easy life.
What are you talking? I mean, it helps.
I mean, no one denying what you say. Look, I'm not denying it. Pip's not denying it. We're talking about a different thing. And you keep bringing up, okay.
Well, I told you they invented a way to drill for oil with coagulants, but that wasn't important. They invented that process. A Saudi and a Kuwaiti college graduate, one from LMU, one from...
I'm glad you guys have one. I'm glad you guys found one thing that they did. That is good.
That's one. Yeah, you know what? Hey, it's not the biggest thing, but I got to give them credit. It helped the world. Helped my job easy because I was able to source the raw materials and make efficient. So I love it.
Well, not also Robbie.
Hey, I'm gonna mock Pepe real quick because you're on a good conversation.
So, you understand.
I'm very pro GCC, Ocean. So, you know, extremely. I love the GCC.
No, I already know.
I love them. I swear to God, I do. Like I have a soft spot for Israelis, I have the same soft spot for them. The same. I don't look at it like when people want to criticize and say, oh, the Israelis, they're not from there. Like when I see an Israeli and the way he moves every day, his customs and like everything, you remind me of a Middle Easterner. You don't remind me of like a colonizer. I swear to God, you can find, and I'll find you the most fucking gingerbread Russian Israeli, that third generation, fourth generation in Israel, and his ways will remind you more of like an Arab. In a sense of living. Yeah. It's because they are part of the culture.
Well,
like everybody has to get along is what I'm saying, bro.
You have to say
that's all.
That they give opportunity to start up companies that affect the world by giving them financial support and believing in them. And after that, it has a ripple effect onto the world that will benefit. They might not do it directly, but they do it indirectly with finances.
Well, they do directly too. You know, if you look at them, something called the Kuwait Fund, right? It's the biggest charity in the world, and they literally donate billions of dollars a year to local charity.
I mean, that's okay. We're not talking about how nice they are. I was more or less talking about the innovation part. Like,
we get that you love them. Like, me and Pepe,
I do.
But it's a whole different topic.
Well, you know, the Israelis invent a lot. How about that, Ocean?
But they haven't
I'm not gonna.
we all know
they have, and I'm not gonna deny that they have.
I will talk shit about.
So why can't those inventions go to the Arab world for a cost of oil and cheaper?
I never said they
Israel and
Yeah, nobody said so. When we talk about innovations, generally they're for the greater good, not always. We can talk about nukes. No, I would even say, like, look at North Korea. I don't know how they got. It could be that China or somebody helped them do it. I don't know. I don't know the origin story about how North Korea got their nukes, but it's a rather horrid place. I mean, I think if there's one country, the last country I'd want to live in the world, I would take, Angola disease and famine over fucking North Korea. North Korea just seems like the worst place. But these fuckers have nukes, and there is some level of ingenuity behind them. Even though it's kind of hard when you have leaders like theirs. But
yeah, but like
it was the Russians that helped the North Koreans, but they did it on a small scale and said, oh, but if you actually increase this, then you've got the ability. It took them a long time, but Russia was the opening door for them. Not China. China wouldn't get that. They don't like North Korea that way. In fact, when North Koreans try to flee North Korea, they throw them back over the fence.
Wait, that's all Pakistan. It was a Pakistani scientist, wasn't it, Brad?
The Pakistan stole it from England and France. Hence off to that fucking top-notch security there. But Russia actually actively helped North Korea.
Israel stole it from us too. It's a gift that keeps on giving.
Stole what? Stole what?
Oh, nuclear secrets.
No, they stole. They stole.
No, they did. No, they did. This is actually why. This is widely. It's not a conspiracy theory. This is widely known. They stole.
The mines to create the bomb came from Eastern Europe. And when the Manhattan Project.
No. We're talking about after America.
Went to three places. Before the end of World War II. Okay, and the technology went three places. Went to the United States, went to what's going to be Israel, and the rest of Russia. That's where it split. That's where that technology split.
Sure. So, but when it came to there was.
What I'm saying is there were Jews everywhere scattered around.
Yeah, no, I get that. We can thank Jews for helping us, come up with the nuclear bomb. But that's not my point.
For sure.
But when it came to, in terms of the United States development, decades after, they ended up basically, there were nuclear secrets that were stolen, and then there was actual nuclear material that ended up being sent to Israel that helped them build, make their first atomic bomb. This is not.
Well, let's just say you're right. Thank God it happened. Thank fucking God it happened. I want to give the guy, if that happened, just like I want to find that guy. I want to say, hey, I got a little small flat sent to London. Welcome to 2 weeks on.
First off, why you want to punch somebody with going to fucking London?
London's nice.
London sucks.
London's not nice anymore.
It is if you stay in central and not some parts. Yes, it is. The food's way better.
English and good food do not go hand in hand.
No, the other cuisine.
Rafi's trying to speak. He's quiet. He has a small mic.
Apologize, Mr. Rafi.
If I recall correctly, was it Jew? Was it? The whole Manhattan Project, I never watched it. But was it? Who came up with the nuclear bomb? This might sound like a really stupid question to ask. I could have just Googled it. It sounded smart.
You had Einstein. You had the Russian guy. You had.
But in America, was it a Jewish person?
Oppenheimer, you're trying to refer to?
Yeah.
Yes. So Oppenheimer was a Jew.
The Manhattan Project.
Yeah.
I just told him.
I thought it was a Jew that was primarily responsible.
Yeah, he was responsible for the development of it. He was the overall project leader, so to speak. But there was German scientists, there was Russian scientists.
Exactly.
It was a whole.
Oh yeah, but I mean, if it went the rock. Yeah. So it's my understanding. Also after the defeat of Nazi Germany, the rocket scientists that we got from them were invaluable. They were.
Oh yeah, that's how we ended up on the moon. Yeah.
But they created the jets.
Yeah, which are obviously important for delivering vehicles and.
Too bad they really we'd all be speaking German if they had invented them and created them a little bit faster or earlier in the war. We probably would have lost the air war and probably would have lost England had they had the jets and the range.
Well,
of that there was this little jet that it could barely land, and it had a few minutes of flight time, but it was like a ferocious little. It was so fast. It was a little fighter jet the Germans had. Read the name of it. It's interesting to watch. Could outmaneuver and fly a lot faster than anything everybody else had, but it only had a few. It had a special fuel, which meant like once it got hit, like it explode a lot easier because the fuel was very reactive. But yeah, I mean, so it was. But I don't know. It was just neat. They were coming up with this shit.
Yo, guys, I changed the room title. Let's see if we can get some people in here. Do you think this title is going to work?
No, it's not.
No? You want to play with it?
I mean, hold on.
Wait, I was on a call and I came back and I heard Drafty says, "Do you want to play with it?" Play with what? You guys doing?
Don't worry. You're doing your
Well, actually, if you really start to look back into history, yeah.
I mean, if you really,
people are gonna get mad at me, so I'm gonna say that.
if you really want to trigger people and your goal is to trigger people, you would just put like
It's a pretty much.
Like Americans are jealous, or like it'd be something like Israel haters are mad that Israel looks like what they want America to look like.
Look. You see this title already works. Soren's already here. Say hi.
What's up?
Hey, Ayatollah Soren.
No, Soren's not Ayatollah. He's
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Yeah,
wabarakatuh.
guys, leave him alone.
I just greeted him.
You used to follow my house. Now you don't
Yeah, he's
follow
an
my
Ayatollah now.
No, he's a very loving Muslim man that wants peace. How dare you guys slander him? Stop
I
it.
greeted him.
You said he's Ayatollah. That's saying
No, I disavow.
I did not disrespect.
Okay, Pepe, sorry. Well, quite like you want us to call him Soren Waffen?
Soren, can you tell these evil Jews and these Pahlavi worshippers why they're wrong? Because you're a man of peace and principle. This is bullshit.
Pahlavi might have partied a little bit too much, but at least he didn't create terror.
Well, I actually like
Everyone should party more.
the PTR photo of Ashbrook and Max.
I wish I could have gone. I wish I could have gone to the locals old school 70s parties.
Hell yeah.
I wish I was there.
Heck yeah.
You're invited.
We're trying to go back to that, Rabbi.
I know. I want to go. I want the rice with the saffron and the pomegranate.
If Soren lets us.
Soren, what do you have to say to these evil monsters that trivialize the butchering and the slaughter of terrorist kids in Gaza?
Why would you bring up another subject? We're talking about Iran.
Well, no, come on.
You're talking about the same Gazans that the Ayatollah uses as martyrs and slaves for war.
I disavow.
Oh, Pepe. Come on. A Palestinian's only good enough to go kill the little Israeli kid. He's not good enough to be an engineer.
But these are people of privilege. Watch your mouth. They've been colonized by these white predators. Like, this is so fucking horrible.
Who have been colonized, by the way?
The Palestinians.
The Palestinians have received fucking billions of dollars. They just decide, their leaders decide.
Oh, colonizers' money? Oh, amazing. Amazing, bro.
Colonizers' money. It's humanitarian money that
by colonizers, okay.
The United States was giving them. Fucking the Arab nations were giving them.
Yeah. The fucking but go ahead and take some Nazi money, why don't you? Dude, with the amount of money that fucking Palestinians have gotten since Arafat, there should be two Dubais and a fucking Singapore in Gaza.
Ravi, do you agree that what you just said is just a part of Hasbara, so we can read the Hasbara?
It's Hasbara, that's right. Amen, brother.
I mean, what did you guys?
Yeah, but what do you do? You're not benefiting your civilization with anything you're doing. You're just like selling your asses to China and forever and a day.
It's just so boring. It's so boring because you don't.
Ayatollah Soren, it must be nice in Canada, buddy. But, you guys are just a bunch of Hasbara speaking Israeli bootlickers. It's so gross. It's not Israeli bootlicker, Pepe Waffen. It's because we want to have peace. We want peace in the region. You guys want more blood, and you guys want more death. We want peace. So if you're gonna have peace, you gotta understand there's gonna be Jews there, Soren. The Israelis are going nowhere. They're not going anywhere, Soren. So now that we got that, understood, what can we talk about next? Well, you gotta have accountability for your crimes too, Ayatollah Soren. You're responsible for the death of millions, Soren. Ayatollah chopping session.
But fuck, Soren. Fuck, I wanted to ask him something. Oh yeah, Soren. Iran need America more or Israel more?
Does Iran need America more? We don't recognize it, so I don't know what you're talking about.
But you guys
We don't.
There you go. There you go.
Israel, that's where they aim their rockets. So obviously, they recognize Israel as a nation. They even declare it in the UN, so that's kind of confusing.
My question is, okay, I know how Iran right here. I'll speak Soren's language. What is Iran more? Big Satan or little Satan? This is more of your language.
We have no problem at all. At all.
With Big Satan.
The problem with you ready to stay.
There's no issue with U.S.
Really? Because we seem to be taking out your Ayatollahs faster than you can create them.
I changed the room title to trigger people. We took out the Ayatollahs quicker than the internet took out Blockbuster, buddy. You better figure it out.
You're fucking wild.
But if you want to trigger people, you gotta trigger people.
Let me start with little pictures.
Jews are going anywhere.
So another thing is, so when you say the Jews aren't going anywhere, I've been hearing from a lot of Muslims that do come up on stage and when they say, watch, what's gonna happen soon.
I mean, honestly, I also have a bad feelings about this too
Because why?
I can tell you why. Because we can tell the difference between Israel and the Jews. And a good example.
Alhamdulillah. I hear you, brother.
We can tell the difference, but we cannot guarantee other people can tell the difference. That's the problem. We don't have to tell them apart. There are Jews, there are Zionists. It's different to us.
Haram, wallah, Pepe, haram.
So, okay. So, Soren, I'm gonna get back to you. You're here to stay anyways. You'll anyways.
Nice to hear from you, Ayatollah Soren.
Muhammad, welcome to the stage.
Shut your ass up, bro.
I wanted to welcome Muhammad.
Shut up, guys.
Hello guys, how are you?
Good, Muhammad. What do you think of the title?
I think that Americans and jihadis are indeed mad they aren't Israeli.
Amen, brother, amen.
Oh, I did not expect that one. To be honest, Muhammad, I did not expect that one.
Filthy fucking American turds. They're so decadent and just angry and bitter and like to bitch about everything. That's why they're mad.
I have one more hope, Shahid. How are you doing, Shahid? Welcome to the stage.
Oh, shoot.
How are you, Shahid? What do you think of the title, Shahid?
That's Shahid. Good try, nice try.
Salman Khan's brother.
Why? I'm curious. Why do you think jihadis like the Americans are jealous of Israel? Why is there this hate that just comes out of nowhere, and they just want to destroy them, and they're so mean and jealous? It comes out of jealousy. Realistically, I admit, as an American,
Can someone in Trump campaign so we get angry?
I think he might be going somewhere with something. Go ahead, Pepe.
Well, I am angry. I'm angry at Israel for a number of reasons. The number one reason is because they are. I see them. They're rather homogenous country.
Wish you were here so they could see you. They got more kisses.
And they have a community. Here in America, we want to kill each other. And
yeah, they do have units.
Yeah, and so why is it?
You don't like peace. I got it.
But yeah,
he likes the war. Pepe likes the war.
But you understand that they have unrest going on in this country of Israel.
They have what?
A little bit. Just with the lefty orthodox little idiots, like they get beat up by like IPF.
You guys have lefty orthodox?
There's religious extremists everywhere.
I mean, I know there's righty orthodox.
Yeah, what's the lefty orthodox? They have both.
They're saying the biggest Israel democracy. You know what's the biggest danger to Israel?
Dictatorship, buddy. No free enterprise in the country.
They made a big mistake being nice. They made a mistake being democratic there. That they allowed Arabs, that they allowed them to vote, that they allowed them to have a voice.
No, I disagree, Rafi. I know it may have fucked them up temporarily, but at least it showed to the world that they're open to assimilate. They showed to the world that they wanted to assimilate with the people in the region. That's what they showed.
The world hates them any less. The world hates them as much as they would have hated them with it or without.
I'm not saying that's not true, but that's not the normal thing they did.
Oh, sure, has to go to.
You know what? Like Israel, I believe Israel needs a monarchy. But that's the only thing that Israel is missing is a monarchy.
Rafi,
to save Israel.
Do you think what Ben Gurion did yesterday?
Oh, I never heard that.
You think it was okay?
Yeah, well, what Ben Gurion, here's the amazing thing is you saw. Okay, there are a bunch of Westerners. Now, obviously, they're getting criticism because this is not flying in Western countries.
We can't hear you. A lot of majority of Israelis are not Westerners.
I know. Hold on. Well, they're
in the West now, but
but hold on. But if you're to talk to
they're submitted.
Hold on. But if you're to talk, I know, I get it. But if you're to talk to Jews on the map, they will all swear up and down they're part of the West. I get it.
No, I mean they are part of the West.
Hold on. I get it. The majority of their population never stepped foot in Europe. They're more Middle Eastern. I get it. That's not my point.
What's your point? Okay.
There's more Jews that hold dual citizenship with an American passport and Israeli passport than there's Jews holding a European passport. Just to let you know, as of now.
Yeah, sure. So I would say this. So
citizenship between America and Southern Europe.
Yeah. So when it comes to Ben Gvir, what he's doing, he's going to get pushed back, and yeah, you can't really do that with Western citizens. However, I did think it was funny that you had these lefty baggy people, and they're like, "Free Palestine," and then this bitch gets like grabbed by the back of her head. It's not my fucking problem. And see, I wish we could do that here. Okay, to our radical lefties.
But hold on, you've never seen a black person get arrested?
I'm not there.
Well, even the police here in the West, have you ever been arrested? You think they're isolated? They're very physical.
Well, I did when I was a juvenile, but I'm in middle age.
Doesn't matter. Whenever they put you in handcuffs, and if the cop is running a power trip, he's gonna be rough with you.
Yeah, I've had that happen.
Why the American ambassador in Israel criticized this action of?
Because we would never. This is where I said it was a mistake on their behalf.
What action exactly?
The parading of.
Hold on. What action exactly? Sorry.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the ambassador of U.S. ambassador. So you just read. So you read the headline and you don't read the statement. No, I read it because he said you just made a headline without giving me the statement. No, I can tell you. What Kitover said. What Kitover did. He's not serving the Israeli, image in the world. And that's in what way? Ambassador. In what way? In what way? Because the way that Israel didn't make the sense. I understand, but the way that Israel wants to show itself democratic country. Well, I just said we know it's bullshit. We are from the region. We know that it's a genocidal regime. But through the image of the Americans and American Europeans, they think that Israel is a normal state. But after what they stole, they realize.
What about no? It's the Islamic Revolutionary Genocide part that is genocidal. But you don't want to talk about that, do you, sir?
I mean, it's two different stories. You're talking about the country.
This is your people I'm talking about, sir.
I understand, but Iran is a nation state. That's cool, but I'm just trying to it's about Israel. Israel is an illegal entity. Okay, but sorry.
Wait, Israel is a recognized nation.
Not
what
by
are you fucking talking about?
Not by Indonesia.
So guess what? We don't have to recognize Iran. We don't recognize Palestine. So there you go. Wait, hold on, Rafi. So wait, just hold on a minute. So by Soren's logic, Palestine never exists because it's not a recognized nation.
It is.
So, it's not.
But hold on. What he did was sneaky, though. He tried to say because it's not a recognized state. Now we can look at some shit that was like free Palestine. Some cop like put her hand on the back of her head. He's like, well, they were walking them basically. Their heads had to face, or their waist and their head had to face the ground. And okay, but like if we're gonna compare them to the IRGC, where they're literally just shooting women in the head, for not wearing a burqa, and then people protest it naturally, and they're just like, you shot her in the head, and then it's just like, okay, fine, we'll shoot you in the fucking face too, amazing. And of course, they do their media blackout where they kill like 40,000 fucking people, and yeah, I'm an American. We don't have blackouts. Yes. Oh, you know what's really funny is that, okay, there's not a goddamn, you guys are a level 4 country. We are a level 4 country. We are, it is as strong, the most advised against us traveling there, especially if you're somebody of Persian descent. Hold on, but just like, okay, no. Nicolas Maduro would do this, when it comes to different countries that are not friendly with the U.S., they'll let people that they believe will be friendly with regime's image come there. These are not nice fucking reporters or unbiased. Oh my God, that's propaganda.
Dude,
they don't let normal people do that.
Who's shooting those videos? Hold on. So I his internet got cut off, and he explained to us how his internet got cut off, and then he started showing us all the videos that he recorded with his phone when he wasn't able to send his brain. He can't get back online. I haven't spoken to him. He's not posting any videos how beautiful Iran is. Why, Soren? Why my friend Ali can't post it? Because he needs to buy a VPN.
No, the VPNs didn't work. So what ended up happening, the nodes that ended up connecting you to the internet, whether or not you're trying to attach it or connect through a VPN, did not matter. You were not going to be able to get a connection. Even our link was not able to work during that blackout. They literally, any connection, you can get to the fucking internet. But no, I saw the fucking videos. Like, there was a morgue. Hold on. I saw this. Like, there were people walking the street, and it was walking down the street, and it's just like, oh, wow. This is like a quarter of a mile of dead people just laying along the sidewalk. and they have like the top halves of the bags are unzipped. These are body bags, and it's for people to identify. You know, basically they want people to identify their loved ones. And then you have you take another turn. It's just like holy shit, a whole bunch more bodies. So like wow. And then they turn again and again and again and again and again. Then they go into the fucking medical examiner's office. You see a bunch of fucking dead people. Then they leave, and then they go down, winding down the fucking bunch of fucking streets. And it's like, holy shit. And of course, the videos were clear enough where you could see, like, these were people that were almost all middle age or lower, but mostly, like, young adults. And, you know, they all had, not all, but a good chunk of them had what you could see were traumatic injuries. You know, they were likely fucking shot.
Shut up, Soren.
But what I don't get is like you have the nerve to talk about the fucking
But you said it's about America. You said they shoot people. Shut up, Soren. I know you're
yes, yeah, absolutely. But here no. I'm talking about this latest protest. No, in January it was not about a burqa. But even if we look at the last, hold on, Soren. If we look at the last, if we look at the last fucking revolt, it was not because of the burqas. But even then, you saw after October 7th, you see a country. Hold on, you see, okay, the level of barbarity that you saw on October 7th was so extreme, so off the walls, so bizarre that there's not a Western country or fucking there's not a country in the fucking world that would not basically have a military response to that. That's a fact. Now you can sit here and say like, oh my God, these poor fucking Gazans. But however, if we look at, you're trying to juxtapose this to what the IRGC is people who are demanding, more fucking freedom. All they're doing is protesting. These are not people celebrating the killing of innocent people. They're not people killing innocent people. But they were fucking butchered, unarmed, by a fucking radical, disgusting regime. And you're somehow simping for them, which is fucking weird.
Yeah, and Hamas also beats Palestinians in Gaza. They beat them. They don't listen. They beat them.
For sure.
They kill them. They shoot them dead.
Because it's the same school of thought. It's exactly the same shit.
Yeah.
So, just something to say here. Listen, I'm Iranian. I was born there. I came to Canada when I was 27. I lived there. I know everything. So when this Soren motherfucker, when he's trying to, just whitewash the shit and sugarcoat things, it just boils my blood. Shame on you, Soren. Shame on you.
Shame on you. I know Soren.
I'm very confused. You're very pro-IRGC. Every 20 people that come into my room, they're very against IRGC. And then there's that one person that comes in that is pro-IRGC.
But Rafi, all I said, which
who am I believing now?
Okay, just 20 seconds. Pepe, you said that they shoot people in the street because of not wearing hijab. All I said, don't listen to me. Just watch the YouTube stream.
Okay, but you're talking about YouTube streamers, which have to get approval.
I know you're. I know. I'm gonna rebuttal. 1 second. Sorry.
Hold on,
Soren. 1 second.
Pepe kind of got him on the ropes.
Soren. I'm not gonna watch a certain amount of people that are allowed by the IRGC to use the internet to push their propaganda.
Rafi,
There's an
did you hear what I said?
Hold on.
I'm not talking about just talking about the streamers walking the streets.
Again.
He's not walking to someone.
You can't get into their fucking country unless they approve it.
Do you understand I'm talking about the streaming in the street?
Yeah, we are streaming in the street. Ayatollah is saying okay.
I am Persian on the stage. Persians. Do you guys know any YouTube streamers that are part of
Yes, we do. It's
You can look it up. Look, let me tell you. Please, give me a second. Give me a second. Please let me tell you that. If you see women, if you see teenagers not wearing hijab, it's because of the balls that they have. Okay? They don't give a shit if they're gonna get shoot, if they're gonna get jailed. So, it's not because it's free to do that. They have the balls to do that. So, Soren, again, shut up, motherfucker. Shut up, you son of a bitch.
Thank you, Ernest. That's true what Ernest says. They have the balls to
So
do
it
it.
is true that people are free to wear whatever they want.
That is not true. You know what's really funny is this is my introduction to Middle Eastern culture. Was my freshman year when I took a Middle Eastern studies class. The two of the TAs were literally jailed in Iran, and in mid-semester were able to come back to the United States. And like this is literally like you're trying to pretend like this is not long-standing.
Hold on. We actually had somebody come today, and he kind of fucked up, and now we know the truth. So I'm asking Soren this question. Let's see how honest you're gonna be right now. Is there a law in Iran that a woman have to wear hijab? Yes or no?
There is a dress code law, yes.
Correct. So when there's a dress code law, I was giving you thumbs up. You guys have Soren, you're agreeing with me. So if there is a law that needs to be implemented at any time, the IRGC must choose to implement it, correct?
But first, do you know the difference between police and IRGC?
Okay, but the morality police. The morality police. Do they not have? Is there not a lot of subjectivity when it comes to their value judgments?
Answer their question, Soren. It's cancer. There's no morality police. You can keep talking about it, but it doesn't make it real. There's no morality police.
Hold on.
It's gone.
No morality police for the mullahs, Soren.
I didn't agree with that, but I'm just telling you, it's gone. It's finito.
There's no batik.
He's a son of an Ayatollah.
So like here's how we can do this. So almost every person that has fled Iran has basically had the same comments of how an oppression regime is. They have morality police. If you're doing something they don't like, they beat you, rape you, kill you, torture, etc. Literally thousands of people coming on the States. Soren, we know your cuckold ass is actually hiding out in Egypt and it really doesn't. I don't have to talk nicely to you. I don't. I'll tell you what, I'll meet you on the battlefield. You know, we can meet on the battlefield.
Don't genocide him on the stage. Don't genocide him on the stage, Viking. Don't do that.
So I mean, we can play this game, and we can show up. I'll come to your sandbox, and I'll tell you what, we can meet out there on the battlefield. Winner takes all. I could do that, but I bet you wouldn't have the balls to actually meet somebody like me. But at the end of the day, we have had thousands of people who have lived as late as 6 months ago in fucking Iran who managed to smuggle themselves out and talk shit. Shut the fuck up or I'll just move you down. So if you want to stay on the stage, you're going to be a good little bitch. You're going to listen. So if we've had thousands upon thousands, and I've been in these rooms, and I listen a lot more. You should probably try. How are you still so young, bro? Dude, okay, here, let me help you. Yeah, I got you. You're going to go make me a sandwich in the kitchen. Yeah, make sure you do it in that pink apron I like, too. And then when I get done, I'm going to make sure that you, like, wipe my bowel sack off. So, Soren, thousands of fucking Iranian refugees all over the world have come in and talked about this. Only a couple of you fuckers, like you, have sat there and said the complete opposite. So you mean to tell me 3 or 4 out of literally thousands, women, men, from all over Europe, living in the Pacific Theater, Africa, fucking various Western, South America, Central America, and America, Canada, they're all fucking lying. And you somehow are the one purview who's hiding in a cardboard box in fucking Egypt right now. So please tell me how they're all wrong and you're right.
You're not the game genie, son. Oh. Okay, look, I have
a second. Stop. All of you stop for a second. So first off, Soren, here's where you're wrong. Okay, Soren, here's the whole point. The ones that have escaped to like Chile, they're not receiving fucking subsidies. They're not receiving aid.
Stop. One second. Everybody, 1 second. I'm sorry, Rodney. But you just said all the refugees are liars.
Not all of them. Majority of the Iranian refugees, sadly, tragically, are here to take advantage of your system. They take the money from you.
No, Iranians are one of the most educated. Iranians are one of the most educated groups in the United States. Iranians are one of the most educated groups in the United States. They literally are not sucking off the dole of America. If anything, they're contributing a net. Oh my God, you're so stupid.
Soren, you need to be a good bitch.
I was going with this. So, Soren, all these other refugees, they're not leeches, only the Iranians are leeches.
To be honest, okay, I said not the Syrians, because Afghans are real refugees, but not Iranians. 90% of them are there because they want to take the permanent residency. That's why they go, oh, I'm gay, I'm dying, I'm this and I'm that. And once they get their citizenship, you know what? The first country they travel to is Islamic Republic of Iran. They find you guys suckers. You get it. You guys are fucking naive suckers.
Okay, you want to talk to Marcus. I know you're a Muslim, so.
Sorry, I'm a Muslim, you're a Muslim. You're a Muslim, right?
Well, it's not a religious inquisition here, but go on.
No. Do you believe Islam is a religion of peace?
I'm not here to talk about my religion.
Well, IRGC is Islam.
Just answer the question.
I'm not here to talk about any religious or spirituality.
Because I believe Islam is a
If
religion
you want to hear me talk about politics and religion, no.
I'm going to talk about politics. I believe that Islam is a religion of peace, but I strongly believe that Islam is a religion.
And Islam is a political religion.
No, Rafi, I'm trying to please let me complete. At the same time, do you believe that a lot of terrorism is done in the name of Islam?
We won't answer.
Sorry.
It doesn't go toward this narrative. We won't answer.
So, being a Muslim, believing that Islam is a religion of peace, this is my private responsibility that any Muslim, any lunatic is using the name of Islam for and purposes to bring chaos and war. This is my private responsibility to eliminate that, to become armed against that, in order to protect the name of Islam. Right? If you're a true believer of the fact that Islam is a religion of peace, is our private responsibility.
Rafi, your mic is on.
Every single element, each and every single terroristic element of Islamic faith, only then will be able to present their case in a positive manner. Okay, Islam is a religion of peace. But if the outer world will not see any efforts made against terrorism by the Islamists, by the Muslims, believing themselves to be the follower of peace and religion, they definitely don't have to question religion.
Apparently, Soren is practicing being a good bitch. He's silent.
This is not your headache, Rafi. Being a Muslim, this is my headache.
It's given a script, and then when you go off script, he just remains quiet. When you come with facts, he just remains quiet.
I totally agree with you, brother. Islam is not a religion of peace. Okay, you can't fool me with that. Okay, so you can't. Listen, look. I mean, you sound from a country that is not really Islamic. Maybe you converted to Islam in the past recent years, but do you speak Arabic? Do you speak Arabic? Do you speak Arabic? I don't speak Arabic too, but I'm asking, do you speak Arabic? Oh, shut up. You shut up, motherfucker. So let me ask you this question. So
you were talking like saying Iran is really peaceful, it's minding its own business and all that. So I want to ask your opinion about this fact. Look, in Iran there is a law in the system of the legislation which is based on Islamic ideologies and moralities. All right. So they have something called fatwa. So that means that the supreme Ayatollah can really declare a specific order. So, and everybody should follow that. So there's one order given by the basically the creator of the Islamic Republic in Iran, the Khomeini motherfucker. So he said when a woman is persecuted and it's jailed and it's sentenced to death, she must be raped if she's a virgin to prevent her to go to heaven. Just think about that for a second, please. Okay, just think about that. So that's how fucked up. That is how fucked up this religion is. Now, I just want to know what you think. I just want to hear you back, motherfucker.
Wait, is that like actually true?
That is actually fucking true.
That part is true. Even my dad.
Yeah, Soren, unmute yourself and speak.
Yeah, let's speak about the religion in Iran. So, like, this is one of the most fucked up things is that in Iran, before they executed a bunch of young girls, if they found out they were virgins, they would rape them before they executed them to make sure that they don't go to heaven.
This is actually been reported like every day. Maybe that's what they claim.
Okay, motherfucker, I'm gonna find the reference. I'm gonna find the fucking reference right now. I'm gonna paste it in the chat. No. I'm not gonna use any K, motherfucker. Shut the fuck up. Put a dick in your mouth and shut up, please. Okay. Why? Yeah. Put a dick in your mouth, please, and shut the fuck up. I'm gonna find that reference. I'm gonna put it in the chat. Shut the fuck up, motherfucker.
So we can already settle this. 4 people say it existed.
It's very true.
So now it's there. Wait, I can put a poll. Wait, hold on. Stop. I can put a poll at the top, and I pronounce your name, Ebne, whatever. I can ask if he's correct and have a poll. I could just ask for a simple hand raising or put a 1 in the fucking chat if what he's saying is true, sort of. And you know what? If a mass majority of these people say, hey, I'm from there, been there, done that, yes, this is 100% true, then you are a fucking liar.
Right now, look at what he's all has about what happened in January. The massacre. He says his woman and his daughter have been killed. He said nurses were killed by the
So, Rafi, you're right about principle. There's another law that that's like in one house.
The person that I spoke about, I actually think his real name is not Ali. A little bit different, but I don't want to. Again, I just do it for his own safety. And he is in Iraq, and this is why I speak in the way I speak. And his friend actually got caught for with Starlink. He is looking right now between 7 to 10 years in jail. And they haven't had any communication with the gentleman that was arrested for having Starlink. They took everybody's phones in the home. They took all the computers at home. They took the Starlink. They took him away. They don't even know if he's alive or not right now. That guy is his friend. He contacted his wife. He couldn't even through a secondary person because that's how fucking scary it is. Apparently they're listening to phones. And I know you have a fucking smile on your face, Thorn. But yeah, it's very fucked up. Yeah, he's looking between 7 to 10 years to have satellite internet. You are correct. You're not supposed to have it because people's freedoms is very oppressive. Because I don't see anything illegal by having a satellite and having access
I heard the narrative. That's what I
Can I make a statement, man?
We got lots of people actually. If you see North Korea has a similar thing, but we all know North Korean people are oppressed. They don't want the South. You know, you can't go take pictures of people in North Korea. Why? You can go to jail for that because they don't want people seeing how their people are oppressed. And what is Iran doing? They're acting just like North Korea. So, are you going to defend North Korea right now? Are you going to defend Iran?
Well, look, Starlink is not allowed. Starlink is not allowed. You're right. So if you have Starlink, you could be connected, but people have internet. But they have to pay.
Is that called a white chip? Black chip?
No, it's not. So they're saying he's looking 7 to 10 years, but they don't even know if he's still alive because there's no contact of him right now.
Yeah.
And this is right not right after. This was like maybe a few months after the 12-day war. So today they lost complete access of that gentleman. So
I don't know how the case of these so-called businesses. So basically, a crime.
No, he was basically, he had access to other things like Instagrams, like his access to the internet was unlocked. Iran, you know how they lock your access? You can't go on Instagram, you can't go on many different websites. Why does Iran not let you go on the
In many countries, including your country, right? Canada, you can't.
What?
But you can use your browser to do that, motherfucker. Shut up.
Hold on. So every time I come to Canada, you are correct. It's lost, but I can use my browser. I have access to.
Iran, you can use the VPN.
So what do you mean? Listen, the police is not gonna come knocking on my door.
Oh, they did during your COVID time.
Hold on.
The Trump movement. They came after your bank account, by the way.
Yeah, but now you get hanged. Yay.
Yeah, but I would rather they go after my bank account when I have to get arrested than they go after my life sword.
Yeah. How about not getting hanged for
Hey,
having
please take this mic. Please take this mic.
Something for the freedom.
Yeah, keep it out on the Vegas, sir.
But you prefer your people to be oppressed.
Not at all. I don't. Not at all. But I'm saying
So this is the type of government you're
no. During the war of aggression, for example, military
Hold on, Soren. Actually, hold on. Elle knows exactly who I'm talking about because she was in the room with us and she knows who I'm talking about from Iran that told us the stories and how.
I'm talking about the Palestinians now. I mean, there was a military censorship during the war. There's always something coming up through the war.
Soren, relax. It was 3 months after the war. They were coming around. They were always looking for buckets. Starlinks or no war. They don't want the freedom of people to browse and to have access to the internet.
And tell me, what happened when they cut the
I'm after rapping. Thank you, Mr. Love. Sword, you know what? You should be ashamed of yourself.
You don't want to have something productive.
Soren, please listen. Soren, please listen. You should be ashamed of yourself for everything that is evil. You should be ashamed of yourself for everything that's being presented to you. They will rape a woman if they find she is a virgin to prevent her from going to heaven. Then they are 65 children that passed away in the first day of Appleton. And I asked you a question. Can you say the name of the young man who went to wrestle in the Olympics and came back and was paid immediately? And you refuse to address it. You refuse to acknowledge what they're doing is so wrong. It's barbaric. There's no morals. And they come on here and say, well, Israel needs to have morals. America needs to have morals. But yet you won't even physically or verbally identify.
Youngster, try to pin him on that one. Out of everything you said, the most difficult. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hi everybody. My English not very good. But
If you can translate faster, just do it.
I see very victim and crime in the street in
Flo, if you can translate faster, just do it.
January. Very که شما کی هستین؟ ببخشید آره بهشون بگید که آره اگه بگید که خیلی قبلتر از من که طرفدار شاهزاده‌ام چون تنها راه اون بودم. من یک بازاری هستم توی بازار ایران مشغول هستم.
نگو کجا کار میکنی، نگو فقط بگو در مورد جانیوانی بگو دیما.
ما تو دیما قبل از فراخوان شاهزاده به خاطر گرونی، به خاطر اقتصاد داغون، ما بازاری ها که توشون بازار هستیم خیلی تظاهرات کردیم خودمون اصلا شبکه چیزی گفته بود نه این شخص از جمله شاهزاده فراخوان داده بود عصر 6 دی‌ماه تظاهرات شد درازات پروتست problem in price of dollars.
Yeah, so these people that would work in the bazaar, like in the markets, they started closing up the shops and protesting silently and peacefully. And then the massacre started days after, in the last protest.
In January?
Yeah, on the 8th and 9th. That's when the massacre
started. January 9th, شیشه دی قبل از January.
Can you ask him what the current economic state is?
Before that, a few days before that.
Hold on, I want to hear this part first, Brad.
Yeah. Can you ask him what the current economic state is right now?
Brad, tell her to ask her that after. So I want to hear how it started from his point of view.
چجوری شروع شد تظاهرات شروع شد کی شروع کردن آتش باز کردن
میشه 6 دی‌ماه عصر میشه که اواسط کریسمس before January آره 6 دی
the 6th of day
دهم اگه اول جنیوری باشه ایشون میشه 4 or 5 days before that January 26 because dollar's price is up بابا شما بگید دلار گرون شد
the dollar price went skyrocketed high and the economic situation was already really bad at that point. People got out in the streets because
the ماه من چندم آخرین ماه سال داریش میشه
New Year's
December آره
What's the current food situation like?
الان چجوریه اقتصادی میپرسن
بدتر worse than the dollar price بگید شما من
the dollar right now is really high and the economic situation is really bad.
تومن معادل 1,360,000 ریال بوده.
What is it? What is it feeling like with the current people? Like in January, this is where I felt really bad. If you can tell him, like in Farsi, like I actually feel really bad. What happened in January? They had a revolt. And of course we came a couple months too late. What? But they obviously had a lot of their young that were brutally killed. What does he think that? What is their morale now? With the people in Iran.
میگه که این همه what was the last thing you asked of them? What is the morale now?
Yeah, what is the morale now? Especially after what they went through.
What they feel now?
Yeah.
Ask him, no, this is the better question. Ask them if the Iranians have the morale to go back to the streets and fight again. That is the question. That's what you're asking to ask Befi, right?
No, it's not. It's not. I think that they...
میپرسه که آیا فکر میکنی که ایرانی‌ها بعد از این مسکری که شده تو ما و کشتار شده هنوز حاضر هستن که همدست دوباره وقتی که فرخان نهایی میاد دوباره برگردن به کوچه یا احساس میکنی یه چیزی هنوز نیازه واسش مثلا
100% به خاطر اینکه اقتصاد is worst اقتصاد خیلی بد
economy is so bad the situation is so bad for years now and now it's at the breaking point it says 100% low research to the streets as we told you I told you this is the thing in Iran going on the young people
I got one question for him.
Why do you think they turned off the internet?
Okay, hold on. I want to ask.
After you fight, can I ask a question?
Sure. Currently, what is the strategic? Well, here, let's put it this way. What is the initiative on the ground? What leaders do they have, or what factions do they have in terms of uprising?
لیدر ترکیه چون لیدر مهم لیدر شما کی هست؟
اولا یه که بهشون بگید حتما بگید که زنده ماندن نه زندگی کردن اون خرم مسلو در ایران محیط زیست داغونه اقتصاد داغونه
I agree. What do you think, Lucky?
He says staying alive in Iran is in this current situation is not possible. So we have to fight. And he cannot directly answer this question, Viking. That is a security threat. But I think it's pretty clear since he answered the first thing he said. I stand behind Reza Pahlavi. I stand behind him. He said that
به خاطر همین موضوع مردم از اقشار و لول‌های مختلف جامعه ناراضی هستند.
Yeah, he says the different factions within Iran all do not agree and are not happy with the current situation. They're all ready to unite to fight against the
مدنی، حجاب، قواعد و قوانین ضد زن، ضد همه چیز ضد زندگی.
Because of these extremist religious things in Iran, because of the freedom of women, human rights, because economic reasons, because all these reasons combined together, that the Iranian people will not let this go. They will fight.
و اینا با هم یکی شدن.
And they're all united. These factions.
I got a question for you.
نداشته باشن که دوست این خیلی مهمه چه دوست داشته باشن چه دوست نداشته باشن یکی مثل خود من هیچ آلترناتیو و هیچ میگم تاثیرگذار جز پهلوی نمی‌بینیم و نداریم.
He says whether we like it or not, there is no other better democratic alternative for us which we are sure of, not linked to the regime, other than Pahlavi for the transitional, as in the transitional government leading up to a democratic Iran.
Miss Glow, can you ask me a question for me? Miss Glow, can you ask me a question for me?
این جمله
One minute, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
این جمله هم خیلی مهمه، اینو براشون ترجمه کنید. بگید که ما دچار حکومت توتالیتر هستیم.
We are under the control of a authoritarian regime, which is in the worst thing you can possibly imagine, in the worst way you can possibly imagine. We have no choice but to fight.
حتی توتالیتر
Even worse than Netanyahu's government, which people claim to be bad.
Okay, well, can you ask him for me? Can you really ask him for me? Is the military staging up in the cities and the surrounding areas densely populated with civilians? Like, are they strategically staging in municipalities?
I think that the answer is yes.
جوابش که ساعت 4 صبح با صدای بمب از خواب بپرید، همزمانی که می‌ترسی لبخند خوشایند رو لبت بیاد، یعنی چی؟
Oh my God. He says, yes, me too now. I know, but they don't know, Ali. Listen, the Iranians inside Iran, when they, at 4 o'clock in the morning, they hear the bombs drop, they don't know what to do of happiness. They don't know what to do of happiness because this is the sound of freedom coming for them. This is the sound of liberation coming for them. The possibility
this is what I always said. I've never seen a nation while another nation is attacking them. Hold on, explain to me. I've never seen a nation like Iran or live on a video when another country is attacking their country for people to clap and cheer compared to other people hiding and ducking and hiding. So I've never seen anything like this in history. That's why when I say this is a different type of war, because America has a different type of president. That's not your average president. He's doing this operation like a war like was never seen before. And like how the Iranians are taking it, this is, let's see, we're making history. We're literally making history.
من کلیات حرف ایشون رو متوجه شدم. لطفا براشون ترجمه کنید که من سالیان سال در ایران اصلاح طلب بودم و در آمریکا دنبال دموکرات ها بودم، طرفدار دموکرات ها بودم که با دیپلماسی به یک چیزی برسیم.
He says, listen, I've understood every word you said, Rafi. You just can't speak very well. But he says, listen, I have been a reformist for many years before this. We tried to go to diplomatic ways. It didn't work. And I didn't believe in the democratic party of, for example, the United States. But we realized that in Obama, we realized that it doesn't work. That it is just all a scam.
Ali, I got a question, Ali. Is the military crumbling within? Since during the operation, there are alleged reports about IRGC and regular Iranian military actually basically abandoning posts. Is that the rumor that you guys hear in Iran?
این سوال خیلی جواب مفصلی داره، چون هم مسئله اخلاقی وسطه، هم واقعیت. اینو ترجمه کنید لطفا. من الان نمیتونم جواب نمیدم.
Exactly.
We know what's happening. Some people are pretending that this is not
من
happening.
خوشحال نمیشم که خبری میشنوم که پالایشگاه نفت و بنزین ما رو زدن. من خوشحال اینا رو بگید.
It's not that that we get happy that they hit the oil
یا مدرسه که دانش آموزا
for example school or anything, nothing like that, but they mean the situation is so bad
اگر
we do not
خوشحال
have another
بشم
choice.
انسان
It's the cost of freedom.
This is the cost of freedom for us.
Freedom is
Glow, can you translate this? Hold on.
That's not what he
So
said.
Glow,
That's not what he said.
so Soren, stop.
Dropping Soren. He keeps it up.
Just stop. Both of you guys, just chill. Glow, could you just ask him, in terms of the infrastructure, are there energy and water concerns? Or are they intermittent, or have they been cut off in multiple regions?
Energy sources, yeah.
وای به شما ترجمه کنید چون من خیلی عصبی میشم. بهشون بگین انرژی که برای ما همیشه یا قطعی گاز داره در زمستان یا قطعی برق داره در تابستان
It always gets cut off.
و خروجی بنزینش از پالایشگاه نفتش انقدر بی‌کیفیته. ترجمه نمی‌کنی؟
The gas that comes out of the wells is not it's not going well. The technology is the technology and the gasoline is very bad.
Now octane gasoline.
And how much do they pay?
Benzene.
Okay. So Soren,
it's called useful gasoline.
Good useful.
So they are having intermittent.
It pollutes the whole of Iran, the air. Listen, our rivers are no longer flowing either.
So it's unrefined. So basically, they're giving bad refined oil basically to their cars because they're not refining it all the way.
Yeah, and it pollutes the air so badly, and the rivers do not flow anymore.
So let me ask him this question: the price of benzene, I'm going to use the word benzene because it's a Russian word. Did it go up? The price are still low.
اصلا بنزین اینجا گرون نمیشه به خاطر اینکه دولتیه. سال 98 یک بار گرون شد و به خاطر ذهنیت مردم اون موقع ما 1500 نفر در 7 روز کشته دادیم به خاطر بنزینی که از 1000 تومان شد 3000 تومان.
In 98, no, it does not get more expensive, the benzene, because in the year 98 we gave a lot of people of our people protested and died because of it. So the government knows that they should not make that expensive.
They subsidies. The government spends subsidies and they pay fines.
So Glow, can you ask him why we haven't seen the massive migration patterns?
چون خیلی از کشورها مهاجر پذیر نیستن. کشورهایی که مناسب زیست باشن به ما ایرانی‌ها دیگه پاسپورتمون بی‌ارزش شده چون که جوابمون رو درست نمیدن، چون که تو کمپ‌های پناهندگی خیلی با شرایط بد نگهداری میکنن. یا باید دروغ بگیم، کیسایی بگیم که اکثر کسایی هم که مهاجرت میکنن شرایط بد به خاطر مسائل دینی کیس دروغ میگن که فقط بتونن پناهندگی بگیرن. حالا یا تغییر دین یا مسائل جنسی مثل گی بودن و لز بودن که حرامه تو اینجا و حکمش اعدام، اینا رو اعلام میکنن و اثبات اینا خیلی سخته. میرن سراغ این چیزها که خیالشون راحت باشه که بتونن اقامت اون کشورها رو بگیرن و علاوه بر بمونن بپوزن.
He says we have a hard time leaving the country because other countries are not very receptive of Iranian refugees, and for that reason the only way they can get citizenship is either they have to, for religious reasons, so they either have to lie if they're still Muslim, or they have, they'll give other reasons that are not really the reason why they're fleeing. But I don't know if you're really fleeing the country because of the regime.
Ask him this simple question.
That's exactly what I said.
Which countries are they trying to flee to? Does it matter where, or like there's specific countries that the Persians are all trying to end up, like either Canada, U.S., somewhere in Europe? Is there a specific destination that they're trying to go to for reasons?
کدوم کشورها رو میگین؟
مقصد اکثر ایرانیا یا اروپاست یا کانادا یا استرالیا، دیگه قله‌اش میشن آمریکا.
America is the best option.
Yeah, but America is the hardest option, as I understand.
Yeah.
The hardest option would be America. While we have it, Soren, you want to speak on behalf of Iran?
Yeah, well, I mean, one question. How much do you pay for coffee? He knows what I mean. For coffee is between, how much do you pay that? Because they say there's no internet in Iran. And obviously, you say you're in internet because I doubt it. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. But anyway, how much do you pay? Can you tell the room how much do you pay for internet? How come you're connected to internet? And tell the room, because I think it's honest.
Hold on, Soren, ask him, does everybody in Iran have access to internet?
No, they don't, because the answer is no, they don't.
Okay. Hold on,
Rafi, hold on a second. So the guy's talking about energy intermittence, lack of fresh water, food being scarce, food supplies being scarce, the inability to actually produce work and income. And Soren's concerned about the price of fucking internet in Iran.
You want him to confess to buying VPN and
everybody, hold on.
But it's stupid to have Soren ask these questions, Rafi. You're just going in circles. Like,
but I just want to go back to Soren's thing.
No, I don't want to go to Soren. I want to talk to this guy. We don't want Soren. Here, I'll help you out. Soren is gone, and now we don't have to worry about Soren.
No, there's videos on YouTube, and I want to know.
I don't care. I have a guy who's in Iran, Rafi. You know how rare this is? Wait. Here, I'll help a whole bunch of guys. Okay, hold on. Here, we're going to do this. We have a guy from Iran, Rafi. I don't care about Soren. I don't care about what people's political agenda is.
Why did you drop Ali?
I didn't drop Ali.
Somebody dropped Ali.
Oh, maybe I did on accident.
Ali is the one that was from Iran. Ali, come up. Sorry about that, Ali.
I get Ali.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ali.
Can somebody pick him up? I can't bring him up. It's going to need a
I did.
There we go.
Okay, so Rafi, stop. I want to hear what this guy has to say from inside Iran. I don't care about Soren's agenda. Ali, and I apologize to you.
نه اون not problem. بگذاریم از اون. سوال قبلش چی بود؟ سوالشون این بود که چجوری با کانفیگ بستم یا
نه اون اصلا جواب نده. اون اصلا مهم نیست. اصلا جواب نده.
خب باشه، نه سوالشونه، بذار بگم. خب
نه دیگه نگو که
VPN per gig حالا چه بگم حداقل at least
Yeah, he can get all the VPN shit. Yeah, he doesn't. Can I ask Glo, can you translate and ask this question for him? Are they continuously rounding up dissidents? Do we see the disappearance or dissidents being picked up, or people who are contrary to the government being removed from the neighborhoods?
Iran is a very big
ببرن زندان و اینا هر روز و از این حرفا یا نه؟
قطعا ببین من 18 و 19 دی ماه که میشه 8 and 9 January 8 and الان خیلی از کسایی که فعالیتی بکنن با VPN چیزی منتشر بکنن بلا فاصله از طرف قوه قضاییه براشون اول SMS میاد از پرایوت نامبر بهشون زنگ میزنن و در محله سوم بازداشته. و اگر بفهمن ادرار لینک داری، اگر بفهمن که با شبکه‌های خارجی زبان، حالا چه ایرانی مثل ایران اینترنشنال، بی بی سی فارسی یا اینا در تماس بودی، عکسی فرستادی از لحظه حملات یا هر چیز دیگه ای، اصلا یه هایی دادی، یه سلام دادی، هر کدوم از اینا یه کوچکترین مدبری دادی.
Yeah, so Brad, whatever you do, you post something, whatever, you say something, as a government, whatever you do, they're first gonna send you a message if they find out you post something, and then they most likely will come and arrest you and take you to jail. Question, Brad?
Yeah. Okay. So they're just not randomly rounding up massacres of people right now. Can you also ask them, are they still utilizing civilians either by force or by coercion to stand in front of military targets?
میگه که اگه قرار باشه دوباره جایی رو بزنن و اینا، هنوزم به مردم میگن که مثلا برید اونجا وایسید که
جمهوری رسانه‌های صدا و سیمای رسمی جمهوری اسلامی به هیچ عنوان تو رسانه‌های جمهوری اسلامی نیروهای آمریکایی در حال فرارن. ناوهای آمریکایی
میگه که من سارا شما اینه مثلا میگم برید جایی وایسید که احتمال داره آمریکا و اسرائیل اونجا رو بزنن مثل یه شیر.
فقط روز آخر این اتفاق، روز آخر قبل از آتش بس اتفاق افتاد. بله، حاج حسین یکتا از سپاه، همونی که ما رو تو 18 و 19 دی تهدید کرد که نیاین تو خیابون، مادرها پدرها بچه هاتون رو نیاین به پای نیاین تو خیابون. دعوت کرد مردم که بیان دم پالایشگاه ها و تو خیابون ها و نزدیک های نیروگاه های برق و اینا که ترامپ تهدید کرده بود که اونجا رو خواهد زد.
So I have another
power plant.
So I know they didn't have, but the day when they said they're going to be power plant and bridge day, people came out. Now, question is, were people forced to come out, or these were just IRG supporters that came out and made a rigor?
یه ساپورترهای خود نظام اومدن اونجا جمع شدن یا مردم مجبور کردن
اکثرشون اون همون جمعیتی هستند که باور ایدئولوژیک به نظام دارن، باور آخر زمانی به مهدویت دارن، ولی اطلاع هم دارم که یک سری از کارمندهای شرکت‌های فوق رده بالای دولتی رو هم مجبور کردن، ولی بیشترشون همون مردم طرفدار ایدئولوژی.
vast majority of them are the ones who support the regime, and some of them are, they call them to go those places by force, basically. The ones that they work for, because everything is run by the government, it's not private organizations and shit. So whoever works as an employee for the government, they also basically force them. You have to go do this and that. But vast majority of them were the supporter of the regime. Any other question?
Yes, I have a question for میخوام بپرسم علی جان، از استادیایی که ما اینجا خارج از کشور دیدیم، ما که میدونیم ما ایران رفتیم و دیدیم مثلا چند درصد از ایرانی‌ها این چیزن ارزشیان، ولی اینا نمیدونم. برای همین ما استادیایی که اینجا داریم که بهشون نشون میدیم که تقریبا 15%. شما فکر می‌کنید دقیقاً تقریبا چند درصدن؟
میگم ماکسیموم میشه 10. به نظر من که 10% با خودشون طرفدارشون میشه 10% از نظر من.
He says the IRGC plus their like ideological, followers, that'd be a max of 10% of them, of the population. He thinks.
Okay, what about
این اقلیت قدرت دارن و اسلحه و حمایت
This
دولت و
minority
اینا
have the full support and all the money and weapon.
what about what does he think of what Trump is doing so far?
دیگه نظرت در مورد آپریشنی که آمریکا و اسرائیل و ترامپ و اینا انجام دارن نظر شخصی خودت چیه؟
من حقیقتش اوایلش خیلی خوشحال بودم به خاطر اینکه داغ دیگه
Go check your back page. Go check your back page.
اوایلش من خیلی خوشحال بودم اینو بگید جمله به جمله چون خیلی به نظر من بود و حتی حمایت از ما معترضان تو شعارها بود ولی الان که رسیده به آتش بس و توی بندها و قراردادها چیزی جز تسلیم 460 کیلوگرم اورانیوم بالای 60% نیست، چیزی جز توقف کل غنیسازی اورانیوم نیست و چیزی جز برنامه موشکی نیست و هیچ حرفی جز این خواسته های آمریکا و اسرائیل نیست و اصلا ما معترضان و کشته شده ها فقط انگار من به شخصه و خیلی ها حس سرخوردگی بهمون دست داده و حس بازیچه دست ترامپ شدن دستمون شده چون قرار بود کمک ما کنه و از رژیم چینجی حرف میزنه که خود یا نمیدونه واقعا رژیم چینج چیه از نظر ما ایرانی یا مثلا یا نمیدونه مثلا تفاوت خامنه‌ای با پسرش یا با قالیباف چیه.
از اول که
اینا همه
later on when we found out that they're about to have a deal and the entire deal was about the ballistic missile program and drone program and enrichment uranium shit and there was nothing about us in it and no one cared about us and all those people who died in January and 40,000 plus people died. I feel like everything went to a waste and no one cared about them and they're kind of like disappointed at this point. So yeah.
Well, I like to say that Ali you last big dumpster که جلو stage هست استفی دوست کنه از US military هستن خواستش بهتون بگم که اونا هم میخوان ایران هشت زودتر آزاد بشه
آره ولی آیتیش خیلی پایینه دوستان فقط
ارزشی دوباره اومد گسیلش
ارزشی هستن داداش چه خبر از علی خامنه‌ای بندم که بسته به یه ذره یه 2.5 کیلو دل رو دست بسته به یه ذره بوتون و اینا رو چالش کردین نکردین چه خبره آیت الله خامنه‌ای بابا بیاد یه خبر 2 کیلو دل رو ده چون ارتباطی داشته باشی که خیلی برات درد میشه چون که مس میشی به همون منظوری ببین ماها که مثلا تو دنیای آزاد این چیزا برامون مشکل نیست اینجا اصلا جاش نیست بیا با هم بریم بدن جنگل کنیم من تو ایرانم تخمم هم نیست خب اصلا اینقدر رد دادم که اصلا زنده بودنم برام مهم نیست خب من ریدم این خامنه‌ای و دار و دستش و قبلش و بعدش و هفت به این برش بیا برو بعدا من تو با هم صحبت میکنیم من خاک بر سر من که با تو هم اسمم و خاک بر سر من و خاک بر سر پدر مادر من که اسم یه جانی قاتل 1400 سال پیش رو من گذاشتن که با تو و اون علی خامنه‌ای هم اسم باشم خاک بر سر پدر مادر من و تو و سید علی و هم اون علی اول اسلام با هم یکی اسم گذاشته بیا برو با من اصلا حوصله ندارم خود میدم Ocean.
Does he feel that the sentiment with the Iranian people is shifting to more support of the IRGC and shifting away from the current Israeli and American doctrines?
Without asking him, I'm sure the answer is no. So علی جان میگه که به نظرت با تمام اتفاقاتی که افتاده اکثریت مردم ایران به نظرت روم آوردن یا بیارن به طرفداری نظام جمهوری اسلامی یا اینکه نه کماکان مخالفت کامل دارن باشون؟ اتفاقا ما دیگه ناامید شدیم از حداقل امثال من و ما که در جریانم باشون صحبت میکنم، ما ناامید شدیم از ترامپ. اتفاقا اگر بخواد صلحی امضا بکنه حاج آقا ترامپ با اینا با هم صلح میکنن، با ما صلح نکردن. 40,000 تا اما کشتن، به شدیدترین حالت هم کشتن. ببین اصلا عدد مهم نیست، از عدد بیایم بیرون. یه عده میگن 3 نفر، 3,000 نفر، 30,000 نفر. یکم جواب سال no, like I said, Brad, no. They're not going to switch side and go stand with IRGC and shit. But they're absolutely disappointed. So if there's going to be a peace deal, whatever, it's going to be between U.S. and Germany, not the people. And the people are, you know.
We discussed that like a month earlier.
اینو منتقل بکن که ما قشر متوسط جامعه هم دغدغه اقتصاد داریم، ولی بیش از دغدغه اقتصاد بین ما دریایی از خون فاصله است. چون که تعداد کشته ها مهم نیست. اینا میخوام بگن 3,000 نفر، ترامپ میگه یه بار گفت 32,000 نفر، یه بار هم گفت 45,000 تا. عددرم به کنار که قطعا زیاد بوده. حالا از زیاد بودنش به کنار، کیفیت کشتار رو، جنایتی که کردن، اصلا نوع که این راجب کوالیتی کیفیت کشتاری که کردن ما ماها صحبت کنیم، اینا رو همه رو میدونن. They all know, you know, what IRGC did to its own people. So what about like the Strait of Hormuz? Like do most Iranians give a shit about the Strait of Hormuz and what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz right now, or what? I don't know why I feel like you're trolling at this point, but no. They're fucking fighting for their lives. They don't give a fuck about the Strait of Hormuz. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, I'm telling you. شما مردمی که تو ایران هستید اهمیتی به شرایط حال حاضر تنگه هرمز میدید که خودتون هم یه چیزی بهتون بگم. بگو ما روزی که قرار بود زیر ساختمون رو بزنن به قول ترامپ به عصر حجر برگردیم. حالا منظورمون نمیدونیم از تمدن جمهوری اسلامی، تمدن خود ما، به تلخ هم بود اگر تمدن خود بود، به خیالمون نبود که برسه وضعیت الان تنگه هرمز. چون از تنگه هرمز برای ما اصلا چیزی در نمیاد. اگر هم چیزی در بیاد برای خودشون، پرنس هکتور شمپانی که الان پدرشون بدون سر دفن شده، خب اصلا اینا واسه برای ما چیزی نبوده که بخوایم. So also you're saying,
oh, go ahead.
Yeah, he just said before fucking when Trump said we're going to give them power plants and infrastructures and everything we care about fucking straight up
Really. Yeah. So, Ocean, I have this. So, if the peace deals do come to fruition, which most likely they will, I'll acknowledge that. How does he feel life in Iran will change? Will it be more oppressive, more controlling? What is his prospects? What does he actually think is going to happen based on the current circumstances?
All right, guys, I'm gonna also put my Cash App and my PayPal.
I'll actually send you $100 if you send me your Cash App right now. Then I'll send $100. That's like what, $1 million in dinari or whatever.
That's like about 18 million to mine.
Yeah, I can send it to him. It's fine. No, let's put a Cash App up there. I'll send him money.
1 month of work. علی جان میگه شما فرض کن الان اینا با هم یه دیلی بکنن. الان انجام بشه و تموم شه، برای که اعتماد زیادم میکنن. بله منم نظام سرکوبگری میشه، نظام بسته در و کنترل ریشه هست مگر که اصلا باید تر بخواهی
مثلا احساس تو بذار کنار میگم تر و کنترلی تر ریشه یا اینکه نه اپوزیت.
ببین از نظر من اگر توافق بخواد صورت بگیره باید با یه قشری صورت بگیره که توافق پذیرن. اون قشر مورد اقبال دفاع از ایران نیست، نه اونایی که 60 روز تو خیابون پرچم ایران و حزب الله رو میگردونن، نه من و امثال مایی که اصلا کلا با جمهوری اسلامی کلا مشکل داریم. هر کسی توافق کنه با آمریکا با ما دوتا با هم به مشکل میخوره. یه هم و هم، یعنی هم با هم طرفدارای 100% ایدئولوژیک نظام که میگن تنگه رو ببندید، بزنید آمریکا، بزنید تلاویو و با خاک یکسان کنید، هم با اونا به مشکل 100% میخوره، هم با ما که اصلا از قبل مشکل داشتیم.
Well, he said basically they have to find someone who is capable of making a deal, because the hardcore IC supporter will not accept any type of deal. They say no, keep strict clothes and we're gonna attack Israel and all that bullshit. So whoever makes the deal not gonna be accepted by people who are,
I guess it's not a republic.
Yeah, either side. None of them are gonna accept it, because the people who are against Islamic Republic are already hating them and don't want them, and the Islamic Republic supporter basically are not gonna either accept the deal because they don't want to.
زمانی که خود خامنه‌ای زنده بود و این جنگ نشده بود، عده‌ای تندرو بودن که میگفتن نباید هسته‌ای متوقف بشه، چه سر برجام و سه زمانهای دیگه. اونها اون طرفی ها هستن که انقدر تندرو هن. تا اینجا شد بگید لطفا.
چی گفتی نشیدم باش؟
میگم چون بیسیکلی یه عده‌ای هستن که کلا زمانی که قبل این جنگ شروع نشده بود و خامنه‌ای زنده بود، به امثال دولت حسن روحانی و ظریف گیر میدادن که چرا برجام رو امضا کردید، چرا دادید رفت.
Yeah, so he's saying basically, you remember the first deal with Obama, there were a lot of people who were bitching at the government why they're trying to make a deal with the US. The US is the big city and fucking Israel is the little city. So they say, yeah, those people are still around.
و همواره امثال ما بودیم که مخالف کلیت سیاست‌های نظام از غرب ستیزیش، از اسرائیل ستیزیش اینا بودیم و زندگی معمولی برای خودمون می‌خواستیم، اقتصاد خوب برای خودمون می‌خواستیم، جنگ نمی‌خواستیم، ستیز نمی‌خواستیم. و این
there were people like Ali, which is the last majority of Iranians. They always never wanted to be in a war with the West or with the U.S. like the Western way of life. Shit like that.
حالا این خود با هم رسیدن به این جنگ در جامعه ما مردم، این دو قطب که داد این بر و اون بر اصلا رسیدن به این جنگ کنونی امروزی.
And now these two groups basically are fighting with each other inside.
هیچ کدوممون راضی به توافق نیستیم. اونا تندروان میگن باید بزنیم آمریکا رو از منطقه خارج بکنیم، تک تک پایگاهاشو تو کشورها بزنیم تا برن از منطقه. ما هم که کلا با نظام و غرب ستیزی مخالف بودیم، ما هستیم مخالف.
Yeah, so the other group who are the hardcore ISIS supporters basically to keep U.S. out of Middle East and make sure U.S. doesn't have any influence in this area. And there is us that we fucking hate being in a war with the U.S. We don't want it. We always be against it. And now we're in a fight with each other inside Iran.
اینم من فقط بگم تمام. حالا ترامپ میخواد توافق بکنه با هر قشری از این حاکمیت به نه پاسخگوی نیازهای من مخالف 100%، و نه دیگه اگر بخواد شرطهای ترامپ رو بپذیره، اون اورانیوم رو بده بره، اون تمام حالا خواسته های ترامپ رو بهش بده که توافق صورت بگیره. رهبرش کشته شده، کلی از مسئولین رده بالاش کشته شدن و 60 روز تو خیابونا که میگن که ما باید آمریکا رو بهتری کنیم و تنگر رو تنگترش کنیم و اینا. ما که از قبل داغ داریم، اونا هم که از این به خاطر ایدئولوژیشون دارن میترکونن. رهبرشون هم از دست دادن. میگم باید بزنی اصلا توافق و حرف و این حرفا دیپلماسی چیه، بزن که خوب میزنی این شعار این چی.
So the whole answer to all your questions, Brad, is even the people who are against IRGC, they do not want any type of deal because they know these motherfucking lunatics are they're gonna fucking kill whoever say anything. Anyway, I mean they're gonna at some point fuck it up. The hardcore IRGC supporter or the IRGC soul. So it's pointless.
Okay, we forgot something very important. He just said they are on the streets chanting hit them hard, hit them where it hurts, hit them hard, hit Tel Aviv, hit America. So they do not want a ceasefire either. They're actually chanting on the streets for
I'm not gonna keep repeating this. Those are the hardcore IRGC dumbass fucking pussy ass bitch ass fucking supporters. They don't even know what the fuck is going on. They think they fucking shot down 100 F-15, 100 F-35. They don't know shit. They think they actually sunk fucking some of the aircraft.
Ocean, can you ask him if he's being told like how victorious RGC is based on
آمریکا خیلی ترسیده، اسرائیل خیلی ترسیده، ناوهای آمریکایی دارن فرار میکنن. اینا رو جدی دارن میگن. ناوهای جرالد فورد که آسیب داشت غرق شد، به زور نجاتش دادن. و اینکه آمریکا به دست و پا کشورهای همسایه افتاده که بخواد توافق با ایران بگیره، چون باورش نمیشده ایران بتونه اینقدر موشک بزنه به عرب ها، به کشورهایی که آمریکا باشون قرارداد داشته دفاعش چیاشون رو زدیم. ببین اینا که ادعای اصلیشون از زمان حاج قاسم این بوده، همین رو دارن تقویت میکنن. میگن بعد از جنگ جهانی دوم هیچ کشوری خود توان نداشته یا مثلا جرأتشون نداشته به یک پوتین نوشابه آمریکایی هم چه میکنه. ما خیلی خفنیم که از صد رو زدیم، اینو زدیم، ما خیلی خفنیم که اینا رو زدیم. اینو بگو.
Yeah, so exactly what I told you. Right? They keep saying, "Oh, we made America run away. Oh, we did this, that. You're aircraft carrier with the fucking done stuff like that."
I have a different question for him. If you can ask him. The thing is,
I'm gonna talk to you to ask him that.
Well, yeah, you ask him if he doesn't understand. My question is, I don't want him to give me details because I don't want anybody to get caught for this or them to know what's happening or anything. But just in general, I want to know: are the Iranians that he's been hearing? Are they planning already? Are they like in talks with the cahoots, like to have the regime change? Is there some sort of plan? I don't want to know the plan. I don't want to know. Yeah, no, just tell him you don't want to know, so he doesn't say anything from himself. I know. It's a yes or no kind of question.
میگه آدمای دور و بر خودت مخالفای نظام و اینا، حالا دیتیل نمیخواد جزئیات نمیخواد میگه که کار خاصی انجام دارن تو دربارایی که میخوام برن تو خیابون کار اینا رو بگن. یعنی
کار خاصی دارن انجام میدن دارن حقیقتش اینه که اوضاع فقط داره خراب و خرابتر میشه. همه هم چشم به انتظار اینن که ببینن جنگ میشه یا صلح میشه، توافق میکنن یا نمیکنن و منتظر بیتار و من دارم اینو دیگه از نظر خودم میگم. تازه من اصلا برخلاف خانواده خودم خیلی پهلوی دوست نیستم، اخیرا خیلی خوشم اومده ازش، ولی اصلا چیز نیستم. با هر چی حرف میزنیم میگه منتظر فراخوانش آزاد، میگه اون به ما بگه من آماده. حالا من نمیدونم از کار خوبه یا نه، تاییدم نمیکنم، ولی اکثرا منتظر شاهزاده رضا پهلویه. میگم آیا مثلا مال سلاحی زهرماری چیزی هستن، مثلا دنبال برنامه‌ریزی هستن، قرار انجام این سری کارهای اینجوری هستن یا نه؟ برنامه‌ریزی ما نداریم. ما داداش یه برنامه‌ریزی ما چیکار میتونیم بکنیم؟ ما فقط میتونیم بریم تو خیابون گلوله بخوریم. چیکار just need to be called to go in the street because they think there has to be they're waiting for the leader to call them out, tell them on this day go ahead and what you do. That's what they're waiting for. اگر این اتفاق این حالا این نظر شخصی منه، اگر اگر اینم بشو اگر این اتفاق نیفته، حتی در صورت توافق ترامپ کسی نیستش که مثل اوباما پول بریزه به پای جمهوری اسلامی. اینا هم پس اقتصاد و قشر ضعیف جامعه بر نمیان، قشر متوسط هم که هم اقتصاد مشکل دارن، هم از دیماه داغ دارن و even if no one tell us to go in the street like he's talking about Paladin basically, and even if there's going to be a deal, you know, within a little bit of time, like the poor people in Iran, they're not going to be able to live life, and they're also very fucking angry and furious about what happened in January, so they you know, a lot of people will go do something about it, even if there's a deal, even if no one call us to go out. Stop. من 4 جمله آخرمو میگم. ما خودمون آنلاین شاپ داریم، لوازم آرایشی میفروشیم. من و 5 نفر از دوستانم از دی ماه یه جوری اینترنت قطع شد و از بعد از جنگ کلا دیگه کامل قطع کاملیم. سایت و مایت و همه چیمون اومده پایین. اقتصاد هممون مشکله، هممون از نظر اقتصادی، روحی و روانی، رفیقایی که از دست دادیم، این داغایی که هیچی برای از دست دادن. بدم چی میپرسه الان اونم بهش میگم بگو رفیق
Ocean ask him another thing. Does he believe that the Iranians are capable to take back their country yet, or they still need the help of America as an Iranian himself?
Bro, I know what the fuck you ask this question.
No, but like, I understand, but we have an Iranian that people say, oh, he's as bad as Iranian. But like, does he believe like they still need that help, or like they already crippled them enough that they can start slowly taking it back?
Motherfucker, I'm an Iranian and I told you, okay, علیجان میگه که به نظر مردم خود ایران توانایی اینی که سیکتی اینا رو بزنن دارن یا کمک قطعا که هر دو حالت کمک کشتار زیادی از اون بیشتری خواهیم داد. الان که ضعیف نشدن ولی همچنان اما مخصوصا وقتی از مشکل شهری اعراب و فاطمه اسلام گرفتن ما کشته بیشتری خواهد داد ولی اینا نمیتونن سر He said without help they're definitely going to kill a lot of us. With help, most likely they won't be able to kill a lot of us. But at the end of the day, they're not going to stay.
But what's already accomplished by, let's say, if they're going to continue, God willing, America and Israel continue to help the people. But the question still remains today: like, are they crippled Lafayette for that give them hope. Like
کافی ضعیف شدن.
they don't feel like they've been crippled in Lafayette.
از نظر نظامی و برای بیرون شاید و حتما که خیلی ضعیف شدن از نظر بدن، ولی برای سرکوب داخلی نه اونقدری که ما اونقدری ضعیف نشدن، برای خیلی خیلی ضعیف شدن ولی نه در زمینه سرکوب داخلی. ولی
military wise, yeah, they're so much weaker, but in terms of killing their own people with their armed force in the streets,
The proxies, the Hashto Shabi from Iraq and the Pakistani militia fighting
they all know this. All these guys know all this.
Hey, Ocean, does he have an idea of what the death toll is on the ground? Like the wounded and stuff, just an approximation. I know he wouldn't have the exact numbers, but it'd be interesting.
You asking because of the war or before the war?
Yeah, since the start of the conflict.
غیر نظامی یا کلا
همه چی با هم.
آره، حدود آمارهایی که خود حکومت داده خودش 2000 خورده‌ایه که به اون دو روز غلطه. 2 تا 4 الی 5 ساعت 10 ساعته که میرسه.
نه اون مردم
میدونم، دارم میگم چیزی که خودشون اظهار میکنن عددی زیر 3000 تاست، 2600 700 تاست که اکثرا نظامی بودن، هلوش 1700 800 نفر نظامی بودن و ما بقیش غیر نظامی بودن که این عدد هم اینم حتما باید مقایسه کنی، ولی من اصلا حالم بد میشه اگه مقایسه نکنی. 40 روز زیر بمباران آمریکا و اسرائیل نرسی، تازه اصلا فرض بگیریم اون جمعیت رو نظامیش نکنیم، همه رو مردم عادی بگیریم، باز هم به اون 4 ساعت و 5 ساعت
بگی
غلطه. کلمه 2 روز غلطه، 2 تا 4 الی 5 ساعت.
Brad, is that the number the government officially released is about somewhere roughly about 3,000, which about 1,800 of them are the personnel of RGC and military, and the rest of them are civilians. And but compared to what happened in January and within 4 or 5, 6 hours, they killed 40 plus thousand people. It's fucking. Question?
Yeah, I do have one last more. Is there a way to actually hand him money if I wanted to?
تشکر خیلی فراوان کن ازش، خیلی حالمون بده، خیلی اتفاقا تو مسیر ماده ولی ممنون. ایشالله که خودمون کار میکنیم در میاریم، فقط حمایت فقط کمک فکری، فقط حمایت واقعا با ذهن باز به حمایت اخلاقی نیاز داریم. ما خودمون نفس خودمون برد.
Okay, well, he said, first of all, Brad, thank you so much for saying that and offering that. But appreciate that, and I don't basically need it. And thank you like multiple fucking times. And he said that we have so much financial problem and everything, but it's not gonna fix it. We can handle it however we can, but we need other type of support, like emotional support. We need people to stand with us and be our voice and do what's necessary in order for us to get rid of this fucking lunatic motherfucking regime. But yeah, he was thankful.
I want to know if he added that lunatic motherfucking regime to it. Those were the exact words, Ocean.
I mean, they were not the exact words. That's what he meant.
That's great. It's good to hear that he's in good health. Yes, it's a sucky situation. It's much better.
sure some of you guys could relate. Like Brad could, since he was in the military, and he's from, drinking and living in fucking Palestine, bro.
I say this we're done on my YouTube بگم برای دوستان لطفا هرچی هم برم که واقعا من نمیدونم از روزی که عصبی زده شد و اینا نمیتونم سریع خلاصشون واقعا داشت تا قبل از زدن عصبیه و جوابای ایران به چیزا همه چیز داشت پیش میرفت بدنه سیاسی و نظامی رو انقدر داشتن میزدن که این حکومت داشت به ضعف خالص میرسید. بعد دیگه وارد جنگ انرژی شدن واقعا اصلا بیفایده بود چون مثلا آمریکا آلردی دست بالا رو داشت. خب نمیدونم چرا شروع کردم به ورود به این فازها. من سردر نمیارم ولی به نظرم اشتباه و اینی که ارزم به حضورت که میخواستم بگم علی سیزش نوشت برام حالا پول نخواست ما خیلی چیز میگم این جواب این علیه رو بده از طرف من بعدا تا بودرم
So I know the internet is expensive and I really appreciate his time here, as everybody else in the room. But if we're done doing the Q&As with them, I would like to bring up the guy hater, the one that would speak everything opposite of what he's saying, if we can debunk it, because there's a person like Ali that we keep dropping into the stage.
Fucking bitch ass.
ببین من یه ذره این علی پایین رفته تو مخم بهش بگو مادر قهوه اگر دخالت نظامی غلطه میخوری به یمنی ها هستن
He called Ali who was down there. He said, "What the fuck?"
اگر دخالت نظامی بده تو میخوری. لبنان دولت رقیب سفیرت رو اخراج کرده، سفارتخونه رو ترک نمیکنه، حزب الله رو حمایت مالی و سلاح اگر حدود نظامی بده. حالا گفتی یارو ما در قبل چی بودن که دارن عدم آمان رسیدن اسد و این آدمی که رفت توی جنگ بود. حالا اون روز تا موقعی که اون بود گفتی دولت رسمیش از ما خواسته عیب نداره، اونم که مشخص بود یه آدمی کسافت دیکتاتوری بود که کلی کشتار رو کلی جنایت کرده. ولی بقیه کشورها الان اگر ورود نظامی بده علی آقای اون پایین حروم زاده رو میخونی به حزب الله تو لبنان گفتی داری روسیای یمن رو مجهز میکنی به اصطلاح توی یمن. اگه اول بگو خامنه‌ای چی شد؟ چالش کردی یا نکردی؟
Castro is in Iran. Castro is in Iran as well. So maybe we can get a conversation between Castro and Ali, just to see if they're on the same page. I would assume they are, but you know what I mean.
علی میگه که میگه کسرا هم تو ایران مثل خودت میگه دوست دارید با هم صحبت بکنید.
Castro, hello, welcome to the stage. Hey everyone. اگر اونوری هستی تو جایی که تو مخم نری ولی اگه تو مخم بری دیگه
من یه چیزی اینجا بگم من فقط با کسی که داخل ایرانه به خاطر سیچویشنی که دارم نمیتونم بحث کنم سر قضایه، چون اگر من شغلم من تو آتش نشانی کار میکنم و اگر کسی داخل ایران باشه و من باش بحث کنم سر چیزا و بره ریپورت کنه یا مثلا بره به سازمان بگه من بدبخت میشم. سر همین
من تو رو این علی مادر قهوه ای پایین ببخشید مادر قهوه شکست مادر من مادر علی جان چطوری خامنه ای چطوری محمد پدوفیل چطوره علی محمد پدوفیل چطوره شما علی جان میگن نشسته دی ان ای به دی ان ای خامنه ای از بدون جدا آقا زن خامنه ای با دوماد خامنه ای زن خامنه ای با دوماد خامنه ای توی اتاق چیکار میکردن زن خامنه ای Everybody mute English only. Imagine you are sitting on a poker table. Okay. Mushtaba's wife. Mushtaba's wife. Where is Ayatollah Khamenei? Where is? چرا چالش نمی‌کنی؟ چی میشه؟ Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. Do you know Ali? No, he's right now. Ali is everywhere. Right now. There's many pieces everywhere. Yeah. Have you guys seen New York Times news? علیشون جواب بده. میگه آیتولا خامنه‌ای توی همه جا هست. پخش این واسه. نه پست پولو بکشین بره پایین. اینو سیفون سیفون که میشه میگم پست جدید پست جدید Where is Muhammad pedophile Muhammad? The New York Times is not a credible source. Beautiful of Mansouri bathroom. Do you know Mansouri bathroom?
There's basically bathhouse because he's also offering sex, so it's literally bathhouse, like for gays. So he's saying that Khamenei used to work in this bathhouse and he was offering sex services and he was also
He was so popular over there. مشکل ندارم ولی این حرومزاده‌هایی که خودشون مشکل دارن ولی یهو استقطیشون که رئیس مقابله با حجاب تو گیلان یهو فیلم رابطش با یک جوونه 17 ساله در میاد این درد داره دیگه اگه آقا اوکی منم اگه تو مملکتی که همجنسگرا رو میکشن بعد تو رئیس مقابله با حجابی بعد فیلمت با یک پسر نوجوان در میاد این دیگه خیلی واضحه هست بعد میگن این شما که طرفدار LGBTQ+ بودید خب ما در رابطه اگه LGBTQ میام پشتت وای میسم ولی تو که داری تو دختره مملکت میزنی در پستت به خاطر حجاب بعد از اون فیلم در میاد که این شکلی این بده بگن تصویر علی جون میشه تصویر رو به انگلیسی ترجمه کنی دوی تصویر علی دلم من طرفدار کسی هم ولی توی پاسپورت در نیویورک تایمز رو دیدی علی که شاهزاده‌تون رو پس دادن
اولش همیشه اینجوری شروع میگه من اصلا طرفدار پارسارم ولی بعد
You are not Muslim, you don't support Islamic Republic but you're sucking mullah's balls. So the funny part is I will you see the on the bottom count. Don't listen to him because he ran away from Iran when the war started. You stayed, and you're speaking on behalf of Iranians that are on the ground. Ali ran. He's a pussy. Okay, and he ran away from it, and not only that, now he's talking now. He wants you to go risk your life to free Iran. Okay, so he can come back because he doesn't want America to help. He doesn't want Israel to help. So, do you remember the first day that you were accusing everyone who is connecting from Iran to the IRGC? Do you remember? Do you remember? Do you remember when your mom was smoking my dick? Yes, I think. She wants to know. Do you remember the days that your
I mean, this guy was saying that he was not connected to anybody, he was not IRGC or anything, but there is always a but, and we went to his profile, and it was saying like every room that he was part of was like IRGC apologists and IRGC white SIM card holders. So this guy is a fucking IRGC arms, or if he's not, he's an idiot because he's not being paid for doing this. Like,
Sounds so familiar. And a lot of them, the problem is he's Islamic. That is the problem. He's not even he could be an Irish but he's just Islam more than the people. My fellow Iranians, I would say fuck Islam and fuck pedophile, fucking prophet. That's the problem, Harry. He believes whatever Islam tells him to believe.
Because the psychopaths, they don't have any ideology and they don't believe in religion. So he doesn't really believe in anything. If he did, like if he believed in religion, he would understand the morality, good or bad. And he will understand the bad, so he's not a religious.
جنگ خواهد شد و نه مذاکره خواهیم کرد این رو
Can I say something to Ali?
Yes, you can.
Yes, he said about Israel was attacking the city, like the manufacturer of the city Asaliya. Yes, I want to add this. I don't know what was the name of this. Like Pars Genovi. So like it was basically supporting the IRGC and like all the. میگم اون به حمله که به پارس جنوبی شد برای اینکه اون پارس جنوبی سر صبح کسخور شد برای اینکه پارس جنوبی پولش همش اکثرش میرفت برای سپاه و فان میکرد و مواد اصلی برای ساخت موشکونه رو برای سپاه میفرستاد. برای همین پارس جنوبی.
ببین حالا من این حرفا رو حالا کاری خیلی ندارم، واقعیتش اینه که بنزین ما رو میده، بنزین تخمی ما رو به اون وجدان پایین میده که بریزیم تو ماشینای 117 سوزمون بشه زدی 20 تا مثلا. خب کاری ندارم، ولی اصلا از نظر استراتژیک اشتباه بود. چرا؟ چون جمهوری اسلامی که خایه نداره با اینا مقابله بکنه. اینا رو
بنزین اون موتور سوارا رو هم میداد که تو خیابون دور میزدن.
باشه، بنزین منم میداد، اونم میداد. The translation of what is that Germany Islamic doesn't have خایه. But balls. Do you know balls? No, خایه is خایه is balls. بعد ببین آره بنزین سپاهی، ببین ما هر چیزی توی این مملکت داریم استفاده میکنیم، سپاه هم داره استفاده میکنیم. ما اصلا داریم زیر مجموعه سپاهیم، هم داریم بخواه حساب میکنیم. منی که دارم مادر سپاه رو میکنم دو سال تو سپاه خدمت کردم، اختیارم نداشتم، کارتم اومد افتاده بودم تو سپاه. خب چیکار کنیم حالا؟ از اون خیابونی که من رد میشم سپاهی هم رد میشه. خب چیکار کنیم حالا؟ همه رو بزنه چون سپاه داره رد میشه.
ببین من چیزی که دارم میگم زاویه تو بازتر کنی. خب برای که همون اصلیه
که داشت میگن این دعوای درونیه الان اینجا به نظرم داشتید. به نظر من وقتی که داشتن لایه به لایه سیاسی و نظامی و حکومت رو میزدن، ورود به جنگ استراتژیک و نمیدونم زیر ساختای انرژی و اینا اصلا بلا موضوع. چرا؟ چون ایران به ایران مجوز داد که پالایشگاه‌های کشورهای عربی رو بزنه، کشورهای عربی که آمریکا متعهد ازشون دفاع کنه، که تعارف هم نداره. اون چیزی که من دیدم نتونست دفاع بکنه. جنگ اقتصادی هم میگه که آقا جون پهپادهای $8,000 باید پاتریوت رو داده چند صد هزار دلاری بلند میشدن میزدنشون. اون دو مریضی مگه ورود میکنی به این حوزه؟ تو داری به نقد احسن دونه دونه لایه های این رژیم رو میزنی میره. واسه چی عصبیه؟ واسه چی پالایش
اون لایه رژیم رو داره میذاره، اون یاروی بسیجی مزدوری که میاد شب تظاهرات داره پول میگیره میاد تظاهرات، دولت باید پول اونا رو هم بده دیگه، باید منبع مالی اونا رو هم قطع کنه.
نداره بده. دولت ما خیلی وقت برشکسته.
نه دیگه اگه اونو نمیزد هنوز کماکان پول داشت که بده.
همین الان هم داریم.
خب دیگه هر وقت دیگه
تموم داره میده. از شکم ما داره میزنه، داره به خیلی هم میده. از شکم بازنشسته داره میزنه، داره میده. فعلا داره میده. حالا اینا کی تورم بشه 3 برابر بره تو چون
شده دیگه رفته تو.
بوده که دورت بگردم. خب پس فایدهش چی بوده؟ تو گفتی خب چی شد؟
نارضایتی حداکثری.
نارضایتی حداکثری رسیده به اینی که توافق کنیم بعد از حج تموم بشه. امروز آخرین
هیچ توافقی قرار نیست انجام بشه.
آقا این هم
قرار بود توافق کنن، یه صبح بلند شدیم خامنه ای نبود.
یه سری هم قرار بود کارتر مادر قهوه هستن یه کاری نکرده بود که ما الان شاه داشتیم. یه سری رو ولش کن. چیزی که الان هست رو بگو. الان واقعیت اینه که من جوون ایرانی نشستم ببینم شود یا نمیشود. بگو قیمت دلار با چی داره تو ایران بالا پایین میشه؟ چرا اسم جمعیت برعکس شده؟ دلار انقدر رفته بالا ولی اسم جمعیت به خاطر توقف
که اقتصاد دستوریه.
آقا اقتصاد دستوری هم تا یه حدیه. دورت بگردم نه خیلی. من بازاری من بازاری وقتی بدونم که جنگ میشه، وقتی بدونم نه بندر دارم، نه وارد دارم، نه ورود کننده دارم، نه ترخیصکار دارم، نه کشتی قرار پهلو بگیره جنسم، به دلار میخوام چیکار کنم؟ در یه حدی میگیرم میذارم یه ذره نقد ریالامو فقط دلار میکنم که ارزش حفظ ارزش رو نقد اینه که ما انجام داده باشن. دلار اصلی نرخ برای چی تو دلار تو جنگ پس شد 144 تومن که شما پول نقد اسکناس بردی بازار 122,000 تومن هم میدادن. با این حرف ولش کن. دولت میگن اینا رو ببینیم تو خصوصی با هم صحبت بکنیم ببینیم چرا و چی میشه. این بحث به درد نمیخوره. الان واقعیت اینه که این حکومت باید از نظر سران نظامی و سران سیاسی مورد کشتار قرار بگیره و همونطوری که مثل ترامپ میگه نیروی دریاییشون رو فرستادیم زیر آب، نیروی هواییشون رو تلکوندیم، رادارشون رو کردیم، نیروی سرکوب قرارگاه اونا بهترم. اگه قرار باشه من علی شریفی بگم، اگه به حرف منه که اونا گاون، اگر هم چیزی دیگه که سیاه به سازمان سیاه موساد بهتر از همه میدونن چه خبره. باید این نظام بدنه‌ای ضعیف بشه. باید سپاه سارالله قرارگاه خاتم که مردم رو سرکوب کنن ضعیف بشن. باید مکانهای یگانهای موتوری مثل استادیوم آزادی که یک مورد بود فقط در کل جنگ یک مورد بود اونها زده بشه. خب Ocean. Good Lord, you could know. Yes, what's up?
Yeah, somebody yeah, a lot of people here do not speak, so that's why they can translate just to keep everybody.
He's better. His English is way better than mine.
Do we want to?
Let's just skip this topic. It's a huge it's a huge discussion.
جمله رو ترجمه کنی کفایت کل حرفامون رو میکنه.
اوکی
سازمان سرکوب که من ایرانی داخل ایران میدونم قرارگاه سارالله، قرارگاه خاتم الانبیا و قرارگاه یگان ویژه صابرینه که مردم رو با یگانهای موتوری گاز اشک‌آور و چیزا سرکوب نکنن که ماها هم بدونن داخل قرارگاهی انجام بدیم.
If the situation would be in such a way when the final call comes, whereas to these these militias cannot like use these tear gas, use their weapons and stuff against us, or they would be stopped from doing so.
happens out.
You want to ask him about the hijab ban since he's there? Like,
Okay, let's ask.
Fuck hijab, bro. Why would you ask about hijab? Nobody cares when people are dying.
Well, people die because of that hijab. No, realistically, no.
ask him
Yes,
now.
but what I know what he's going at. Going at that people will risk not wearing the hijab.
Hold on. Sorry, aren't you mommy? Why don't you ask him yourself, buddy?
Is there any Is there any gas there shut now?
No, Farsi. No, Farsi.
This room is old. This room knows.
No. Farsi में स्वाद को
I don't want to. We're trying to
Çin
make
batı var onları. Çin var.
گشت ارشاد نو گشت ارشاد نو بات اینا رو حالا شما ترجمه کنید اندیشه سرکوب همچنان هست و به محض اینکه توانایی
من میخوام به خاطر اینکه من میخوام که با لهجه فارسی خودش بیاد بگه بفهم کجایی، چون فکر کنم فارسی حرف نمیزنه، به خاطر کسکش میدونه که از لهجه کونیش میفهمه از کجاست.
Hold on, I have a question. Do they still, you guys still have police walking, patrolling the streets? Did somebody ask him about that? Are they still active? Or how is that working right now? Is that department still...
که من فعالم به خیابون درست فهمیدم
ارشاد هنوز فعاله تو خیابونه یا نه؟
گشت ارشاد به معنای قدیم اصلا نیستش، اسمش عوض شده. و در شهرهای بزرگ و نقاط حساس میترسن به خاطر ویدئو، به خاطر عکس العمل و مقاومت شجاعان دختران که رسما اصلا دیگه همراه قدیم ها شال داشتن مینداختن دور گردن همراه خودشون اصلا نمیدونن. در شهرهای بزرگ و مناطق بزرگ این اتفاق ولی در شهرهای
He's saying that the morality police has rebranded, so they're afraid to face the girls, and especially in bigger cities, because they can take a video or photo. And I mean, even when I was in Tehran, it was kind of normalized. People go out without hijab, but still, if they see you, they can kind of report you. Police can report you, or they can send you invoice for not conforming to the hijab policy. I know, you know,
سمت محله ها و اماکن دولتی برن باید حجاب زنشون کنن ولی چه پاسخگوشون نیست. اگر کار بانکی داشته باشن باید حجاب زنشون کنن.
Yeah, he's saying that official places like the banks and when you go to the government, I don't know, buildings or something, you still have to conform to the policy. And also, I read news on in
Ali, you know, I've only met a couple Persians who don't actually speak English, so it surprises me when you guys come on here. I know. Please speak English. You can just speak English. Yeah, you can. 90% of the Iranians speak. Well, we just ignore him, and then he'll learn English in 5 seconds and be like, okay, guys, I speak English.
Don't be stupid, fuck.
I know. But come on, dude. When's the last time you met us?
Don't start now out of all the times. Fuck.
So anyway, Rafi, to answer your question, the morality police exist. They still look for you, in the big places, government buildings and official things that you have to do. But in normal civilians, they don't have the balls to approach girls. But I have to say that I read the news, they have the government rallies at night, and I remember reading this news in Isfahan, the girls that without hijab that went out, and they were people, I don't know, the government people, the urgency fuckers saying, oh, we welcome you with open arms. They actually sent them fees for not conforming to hijab law. So that is very interesting. So they kind of try to monetize
It's called entrapment. In English, you call it entrapment. Try to trap them.
Yeah, they do that.
I got it. Okay, because I know there's still that law that they can implement if they want to maybe they're more lenient on it right now in the public's eyes, but I always question and say it grows while people from date or dinner around 1 in the morning, it's dark. not too many eyes on her, they can go and harass her because not a lot of people can record it or view it or to dispute it or to even protest it, because if they just snatch one girl here and there, nobody's gonna know. Nobody's gonna feel the difference, but they're still gonna implement the law they choose to. That's why I asked if there is something like that, because the law still is the law written of the country. If now you get to decide as the police, are you gonna implement the law or are you gonna ignore it? But again, that's already up to the police, depending who takes their job how seriously.
So Ali also said something very true about the war. He was really curious and he was really shocked that aside from IRGC, what they attacked the infrastructures. He was also shocked about this. I'm sure that you didn't translate this for Guru.
علی خوب مزه‌ای علی
داره در مورد زیر ساخته حرف میزنه الان. علی خوبی علی بده داره در مورد زیر ساخته حرف
علی جون اون چه مزه‌ایه
علی پایین
I hate to be this guy again, but I can't understand anything anybody says.
که بعد از 2 روز تعطیلی و 3 روز بارندگی 1 ساعت و نیم پس از شروع اولین روز کاری هوا غیر قابل تنفس و ناسالم برای افراد بالای 40 سال و مشکلات تنفسی میشه. من ریدم تو اون زیر ساخت. این اینو بگید این وجدانش
He says these fucking these
You can't even breathe in the city because of the air quality. What are you talking about? Zusacht.
Manufacturing. Energy basement is awful. Benzene quality is very worst. Octane is پایین چی میشه؟ lowest octane. آلودگی هوا چی میشه؟
air pollution.
Yeah, the refineries that if they can't refine it properly, and like the quality of the benzene or the gas is very low quality, so it's producing a lot of pollution in the air.
But that's
It was before, so it's همه اینا به کنار. قطعی برق در تابستان، قطعی گاز در زمستان به کنار، اینا رو هم بگید.
Yeah, he's saying that the quality of life is really shitty, and these people who come here and talk about infrastructures, they never heard about
درآمد مالی از فروش ما کجا رفت؟ در اقتصاد ما درآمد تو استفاده که نداری، کوالیتی که نداری، درآمد فروشش کجا رفت؟ درآمد.
He says, where does my old money go to? Where the fuck is it going to? Not to fucking us.
Could you ask him a different question? How is the infrastructure around Iran right now? Is it damaged bad, like everywhere you're going is damaged, or it's not as bad, or strategic hits? Have they repaired from the 12-day war? Anything like that? Like, what's the situation?
میگه زیر ساخت چجوریه؟ هر جا میری همه چی رو داغون شده. از اون 12 روزی که اومدن زدن خراب کردن تونستن بسازن تا 12 روز و نه این 40 روز. یا همون جوریه. چقدر جا خراب شده زیر ساختا؟
زیر ساختا توی از 12 روز روز 12 روز هیچ زیر ساخت خاصی زده نشد. درد جنگ
he's saying that no infrastructure was hit like yeah, and this time, okay, بفرمایید ادامه بدید.
در این سری انبارهای نفت زده شد، پتروشیمی زده شد، محصولات پتروشیمی زده شد. بدتر از همشون فولاد ایران، 3 کارخونه فولاد ایران که در اصفهان، خوزستان، در 3 استان بود زده شده و الان خودمون
He's talking about the steel industry industry and about the oil and gas and the, like I forgot what was it chemical yeah.
مشکل کمبود بودی شد این که در هر چیزی که با برق تولید شده بود یه هر چیزی
Hold on, hold on. He has a specific. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm saying there's no like residential buildings and residentials that are like
چیز مسکونی و اینا نزدن که
taken by this, you know, during the war, like the innocents, right?
آدمای بیگناه
Strategically, they're buildings, businesses, kind of.
تعمدی یا غیر تعمدیش رو نمیدونم ولی چرا خیلی غیر نظامی هم پشت داشتیم مناطق مسئولی هم داشتیم به عنوان مثال در محل خود ما خونواده یک سردار رو زدن که جسد خودش و مادر پدرش به اضافه همسایه ها 16 نفر دیگه اون همسایه ها بیگناهن ولی یه سردار که اومده بود به خانوادهش سر بزنه رو زدن و اون سردار مهمی بود حالا از اسمشون نام نمیبرم بنا به دلیل جام شاید دو بره ولی این شکلی غیر نظامی هم زده شده مسئولی بسیار مخصوصا در تهران اصفهان و تبریز این ستا رو خبر دارم بقیه‌شو نمیگم فقط این ستاست این ستا رو من اطلاع دارم.
So he's saying that in big cities the RGC buffers were flattened to the earth and unfortunately their families and some of the neighbors were also involved but yeah he's saying that they were kind of like all around the RGC buffers but unfortunately civilians were hurt as well.
همون یه دونه مثال تو محله ما برای زدن یه سردار حداقل به غیر از خانواده خودش همسایه‌های پیرامون 15 نفر کشته شدن حداقل.
Let me ask him a different question. The Iranian people on the ground is noticing after everything that's happening there in their country. Are they still pro-America even though they're seeing the destruction of their country?
I think most of can you say it again?
Could you ask them, even with everything happening in their country, with inflation, Israel attacking them, some civilians, again, sadly to say, to workers, casualties, are they still standing strong with America and Israel, or are you starting to notice people are kind of turning away from America and Israel after seeing the destruction and everything? Or it's bringing more people kind of towards America and Israel? Like people wonder, I see that their people can't protect them, and that it was all bullshit, and they're actually going towards America and Israel. Which way do you see people going, towards or against right now?
Okay, I will ask. داره میگه که هنوز مردم طرف اسرائیل آمریکا هستن یا علیهشون شدن بعد این جنگ و دیدن این چیزا یا هنوز پشت آمریکای اسرائیلیان خوشحالن مثلا آمریکای اسرائیل چه جوریه یعنی بعد از این همه چیز داره اینو میپرسن.
ما اینقدر جنایت از جمهوری اسلامی دیدیم که تصمیم رو خیلی وقت گرفتیم با هر احتمالی که ممکن که خیلی ممکنه
He has seen so much shit I'm sorry, he has seen so much shit from we have seen so much shit from RGC that it's just we want them gone. So
no, he said with every possible we know we will pay a big price and with every possible price we have to pay for our country we are willing to take it.
Again, we know that there are supporters. It's either 5, 10, 15% of the population, 12, 90 million. Correct? They support Iran or they support the regime. Now, my question, yes, they support the regime. 10%. And my 10%, 15, 5, doesn't matter. I'm just asking. Are the numbers you see are going towards the support after the inflation, the destruction, and how everything's been happening now? Or he's seen people that were supporting them, see these people can't protect the leader, they made our lives miserable, and now they're against the regime, and you see more people are going towards the other side, like going more towards America and Israel said, you know what, maybe we should be for America and Israel, and we want them to help us. So, like, you see the numbers shifting left or right? That's what I'm trying to understand.
I get it.
Where the yes go.
میپرسه که فکر میکنید آیا بعد از این حمله های آمریکا به جمهوری اسلامی فکر میکنید که مردم طرف چپ یا راست دارن میرن، یعنی طرف این که مثلا طرفدار جمهوری اسلامی باشن یا اینکه بیشتر طرف اینکه بر علیه جمهوری اسلامی بیشتر
واضح در سوال قبلشون که داشتم جواب میدم با واضحانه نظر شخصی گفتن ما به وضوح تصمیم در مورد پایان جمهوری اسلامی به هر قیمتی، به هر شکلی و به هر هزینه‌ای چه با حمله آمریکا چه با توقف حمله آمریکا.
He says we have thought about this already a way long time ago, that we know the consequences and that we see the majority of us still standing firm behind this because we already had this in
so to answer your question, Rafi, basically what he's saying is no matter what, we're going to be against this government. No matter what. There's no way back. There's no
I understand there's no way going back. Once you made a decision, you made a decision. But there are people on the fence, it's called, right? That just wanted to live their life. Right? So now my question is, have people shift again during every situation? Some you have to understand people are gonna shift.
I want to say thank you, Trump, on Bibi Netanyahu. Really, I love Trump on Bibi Netanyahu.
Hold on, but my question is, the problem is he can't answer. But I'm afraid of something. The fact that he can't answer this question, people are shifting the other way.
Ali John, میگه که توی تمام شرایط Yeah, I'm gonna ask him this question. Hold on. Yeah. I'll ask him straight. I got you. Yeah, Ali John, ناکن میگه توی هر شرایطی درست هم. یه سری آدم هستن خب که این وسط به خاطر صحبت‌ها، به خاطر اتفاقی که افتاده برمیگردن میرن اونوری. آیا ما همچین چیزی تو ایران داشتیم، دیدیم، هستش، چند درصد وجود داره که مثلا بخوان قشر خاکستری مثلا بشن یا اینکه بخوان حتی برن طرف تروریستم. خیلی مستقیم جواب بده. خیلی مستقیم.
اگر هم هست خیلی ناچیزم من ندیدم.
Rafi, he's saying even if there is, the percentage is so low you won't even notice it. Of people going,
Got it. Yeah, okay, that's fair to say. I was about to say, listen, if again, he said people make their mind, you're not gonna switch their mind, right? Once you're a fanatic, for example. You're not gonna switch your fanatic's mind.
Because we're principle people. This is about principle. This is about life. This is about the future of humanity. We're not gonna suddenly change it. We know what we got into. We know what we asked for.
Ali, speaking about humanity, what thing about Nina school? Nina girls.
That's all you got, huh?
What's your idea from مدرسه که تو آتیش سوخت بود خدا مینا about the school. Where are you when in 2024 in a school in Iran girls burned in سوختن تو آتیش. من عصبی شدم نمیتونم بگیم سوختن در سال 2024 3 مدرسه در فاصله 2 ماه به خاطر نبود گاز و گازکشی در کشوری که دومین دارنده گاز جهانه در آتش سوختن. باز هم چیناباد you search چیناباد and girls. خب شما استفاده افرادی میکنید، شما انتخاب میکنید که کشتار مسلمانان رو تو غزه ببینید یا چکی Soren, shut up please. Shut up please. Wait a minute. You choose see Gaza Muslim in Gaza. Don't see Muslim in Uyghur in China. I ask you you choose it. You try not.
Soren, he's saying just that you are choosing. You want to support the Uyghurs and you want to support Hamas, but you don't want to support the Iranian people. Yeah, well, I'm not trying to help Soren.
همونطوری که انتخاب میکنید میناب رو ببینید میناباد رو
Soren, he's basically saying, Soren, it's basically saying you're a double standard piece of
Yeah,
shit.
he says you're a
that
hypocrite.
you
He says you support the Uyghurs and you support Hamas, but then you don't support the Iranian people and you support IRGC. And you say, where were you in 2024 when the schools were being burned by fucking the IRGC?
He's also saying, where were you when they killed 40,000 people in Kenya? And they killed their own people.
Where were you, Soren, in Australia?
I answer to Soren, please. من اینو ترجمه کنم. محصولم خیلی شد. علی تو هم به دوتایی اومدیم چون دیدی سام کنی من سخت.
He's got a good point.
Why don't you speak English for Persian to Ali? Aren't you Iranian?
Soren, he's saying you're feigning outrage and you're clutching your pearls in this situation, but you didn't in the past.
You choose murder.
You say you're a hypocrite.
That is crime, but not have idea.
Exactly. Soren's hiding in Australia.
Soren is not speaking Persian to Ali, which means he doesn't know. He's not an Iranian.
How about Soren? How about you not just Soren? Hold on. Soren, let me ask you a question. If I say Sharmuta, or I say Shukran, or I say Kifal, do I speak Arabic now, Soren, or do I know a few words? Because obviously you don't fucking speak Farsi. Then have an entire Soren, have an entire conversation with Ali in Farsi. We're fine with sitting here if you're going to engage with him in Farsi. Don't use like fucking 5 words that you know in Farsi.
He's got a good point. Sean's got a good
I know
point.
like 100 words in Arabic. That doesn't mean I speak Arabic.
Ayatollah Khamenei, very sick, very body.
Soren, you said like 5 words in Farsi so far. That's it. That doesn't prove you speak Farsi.
Soren, very.
Maybe you've been too far away from your
You understand the question?
Iranians, maybe one of those Iranian Americans.
Soren, at this point, you're about as Iranian as
Ali is coming. Ali, come on, baby. Question me, Ali.
But I think Sean, I think you were right because he spoke only like he cursed Persian, but
okay, if I say, Mary, let me make this point, Mary. If I say salam shotori and then I say merci, does that mean that I speak Farsi or does it mean that I know a couple words? That's all Soren knows.
Please,
Soren, engage the entire conversation in Farsi with him. Father's got the reins.
So I think Soren is a very wise person, but you guys never let him talk.
Yeah, but we're...
No. You're not going to run the room. Only the mods are going to run the room. And not only that, but basically what we're trying to do here is we're trying to gain information just so that we all can understand things, a little bit better from ground zero, which is in Iran right now. So there have been multiple people from Iran on here that have come in this room and told us some information. So, and we're grateful for it. Any information that anybody says here is, we're all grateful for it. So let's keep on that. Line up.
Gotcha, Drew. I'm back.
And everything else.
I'm back, brother. I'm back. Don't worry about anything. I'm
Hey, Ocean, can you do us a favor?
What's up, Rich? How you doing?
What up, Ocean? Hey, Ocean. Hold on, Soren, shut the fuck up. Moderators are talking. Hold on. Ocean, can you ask Soren a couple like questions that don't relate to like politics and Farsi? Yeah.
He just speak Farsi.
Ask him about like Nintendo. Yeah, ask him about like Nintendo video games or like something obscure that he's not going to be able to answer in Farsi.
He's a Palestinian wannabe fucking IRGC, bro. I'm telling you, he's not. I already exposed him. A couple of minutes ago, I told him, why don't you ask him in Farsi yourself? He goes like, well, everybody speak English. Motherfucker, you're not on a fucking table. What's casino, you fucking piece of shit. But you shut your fucking ass up.
Soren, say a couple. Hold on, Ocean. I want to hear this. Hold on, Ali, hold on. We want to hear Soren say a couple sentences.
سورنک گیر خورده خار سورنک گیر خورده خار مادر سگ زنازاده
Let's have Soren say like 5 sentences. No, Soren's right there. Because he doesn't know how to speak Farsi. He knows about as much Farsi as I do.
I told you, bro. He is not Iranian. This motherfucker.
Hold on, Ocean, allow Ali to engage with him only in Farsi. Ali, please ask Soren a question. Ocean, tell Ali to ask Soren some questions in Farsi.
No, he knows. He already knows.
I know, but we can make it public display.
Ali John Goff, he's a hypocrite. Sean Goff, he's a hypocrite. He just pick and choose, Jersey.
Ask a simple question. What do you think about
Farsi only foreigner. You go to the fucking Soren. You go to the fucking news. You don't use Farsi. Soren, if you don't speak Farsi right now, you're going to the
Ali, hold on.
Alright, Soren, my fingers hovering over the move to audience money.
سورن سگ زنازاده کیر خدا تو قصه ناموست فارسی حرف بزن باید جنده
علی هم من میپرسه ناموس به آمریکا دادی خب
Soren, respond in fucking Farsi or go to the goo. That's your option. Actually, you know what, Soren? You need to respond. Soren, shut the fuck up.
Which go ahead, pass that in.
Alright, I'm going to. Listen, Soren, here's your last fucking warning. Because I know if you go in the audience, you're just going to become a chat warrior. But if you don't respond and have a conversation for a few minutes with Ali in Farsi, you're getting kicked out of the room. And that's the worst thing that can happen to you. Because you want to be heard so bad. So go ahead, respond to fucking Ali in Farsi only. No English. Go ahead, Ali.
He understands it. We know he understands.
Only Farsi. Okay. سوال آخر چی بود؟ من داشتم جواب میدادم این سوال.
The last question was about Minab school. What do you think about that school?
No, God damn it. You got 3 seconds before you get kicked out of the room. 1, 2, Soren.
I remember. Hold on.
You better remember Farsi real quick, Soren. Yeah, Glow, you have to deal with Soren the same way you do with Mikhail. If Mikhail doesn't want to play if he doesn't want to play fair, then you kick him out of the room.
سورن چرا فارسی حرف نمیزنی؟ با من حرف بزن سورن.
Only for
سورن با من فارسی حرف بزن.
Because you don't speak Farsi.
حرف بزن.
I word this fucking faggot. He's gone, Glow. Yeah, that's the worst thing that you can do to him is kick him out. He has no voice.
Sean, what the fuck I'm saying, Sean? Rich.
Yeah, what?
I told you, bro. He's a fucking Palestinian.
I know he is, and I wanted it on full display.
Yeah. And look, whenever that you might think he understands Farsi, I guarantee.
Ocean, I was doing it the other day. with the Iranians, the fucking IRGC supporters, the pacifist faggots. They swore up and down that I spoke Farsi, but I was just listening to their tonality, and I could guess what they were saying. When he's going Farsi, and I'm like, no, I'm not speaking Farsi to you, faggot. And he's like, no, speak Farsi.
They were talking about. I know. I remember they were talking about. Oh, he speaks Farsi. I'm like, no,
I don't. I'm listening to your tonality.
Yeah, exactly.
I can tell what you're saying. You retards.
Yeah.
You're begging me. I said, come here, puppy. Follow me like a dog.
Yeah, you're gonna always fucking, move Soren back to back.
No, I kicked him out of the room. Because the worst thing you can do is, the best thing you can do is move him to the audience and let him be a chat word.
Yeah.
The worst thing you can do is kick him out of the room because then he can't. He has that voice. It drives him nuts. Somebody invite the other Ali up, Glow or Ocean. Don't want deer or something. Blood raise his hands.
من دیگه مقام خاموش میشه زبانم واقعا خیلی
برو استراحت کنیم مادر قهوه مادر سگ
خوشبخت شدیم جناب عالی عدتون
برو مراقبت کن گیرت باز مادر صورت
اینم بگید که بهترین جمله‌ای که ما ایرانی‌ها تو این چند ماه اخیر لغلقه زمانمونه آیت الله خامنه‌ای is dead.
And he's burning in Jahannam.
Is it the best thing we ever heard on that one? ایران تو کاسه ها نداره سفیده
Balls of steel. Unlike Ali, the CUNY.
Oh my God. And then went to sleep. I wanted to hear his prayer before he went to sleep. Fucking Pepe. What you doing, Drew? What happened to those? Fuck, oh shit. PTRs, bro. I screenshotted some of my favorites. I'm gonna actually.
All right. Ocean, favorite. Here you go, Ocean. Dear God of the universe, Abba, we come to you in prayer. We thank you for this day. We thank you for always giving us everything we need and all we want. I ask you to please forgive us of our sins, allow the Holy Spirit to dwell with us. And Lord, we ask you to guide us throughout the day. We ask you to put a hedge of protection on our friends and our family, to watch over us and guide us with your Holy Spirit. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Oh, bro, that was a serious one.
Yeah, that's good. That's all day, every night with my kids. I make my kids say it too.
Rich, have you seen Drew's
I wait till the very end and I don't say amen, and then they all say amen at the same time.
Right. So go to Drew's profile, and he has a PTR that says, "May Allah forever suck at you."
Yeah, I'm not clicking on my profile. Sorry.
They don't have the shit that you do. You have it on this one or no?
Yeah, I have it on this one.
So not that Soren understood everything Ali said, but he could not respond in Farsi. But he was very well aware of the language. He could understand, but
yeah, and I did the same thing with the IRGC fucking pacifists the other day, where I was just sitting there listening to the tonality, and I could figure out and parse out what they were saying and responding to them. And they started crashing out and telling Ocean that I was a liar and that I'm Iranian, I speak Farsi, and they were begging me to speak Farsi. And I kept saying, "Come here, puppy. Come here. You want to go outside? You want to go outside? You want to go play? Come on. Let's go outside. Let's go play. Come on, baby. Come on."
But you know there are American Iranians.
And there's Americans, like there's people all over the world that can listen to the tonality and parse out what you're saying too.
No, but Soren was understanding everything Ali was saying. Everything, basically everything.
Maybe he's Iranian, but he's lived in Australia for 30 years.
Whatever, but these guys are also living outside.
I don't give a shit. Like every Iranian I've met, like yeah, even said the same thing about Ali. You know, Ali speaks basic English, and then when Ali wanted to express a point across in English, he came off mic and started speaking English. So we all know that all these Iranians speak a little bit of English. May not be perfect.
Maybe you want to speak.
Prove that you are very biased.
So now you're
Oh,
dick
you
riding.
are not biased.
Now you're dick riding. Now you're sucking Soren's dick.
Yes, he's got Soren's dick all the way down the back of his throat, swollen his gumdrop buttons.
Yeah, so you're just one type of information.
Wait, why are you not in Iran fighting for the RGC, Ali? Because obviously your English is good enough that you're not living in Iran right now.
No, in Iran, most of the people can speak English.
No. We could tell by your accent that you're not living in Iran. You picked up enough of your Western accent.
You can learn the accent from videos.
No, that's not true.
You're a smart man.
That's not true.
He's in Turkey. He's in Turkey.
How you speak Arabic then?
He's in Turkey.
Oh, he's in Turkey? Oh, okay. See?
Yeah.
There you go. He's picked up that Western fucking European accent.
So Turkish people speak very well English.
Yes. Yeah, I guess so. I haven't met a Turk that doesn't speak fucking English. Not yet.
So now
just like I haven't met an Iranian that doesn't speak some type of basic English.
You're basically right now negating yourself. Do you understand?
That's crazy.
Do you want to be a little bit more smart?
Yeah, I would love for you to bestow intellect on me. You fucking couscous.
So Ali basically said things that you didn't even interpret for the room. What about that?
Oh, I have Farsi speakers here. They were translating, didn't you hear?
I'm also Farsi speaker, but these people are on your side, basically everybody.
Yeah, who gives a shit? I trust them to translate it properly.
No, for an objective audience, you should be comprehensive, I guess.
Yeah, well, they should learn fucking English then, is what you're saying.
No, Alice basically said things that you never interpret here. So
yeah, I don't have to. I have Glow and Ocean to translate.
That means that you are biased.
Yes, I am very biased.
Yeah, you've been.
Yeah, if Ali, you don't want to know my fucking like standpoint. Like, if it was up to me, we would nuke every one of you fuckers. Everyone that's in Iran and the entire Middle East, we would just nuke them all.
That's what I want to say, Ali. If it wasn't for us,
I would carpet bomb with thermonuclear
weapons. If it wasn't for people like us, they would fucking nuke all of you. Is that what you fucking want, idiot fucker? You guys are so fucking stupid.
Yeah. No. Yeah, the United States doesn't put up with this type of shit. Just saying.
You're totally 100% stupid, Kilo. I can prove it. You are 100%.
Bro, they would fucking nuke you. Okay? If the world were for people like us that actually had a brain, alright, they would fucking nuke you like in Japan.
Yep. Hiroshima, Nagasaki, we would change the war real quick.
Nobody has the balls to nuke anybody, you know?
Oh, if you put me as president, I would. The second I got in office, I would bomb every Muslim and every fucking Iranian. The ones that aren't here. If you're in the Western world and shit like that, and you align with Western values, then you can stay. We won't round you up and put you in death camps. I mean, Hitler killed the wrong people. He should have killed the Muslims.
Little boy, you don't have any chance.
That's crazy.
Because the poor shit, you're just.
That's alright, but I can vote in politicians that will do my bidding, so that's what we're doing right now. That's why we're stacking the Supreme Court.
Tom, I think you're unnerving him. He's so fun to watch.
I know. It's because he doesn't have balls. He's a pussy.
A lot more than you.